Chapter 1. Buried Alive. Humans, the most intelligent of all beings, possess 9 vital meridians, enabling them to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, thus forging their own existence and attaining longevity. In the realm of Juyo, where martial prowess reigns supreme, all beings engage in cultivation. The formidable among them can shatter the heavens and the earth, soaring like the great rock into the skies, or traversing the vast oceans like the mighty Kuan, embodying the adage of moving mountains and filling seas, capable of achieving the impossible. In the lands of Qingzhou within Jiuyo lies the city of Muyu. As the night enveloped the surroundings, a waning crescent moon hung high in the sky, casting a faint glow that subtly illuminated 2 figures. One was stout, the other slender, both wielding iron shovels, tirelessly shoveling dirt into a pit. A chilling wind swept through, yet the 2 were drenched in sweat, their anxiety rendering them oblivious to the cold. "Third brother, this fellow still breathes, are we being too cruel?" the thin one murmured, his trembling hands causing the dirt on his shovel to fall away. "Enough chatter. Hurry up, time is of the essence," the stout one replied, maintaining a semblance of calm as he quickened his pace. Before long, the pit was filled. The stout man, still uneasy, stepped atop the mound to stamp it down, before leading the thin man away. Rumble. The moment they departed, a thunderous roar erupted above the pit. Dark clouds gathered ominously, and relentless bolts of lightning surged forth, resembling a scene from the apocalypse. Within the pit, a young boy displayed a look of defiance in his eyes, gradually fading into unconsciousness. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down upon this area, instantly incinerating everything in its vicinity, while the storm clouds dissipated in an instant. Bang! With a resounding crash, the pit was shattered by a formidable force, and a young boy slowly rose, his gaze filled with a terrifying intensity far beyond his years. "Is this not death? Where am I?" Lu Yun mused, scanning his surroundings, confusion swirling in his mind. In the next moment, a deluge of memories surged forth, revealing another individual named Lu Yun within his consciousness. The buried boy, Lu Yun, was originally the 2nd young master of the Lu family, a prodigious talent, who, due to an unforeseen poisoning, became a laughingstock among his kin. To think I would inhabit the body of such a pitiful soul, it seems fate has entwined our paths. Lu Yun reflected, piecing together the narrative. "Lu Xiaoyu, Lu Sweki, after all the years I nurtured you, I never anticipated your betrayal." After a fleeting moment of pity for the young Lu Yun, an inferno of rage ignited within Lu Yun's eyes. In his previous life, Lu Yun was the foremost among the 10 celestial emperors of the divine realm, his strength unrivaled across the cosmos. In pursuit of the ultimate martial path and the attainment of immortality, he had recently embarked on a supreme breakthrough 3 days prior. However, at the moment of his ascendancy, the 9 celestial emperors had ambushed him, leading to his demise. This breakthrough was known only to his most trusted adopted son and daughter, Lu Xiaoyu and Lu Sweki, whom he had nurtured for a millennium. In a bid to seize Lu Yun's 2 treasured artifacts, the heavenly mysterious sword and the primordial emperor roband, to usurp his position, they had betrayed him. During the ambush, they not only made off with the treasures, but also plundered Lu Yun's secret chambers, though fortunately his most crucial foundational techniques had not been divulged to them. "Lu Xiaoyu, Lu Sweki, and the 9 great emperors, in this life, I shall ensure that you suffer more than death." Lu Yun's eyes glowed with fury as he howled at the heavens, vowing an oath. A fierce wind swept through, its howl akin to a ferocious roar, mirroring Lu Yun's turbulent heart. Emerging from the pit, Lu Yun began to meticulously examine the state of his current body. The youthful form of Lu Yun was in a lamentable state despite having awakened the 9 spiritual veins at an early age and stepping into the initial realm of spiritual cultivation. A series of misfortunes had left his body riddled with wounds, a mere shadow of its former self. The once vibrant 9 spiritual veins were now all damaged, even harboring toxins. The culprit behind these calamities was likely his cousin. Lu Fengti, poison and harm others, is the epitome of despicable shamelessness. Lu Yun uttered a low rebuke before preparing to depart, intending to return to his dwelling to mend the broken spiritual veins. For Lu Yun, this task was far from daunting. Thud. As he walked, a stone, roughly the size of fist, unexpectedly fell from Lu Yun's tattered pocket. Upon picking it up, Lu Yun was taken aback. "Isn't this a stone from the endless abyss?" he murmured to himself, lost in contemplation. After being besieged by the 9 great emperors and enduring a fierce battle for 3 days, he had been forced into the endless abyss. ultimately sustaining severe injuries at its depths. This black stone was indeed a peculiar gem, found at the bottom of the abyss. The swoosh. As Lu Yun pondered, the black stone suddenly transformed into a wisp of black light, entering his body. Lu Yun felt a jolt, as if struck by lightning. The pain was excruciating. As an emperor, such torment was trivial to Lu Yun. He was solely focused on uncovering the origins of this stone and its connection to his rebirth. The agony and the black light swiftly dissipated, and as Lu Yun introspected, he found himself momentarily stunned. Even with his vast experiences, he had never encountered such a sight. At the center of his 9 spiritual veins, a golden vein had emerged, vibrant and pulsating with an abundance of spiritual essence, in stark contrast to the damaged veins surrounding it. This is the 10th spiritual vein. Lu Yun's heart was filled with astonishment. Humans are endowed with 9 veins. This is a fundamental law of nature, unchangeable. Yet, this extraordinary scene unfolded within Lu Yun. Moreover, the black stone had settled within his body, adjacent to the 10th spiritual vein. The surface of the black stone now bore fine fissures, resembling an egg on the verge of hatching. What on earth is this? Could it truly be the reason for my rebirth? Lu Yun's confusion deepened, feeling that the 10th spiritual vein was merely a superficial alteration brought on by the black stone. This object undoubtedly harbored deeper mysteries. Suppressing his bewilderment regarding the black stone, Lu Yun hastened back to his residence. The tea present. He was not within the family estate, but rather situated 10 miles outside of Muyu City, on Lingyang Mountain. Lingyang Mountain served as the hunting grounds exclusive to the Lu family. After being poisoned and rendered a waste, young Lu Yun had been relegated to this place, where he performed menial tasks, barely scraping by on a meager stipend each month. A few minutes later, Lu Yun arrived at his residence, a dilapidated thatched cottage. Just as he was about to push open the door, 2 voices emerged from within. This wretched second young master is utterly destitute, living in utter poverty. What a waste of my grandfather's time. This was clearly the voice of the thin man, expressing his dissatisfaction. After burying Lu Yun alive, the thin man had rummaged through the place for quite some time, only to find nothing of value. The family members are about to arrive. We are meant to wait here. Once this is done, there will be ample wealth. The voice of the plump man came forth, laced with a sense of calmness. Young Lu Yun, you met such a tragic end. I, the emperor, have a connection with you having obtained your body. Allow me to avenge this grievous injustice. Listening to the voices of the 2 men inside the cottage, a cold smile crept onto Lu Yun's lips, and he kicked the wooden door of the cottage with force. Chapter 2. The True Culprit. With a resounding bang, the wooden door of the cottage was shattered by Lu Yun's kick. Inside, the 2 men, the thin and the plump, were taken aback, staring blankly at Lu Yun outside the door. Goodness, Brother San, he has risen from the dead. The thin man exclaimed in horror, instinctively retreating a few steps. The plump man struggled to maintain his composure, though the flesh on his face trembled uncontrollably. They had personally buried Lu Yun, who was already on the brink of death before they buried him, deliberately compacting the soil. Yet here he stood before them, unscathed. Are you human or ghost? After a moment of shock, the plump man finally spoke. Why did you kill me? Lu Yun had no interest in answering at that moment. He advanced with a menacing aura. The 2 men before him were named Li San and Wang Men, servants of the Lu family, who had been working alongside the young Lu Yun and had bullied him relentlessly. However, their sudden attempt on his life was truly baffling. You seek death. Li San, sensing the disdain in Lu Yun's eyes, was instantly filled with rage. The Lu Yun of the past would never have dared to look at them in such a manner. Fear what? This man is still a worthless fool. Kill him quickly. Li San urged Wang Men, charging toward Lu Yun. Aunt. Lu Yun uttered dismissively, taking a slight sidestep to effortlessly evade their attack. Then, with a swift motion, he launched a punch that struck Wang Men squarely in the chest. Poof! Blood sprayed from Wang Men's mouth as he was sent flying, his chest caving in completely. With a swift sweep of his leg, Lu Yun sent Li San, who had attempted to attack, tumbling back as well. The defeat of both men occurred in the blink of an eye. Have you regained your strength? The 2 lay on the ground, staring in disbelief at Lu Yun, who appeared as weak as ever, yet for some inexplicable reason, they felt he had transformed, entirely different from. I shall ask you one last time. Why did you kill me? Lu Yun demanded, his voice deep and firm, as he was rapidly losing his patience. Lu Yun's cultivation had yet to be restored, nor had he harnessed the power of the 10th spirit. Vain. His prior actions merely reflected his instinctual prowess in combat. Li San and Wang Men, mere practitioners at the initial stage of the spirit pivot realm, typically preyed on the weak and defenseless. Before the former Lu Yun, they were no more significant than insignificant insects. Li San and Wang Min exchanged a glance, falling into a heavy silence. They could scarcely comprehend the unprecedented transformation of the once timorous Lu Yun into a figure of such ferocity and terror. In that moment, they found themselves quaking in his presence. If you choose silence, then embrace death. Without hesitation, Lu Yun lifted his leg and unleashed a kick toward the nearest Li San. A fierce gust erupted from his foot, crashing into Li San's chest. Poof! Lu Yun's foot penetrated Li San's ribcage, sending blood splattering forth, some of it staining Wang Min nearby. Wang Min let out a blood-curdling scream, his heart consumed by sheer terror. Casting a glance at the lifeless Li San, Lu Yun nonchalantly retracted his leg and approached Wang Min with measured steps. Now, it is your turn. Lu Yun's voice was devoid of emotion as he prepared to strike. Please don't kill me. I will tell you everything, just spare my life. Wang Min cowered in the corner, unable to meet Lu Yun's gaze, a puddle forming beneath him as fear overwhelmed him. Then speak. Who wishes for my demise? Lu Yun urged, his tone insistent. The one who sought to eliminate young Lu Yun would inevitably become a threat to him in the future. Such a person must be dealt with. It is the young master Lu Feng. He ordered us to eliminate you before midnight. Wang Min trembled as he responded that Lu Feng. The name escaped Lu Yun's lips in a whispered murmur, a glint of frost evident in his eyes. Lu Feng was his cousin, both of noble lineage, and the poison coursing through Lu Yun's veins was most likely a gift from this very relative. It was astonishing that the source of his impending doom was none other than Lu Feng. In addition to commanding your assassination, what further instructions did he provide? Whom were you awaiting? Lu Yun continued his inquiries. The young master mentioned that a family member would arrive tonight, instructing us to report that you were slain by the beasts of Lingyang Mountain. As for the reason behind the family member's visit, it seems to pertain to Miss Shuer, Wang Min recounted, his demeanor shifting to one of mounting anxiety. Lu Shuer? Elaborate on this matter. Upon hearing her name, Lu Yun's expression grew grave and earnest. Lu Shuer was his beloved younger sister, the singular source of warmth in the vast expanse of the Lu family. In recent years, she had often clandestinely visited Lu Yun, striving to assist him in restoring his spirit veins. Lu Shuer was the sole beacon of light in his painful memories, stirring profound emotions even within the heart of the heavenly emperor. If she were in peril, Lu Yun could no longer remain composed. According to the tidings from the family, it seems that Miss Shuer is to be wed to Lu Mao. The head of the family has dispatched someone to escort you, presumably to allow you one final meeting with her. Once she reaches the Lu household, it will not be so easy for you to see her again. Wang Min pondered for a moment before responding cautiously. What did you say? Shuer is to be married? To that oddball Lu Mao? Upon hearing this news, Lu Yun could no longer maintain his composure and involuntarily exclaimed. Though the Lu family, like the Lu family, belonged to the prestigious four families of Muyu City, Lu Yun recalled Lu Mao as a complete fool, unable to speak at the age of 5, and still illiterate at 10. The prospect of cultivating, let alone living a normal life, seemed utterly bleak. Shuer was diligent and perceptive, possessing commendable talent in cultivation. Marrying such a man would be akin to adorning a flower with cow dung. Indeed, Lu Mao was even inferior to that. Second young master, please do not be agitated. This matter is the family's decision, and we are powerless to change it. Moreover, Miss Shuer has already consented. Wang Min, fearing that Lu Yun might lash out in anger, quickly offered words of comfort. Shuer would never marry that fool. You must be coercing her. Is it that scoundrel Lu Feng behind this? At this moment, Lu Yun was truly enraged, his countenance darkening to an extreme. The eldest young master simply went along with the flow. It is primarily a family decree. Wang Min replied with caution. That bastard deserves punishment. Why would he order you to kill me? He has not only crippled my spiritual veins, but now seeks to eradicate me entirely. Can I not even see Shuer one last time? Lu Yun's words grew increasingly ominous, his hatred for Lu Feng reaching its zenith. Such a cousin, with a heart so malicious, resembled a beast. It is said that Miss Lu Shuer agreed to marry into the Lu family because they promised her the Tianling grass she desired. Wang Min continued to divulge all the information he knew. Tianling grass. That girl is so foolish. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun's heart trembled, and a rare glimmer of tenderness appeared in his eyes, filled with profound emotion. The Tianling grass could purify a cultivator's spiritual veins, making it exceedingly precious in Muyu City and even in Qingzhou. Shuer's sacrifice must be an effort to assist Lu Yun in restoring his spiritual veins. After a brief moment of sentiment, Lu Yun's expression turned cold again as he scoffed disdainfully. So your esteemed eldest master fears that I might obtain the Tianling grass to restore my cultivation and wishes to eliminate me post-haste. Second young master, spare my life. I am merely following orders. Wang Min began to bow and plead for mercy, having said all that needed to be said. End your own life. Lu Yun waved his hand dismissively. Ah, second young master, did you not say you would spare me? Wang Min felt a surge of despair upon hearing this. When did I ever say I would spare you? Have you ever addressed me as second young master during my time at Lingyang Mountain? Lu Yun coldly questioned. Second young master, I acknowledge my mistakes. Spare me. Faced with Lu Yun's inquiries, Wang Min was left speechless, resorting to frantically bowing his head. Those who defy their superiors deserve death. A fierce glint suddenly flashed in Lu Yun's eyes, and with a single punch, he ended Wang Min's life. The actions of Wang Min and Li San made him reminiscent of his two treacherous sons. I must return to the Lu family at once. I cannot allow Shuer to marry that fool from the Lu family. After a brief tidying up, Lu Yun swiftly departed from his residence, hastening towards the direction of the Lu family. This moment, he could no longer muster the patience to await the arrival of the Lu family's emissary. Regardless of the reasons behind his family's decisions, Lu Yun would never consent to Lu Shue's marriage. She was the sole kin to his heart in this lifetime. Chapter 3. Lu Shue. As dawn broke, an ancient city materialized before Lu Yun Muyu City. Although the scale of Muyu City was modest within Qingzhou, it housed 4 prominent families, including the Lu family, bustling with a vibrancy that rivaled that of larger cities. Lu Yun entered the city with purposeful strides, making his way to the southern part where the headquarters of the Lu family resided. At the entrance of the Lu family, 2 gatekeepers were momentarily taken aback by Lu Yun's sudden appearance. This so-called wasteful young master had not set foot in the Lu family for 3 years since the shattering of his spiritual veins. Lu Yun completely disregarded them, effortlessly pushing the 2 aside as he strode confidently into the Lu residence. As one of the 4 prominent families of Muyu City, the Lu family, however, does not enjoy the same glamorous fade as it appears. Lu Yun surveyed his surroundings, a wave of memories washing over him. It seemed that the Lu family had experienced considerable decline, with a noticeable reduction in the number of servants. However, these concerns were not what preoccupied Lu Yun's mind. He made his way directly to a dilapidated hall on the eastern side of the estate. This hall, once a storage space for the Lu family's miscellaneous items, had later transformed into a dwelling for both Lu Yun and Lu Shui. Lu Yun arrived before the hall, feeling a sense of unease in his heart, and softly called out. Now, Lu Shui had already reached the age of 13 or 14. And Lu Yun understood the propriety of keeping a respectful distance between the sexes. Therefore, he hesitated to enter directly. Brother. As soon as Lu Yun's voice faded, a sudden exclamation of surprise echoed through the hall, followed by the abrupt opening of the dilapidated door. A striking figure hurried out and leapt directly into Lu Yun's embrace. Lu Yun's body momentarily stiffened. But then a tender emotion surfaced in his eyes. Brother, Grandpa truly did not deceive me. He really has brought you here. How wonderful it is to see you again at last. Lu Shue's excited voice continued to resonate, completely immersed in joy. Shue, it has been a long time since we last met. You've grown so much taller. Lu Yun gently assisted Lu Shui into an upright position. His earnest and tender gaze fixed upon the radiant girl before him. Lu Shui stood half a head shorter than Lu Yun, possessing an adorable oval face. With skin as smooth as jade and innocent, wide eyes gleaming with joy as they fixed upon Lu Yun. This girl was a veritable beauty, destined to captivate the world. It was inconceivable that at such a tender age she would be betrothed to a fool, even though this matter had no bearing on Lu Yun. She could scarcely tolerate it. Contemplating this, a flicker of anger ignited in Lu Yun's gaze. Brother, what troubles you? Has Shui offended you? Sensing the shift in Lu Yun's expression, Lu Shui obediently withdrew from her embrace, speaking cautiously. I am not angry. Lu Yun shook his head resolutely, his gaze fixed earnestly on his beloved sister, Jin Shi, as he inquired, Shuer, I have heard whispers of your impending marriage to Lu Mao. Pray tell. What is the truth of this matter? Upon hearing his words, Lu Shue's delicate frame trembled slightly, yet she maintained her cheerful demeanor as she replied, Brother, I was just about to share this delightful news with you. Once I wed into the Lu family, I shall acquire the spirit heart grass, which will enable us to restore your spiritual veins. How foolish you are. Lu Yun immediately discerned the underlying bitterness in Lu Shue's smile, yet at this moment, he refrained from imparting any admonishments. Restoring his cultivation and embarking on a new journey of training was not only his aspiration, but also that of Shuer. She firmly believed that her brother would not let their parents down. Lu Shue's smile blossomed even more, as if she envisioned a beautiful future. For this, she was willing to sacrifice her freedom. However, the more Lu Shue behaved this way, the more a fire of anger burned within Lu Yun. No man should be so despicable as to rely on a woman for hope, especially not one of his stature as the heavenly emperor. Shue, I shall not allow you to marry into the Lu family, and from this moment forth, I will ensure that you face no further indignities. Lu Yun's countenance was grave as he spoke with unwavering conviction. This was his vow, a promise befitting the heavenly emperor. Brother Yu. At this moment, Lu Shui gazed at Lu Yun with a sense of unfamiliarity. The Lu Yun of the past, though brave, had never exhibited such resolve and demeanor. At this moment, Lu Yun resembled a giant, instilling in Lu Shui an immense sense of security. The once ineffectual young master, upon his return, spoke with such audacity. It was indeed laughable. Just then, an incongruous voice echoed from outside the door, and in the next instant, the dilapidated hall door, which had swayed for years, was forcefully kicked open. A flamboyantly dressed young lady, clad in a striking red robe, swaggered into the hall, followed closely by two members of the Lu family. Upon witnessing their aggressive approach, Lu Shui, far from feeling fear, instinctively positioned herself in front of Lu Yun. This behavior seemed to have become second nature. Lu Hong, what do you intend to do? Lu Shui fixed her gaze upon the girl in the red robe, her once innocent eyes now transformed into a vigilant watchfulness. Lu Yun cast a fleeting glance at the girl in the crimson robe, memories surging forth in his mind, and his gaze abruptly turned frigid. Lu Hong, a year senior to Lu Shui, belongs to the esteemed Lu family and is the biological sister of the eldest son, Lu Feng, relying on Lu Feng's prominent status. She has long exerted her influence and dominance within the Lu household. After Lu Yun arrived at Lingyong Mountain, Lu Shui was frequently tormented by this woman. Lu Shui, hand over what you obtained from grandfather, or you shall face the consequences you are well aware of. At this moment, Lu Hong disregarded Lu Yun and exclaimed fiercely, I do not comprehend what you are saying. Lu Shui shook her head and remarked, still pretending, You visited grandfather yesterday. He must have shown you compassion and surely bestowed upon you a rejuvenating pill. In her eyes gleamed an insatiable greed, as Lu Hong reprimanded sharply. Lu Shui was momentarily taken aback, struggling to fathom the situation. She had divulged this matter to no one, leaving her bewildered as to how Lu Hong had acquired such knowledge. Cease your futile thoughts. All matters concerning the Lu family are under my brother's control. This issue was relayed to him directly by our grandfather. Hand it over promptly, lest you compel me to take action. Lu Hong waved her hand, her patience waning. This spirit restoration pill is merely a low-tier elixir for replenishing spiritual energy. Lu Feng has long since transcended the spirit body realm. It would be of no use to him. I shall not grant you this. At this moment, Lu Shui no longer denies it. Her demeanor is resolute. This item may be of no use to my brother, but it is certainly of great utility to me. Lu Hong smirked with a hint of greed, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Yun behind Lu Shui, and scoffed. Lu Shui, surely you do not intend to reserve your fortunes for him? A mere coward who hides behind women is but a waste. Granting him anything would be futile. Your dowry, the celestial spirit herb, is already earmarked for someone else. Lu Hong, while you may speak freely, do not insult my brother. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui was instantly stirred with excitement. You dare to insult me? What could you possibly do? It appears that this young lady must teach you a lesson for your insolence. In response to Lu Shui's threat, Lu Hong grew increasingly arrogant and brazen, signaling to the two disciples behind him. The disciples, having long been prepared to act, unleashed their formidable aura, emanating from the late stages of the spirit pivot realm, significantly surpassing Lu Shui's own strength. You are nothing but the disgrace of the Lu family, behaving like common bandits. At that moment, Lu Yun finally spoke up, having reached his limit. With a firm step forward, he positioned himself protectively in front of Lu Shui and exclaimed, I shall see who among you dares to make a move today. Chapter 4, the secret classic of the Supreme Emperor Xuanqiu. Even a coward can exhibit bravery at times. Incapacitate him and compel them to kneel and beg for mercy. Lu Hong was momentarily taken aback by Lu Yun's words, but in the next instant, she became even more domineering. Brother, be careful. At the same time, Lu Shui's voice of alarm echoed. However, as she spoke, two disciples from the Lu family behind Lu Hong had already raised their fists, launching an assault on Lu Yun. Although Lu Shui was determined to resist, it was already too late. The two disciples of the Lu family unleashed a fierce onslaught, their strength far surpassing that of the mere servants from the Wang clan. Humph! Faced with such an assault, Lu Yun merely scoffed, leaning back as he attempted to summon the power of his 10th spiritual vein to counter the attack. As a formidable practitioner at the late stage of the spiritual pivot realm, with all his spiritual veins activated, his spiritual energy coursed through his body, endowing him with extraordinary physical resilience. Yet, relying solely on this frail form to secure victory through skill had become increasingly arduous for Lu Yun. Just as he sought to utilize his spiritual energy to swiftly dispatch the two assailants, he was horrified to discover that he could not mobilize the 10th spiritual vein. Although the spiritual energy flowed, it was beyond Lu Yun's control. How bizarre. Lu Yun inwardly cursed as he abruptly recoiled. Unfortunately, it was too late. His opponent's fist was already upon him. With a dull thud, Lu Yun narrowly evaded one punch, yet was still struck by another, which landed squarely on his shoulder. The force of the blow propelled him back against the wall. "Brother, are you all right?" Lu Shui promptly rushed to Lu Yun's side, anxiously examining Lu Yun's wounds. Lu Yun gazed at Lu Shui, shaking his head slightly. As he slowly rose to his feet, his gaze towards Lu Hong and the others grew increasingly frigid. "Indeed. They were worthless. You are the disgrace of the Lu family. Today, I shall tear your mouth apart, rendering you incapable of uttering any further boasts." Lu Hong pointed at Lu Yun and berated her vehemently, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction within. Having said enough, then allow me to demonstrate what true power is. In the face of such venomous words, Lu Yun's tone suddenly turned calm, yet it suffocated those present with an overwhelming intensity. The supreme emperor of the 10 great emperors of the celestial realm, Lu Yun, was today subjected to such insults by a mere girl. If this were to occur in the celestial realm, the consequences would be unimaginable. How dare one continue to be so arrogant? In Lu Hong's heart, an inexplicable sense of apprehension arose. As she spoke, she took matters into her own hands and directly launched an attack towards Lu Yun, Supreme Emperor of Heaven and Earth. Boundless and infinite, arise. Lu Yun disregarded Lu Hong's assault, suddenly murmuring incantations. In an instant, the spiritual energy within the hall surged wildly, causing the very space to tremble subtly. This spiritual energy coalesced into a blinding radiance, surging into Lu Yun's body. Meanwhile, above the hall, the heavens shifted, clouds swirling dramatically, revealing countless landscapes obscured within, accompanied by the distant echoes of tigers roaring and dragons chanting, reverberating through the cosmos. What was happening? At that moment, many powerful figures in Miyu City sensed the anomaly and turned their gazes toward the direction of the Lu family. However, the extraordinary phenomenon appeared as swiftly as it vanished, lasting but a fleeting moment. Inside the hall, Lu Hong let out a piercing scream, being forcefully propelled backward, his blood merging with his crimson robe, rendering him even more resplendent. In stark contrast, Lu Yun remained steadfast, seemingly unchanged, yet his aura had undergone a monumental transformation, with terrifying spiritual energy emanating from him with every movement, strikingly formidable. Do you understand now? This, truly, is power. Lu Yun cast a glance at Lu Hong not far away and walked towards him with measured steps. A glint of murderous intent shone in his eyes. Those who transgress against the majesty of the heavenly emperor must face annihilation. He has lost his sanity. He must surely have been possessed by a beast on Lingang Mountain. Quickly eliminate him. Lu Hong felt the intensity of Lu Yun's gaze, startled like a shrew, and began to scream hysterically. The two disciples, upon hearing her words, could only muster their courage to rush forward. However, they could not even approach Lu Yun's figure before being violently repelled, spitting blood as they collapsed to the ground. Do not come any closer. If you make a move, my brother will never spare you. Within Lu Hong's heart, only fear and despair remained. I will also kill your brother. Lu Yun spoke coldly, simultaneously raising his palm to strike down upon Lu Hong's head. Should this blow land, it would undoubtedly lead to Lu Hong's demise. Brother, no? At this critical moment, Lu Shui suddenly positioned herself before Lu Yun, halting his actions. Shui, despite her transgressions and insults towards you, do you still wish to protect her? Lu Yun gazed at Lu Shui with a look of bewilderment. Brother, she is after all one of our own kin, and with our uncle currently in power, to take her life would surely cost you yours. Lu Shui, you earnestly advised, enough. Enough. For your sake, let her off this once. After a moment of internal conflict, Lu Yun ultimately succumbed to her tender emotions. Lu Shui has done so much for him. He does not wish to disappoint his sister. Are you not leaving yet? Lu Shui let out a sigh of relief, simultaneously urging Lu Hong and others to leave. Upon hearing this, Lu Hong and the other two hastily departed from the hall, as if they were fleeing. This time, They were truly intimidated by Lu Yun, including Lu Shui. Brother, what was that you just did? After Lu Hong and the others departed, Lu Shui's face turned somewhat pale as she cautiously inquired. Oh, I merely repaired the spiritual meridians within my body. There is no need for alarm. Lu Yun casually replied. Ah, you have restored your cultivation. At that moment, Lu Shui seemed to momentarily pause, suddenly becoming overwhelmed with excitement. Indeed. Otherwise, how could I have driven away those 3 scoundrels? Lu Yun smiled and replied, Splendid. Truly splendid. How did you accomplish this? At this moment, Lu Shui felt even more elated than when she first encountered Lu Yun, and she eagerly inquired, I have acquired a profound technique from a master on my journey here, which has enabled my recovery. Lu Yun casually offered an explanation. His words were a blend of truth and falsehood. Indeed, he relied on his cultivation technique for recovery. Yet it was not a method passed down by a master, but rather the Supreme Emperor's profound sky secret scripture that he had practiced in his previous life. This ancient scripture originated from a primordial battlefield and eventually found its way into Lu Yun's possession. Through his comprehension and refinement, this technique grew increasingly formidable, becoming an unparalleled path of cultivation in the celestial realm. Even Lu Xiaoyu and Lu Sueki had been unable to master it. Such a divine technique could effortlessly restore a mere spiritual vein. Then, does that mean I have married in vain? At this moment, Lu Shui's heart was a tumultuous blend of emotions, her expression a charming mix of adorableness and grievance. Let us go and seek out grandfather. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yun couldn't help but chuckle, and then he took Lu Shui's arm, leading her outside. What purpose do we have in seeking grandfather? Lu Shui remained ensnared in a web of intricate emotions, inquiring with bewilderment. An annulment of the engagement? Lu Yun replied decisively with 2 words. Upon hearing this response, Lu Shui was taken aback, and then looked at Lu Yun with admiration, feeling as if his figure had grown immensely tall. The once extraordinary talent, her exceedingly doting brother, seemed to have returned. Chapter 5. What is fairness in the early morning? It was time for the Lu family's daily council. The grand hall of the Lu family exudes a dignified and solemn atmosphere, immediately revealing its historical significance at first glance. When Lu Yun and Lu Shui arrived, everyone in the hall was present, engrossed in discussion. Is that not Lu Yun? What brings him here? Has this young man returned from Lingyang Mountain? As Lu Yun and Lu Shui appeared at the entrance, all eyes turned toward them. Lu Shui felt the weight of everyone's gaze upon her, and she instinctively lowered her head, betraying a hint of trepidation. At that moment, the hall was filled with the esteemed members of the Lu family, and despite being a direct descendant, she was merely a junior among them. Seeing this, Lu Yun gently squeezed Lu Shui's small hand to offer encouragement, and led her into the grand hall with her head held high. How audacious of Lu Yun to enter the Lu family's great hall without offering the customary greeting. Observing Lu Yun's demeanor, an elder admonished him with a stern voice. Lu Yun directly ignored these words and continued to advance towards the central area ahead. When did this young man become so audacious? What is he attempting to do? Is he stirring up trouble? The crowd, unable to comprehend Lu Yun's actions, began to speculate fervently. As Lu Yun walked forward, his gaze was fixed upon the bottom of the grand hall. There, a grand armchair was occupied by an elderly man, whose age surpassed 70 years, flanked by several middle-aged individuals. These individuals were the true power holders of the Lu family. Lu Yun, you have arrived just in time. I was seeking you. At the moment Lu Yun reached the forefront and came to a halt, a young man, resplendently attired and of imposing stature, suddenly stepped forward. His countenance beset with fury. Lu Yun's gaze lingered on him for an extended period. The individual before her was none other than Lu Feng, who had been perpetually entangled in schemes and machinations. You sought me out? Surely, you did not wish to encounter me, did you? Lu Yun let out a cold chuckle, laced with a hint of sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's expression darkened, and he swiftly comprehended the implications of Lu Yun's words. However, he quickly shifted the topic, exclaiming, Do you dare to harm my sister while disregarding the rules of the Lu family? Am I not considered a worthless being in your eyes? How could I possibly injure your sister? Lu Yun chuckled softly. At that moment, he subtly communicated with Lu Feng. You scoundrel, Lu Yun. How can you call yourself a man when you dare to act but not to acknowledge it? Just then, a sharp voice rang out from the side. It was Lu Hong. After Lu Hongyan finished speaking, he turned to a middle-aged man and the elderly figure seated at the forefront, lamenting, Father, grandfather. You must stand up for me. The elderly man and the middle-aged figure fell silent upon hearing this, their gazes fixed on Lu Yun with profound intensity. Lu Yun, cease your glibness. You have harmed my sister, and I shall ensure you face the consequences. Lu Feng's words betrayed a hint of animosity. The previous plan had faltered, and he was troubled with how to deal with Lu Yun. Little did he expect that she would come to him unbidden. All of this was her own doing. She ought to be grateful that I spared her life. Lu Yun spoke with a calm demeanor, yet her words were astonishing, causing the people in the hall to change their expressions dramatically. The extreme nature of her statement, so effortlessly articulated, rendered Lu Yun almost unrecognizable to them in that moment. Lu Yun, you truly possess a heart as venomous as a serpent. The young master, seeing your inability to cultivate, kindly arranged for you to train at Lingyong Mountain and receive a stipend, even intending for you to eventually take over Lingyong Mountain. Yet, instead of expressing gratitude, you seek to harm his sister. At this moment, a disciple from the Lu family rebuked her, aiming to make Lu Yun the target of collective ire. Is that so? In that case, I must truly thank him for crippling my spiritual veins and assigning me such a splendid position. Lu Yun let out a cold laugh and continued to speak. As soon as these words were uttered, the venue erupted in an uproar, with many elders of the Lu family rising from their seats in astonishment. The sudden crippling of Lu Yun's spiritual veins had long been regarded as a regret for the Lu family. Although some had speculated about the truth, none dared to mention it openly. Lu Yun, cease your nonsensical ramblings. Not only do you harm my youngest daughter, but you also unjustly accuse my son. I suspect you must have lost your wits on Lingyong Mountain. At this moment, a middle-aged man could no longer remain seated and shouted in rebuke. This man was none other than Lu Feng and Lu Hong's father, the current head of the Lu family, Lu Qiaoshan. As for Lu Feng, his expression fluctuated between anger and disbelief as he fixated on Lu Yun. In the past, Lu Yun would never have had the audacity to unveil such matters in front of so many people. Brother, Lu Shui stared wide-eyed at Lu Yun, equally startled. To speak of this matter was tantamount to a complete severance with Lu Feng. Given the current circumstances, it was akin to opposing the entire Lu family. Oh, I almost forgot. You are indeed the main issue. Upon hearing Lu Shui's words, Lu Yun immediately grasped the situation and replied calmly, esteemed guests. Today, I have no desire to dwell on the past. My sole focus is to address matters concerning Shuer. You, worthless wretch, have wronged me and harmed my sister. This transgression cannot simply be overlooked. How could Lu Feng allow Lu Yun to escape so easily? He continued his pursuit. Enough. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated through the hall. The elder, seated in the grand chair, finally spoke. Instantly, the hall fell into complete silence, and the anxious gazes of all present turned towards this venerable figure. This man was none other than Lu Shi, the current head of the Lu family and the grandfather of Lu Yun and the others. Father, he declared, this child has caused a ruckus in the hall, spouting nonsense. He deserves severe punishment. Lu Qiaoshan, equally indignant, could not help but exclaim, let the younger generation's conflict cease here. Lu Shi merely uttered a cold remark and then turned his gaze to Lu Yun, inquiring, have you come here today for Shuer? Indeed. I do not consent to Shuer marrying into the Lu family, and I earnestly hope that the family will retract their decree. Lu Yun spoke with neither arrogance nor servility. He held no affection for his grandfather, Lu Shi, yet he bore no animosity either. At the very least, Lu Shi genuinely safeguarded the Lu family, unlike Lu Feng and others who harmed their kin in their relentless pursuit of power. How absurd it is, for our union with the Lu family has already been established. There is no rationale for retraction. Upon hearing these words, Lu Qiaoshan let out a cold snort and remarked, Shuer is still quite young and possesses exceptional talent. How can she be given in marriage to a fool from the Lu family? Lu Yun gazed at Lu Qiaoshan and questioned him. Every member of the Lu family bears the duty to contribute to our clan. My second brother and sister-in-law have long since passed away, leaving only the two of you. You, as the elder brother, have become ineffectual. Now, only Lu Shui holds any worth. Lu Qiaoshan continued to speak, unabashedly revealing the cruelty in his words. Value? In your eyes? Are we mere commodities? Upon hearing this, Lu Yun's expression changed abruptly. Do you understand why we must form an alliance with the Lu family? At that moment, Lu Shi spoke again, inquiring earnestly. I do not know, Lu Yun replied honestly, shaking his head. It has not been easy for the Lu family to attain its current standing, yet now we find ourselves at the bottom among the four great families. The alliance with the Lu family is a strategic move to secure resources for future competition and to seize the initiative. Lu Shi explained slowly. These matters do not concern me. I simply cannot sacrifice my sister. Lu Yun responded decisively, waving his hand dismissively. To him, the family was of little consequence, lesser than myriads. You are exceedingly selfish, Lu Qiaoshan interjected once more. The larger picture has already been determined, leaving no room for debate. Since every member of the Lu family bears the obligation to contribute to the clan, why not allow Lu Hong to take on this role? She is older and, being your daughter, symbolizes our commitment to this union. It would be most fitting for her to marry into the family. Lu Yun pondered for a moment before suddenly turning to Lu Hong and exclaiming, "What did you say? Do you dare to provoke me? I could easily take your life." Upon hearing these words, Lu Feng was instantly filled with rage. Lu Hong is his beloved younger sister, who has always been cherished beyond measure. And she cannot tolerate Lu Yun's blatant provocation. "Lu Yun, I shall surely bring about your demise." At this moment, Lu Hong was consumed by rage. Silently gritting her teeth and thinking, marrying the fool of the Lu family is no better than killing him. Must the family be so unjust? Lu Yun regarded Lu Feng's harsh words with indifference, fixating his gaze upon Lu Shi at that moment. Lu Shi fell into silence, devoid of words. "Lu Yun, lacking strength. How can one speak of fairness? You are worthless, merely a burden to the family, and utterly unqualified to seek justice here. Lu Shui must marry into the Lu family." Lu Qiaoshan spoke again, his tone resolute and unyielding. Just as expected. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yun cast another glance at the silent Lu Shi. And he had already comprehended the situation. If that is the case, then the matter would be much simpler to resolve. Lu Yun burst into laughter, then turned to the still seething Lu Feng and said, "Did you not wish to eliminate me just moments ago? I present you with this opportunity. Should you triumph over me, you may do as you please, whether to kill or to maim. However, should you be defeated, it shall be your sister, Lu Hong, who marries into the Lu family. Because you, a waste, are unworthy of demanding fairness." "What?" Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, not only Lu Feng but the entire assembly was left in astonishment. Lu Yun unexpectedly sought to challenge Lu Feng. Many speculated that Lu Yun had likely regained his cultivation, for it would be inconceivable to defeat Lu Hong otherwise. But what of it? Lu Feng had entered the spiritual body realm a year ago, and now he has become a formidable figure in the mid-stage of the spiritual body realm. He stands as the foremost among the younger generation of the Lu family. And even in the city of Muyu, he is considered exceptional. Even if Lu Yun were to recover, he would still be unable to catch up. A true man should be decisive. Do not linger in ineptitude. Lu Yun spoke with fervor. "Very well, I shall grant you your wish. Should you meet your demise at my hands, do not cast blame upon me." Lu Feng gritted his teeth and reluctantly acquiesced. Lu Hong stepped forward, her entire body trembling with tension. "Trust me, brother. I will take this scoundrel's life to avenge you." Lu Feng gently patted Lu Hong's shoulder and spoke words of comfort. "Then let grandfather be a witness." A smile adorned Lu Yun's face as he gazed at Lu Shi, seated in the grand armchair. "Enough. You may contend as you wish. But do not seek to annihilate each other. Both of you are the future of the Lu family." Lu Shi nodded in agreement, simultaneously putting forth a request. "I have no objections. Let us engage in battle tomorrow." Lu Yun nodded in acknowledgement and stated resolutely, "Very well, then tomorrow it shall be. Even if I do not take your life, I possess the capability to render you powerless." Lu Feng gritted his teeth, utterly provoked by Lu Yun at this moment. After the agreement was reached, Lu Yun slightly bowed to Lu Shi and then departed from the hall. Lu Shi is willing to testify, indicating that the Lu family has not yet entirely fallen into the hands of Lu Feng and his son. This young man is doomed, having just regained his cultivation. He is already so arrogant. Although he claims it is for his sister, this is essentially courting death. Tomorrow promises to be quite a spectacle. The disciples of the Lu family gazed at Lu Yun's silhouette, each bearing a look of compassion. In the hearts of the younger generation, Lu Feng's strength is almost insurmountable. Chapter 6. The Spiritual Body. An infant? After returning to the dilapidated hall with Lu Shui, Lu Yun offered her a few words of comfort before promptly sitting cross-legged to cultivate. Given his current state, defeating Lu Feng, who is at the mid-stage of the spiritual body realm, is not beyond the realm of possibility. However, as this matter pertains to Lu Shui's future, Lu Yun resolved to break through to the spiritual body realm to ensure a qualitative transformation in his strength. As his cultivation progressed, the 9 long dormant spiritual veins within Lu Yun began to pulsate with spiritual energy, the aura of a peak spiritual pivot realm subtly emerging. The spiritual pivot realm consists of 9 levels, and with each spiritual vein awakened, one steps into a new level. Young Lu Yun awakened all 9 spiritual veins by the age of 10, reaching the peak of the spiritual pivot realm, thus qualifying to awaken his spiritual body. Unfortunately, this opportunity was abruptly snuffed out by Lu Feng. With the supreme power of the Tai Wang Xiankong secret tome at his disposal, Lu Yun directly restored the 9 spiritual veins, ascending to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the spirit pivot realm. Beyond the spirit pivot realm lie the realms of spirit body, spirit aperture, and spirit rhythm, among others. It remains a mystery what the spiritual body of this form truly is. For now, it is prudent to first harmonize and adjust this physical vessel. In the depths of his thoughts, Lu Yun silently contemplated, and then the Supreme Emperor's Xuanqing secret tome was activated once more. As he closed his eyes to cultivate, strands of ethereal spiritual energy began to converge from the surrounding environment, swiftly flowing into Lu Yun's body. Had there been an onlooker present to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be struck with awe and trepidation. The speed at which Lu Yun absorbed the spiritual essence of heaven and earth surpassed that of a typical cultivator by 100-fold, if not more. Accompanying the influx of this ethereal energy, sounds of dragons soaring and tigers roaring resonated around him, while wisps of celestial mist enveloped him, evoking a breathtaking image akin to transcending into immortality. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yun's physique underwent a profound transformation. His skin became translucent and radiant, and his stature grew notably more upright, as numerous impurities were expelled from his pores, vaporized by the force within him. During the cultivation of his techniques, Lu Yun attempted once more to activate the 10th spiritual vein, yet he found himself unable to harness it, leading to a sense of unease and anxiety within him. Meanwhile, the peculiar black stone that clung to the 10th spiritual vein lingered within his body, a source of persistent concern for Lu Yun. Buzzing. Just as the adjustments to his physique concluded, the 9 spiritual veins began to tremble in unison, signaling a breakthrough. With such an immense influx of spiritual energy, even resistance to advancement was futile. 3 years of dormancy was poised to erupt. Now, let this emperor witness the essence of your spirit. At this moment, Lu Yun felt a mixture of curiosity and a hint of apprehension. Once all 9 spiritual veins awaken, one can strive for the spiritual body realm. Upon success, one shall possess a spiritual body. As the essence of all things, a cultivator's spiritual body may manifest as elements of nature, be it flowers, grass, or even stones and mountains. It is not unusual for it to take the form of divine weapons as well. Lu Yun had encountered countless spiritual entities, among which one peculiar manifestation was a horse-drawn carriage. The possessor of this spirit could generate a platform space upon their back, enabling the transportation of individuals at a speed vastly surpassing that of ordinary humans by a factor of hundreds or even thousands. The nature of the spiritual entity dictates the future cultivation trajectory and potential of the practitioner, thus necessitating a strict categorization. Normal spiritual entities range from the 1st to the 9th tier, with even higher classifications encompassing the 4 elemental realms of heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Additionally, there exist mutated spiritual entities and those deemed worthless. For instance, the carriage is classified as a mutated spirit, possessing capabilities comparable to a 9th-tier entity. In his previous life as an emperor, Lu Yun possessed the supreme-grade mutated celestial spirit known as the Kuan Sword's sacred domain. This spirit was not merely a sword but an expansive realm of blades. Through it, Lu Yun attained the profound unity of man and sword, mastering myriad sword techniques of the universe, and even creating the formidable and terrifying Qian Kuan Sword art. Beneath the Kuan Sword's sacred domain, it could truly be said that he could slay a man with every 10 steps, leaving no trace over 1,000 miles. The significance of such a spirit was immense. Thus, despite being the celestial emperor, Lu Yun could not help but worry about the spiritual entity of his current body. Should the awakened spirit of this body prove to be too mundane, Lu Yun would find himself in a predicament for altering or advancing the spirit. Even in the celestial realm was no simple feat amidst Lu Yun's apprehension and anxiety. 9 spiritual veins surged through him like raging rivers, relentlessly impacting the essence of his being. The essence, which connects with the heavens and earth, is the very foundation of a cultivator. The collision of spiritual veins with the essence can forge a one-of-a-kind spirit. As the spiritual veins washed over him, a brilliant light began to emanate around Lu Yun, growing ever more resplendent. A radiant shadow emerged from the center of his brow, as if it were manifesting something extraordinary. All of Lu Yun's strength was concentrated upon this radiant figure, as if the creator were manifesting a miracle. It was truly awe-inspiring to behold. Lu Yun had encountered countless spiritual entities and had already perceived the nascent form of this particular spirit, feeling a sense of reassurance. In terms of aura, this spiritual entity was at least of the profound rank, and Lu Yun was confident in his ability to evolve it to the earth rank or even the celestial rank. However, just as he felt a moment of tranquility, an unexpected turn of events occurred. a beam of black light suddenly surged from his chest into his brow, piercing directly into the shimmering image. An excruciating pain instantly coursed through Lu Yun's entire being as the radiant manifestation coalesced his essence. And this abrupt assault obliterated the foundation of this corporeal form. The consequences of this calamity far exceeded the mere destruction of spiritual veins. Curse be it. As the luminous apparition began to fade, Lu Yun could not help but utter a curse amidst his agony. The black light that had disrupted the gathering of the spirit was none other than the enigmatic black stone, which he had always regarded as a ticking time bomb, now detonating at the most critical moment. Just when Lu Yun felt at a loss, the dim light suddenly erupted into a blinding black radiance, transforming into a shadowy figure. This apparition bore a resemblance to Lu Yun, yet its form was akin to that of an infant. Boom! As the black silhouette materialized, the skies outside darkened ominously. Thunder roared, and an apocalyptic scene unfolded. Again? This time, not only the numerous powerful beings of Muyu City felt the tremor, the entirety of Qizhou was shaken. These formidable individuals sensed the celestial upheaval but dared not delve deeper, for the overwhelming aura was not of righteousness but rather saturated with a sense of annihilation. Could it be that some malevolent entity was poised to descend? Urgently relay this to the higher-ups. In an instant, multitudes sprang into action. Meanwhile, the instigator, Lu Yun, remained oblivious to these developments, as he was engrossed in observing the exceedingly peculiar spirit before him. Through spiritual perception, he had confirmed that this bizarre, dark-hued, swaddled infant was indeed the spirit he had just coalesced. What in the world is this? Even for someone as worldly as Lu Yun, he was utterly perplexed. This spirit emitted no discernible aura, making it impossible to classify its rank. It appeared to be a mutated entity, yet it possessed no discernible power, resembling nothing more than an unimpressive infant. At this moment, Lu Yun was terrified that the shadow would cry out, for that would truly drive him to the brink of despair. The reincarnation of a great emperor, poised to reign supreme, yet suddenly awakened to the presence of a bizarre black infant. How utterly peculiar. Just as Lu Yun found himself caught between laughter and tears, the strange infant calmly extended its right hand. Upon seeing the object in its grasp, Lu Yun felt a surge of madness. The item was none other than the enigmatic black stone he had procured from the abyss of infinity, now fissured with increasing cracks from which mysterious light emanated. Suddenly, the black stone shattered, and an overwhelming darkness engulfed Lu Yun. Chapter 7. The God-Burial Purgatory. Where is this place? In the blink of an eye, Lu Yun sensed he had entered an entirely new world. At the end of the darkness, threads of crimson light could be discerned. Lu Yun gazed intently and beheld an interminable crimson staircase, its peak obscured from sight. The staircase was enveloped in a resplendent glow of red light, boasting countless steps that ascended at a steep angle of 60 degrees, seemingly leading to another realm, standing out strikingly in this darkened world. Lu Yun was profoundly astonished. The 10,000 steps of the sacred sword Heavenly Palace, which he had once regarded as a symbol of power and status in his previous life, now seemed utterly insignificant when compared to the crimson staircase before him. Fortunate one, congratulations on arriving at the God-Burial Inferno. Just as Lu Yun was engulfed in surprise and confusion, an ancient voice suddenly reverberated through this dark realm. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the voice emanated from the crimson staircase. Who could it be? Lu Yun immediately became alert, yet in the fleeting moment of distraction, the crimson staircase had already approached him. At the forefront of the first step of the staircase stood a peculiar shadow. This shadow fluctuated between a humanoid form and a nebulous mist, exceptionally ethereal. I am the harbinger of the god of burial's inferno. The shadow swirled, and an ancient voice echoed once more. The god of burial's inferno? I have traversed many realms, from the ancient relics above to the humble towns below. Yet I have never heard of such a place. Confusion arose within Lu Yun's heart. Gazing across this realm, he had traversed far and wide, yet remained utterly ignorant of this burial ground of gods and its infernal nature. This was hardly surprising, for those who possessed knowledge of this place had long since met their demise, and perhaps you might be the next. The shadow's voice was indifferent, as if it had perceived the entirety of existence. Dead? What exactly is this place, and what connection does it have with the boundless abyss? As Lu Yun listened with growing astonishment, his mind began to contemplate deeply. The God-Burial Purgatory is a realm beyond comprehension, transcending the very essence of all things, surpassing the constraints of heaven and earth, and disregarding every conceivable rule. Only the possessor of the God-Burial spirit can venture into this hallowed place. The shadow continued to elucidate it, revealing truths that left Lu Yun utterly astounded. In his previous life, he had attained the pinnacle of power, and his pursuit of immortality was driven by a desire to transcend, to break free from all limitations. Wait, did you mention the god burial spirit? Could it be that? Lu Yun suddenly recalled something and hastily turned his attention inward. Indeed, at this moment, he had transformed into that peculiar, dark-hued infant, indicating that he had arrived here in a spiritual form. This strange infant was precisely the embodiment of the god of burial, as mentioned by the shadowy figure. What unique attributes did this god of burial possess? Moreover, what exactly was this god of burial's purgatory? Lu Yun quickly grasped the current situation and began to inquire. Just as he was troubled by his inability to comprehend his enigmatic spiritual form, a clarifying presence arrived. Only those chosen by the burial goddess purgatory could awaken the burial goddess spiritual body, granting them the qualification to ascend the burial goddess steps. Shadows flickered as they spoke, entwining around the crimson staircase, continuously ascending before ultimately returning to the base. The burial goddess steps? What treasures lie above? Lu Yun pondered for a moment before continuing to inquire. A completely new realm, accompanied by an endless staircase that could only be ascended with the aid of specific ethereal beings, was undoubtedly the most extraordinary spiritual entity he had ever encountered in his life. Upon the god burial staircase lay countless deities, and you would walk upon them as your foundation. Ascending towards the Supreme, the Shadow's words, once plain, now brimmed with reverence. What is the Supreme? Lu Yun instinctively asked. In his previous life, it was this very pursuit that led to his downfall, a consequence of betrayal. Ascend, and you shall naturally comprehend. Throughout this journey, you will experience the awe that the god burial staircase imparts. And of course, there is a considerable chance that you may become one of the foundational stones. The Shadow did not directly answer Lu Yun's question, but instead expressed a profound sentiment. Is that so? Then I am indeed curious to discover what lies upon this staircase. Lu Yun's interest piqued. He gradually ascended the first step of the staircase. To those destined for greatness, consider this carefully. Once you embark upon the stairway of the god of death, there is no turning back. Only by climbing higher can one hope to survive. Shadows surged swiftly, and upon uttering these words, they dissipated into thin air. As the shadows vanished, the space trembled, and the darkness of the firmament seemed to be cleared by 90%, allowing Lu Yun to gaze upward through the staircase's crimson glow. There, a resplendent halo of 7 colors flickered, resembling both a throne and a divine portal. An overwhelming majesty emanated from that place, bestowing upon Lu Yun an unprecedented sense of awe. In this world, who is not striving to ascend? I shall not look back, Lu Yun uttered softly, and then resolutely stepped onto the first tier of the god burial steps. Boom. The moment Lu Yun's foot touched the stair, the entire world transformed. The dark space unveiled its true form. Countless streams of magma surged forth, violently erupting from the depths of the void. Within the magma, innumerable vengeful spirits wept, reaching out their hands in desperate attempts to grasp at the surroundings. Lu Yun stood on the first floor, mere inches away from the seething magma. The surroundings, even the very air, were far from tranquil. Terrifying bolts of lightning, the likes of which Lu Yun had never witnessed, struck incessantly, shattering the fabric of space. Countless tormented souls soared through the sky, their anguished cries resonating amidst the thunder. Moreover, a plethora of horrifying sights unfolded, sufficient to drive the faint-hearted to madness. Truly, this was a hellish realm. Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of this scene. It was 100 times more terrifying than the boundless abyss of the heavenly realm. Even at the height of his power, Lu Yun would be unable to survive in this place. Lu Xiaoyu, Lu Sueki, I shall ensure that you both come here to experience its true essence. Lu Yun silently swore to himself. Suddenly, he felt a heavy pressure descend upon him, the oppressive force of the god burial steps enveloping his body. After a brief stumble, Lu Yun finally steadied himself. This must be considered the first step, right? What benefits might it bring? Once he regained his balance, Lu Yun began to explore his surroundings. Suddenly, a surge of power emanated from the depths of the abyss, flowing into Lu Yun's divine burial spirit. An eerie transformation ensued. As a spiritual vein manifested in the abdomen of the divine burial spirit, its source rooted in the purgatory of the divine burial. Could it be that a spiritual entity could possess a spiritual vein? Does this not imply that such entities are capable of cultivation as well? Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Yun was instantly taken aback. The cultivation of spiritual entities is, in the celestial realm, an utterly inconceivable endeavor. Those destined for greatness, I have previously articulated, will find that the god burial abyss transcends all. Nothing that occurs here is extraordinary. The voice of the shadow resonated once more, seemingly perceiving the confusion within Lu Yun's heart. What power lies within this spiritual vein? Lu Yun carefully sensed the newly emerged spiritual vein, feeling a profound sense of bewilderment. This was not merely a spiritual vein, it was a divine vein. The shadow shook its head and, once again, spoke astonishingly. The divine vein absorbs the burial god's power present here, a force that transcends the ordinary energies of heaven and earth, utterly unique in its essence. The shadow continued to elucidate, completely shattering Lu Yun's previous understanding and leaving him in a state of shock. Chapter 8. The challenge begins. Are you suggesting that my burial god's spiritual body can cultivate here? Lu Yun reminisced about the words of the shadow, feeling both astonished and elated. Indeed, with each ascent to a higher level, the divine body of the burial god would simultaneously grow stronger. The shadow responded, then let us ascend another level. Lu Yun felt a surge of excitement as he ascended the second level of the staircase. Suddenly, a tremendous force from the god burial steps surged forth, causing Lu Yun's body to tremble violently. This pressure was several times greater than the last. However, after a brief moment of struggle, Lu Yun managed to regain his footing. As the shadow had foretold, another wave of the god burial power flowed into Lu Yun's spiritual essence. The divine veins within his spiritual body thickened slightly, allowing for a greater circulation of the god burial energy. Onward! With a commanding shout, Lu Yun took another step, ascending to the third tier of the god burial steps. The pressure struck him like a tempest, rendering his face crimson as if his entire being were on the verge of exploding. His legs trembled violently upon the third tier, threatening to buckle beneath him. The weight of the current pressure far exceeded Lu Yun's expectations. After enduring for what felt like an eternity, he gradually straightened his posture through sheer willpower. Another surge of the god burial's force coursed through him, allowing Lu Yun to exhale in relief. Gazing at the fourth tier, he refrained from acting impulsively, fully aware that ascending to this level would likely result in utter annihilation, having just solidified your spiritual form. To have traversed 3 tiers is quite impressive. The shadow's voice resonated from all directions, expressing its first semblance of admiration for Lu Yun. This staircase is truly fascinating. Lu Yun's complexion gradually returned to normal as he gazed upon the endless god burial steps, speaking meaningfully. I hope you continue to hold this belief. After uttering these words, the shadow vanished completely. After observing the god burial purgatory once more, Lu Yun withdrew his consciousness from his ethereal form and returned to the external realm. With a mere thought, he retracted the god burial spirit into his body. At that moment, a spiritual vein within him was completely activated, marking the emergence of the 10th vein, which had been generated upon acquiring the black stone. Lu Yun now comprehended everything. The black stone served as the gateway to the god burial purgatory, and the 10th spiritual vein within him was the reward for ascending to the first tier, derived from the singular divine vein unique to the god burial purgatory. I should now possess the ability to harness this divine vein, should I not? Lu Yun quietly murmured to himself, eager to witness the might of the god-bearing power, a force that transcends the natural order of heaven and earth. However, before he could formally channel this power, a terrifying aura erupted, sweeping across the surroundings. Alas! Outside the dwelling, the sound of a body collapsing echoed. Clearly a victim of the overwhelming force of the god-bearing power. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun immediately withdrew his strength and approached the door. There, he beheld a chubby boy, approximately his age, struggling to rise from the ground while rubbing the back of his head. Dang Pu, what brings you here? Lu Yun immediately recognized the identity of the chubby figure before him, adopting a stance of caution. Dang Pu, a childhood friend of Lu Yun, belonged to the Deng family, which held a modest status in the city of Muyu. Recently, they had pledged allegiance to the Lu family. Thus Deng Pu could be considered a part of Lu's kin. However, their relationship had dwindled since Lu Yun's fall from grace and subsequent journey to Lingyang Mountain, leading him to be wary of Deng Pu. Lu Yun, they say your strength has been restored, and it appears to be true. However, your ambush is rather unjust, Deng Pu exclaimed, his face contorted with frustration as he pointed an accusing finger at Lu Yun. State your business clearly. Do not squander my time. Lu Yun spoke in a frosty tone. What has happened to your temper since you went to Lingyang Mountain? Deng Pu murmured softly, but quickly shifted to the main topic. I've heard about your challenge to Lu Feng. To save Shuai from peril, you truly are a man of honor. Unfortunately, Lu Feng is no longer the same as before. Even if your cultivation has been restored, you would still not be his match. Did you come to me merely to say this? Or have you already sided with Lu Feng, acting as his emissary to persuade me to surrender? Lu Yun's gaze turned sharp. How could you not comprehend my feelings for Schwech? I am undoubtedly here to assist you. This is the spirit-replenishing pill that Grandfather Lu Shi bestowed upon me. I present it to you in hopes that you will swiftly enhance your abilities and triumph over Lu Feng. Even if victory eludes you, do not suffer a humiliating defeat. Deng Pu reached into his pocket and carefully extracted a beautifully wrapped pill. No need for that. Keep the pill for yourself. I shall not be defeated. Lu Yun's tone softened slightly upon understanding Deng Pu's intentions as he waved his hand in refusal. It is already a great kindness for an old childhood friend to offer such assistance. Do not be so formal. Take it. Consider it a gesture for Schwer. If she truly goes to the Lu family, I will find a way to eliminate Lu Mao. Deng Pu insisted, gritting his teeth as he spoke. I appreciate your goodwill. But if I accept your gift, Lu Feng will not spare you. You should return. Lu Yun shook his head and then returned to his room, closing the door behind him. Sighing, Deng Pu could only turn and leave upon seeing the firmly shut door. Upon returning to his chamber, Lu Yun found himself disinterested in further exploring the power of the god of burial within the divine veins. Instead, he devoted himself entirely to cultivation, striving to enhance his prowess. Deng Pu's words had, to some extent, served as a wake-up call. Lu Feng currently possessed formidable strength and access to the numerous resources of the Lu family, likely harboring some hidden trump card. The pressing priority was to elevate his cultivation level. For only in this manner could Lu Yun ascend to greater heights and extract more power from the god of burial's purgatory. After a night of rigorous training, leveraging the formidable might of the Ta Huang Xianxiong secret tome, Lu Yun successfully reached the pinnacle of the first level of the spiritual body realm. At such an accelerated pace, even reaching the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual body realm would require but a brief span of time. As dawn broke, Lu Yun washed his face and confidently stepped out of his room. At the threshold, Lu Shui had been waiting for some time, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. I have made up my mind. You should have faith in me. Lu Yun gently patted Lu Shui's head and replied with a smile, take this healing pill. It may prove to be life-saving in times of injury. Lu Shui presented the elixir she had meticulously prepared. Thank you, dear sister. Lu Yun did not refuse this time. Instead, he accepted it. However, he had no intention of utilizing this pill. He merely wished to alleviate Lu Shui's concerns. In the early morning, the grand hall of the Lu family was already teeming with people. Upon hearing about the competition between the two young masters of the Lu family, nearly all the clan members had gathered here, including distant relatives from external branches, such as Deng Pu. Lu Feng and Lu Yun have always been surrounded by intrigue and discussion. This battle, however, is akin to a seismic event. Its outcome is poised to significantly influence the future dynamics of the Lu family. Chapter 9. A punch that spills blood. Here he comes. It must be Lu Yun. After a long absence, he appears remarkably more dashing. This man, in his quest to protect his sister, has bravely challenged Lu Feng, demonstrating commendable courage, albeit with a notable lack of self-awareness. As Lu Yun approaches from a distance, members of the Lu family engage in fervent conversation. Lu Yun has recovered. Surely, a miracle awaits. Yet, amidst the crowd, a contrary voice emerges. Deng Pu. What does recovery matter? He has long been left in the dust by Lu Feng, who has soared far beyond him. Do you truly believe he remains the same unparalleled genius of the past? Today, Lu Yun will either face death or sustain grave injuries. I doubt he will even make it to Lingong Mountain afterward. Lu Feng's supporters mounted a vigorous counterattack, aiming to extinguish Deng Pu's last glimmer of hope. Their arguments were sound, yet it was a pity for Lu Shui, a remarkable beauty destined for greatness, who was to be offered in marriage to a fool, truly a cruel twist of fate. Others echoed their sentiments, casting regretful glances at the enchanting young lady walking alongside Lu Yun. Upon hearing these remarks, Deng Pu fell into silence, though his fists clenched ever tighter. Brother. Lu Shui felt the weight of so many gazes upon her for the first time, her heart racing as she instinctively tightened her grip on Lu Yun's hand. Fear not. For today I shall make the entire Lu family understand that as long as I am here, no one shall dare to lay a finger on you. Lu Yun grasped Lu Shui's delicate hand, exuding an air of dominance. Upon hearing these words, Lu Shui was instantly enveloped in a profound sense of security. She realized that her brother had matured, displaying such composure and resolve. In front of the grand hall of the Lu family, although the crowd was substantial, a vast expanse of open space remained in the center. After Lu Yun actively navigated through the crowd, he found himself standing in a clearing. Soon, the other side of the throng began to stir, accompanied by a cacophony of noise. This commotion was considerably louder than the moment Lu Yun had made his entrance. A robust young man forced his way through the crowd, striding confidently towards the center, a triumphant expression gracing his face as if he reveled in the attention of those around him. It was Lu Feng, the foremost prodigy of the Lu family, undeniably remarkable. It was rumored that he had awakened a fourth-tier spiritual body and had already entered the mid-stage of the spiritual body realm. Today, we shall witness his prowess firsthand. The onlookers, upon seeing Lu Feng, could not contain their adulation. Upon hearing the conversations of those around him, Lu Yun was filled with disdain. Had the young Lu Yun not suffered misfortune, he would have awakened a profound-grade spirit body by now, a level far superior to the fourth-grade spirit body. Yet the members of the Lu family still envied Lu Feng's fourth-grade spirit body. A profound-grade spirit body alone could revolutionize the future of the entire Lu clan. As these thoughts consumed him, Li Yun sensed an exceedingly venomous gaze directed at him. This gaze emanated from Lu Hong, who stood beside Lu Feng. While Lu Feng basked in the attention, Lu Hong was the first to notice Lu Yun. Her eyes seemed to burn with a desire to devour him whole. "Brother, don't get too comfortable. That wretch has arrived. You must avenge me this time and put an end to him." Lu Hong squeezed Lu Feng's arm, filled with both anger and urgency. "Rest assured, this child is doomed." Lu Feng promptly responded, stepping into the vacant area at the center. "Lu Yun, you've arrived quite early. It seems you are eager to embrace your demise." Lu Feng cast a disdainful glance at Lu Yun and mockingly remarked, "For someone like you to be hailed as a genius is truly an affront to the very essence of genius." Lu Yun gazed upon Lu Feng as if he were merely a jester. "You, a worthless being, what right do you have to critique my brother?" Lu Hong immediately retorted to Lu Feng, "Soon, you shall discern who the true wastrel is and who the genuine genius truly is." Lu Yun smiled softly, with a serene demeanor, and spoke lightly. "Lu Yun, you." As Lu Feng, filled with indignation, was about to unleash a torrent of invective, a voice imbued with authority interjected, "Since we are all in position, let us prepare to commence. We pay our respects to the family head." Upon hearing this, all eyes turned towards the direction of the grand hall, where an elderly man was slowly making his entrance, accompanied by a cadre of senior members from the Lu family. It was declared that whoever faltered today would have to marry their sister into the Lu family to solidify an alliance. Let all present serve as witnesses to this momentous occasion. Lu Shilang spoke aloud, articulating the agreement made yesterday. "Let us commence. You possess but a single opportunity to strike." Lu Feng maintained a proud demeanor, extending a single finger, and disdainfully remarked, "Oh really? Then you better be prepared." Lu Yun smiled faintly, and an overwhelming force suddenly erupted from his being. A magnificent aura radiated from him, showcasing his mastery of the spiritual body realm. To think he has reached the spiritual body realm so swiftly. Initially, he was already at the 9th level of the spiritual pivot realm. It is hardly surprising that he is now advanced. However, one must wonder the grade of his spiritual body, regardless of how extraordinary it may be. A spiritual body ultimately serves as an auxiliary. In recent years, how many individuals in Muyu City possess a spiritual body that surpasses that of young Master Lu Feng? Even third-grade spiritual bodies are a rarity. It is certain that Lu Yun's spiritual body is quite ordinary. Upon sensing Lu Yun's cultivation level, the crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. So, he has indeed broken through to the spiritual body realm. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. Upon learning of Lu Yun's realm, Lu Feng merely scoffed dismissively. As he spoke, Lu Yun had already raised his right fist, casually striking towards Lu Feng. At the pinnacle of the spirit pivot realm, he had already possessed a certain confidence in overcoming Lu Feng, let alone in the present moment. Lu Yun's seemingly light punch was, in reality, imbued with an extraordinarily terrifying spiritual energy, unleashing successive waves of force. How absurd! With a disdainful smile gracing his lips, Lu Feng summoned a layer of spiritual energy before him, preparing to withstand the impending strike. By successfully absorbing Lu Yun's attack, he aimed to demonstrate his superiority far beyond that of Lu Yun. Bang! The punch landed with remarkable precision, striking Lu Feng squarely, sending shockwaves rippling through the air as the spiritual energy dispersed. At that moment, the smile on Lu Feng's lips abruptly froze, and his body was thrown back several meters. The once raucous crowd fell into an eerie silence, bewildered by the outcome of the battle. As Lu Feng steadied himself, his throat was frantically swallowing something. Ultimately, he could no longer restrain himself and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. What? Lu Feng was injured to the point of vomiting blood. With such cultivation, how could he be unable to withstand a single blow from Lu Yun? This is inconceivable. Surely, we must have seen it incorrectly. Lu Feng's act of spitting blood caused an uproar, leaving nearly everyone in a state of bewilderment. Is this real? At this moment, Deng Pu wore a dazed expression, unable to fathom that hope and miracles could arrive so swiftly. Lu Yun, you. Lu Feng swiftly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, appearing utterly exasperated. He had never anticipated that Lu Yun's punch would be so formidable, shattering his protective spiritual energy and injuring his internal organs. Surely, I must have a second chance to strike. Lu Yun smiled faintly, savoring the moment. It was merely my oversight. You shall find no opportunity henceforth. With a thunderous roar, Lu Feng unleashed his full power, charging recklessly towards Lu Yun. This affront demanded retribution manifold. Chapter 10, Is This Talent? Bang, bang, bang. In a fit of rage, Lu Feng unleashed a flurry of punches, each infused with formidable energy, rivaling the earlier strike from Lu Yun. Yet, none of these blows could find their mark on Lu Yun. With graceful footwork, Lu Yun effortlessly evaded the chaotic onslaught of attacks. The agility of that young man was astonishing, his speed so remarkable. Could it be that he had awakened some form of elusive spirit? Observers speculated curiously at this scene. Yet, the mere act of dodging suggested fear of Lu Feng. That prior strike was likely a stroke of luck. A supporter of Lu Feng slowly spoke, finding solace in this reasoning. However, the moment his words fell, Lu Yun executed a half-squat flying kick, astonishingly sending the frenzied Lu Feng hurtling through the air. Lu Feng fell to the ground in a most humiliating manner, struggling to rise, his fury intensifying. He bellowed, Lu Yun, do you only know how to launch sneak attacks? To which Lu Yun replied, certainly not. I merely wish for you not to be defeated too swiftly. I am merely toying with you. Lu Yun shook his head and half-jokingly remarked, just for fun? Hearing Lu Yun's words, the members of the Lu family were once again taken aback. It seemed that Lu Yun had never regarded Lu Feng as a threat. Their roles appeared to have been reversed. I will kill you. Lu Feng's fury intensified. And as he roared, he unleashed all his power, summoning forth his spirit entity. A blazing flame emerged from behind him, enveloping the entire square in an atmosphere of searing heat. This was Lu Feng's fourth-tier spirit entity, the Crimson Blaze. Indeed, it belonged to the fire element within the 5 elemental spirit entities, possessing immense power, sufficient for Lu Feng to challenge even those of a higher cultivation level. Observers gazed at the flame, their eyes gleaming with awe. A fire element spirit entity, no wonder his temperament is so tempestuous. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yun merely murmured softly. The trifling crimson flame spirit body could hardly stir any ripples within him. Perish! Lu Feng let out a commanding shout. As this time the force he unleashed was infused with a surging blaze, making it exceedingly difficult to evade. Lu Yun remained calm and composed, this time opting not to evade but instead resolved to directly vanquish Lu Feng. With a swift motion, he extended his index and middle fingers forward, conjuring a glimmer of light formed from spiritual energy. This radiant flicker resembled the brilliance of a sword, imbued with a hint of its sharpness. Yet it was not a sword's light, merely a manifestation of spiritual power. However, this seemingly ordinary yet wondrous force effortlessly dispersed the flames within Lu Feng's energy and struck his fist, leaving a trail of crimson. Before Lu Feng could register his astonishment, Lu Yun deftly maneuvered his fingers, unleashing a flurry of dozens of such glimmers, each one striking Lu Feng's body. Blood mist continually erupted from Lu Feng, as the radiant slashes penetrated his spiritual energy and garments, inflicting a series of wounds upon him. These injuries, though limited in size, were remarkably deep. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, gaped in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Lu Yun's assault bore a striking resemblance to the martial techniques spoken of in legends. However, such techniques could only be mastered by those of the spirit aperture realm, who must also possess the corresponding spirit body. Given Lu Yun's current cultivation level, he could only wield spiritual energy and utilize his spirit body in combat, rendering the release of martial techniques utterly impossible. This faint glimmer appeared akin to sword light. Could it be that he possessed a sword path spirit body? Remarkably, this young man had not even employed his spirit body until now, which was exceedingly perplexing. The gazes of the onlookers towards Lu Yun underwent a profound transformation. Even Lu Shi and others were left utterly astonished, their faces awash with disbelief. From time to time, Lu Yun unleashed a glimmer of light, not only deflecting all of Lu Feng's assaults but also inflicting continuous harm upon him. This ethereal radiance was neither a martial technique nor the might of a spiritual entity. It was merely Lu Yun's profound comprehension of the essence of swordsmanship. The title of the Holy Sword Emperor was not bestowed without merit. At his current level of cultivation, Lu Yun could only manifest such a feeble sword intent. Yet it was sufficient to contend with Lu Feng. Even without breaking through to the realm of spiritual entities, Lu Yun could still vanquish Lu Feng with this singular skill. Is this what one would call a genius? Lu Yun shook his head in disappointment, completely toying with Lu Feng as if he were in the palm of his hand. As the scars on his body multiplied, Lu Feng's pain intensified, and he roared as if driven to madness. He was filled with resentment and could not comprehend the situation. Why is Lu Yun capable of unleashing such formidable power? Effortlessly breaking through his spiritual energy and even severing his prideful Crimson Flame force? At this moment, Lu Feng's Crimson Flame spirit body was utterly ineffective. In response to Lu Yun's inquiry, the onlookers fell into silence, with no one able to provide an answer. The distinction between the inept and the prodigious was now clear. Lu Feng, 3 years ago you extinguished my potential. Today, you shall pay the price. After leaving hundreds of wounds upon Lu Feng, Lu Yun finally ceased his assault and began to stride towards him. At this juncture, Lu Feng had lost all power to resist, half kneeling on the ground, drenched in his own blood. Sensing Lu Yun's approach, his body trembled slightly, as if touched by the faintest hint of dread. To extinguish a profound-grade spirit body merely to cultivate a mere 4th-grade Crimson Flame, and to elevate it to the status of a genius. How utterly absurd. Lu Yun gazed at the flames that continued to flicker behind Lu Feng, shaking his head in irony. In that moment, he could not help but feel a sense of indignation for the young Lu Yun. Lu Yun, what are you attempting to accomplish? A thunderous roar erupted beside Lu Shi, emanating from Lu Qiaoshan. In light of the current circumstances, he could no longer remain seated. One could discern everything merely by observing. Lu Yun spoke softly and then grasped Lu Feng's fiery spirit body. Hiss. The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, startled by the scene before them. A normal person would have had their hand incinerated by such an act. However, Lu Yun remained unscathed, while Lu Feng sensed something amiss and began to plead for mercy. Lu Yun, I was wrong. Spare me, please. Lu Feng knelt on the ground, overwhelmed with emotion. He could distinctly sense the flickering sword intent emanating from Lu Yun's palm. This scene was not a mere grasp of the Crimson Flame spirit by Lu Yun, but rather, the spirit was enveloped by the radiant glimmer. Should Lu Yun exert even the slightest pressure, it was highly likely that the Crimson Flame spirit would shatter into oblivion. You have committed countless heinous acts, poisoned, murdered, and even sought to harm my sister. Do you truly have the audacity to plead for mercy? Lu Yun questioned calmly, exuding an extraordinary chill. Lu Yun, should you dare to destroy my son's spirit, I shall not let you escape unscathed. In that moment, Lu Qiaoshan was also agitated, disregarding the surroundings, and directly threatened. I have merely promised my grandfather not to take his life. Were you not the one who spoke of fairness? Is this not unfair now? Lu Yun turned to glance at Lu Qiaoshan, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Father, this youth must surely be possessed by a demon beast to possess such strength. He is wreaking havoc upon our family. Feng'er is our future. We must not allow him to come to harm. At this moment, Lu Qiaoshan suddenly turned to Lu Shi, his voice trembling with excitement. With Lu Shi present, he dared not act recklessly, for this battle had been personally sanctioned by Lu Shi. I harbor no intention of harming anyone. I am willing to relinquish everything belonging to the Lu family, but I demand only fairness. Before Lu Shi could respond, Lu Yun began to speak softly. As his words fell, a heart-wrenching cry of agony erupted from Lu Feng's lips. The proud Qi Yin spirit, which the entire Lu family held in high esteem, was slowly extinguishing in Lu Yun's palm. Chapter 11. Justice and Retribution. At this moment, it was not only Lu Qiaoshan who gasped in shock. Many members of the Lu family echoed his astonishment. Despite Lu Feng's crushing defeat, the Crimson Flame spirit body remained a treasured possession in the eyes of the Lu family. How outrageous. At last, just as the Crimson Flame spirit body was on the verge of being extinguished, Lu Qiaoshan could no longer restrain himself and sprang into action. He rushed towards the center, striking Lu Yun's back with a powerful palm. Lu Yun sensed the impending danger and could only turn to evade, thus releasing the Crimson Flame spirit. Lu Qiaoshan, as the esteemed heir apparent, how can you stoop to ambush Amir Jr.? Are you not afraid of incurring the ridicule of others? After Lu Yun steadied himself, he did not succumb to fear but instead gazed directly at the formidable Lu Qiaoshan, whose strength far surpassed his own. The flicker of sword intent might not inflict harm upon Lu Qiaoshan, yet he possessed an even mightier divine lineage that remained untapped. Lu Yun was certain in his heart that the power of the divine pulse would undoubtedly surpass the faint radiance of sword intent. If you seek to sever the future of the Lu family, how could I possibly remain indifferent? Lu Qiaoshan glared at Lu Yun, his heart filled with exasperation. Father, save me. At this moment, Lu Feng wept bitterly, embracing one of Lu Qiaoshan's legs. Behind him, the crimson flame spirit was reduced to a mere flickering ember. Exuding an air of pitiable fragility, Lu Qiaoshan's intervention barely preserved a flicker of hope. With such meager qualities, can one truly regard this as the future of the Lu family? At this moment, Lu Yun shook his head with a bemused expression. Lu Yun, you must have been corrupted by the demonic beasts. Today, I shall rid the Lu family of this vile abomination that you have become. Lu Qiaoshan, unable to endure any longer, erupted with a formidable aura of the spirit aperture realm. Do you think I fear you? Upon witnessing the shamelessness of his opponent, Lu Yun's expression turned icy. Enough. The outcome of today's battle has been determined. Let this be the end. Just as the two were on the verge of combat, the voice of Lu Shi finally resonated. At that moment, his countenance was far from favorable. Whether due to his disappointment in Lu Feng's inadequacy or his sorrow over the destruction of the fourth-tier spirit body, Lu Yun, regardless of your personal circumstances, you have triumphed. And Lu Shui may remain within the Lu family. Lu Shilang announced in a loud voice, Grandfather, do you also believe that I am possessed by a demon beast? Lu Yun instinctively inquired. Your power is shrouded in mystery. Even the aged cannot fathom it. Regardless of the outcome, as long as you do not harm the Lu family, all shall be well. Lu Shi responded with reservation and then departed from the location without further ado. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun was rendered speechless. The members of the Lu family were rather obstinate in their thinking, always believing that Lu Feng possessed an exceptionally powerful spirit body. Father, I do not wish to go to the Lu family. Please do not send me there. As Lu Shi's words faded, Lu Hong immediately followed her brother's lead, bursting into tears as she rushed to embrace the other leg of Lu Qiaoshan. Brother, this is wonderful. You are truly magnificent. Lu Shui approached Lu Yun with great excitement, witnessing the scene with the Lu Feng siblings, feeling a profound sense of relief. Brother Yun, you are magnificent. The old you has returned, but no. You are even more formidable than before. Lu Feng stands no chance against you. At this moment, Dang Pu also stepped forward, filled with admiration. Lu Yun merely cast a fleeting glance at Dang Pu after listening, saying nothing further. You too. What sort of decorum is this? Stand up at once. At this moment, Lu Qiaoshan was on the brink of exasperation. His offspring were utterly disappointing. Justice shall ultimately prevail, and the celestial order is relentless. Some clan members, witnessing Lu Qiaoshan's distress, could not help but murmur in quiet lamentation. Upon hearing Lu Qiaoshan's frantic declarations, Lu Feng and his companion finally grasped the gravity of the situation and fell into silence. Supported by Lu Hong, the injured Lu Feng managed to rise with great difficulty. You have wounded my spiritual vein, and I shall annihilate your spiritual form. You have subjected me to 3 years of suffering on Lingyang Mountain, and I shall repay you with countless scars. We are even now. As for you, dear sister Lu Hong, allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations on your upcoming nuptials. Lu Yun cast a cold smile at the Lu siblings, then took Lu Shui's hand and walked outside. Upon hearing his words, Lu Feng and his sister nearly lost their composure once more. It was utterly heart-wrenching. Lu Yun, remember this. I will never let you off the hook for destroying my son's spirit. Lu Qiaoshan gazed at Lu Yun's departing figure, gritting his teeth as he threatened. Lu Qiaoshan, your son has already faced retribution. If you desire the same, then come forth. Lu Yutu did not turn back, merely responding in a calm manner. This child truly infuriates me. Even the old master has departed, yet you still refuse to disperse. Lu Qiaoshan was somewhat deranged, and at this moment, he could only vent his frustrations on the onlookers surrounding him. Today, his lineage had suffered a tremendous loss of face, if he did not regain it. Future attempts to control the Lu family would be fraught with numerous obstacles. A few minutes later, Lu Yun and Lu Shui returned to the hall, accompanied by Dang Pu. Brother, please tell me how you managed to defeat Lu Feng. Your finger-waving technique was simply astonishing. Lu Shui, filled with curiosity, immediately inquired. How did Lu Yun triumph over Lu Feng? This must be a lingering mystery in the hearts of all members of the Lu family. Merely a few subtle techniques, which, if I were to explain, would likely elude your understanding. Lu Yun smiled wryly, feeling helpless. Regarding this matter, he could hardly afford to elaborate extensively on the profound truths of the sword path to Lu Shui and the others. Brother Yun, you can't possibly have been possessed by a demon beast, right? Please, don't harm me. Dang Pu suddenly exclaimed, a hint of panic in his voice. Why do you follow me if you are so timid? Lu Yun's gaze towards Deng Pu suddenly lost its tenderness. Brother, please do not act this way. During the 3 years of your absence, Deng Pu has treated me with great kindness. He has been the one taking care of me. Lu Shui immediately defended Deng Pu, saying, this young man treats you well, but he has ulterior motives. Lu Yun expressed a degree of skepticism. I am selflessly devoted. Heaven bears witness, Deng Pu declared, thumping his chest earnestly. Is that so? Hand over that item from last night, and I shall believe you. Lu Yun spoke up with a request. Oh. Deng Pu was momentarily taken aback, and then a look of reluctance appeared on his face as he said, perhaps it's best to refrain. After all, you have already won. Who said it was meant for me? Lu Yun retorted with a question, his gaze urging insistently. Very well then. In a state of resignation, Deng Pu could only retrieve the restorative elixir. Lu Yun took the nourishing elixir and, along with the one given by Lu Shui, placed both into her hands with earnestness. Shuier, you are on the verge of breaking through to the spiritual body realm. These 2 pills will greatly aid you. Once you awaken your spiritual body, I shall assist you in selecting the most suitable cultivation method. Brother, this may not be appropriate. Lu Shui gazed at the 2 elixirs in her hands, her heart wavering. With these 2 rejuvenating pills, she could indeed swiftly condense her spiritual form, yet she felt an inexplicable reluctance. Heed my words and embark on your cultivation. Lu Yun urged with words, for his foremost duty to safeguard Lu Shui was to assist her in enhancing her cultivation and strength. Throughout his life, Lu Yun had come to grasp a fundamental truth. In this world, one cannot rely on anyone but oneself. Within Lu Yun's heart lay numerous cultivation techniques, many of which were of exceedingly high rank. However, if he could cultivate the techniques that corresponded with his spiritual essence, his progress would be remarkably accelerated. Brother, I shall now commence my training. You must exercise caution with our uncle, for he is quite likely to seek retribution against you. Lu Shui obediently departed. Yet her heart remained unsettled, prompting her to offer a word of caution. Lu Yun nodded in understanding. Brother Yun, what about me? I have yet to break through to the spirit body realm. Deng Pu couldn't help but inquire. Then come to find me once you have solidified your spirit body. Lu Yun said lightly, really? You possess a cultivation technique suitable for me? Deng Pu, initially posing the question casually, was suddenly filled with a sense of surprise. At this moment, he could not help but feel that Lu Yun must harbor some secrets. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for him to have triumphed over Lu Feng. Whether you believe it or not, this elixir of spiritual enhancement will not be given in vain. Lu Yun remained indifferent towards Deng Pu, yet internally, he had developed a modicum of acknowledgement for this elder brother. Very well, I shall return to my cultivation. You must keep your word. Deng Pu, in a fit of excitement, took his leave without further ado. After Lu Yun saw Deng Pu depart, he did not return to his chamber, but remained in the dilapidated courtyard. At last, a disciple of the family entered. Before he could speak, Lu Yun rose and stated, It is your grandfather who sent you to find me, is it not? Lead the way. The disciple was momentarily taken aback, then nodded and guided Lu Yun away from the hall. Chapter 12. A deep discussion in the ancestral hall. Lu Yun followed the disciple through the numerous courtyards of the Lu family, eventually arriving deep within the estate. Here stood a serene 2-story pavilion, before which a plaque read, Lu Ancestral Hall. This was indeed the ancestral hall of the Lu family. Lu Yun felt a twinge of surprise at the arrangement to meet Lu Shi here. Xiao Yun, you have arrived. Please come in. As Lu Yun arrived at the entrance, the aged voice of Lu Shi resonated from within the ancestral hall. Lu Shi possesses formidable strength, and even among the entirety of Muyu City, he stands out as a paragon. Upon stepping into the ancestral hall, one observes Lu Shi kneeling in reverence before numerous tablets, offering incense and worship. The tablets of Lu Yun's parents are placed among others. However, in stark contrast to the other tablets, there are no offerings or incense before Lu Yun's parents' tablet, rendering it desolate and forlorn. My uncle and the others are indeed ruthless, treating my parents with such injustice. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yun immediately expressed his displeasure, saying, This matter has nothing to do with your uncle. The reason I summoned you here today is to discuss some personal matters. Lu Shi sighed, pondering what his grandfather wished to discuss with him. Was it regarding his cultivation or his spiritual essence? Lu Yun instinctively inquired, Xiao Yun, upon your return this time, I suddenly find it impossible to fathom you. What has transpired within you? Lu Shi wore a grave expression. In the past, my grandfather could see through me, and thus he must have known that I was poisoned and framed, correct? Lu Yun did not respond. Instead, he retorted sharply. As the strongest member of the Lu family, It is evident that all matters concerning the family would surely not escape the discerning gaze of Lu Shi. Lu Shi fell into a momentary silence, uncertain of how to respond. Xiaoyun, the Lu family indeed owes you a debt of gratitude. After a lengthy pause, Lu Shi finally spoke. In that case, it is your duty to impose punishment upon your uncle. Do not allow him and his son to act with impunity, for if this continues, the Lu family is destined for ruin. Lu Yun cautioned, Xiaoyun, some matters are not as simple as they appear on the surface. As the head of the Lu family, it is my duty to honor the ancestors of the Lu lineage, including your parents. Lu Shi's tone was imbued with profound helplessness. This is my spiritual body, and as for my cultivation, you have already discerned it. Lu Yun, not one for unnecessary words, promptly manifested his god of death spirit body to satisfy Lu Shi's curiosity. Your spirit body. Upon beholding the spirit of the deceased, Lu Shi was momentarily taken aback. Surprised, are we? This spirit exudes no discernible aura, and I am unaware of its rank. In layman's terms, it could be referred to as a worthless spirit. Lu Yun replied bluntly, sigh, just put it away. Lu Shi let out a deep sigh, then fixed his perplexed gaze upon Lu Yun and asked, how did you manage to defeat Lu Feng? What is it that you possess? You may consider it as a sudden enlightenment on my part, or you may regard it as the result of the cyclical nature of cause and effect, along with retribution. Lu Yundong spoke in a roundabout manner. If you are unwilling to speak, I shall not compel you. However, I implore you to refrain from provoking your uncles henceforth. I have already issued them a warning, urging them to cease causing you harm. Lu Shi, feeling somewhat fatigued, solemnly assured, it is best this way, otherwise, they would undoubtedly succumb to despair. Lu Yun spoke with a frigid tone, exhibiting no semblance of fear towards the father and son of the Lu family. Xiaoyun, he urged, promise this old man, regardless of the circumstances, to never harbor hatred towards the Lu family, for this is, after all, your lineage. And the blood of the Lu family courses through your veins. Lu Shi gazed at Lu Yun with a sense of unfamiliarity and helplessness. Finally, in a tone imbued with sincerity, he remarked, if one does not provoke me, I shall not retaliate. As a member of the Lu family, I will naturally uphold my responsibilities and shall not turn against my own kin. Lu Yun nodded slowly, his principles unwavering. That's good. You may return now. I am weary. Lu Shi waved his hand, suddenly feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. Lu Yun, I bid you farewell. After casting a glance at the ancestral tablets of his parents, Lu Yun turned and departed from the ancestral hall. Lu Shi gazed intently as Lu Yun departed, lost in contemplation of the figure fading into the distance. Master of the house, if this continues, grave matters shall surely ensue. A voice suddenly resonated from the ancestral hall, snapping Lu Shi back to reality. As the situation evolved, he resolved to let everything unfold naturally, for he bore no shame in his allegiance to the Lu family. Lu Shi turned to gaze at the many ancestral tablets of the Lu family, expressing his sentiments aloud. As his words lingered in the air, he was seized by a violent fit of coughing, dragging his weary form deeper into the ancestral hall of the Lu family. Simultaneously, at another location within the family estate, an opulent courtyard unfolded, adorned with babbling brooks and intricately carved balustrades, truly the most luxurious part of the Lu residence. At this moment, a robust young man lay on his silk-covered bed, wailing in agony. Beside him, a woman wept inconsolably, her face a portrait of sorrow, as if bearing a tremendous grievance. Father, please do not send me to the Lu family. I would rather die than go there. Enough. Both of you, cease your lamentations. A middle-aged man in the room bellowed in irritation, then lowered his voice to address an elderly figure nearby, Master Wang. Only you can save my son in this city of Muyu. Is there hope for his spiritual essence to be restored? This fourth-tier spiritual essence is rare and precious. I shall exert every effort, but I cannot guarantee success, the elder replied, stroking his beard and shaking his head with a sigh. You must save Feng. The special recruitment conference is approaching, and I have already made arrangements. Lu Qiaoshan implored earnestly. The old man, upon hearing this, exhibited a flicker of surprise in his eyes, then nodded and said, I shall certainly do my utmost. Father, you must kill Lu Yun. It is imperative that he be eliminated. Lu Feng, lying on the bed, suddenly interjected, his voice brimming with resentment. Your grandfather has just cautioned me, but rest assured, I shall not let him escape. Focus on your recovery. The upcoming tournament will be your moment to soar to great heights. Lu Qiaoshan nodded and gently consoled Lu Feng. Father, what am I to do? Must I truly be wed to that fool? At that moment, Lu Hong ceased her weeping, appearing pitifully vulnerable. Rest assured, there will be a solution. Lu Qiaoshan finally revealed a tender side towards Lu Hong, despite his lack of fondness for this daughter who is both inept and frivolous. He could not bear the thought of marrying her off to Lu Mao. All of this, I shall make Lu Yun repay. Lu Qiaoshan followed with a remark, his eyes reflecting a hatred that was no less intense than that of his offspring. Lu Yun was unaware of these matters at this moment. He had arrived at the dilapidated courtyard. As he stepped into the yard, a surge of spiritual energy struck him, captivating his attention. Has that girl already reached the point of breakthrough so swiftly? Lu Yun felt a sense of surprise within, hastening his steps towards Lu Shue's place of cultivation. In the realm where Lu Shue cultivates, the spiritual energy surged, forming a miniature vortex in the air. Above, two radiant beams of light, one black and the other white, spiraled around the space of her cultivation. Waves of extraordinary power emanated from this phenomenon, leaving one awestruck. Could it be that this girl was witnessing the manifestation of the black and white lights? At this moment, even Lu Yun was taken aback, as if he had encountered something truly remarkable. Chapter 13. The emergence of Yin and Yang amidst Lu Yun's astonished gaze. The black and white lights in the air continued to transform, at times merging and at times separating. In this dance of unity and division, layers of potent energy surged forth. Boom. At last, the clouds in the heavens began to churn, heralding the appearance of an extraordinary phenomenon in the world. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yun's expression shifted dramatically. He brought his palms together, channeling the essence of the sword throughout his entire being, and struck towards the heavens. Lu Yun's entire essence coalesced into a long sword, piercing the heavens. The nascent phenomenon of the world was abruptly interrupted by Lu Yun. What is happening? Why has it vanished again? What is transpiring in Miyu City over these past few days? Is a transformation imminent? Many powerful figures within Miyu City were perplexed. Following the previous day's clash between righteous and sinister forces, today another manifestation occurred, only to dissipate swiftly, failing to even take form. After thwarting the anomaly, Lu Yun seated himself upon the ground, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, confronting exhaustion for the first time. His actions were driven by a desire to safeguard Lu Shue, as well as her awakened spiritual entity. This extraordinary spirit was far too remarkable, likely to attract the covetous gaze of others, until he amassed sufficient strength, revealing it was not an option. After a brief respite, the black and white radiance in the air began to descend, ultimately entering Lu Shue's abode. Lu Yun promptly rose to his feet and rapped upon the door of Lu Shue's chamber. Lu Shue opened the door and, upon seeing Lu Yun, exclaimed with delight, "Brother, your arrival is perfectly timed. I have awakened my spiritual body, ha ha ha." "I know," he replied. "Congratulations, Shue." Lu Yun smiled and nodded. Yet a hint of bitterness lingered in his heart. The ethereal form of Lu Shue is not easily cultivated. "Brother, do take a look. Do you recognize this ethereal essence? Its aura seems rather impressive." Lu Shue summoned her spiritual entity, fully revealing it before Lu Yun. It was a small orb the size of a fist, swirling slowly around Lu Shue's form. The black and white hues radiated with brilliance, coexisting without conflict while simultaneously merging in a most wondrous manner. Lu Yun fell into contemplation, pondering whether to reveal the truth to Lu Shue. Does even my brother remain unaware? Perhaps I should consult grandfather. The previous text concerning spiritual entities did not mention this particular spirit at all. Lu Shue continued to speak. "No need. I can inform you that this is the yin-yang spirit body." Upon hearing this, Lu Yun immediately inquired, "The yin-yang spirit body? There is no record of it in the texts. How do you know about it, brother?" Lu Shue reminisced, filled with curiosity and bewilderment. The yin-yang spirit body is a mutated entity, possessing boundless potential, yet also fraught with infinite risks. Should you acquire such a spirit, it is imperative that you never divulge this secret to anyone. Lu Yun solemnly reminded. "What about Grandpa?" Lu Shue inquired. "No, this spirit is exceedingly rare. He may not even recognize it." Lu Yun shook his head and, with a pointed finger, pressed it against Lu Shue's forehead. In a grave tone, he instructed, "Open your mind. I shall now impart to you the yin-yang concealment technique." Upon hearing this, Lu Shue had yet to respond when an overwhelming influx of information surged into her mind. This was an extraordinarily profound technique, shattering her previous understanding of martial arts. "Brother, how did you manage this?" After comprehending the technique, Lu Shue was both astonished and elated. "Do not concern yourself with these matters. Focus on diligently cultivating this technique. It will enable you to harness the full potential of your yin-yang spiritual body." Lu Yun spoke with rare seriousness. "Oh, brother, are you not happy?" Lu Shue nodded. her sensitive thoughts discerning the heavy burdens weighing on Lu Yun's mind. However, after contemplating certain matters, she said, "You focus on your cultivation. I must make a swift journey to Lingyang Mountain and shall return shortly." Lu Yun shook his head and bid farewell, saying, "Ah, are you leaving just like that? Do take care of yourself, dear uncle." Lu Xuexian was taken aback for a moment, but quickly reassured. "Rest assured, grandfather has already warned uncle. For the time being, he should not dare to act against me. Stay safe within the family, and should anything arise, just seek out Deng Pu." Lu Yun offered a few words of comfort before striding towards the courtyard exit. Just as he was about to leave, a sense of unease compelled him to turn back and remind Shuer, regardless of what transpires, do not act recklessly, especially refrain from hastily employing your yin-yang spirit body, for it may yield grave consequences. We shall address everything upon my return. I understand, brother. Lu Shui nodded earnestly, promising as she watched Lu Yun depart. Her trust in him was unwavering and unconditional. After leaving the Lu family estate, Lu Yun hurriedly soared towards Lingyang Mountain. The urgency of his departure was primarily due to the yin-yang spirit body. There was much concerning its nature that Lu Yun had not disclosed to Lu Shui. The yin-yang spirit body possesses formidable power, capable of continuous advancement through the transitions of yin and yang, ultimately harboring the potential to evolve into a celestial-level anomalous spirit body. However, it also carries a perilous flaw. Should the spirit body be overexerted, it may lead to a precarious imbalance of yin and yang. Such an imbalance is exceedingly troublesome, necessitating external intervention to restore equilibrium. Is all of this merely destiny? As Lu Yun journeyed forth, his thoughts were ensnared in profound contemplation. His understanding of the yin-yang spiritual entity was entirely derived from the yin-yang concealment technique. This esoteric art, akin to the ancient emperor's arcane tome, hails from the legendary battlegrounds of Ur. In pursuit of harnessing the full potential of this technique, Lu Yun had once taken in a foster daughter possessing a yin-yang spiritual body. Regrettably, in a cataclysmic battle that solidified the position of the celestial emperor, this cherished daughter devoted her utmost efforts to him, only to succumb to an imbalance of yin and yang, leaving Lu Yun with an everlasting sorrow. It was only after her demise that Lu Sueki emerged in the narrative. If you were still here, that scoundrel Lu Xiaoyu would not dare to overstep his bounds. Lu Yun murmured softly, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Throughout his reign as the celestial emperor, few had truly entered the depths of his heart. Now that I have found your successor, perhaps this is the most fortuitous arrangement. Lu Yun's gaze suddenly ignited with fervor. This time, he must not allow Lu Shui to encounter any peril due to the yin-yang spiritual body. Fortunately, rectifying the imbalance of yin and yang was relatively straightforward. It merely required the procurement of certain spiritual herbs that could purify the mind and enlighten the spirit. The tranquil heartgrass of Lingyang Mountain possessed such properties. As Lu Yun hastened towards Lingyang Mountain, the Lu family was in a state of uproar. What did you say? That young man has departed? In the lavishly adorned chamber, Lu Qiaoshan sat beside Lu Feng's bed, both astonished and elated. Indeed, judging by the direction, he is likely headed to Lingyang Mountain. One of the servants reported. Excellent. I did not anticipate the opportunity would present itself so swiftly. Proceed as I instructed. Lu Qiaoshan's eyes glinted with a venomous glare, reminiscent of a venomous serpent. Would such actions provoke the head of the family? Upon hearing Lu Qiaoshan's command, the servant's face contorted in fear. That old fool is beyond saving. He is no longer a concern. Lu Qiaoshan waved his hand dismissively, indifferent to the matter. You may take your leave, he instructed. The servant trembled slightly, hastily departing. A splendid strategy, father. Alas, I am unable to exact my revenge personally. On the bed, Lu Feng, his body slathered in ointment, voiced his admiration, albeit with a hint of regret. Your duty lies in the forthcoming special recruitment examination. All other matters shall be handled by your father. Lu Qiao gently patted Lu Feng's shoulder, his expression laden with meaning. Chapter 14. The Battle at Lingyang Mountain. After a night of relentless travel, Lu Yun finally arrived at Lingyang Mountain. Gazing upon his former abode, Lu Yun felt a tumult of emotions within. The youth he once was had truly met his demise in this very place. Yet the whims of fate are ever unpredictable. Now that I have assumed your body, I shall undoubtedly bear the weight of your responsibilities. As Lu Yun passed through the grove, he lingered for a brief moment before proceeding towards the main base of Lingyang Mountain. The headquarters of Lingyang Mountain is situated at the foot of its eastern slope, governed by a subordinate clan of the Lu family. This territory belongs to the Lu family, and trespassing is strictly prohibited. Lu Yun hurriedly entered the headquarters. only to be intercepted by several disciples. "Do you not recognize who I am?" Lu Yun coldly remarked. "So it is the second young master. Have you not already returned to the family? What brings you here this time?" Upon realizing Lu Yun's identity, the disciple did not step aside. Instead, he questioned, "What is it? Must I report my affairs to you?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yun couldn't help but chuckle. "That's not what I meant. It is merely that Lingyang Mountain has its own set of rules. I hope, young master, you will adhere to the established customs." The disciple shook his head, his demeanor resolutely firm. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun felt a surge of indignation as memories of the past flooded his mind, igniting an uncontrollable fury within him. Previously, to enter the headquarters, Lu Yun was required to inform the person in charge of Lingyang Mountain and obtain their consent. However, this time, such protocols would no longer hold sway. "Lingyang Mountain belongs to the Lu family. I am the master here. Should you refuse me, do not blame me for being merciless in my actions." Lu Yun lost his patience. "Is that so? Has the second young master returned home to restore his cultivation?" The two disciples guarding the entrance were filled with mockery and jest. After all, Lingyang Mountain is situated in the outside world, and these subordinates remain oblivious to the happenings within the Lu family of Muyu City. Boom. Lu Yun ceased his idle chatter and unleashed his formidable power. A torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, propelling the two gatekeeping disciples into the air. They rose from the ground, their faces etched with astonishment. Their gazes towards Lu Yun now tinged with a hint of trepidation. If one is but a dog, one must recognize one's own place. Lu Yun left behind a single phrase and simultaneously etched two striking blood marks upon the chest of the two individuals. Amidst their cries of agony, Lu Yun strode purposefully into the main hall of Lingyang Mountain. "Shui Jinqiu, come forth." Upon reaching the central area, Lu Yun bellowed with authority. His commanding voice startled many present. "What brings Lu Yun here?" murmured the crowd. "I heard he returned to the family. It was high time. His sister is to wed a fool, yet he still has the audacity to return. How remarkable. Were I in his position, I would surely contend fiercely with the eldest young master. Mind your tongue, lest the eldest young master take offense." The disciples of the Lingyang Mountain, upon seeing Lu Yun, engaged in a flurry of idle gossip, devoid of any semblance of respect. For 3 years, they had never acknowledged Lu Yun as the second young master. Instead, they regarded him as a mere servant of lesser standing. Amidst the whispers, a middle-aged man emerged from a nearby tent, disheveled and bearing a conspicuous scar across his face, exuding an intimidating presence. This man was none other than Shui Jinqiu, the head of the Shui family, a subsidiary clan of the Lu family, and a trusted confidant of Lu Qiushan, entrusted with the prestigious duty of guarding Lingyang Mountain. "Honored second young master, your presence is indeed an unexpected delight," Shui Jinqiu remarked casually as he regarded Lu Yun. "Please retrieve some of the tranquil herbs collected in recent years from Lingyang Mountain. I have need of them." Lu Yun spoke in a commanding tone. The second young master is in no position to protect himself. It would be futile to contemplate the heart-calming herb. "I have been waiting for you for a long time." Upon hearing this, Shui Jinqiu let out a cold laugh and then waved his hand, declaring, "Seize him." Lu Yun has already fallen under the control of the beast. In an instant, a throng of individuals surged forth, encircling Lu Yun in the center. Everything seemed as though it had been meticulously orchestrated in advance. "Shui Jinqiu, do you dare to defy authority?" Lu Yun's expression subtly altered, as doubt began to creep into his heart. "Young master, please refrain from such words. I am merely serving the Lu family." Shui Jinqiu slowly shook his head and replied, "Very well, then let you all pay the price, as a form of reparation for the humiliation and suffering I have endured over these past 3 years." In an instant, a fierce battle intent erupted in Lu Yun's eyes, and spiritual energy surged throughout his body. The spirit body realm, when did this waste become so formidable? Could it be that this fellow has truly been ensnared by a demon beast? Those surrounding him sensed Lu Yun's cultivation level and were taken aback. "Fear not, everyone. We are specifically trained to confront demon beasts. Are we truly intimidated by a mere early-stage spirit body realm beast?" Shui Jinqiu spoke slowly, seeking to steady the emotions of the crowd. "Chief, after all, this person is the second young master of the Lu family. If he were to perish in battle here, we would find it difficult to provide an explanation." A voice of concern emerged from the assembly. "No matter, I will bear all consequences." Shui Jinqiu decisively waved his hand, exuding an air of determination. Ignorant of the peril, Lu Yun grew increasingly resolute in his convictions and took the initiative to launch an assault. At this moment, he found himself surrounded predominantly by disciples of Lingyang Mountain, seasoned from numerous battles. However, their strength was rather lacking. with only a third of them having formed their spiritual bodies. To Lu Yun, these individuals were hardly worthy of his concern. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Yun struck with casual ease, sending dozens of individuals flying. How extraordinary! It seems he has indeed fallen under the control of a formidable beast. While many were astonished, their spirits were further ignited with a fervent desire for battle. Away with your beast! Lu Yun let out an enraged shout. And a faint glimmer of sword intent began to surge forth as he struck at the disciple beside him, who possessed a spiritual body. His sword's radiance could even pierce through Lu Feng's crimson flame spiritual body, let alone the ordinary first and second-tier spiritual entities nearby. It was nearly a single strike for each. Witnessing his kin and subordinates continuously sustain injuries, Xue Jinqiu's expression darkened slightly, a frown creasing his brow. The once ineffectual second young master seemed to have undergone a dramatic transformation, proving far more formidable than anticipated. Xue Jinqiu, it is your turn. While Xue Jinqiu was momentarily taken aback, Lu Yun had already dispatched those around him and strode purposefully toward him. You scoundrel! Today I shall rid the Lu family of this menace. Xue Jinqiu bellowed, his heart suddenly weighed down by an overwhelming sense of pressure. Lu Yun's victory over Lu Feng was indeed known to him. However, considering the overwhelming number of individuals on his side, he initially believed that subduing Lu Yun would be a mere formality. Little did he expect that not a single one among them could even brush the hem of Lu Yun's garment. How absurd! Are you truly attempting to rid Lu Chaoshan of its scourge? Lu Yun boldly declared, nonsense. Prepare to meet your end. As Su Jinqiu's true intentions were laid bare, he immediately roared in fury and launched an assault against Lu Yun. A terrifying surge of spiritual power erupted from Su Jinqiu, nearly doubling that of Lu Feng's. As the guardian of Lingong Mountain, Su Jinqiu undoubtedly possessed extraordinary strength. At the pinnacle of the 8th level of the spiritual body realm, he was indeed a formidable adversary. Lu Yun perceived Xue Jinqiu's cultivation and let out a playful sound. He found himself somewhat intrigued by the impending battle with Xue Jinqiu. This confrontation might provide him with a clearer estimation of his true strength at present. Chapter 15. The Might of the Divine Vein. Accept your fate. Xue Jinqiu lunged towards Lu Yun, his spiritual body manifesting behind him. Having discerned Lu Yun's extraordinary nature, he dared not underestimate him. A 1-meter-tall gorilla roared fiercely, embodying Xue Jinqiu's diamond spirit. Boom! Bolstered by the diamond spirit, Xue Jinqiu's punch weighed over 1,000 pounds, unleashing a series of sonic waves. Lu Yun did not confront him head-on. Instead, he exhibited his swift agility, engaging in a temporary dance with Xue Jinqiu. Faced with such formidable strength, a direct confrontation could easily lead to defeat. Xue Jinqiu, though he prided himself on his extensive combat experience, found himself astonished by Lu Yun's seasoned prowess, feeling as if he were a mere child in comparison. With a sudden shift in strategy, Xue Jinqiu raised both fists and struck the ground with tremendous force. A deafening roar erupted as the ground was shattered, creating a vast pit, from which a surge of spiritual energy erupted, ascending towards Lu Yun with great momentum. Lu Yun leaped nearly 2 meters, his right hand slicing downward. A glimmer of spiritual energy shot forth, colliding with the energies below. Let's see how you evade this time. At that moment, Xue Jinqiu seemed to seize the opportunity, swiftly approaching and delivering a powerful punch toward Lu Yun, suspended in midair. The essence of the sword manifested around Lu Yun's body, yet it was systematically dismantled by Xue Jinqiu, leaving only a series of crimson imprints upon his fist. The monkey behind Xue Jinqiu roared fiercely, augmenting the force of his strike to an immense degree. Should this blow connect, it could very well pierce through Lu Yun's form. You are but this. Just as the punch was about to land on Lu Yun, a cruel smile had already appeared on Xue Jinqiu's face. Suspended in the air, Lu Yun found himself unable to evade due to the pull of inertia, unless he could take flight. As Lu Yun faced this seemingly fatal strike, he exhibited not a hint of panic, but instead revealed a peculiar smile. Suddenly, a unique aura emanated from his being, accompanied by a striking crimson energy. This force was remarkably attention-grabbing, embodying an overwhelming might. What? Xue Jinqiu was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the terrifying power Lu Yun was about to unleash. It was too late for him to defend. The divine power of the god-burying pulse directly interrupted Xue Jinqiu's assault, sending him flying. As Xue Jinqiu crashed to the ground, Lu Yun stood firmly, the god-burying power gradually coalescing onto his right fist. This sensation was quite exhilarating. Lu Yun raised his right fist to examine it, nodding in satisfaction. In the vast world, few forces could astonish him, but this was his first encounter with the true might of the god of death's power, and he was thoroughly pleased. What kind of power is this? Is it your spiritual form? Xue Jinxiu struggled to rise from the ground, gazing at the god of death's power with palpable trepidation. This force, though not particularly overwhelming, instilled in him a sense of dread akin to confronting the very depths of hell. The strength of the god of death's power lay not only in its sheer force, but also in the profoundly terrifying mental impact it imparted. As a mere pawn of the Lu family, do you truly deserve to know such things? Lu Yun let out a cold laugh, and with a swift movement, he appeared before Xue Jinxiu, delivering a powerful blow with his right fist. Indestructible Vajra, protect my body, Xue Jinxiu shouted fiercely, as the Vajra spirit materialized in front of him to serve as a shield. As a type of demon beast, the Vajra is renowned for its formidable strength and impenetrable defenses. Thus, Xue Jinxiu's spirit, equipped for both offense and defense, proved to be immensely powerful. Lu Yun's right fist swiftly struck the Vajra spirit body, a resplendent crimson radiance illuminating the surroundings as the power of the god of burial was unleashed to its fullest extent. The Vajra spirit body trembled violently, as if in a desperate struggle against the overwhelming force of the god of burial. Xue Jinxiu's countenance contorted in anguish, beads of sweat the size of mung beans cascading down, as he found himself utterly exhausted in an instant. The power of the god-slaying force unleashed by Lu Yun was truly terrifying. Even the formidable Vajra spirit body struggled to withstand it. This was achieved while Lu Yun had ascended a full 7 levels of cultivation to engage in battle with Xue Jinxiu. Such an exaggerated display of prowess in surpassing ranks had never before been witnessed in the annals of Muyu City. After a brief stalemate, Xue Jinxiu's Vajra spirit body was forcefully shattered, and Lu Yun's right fist landed a resounding blow upon Xue Jinxiu's chest. Blood erupted from Xue Jinxiu's mouth, and his chest caved in as he gasped for breath from afar. The clan leader and the surrounding disciples of the Xue family were struck by despair at this sight, all letting out cries of anguish. They were already trembling in fear from Lu Yun's devastating strike. To inflict such a grievous wound upon Xue Jinxiu and to obliterate the Vajra spirit body, it seemed that only a powerhouse like Lu Shi could achieve such a feat. Is there still anyone who wishes to end my life? Lu Yun paid no heed to Xue Jinxiu, his piercing gaze sweeping over the surroundings. The anguished cries of the Xue family disciples had faded, giving way to an eerie silence that enveloped the area. Many were left trembling in fear, too intimidated to utter a word. Excellent. Seeing this, Lu Yun nodded in satisfaction and gradually withdrew the power of the god of burial from the divine vein. He had now gained a general understanding of the formidable strength that the god of burial possessed. Such power was sufficient to render him invincible within the realm of spiritual entities, even allowing him to contend with those of the spirit aperture realm. However, should he encounter a spiritual entity of immense power, the situation would be quite different. The power of the god of burial inherently belonged to a formidable spiritual entity. Xue Jinxiu, it seems we can settle past grievances. After retracting his strength, Lu Yun strolled toward Xue Jinxiu, his tone laced with amusement. Second young master, please do not take my life. I am merely a subordinate following orders and had no intention of offending you. Xue Jinxiu pleaded, struggling to rise and kneeling in supplication. Was it Lu Qiaoshan who commanded you to kill me? Lu Yun immediately pressed for clarification. Indeed, he mentioned that you were possessed by a beast, and that I must eliminate you. My subordinate has already discerned that the second young master harbors no trace of any beastly aura. He is a prodigy, poised to reclaim his former glory. Xue Jinxiu nodded earnestly, simultaneously indulging in flattery. Do not shower me with empty praises. Lu Yun scoffed, adopting a commanding tone once more. Hand over the tranquil herbs from this vicinity. Second young master, there are indeed no tranquil herbs available in Lingong Mountain. Xue Jinxiu replied, his head bowed, exuding an air of innocence. This herb is abundant in Lingong Mountain. How dare you assert otherwise? Are you truly courting death? Lu Yun's eyes blazed like torches as he glared at Xue Jinxiu. Young master, please allow me to explain. The tranquil herbs and their accompanying resources were entirely transported to the Lu family headquarters 2 hours ago. We truly have no stock left. Xue Jinxiu appeared utterly sincere, as if lying would summon divine retribution. What did you just say? Such a substantial quantity of tranquil herbs and resources has been sent to the family? Upon hearing these words, Lu Yun felt a subtle unease creeping into his heart. Chapter 16. The Incident with Lu Xue. Indeed, this order was issued by Lu Qiaoshan. Those resources were originally intended to be presented as a dowry to the Lu family. I wonder what purpose there is in sending them ahead of time. Xue Jinxiu nodded in agreement, simultaneously conveying her own perplexity. A dowry, could it be? Upon hearing this, Lu Yun's expression shifted dramatically. Second young master, what troubles you? The subordinate implored, "I have conveyed everything I needed to, and here are 5 heart-calming herbs from my personal collection, along with 2 spirit-gathering pills. I sincerely hope you can spare me." Shui Jinqiu sensed the tension in the air and hastily produced the last of his resources. He was genuinely fearful that, in a fit of rage, Lu Yun might take his life. After all, over the past 3 years, they had indeed treated Lu Yun with great disrespect. I had promised the old master that I would never act against the family. You still hold some utility on Lingyang Mountain. Today, I shall let you go, but you must vow to speak the truth before the old master in the future. As for the situation on Lu Chao Mountain, that decision lies with you. Lu Yun gazed intently at Shui Jinqiu, gradually articulating his request. I understand. I comprehend. I shall not disappoint the second young master. Shui Jinqiu fervently nodded, prioritizing survival above all else. Do not provide me with a second reason to end your life. Should that moment arise, I shall not show you mercy. As Lu Yun departed from Lingyang Mountain, he uttered a solitary phrase while stowing away the elixir and tranquil herbs bestowed by Shui Jinqiu. After carefully watching Lu Yun's retreat, Shui Jinqiu finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Should we inform young Master Lu Feng and the others? A disciple approached, his brow furrowed with concern. Are you foolish? The situation within the Lu clan is exceedingly intricate. I failed to eliminate Lu Yun, and Lu Qiushan will not spare me. For now, we must remain here and observe the unfolding events. Shui Jinqiu's thoughts were remarkably lucid at that moment as he reprimanded. The disciple, upon hearing this, seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, staring blankly in the direction Lu Yun had vanished. Lu family. It is unexpected that a dramatic transformation would occur due to this once ineffectual second young master. Lu Yun hurried back to the Lu family, his expression exceedingly grim. He had already deduced the general situation in his mind. After learning of his departure from the Lu residence, Li Qiushan must have swiftly informed Shui Jinqiu of Lingyang Mountain, prompting Shui Jinqiu to eliminate Lu Yun. As for the dowry, it was evident that Lu Qiushan had preemptively mobilized it, undoubtedly preparing for an early wedding with the Lu family. It is utterly inconceivable that Lu Qiushan would arrange for Lu Hong's early marriage. Rather, it is far more likely that it would be Lu Shui, Lu Yun's sister, who is wed, to kill me while simultaneously hastening my sister's marriage. What a cunning twofold scheme. Lu Qiushan, you have sought your own demise. Do not blame me for what follows. Lu Yun murmured to himself, at this moment wishing to tear Li Qiushan into pieces. This man's demeanor was even more decisive and treacherous than that of Lu Feng. Old master, I have placed too much trust in you. It seems your warnings have proven utterly ineffective. Lu Yun recalled Lu Shi, feeling a deep sense of guilt. The reason he had entrusted Lu Shui to the Lu family with such ease was entirely due to the conversation held in the ancestral hall. Lu Shi had made a promise to Lu Yun, yet unfortunately, the worst of circumstances unfolded. After several hours of hurried travel, Lu Yun finally returned to the Lu family residence. Upon his arrival, he discovered the Lu household adorned with festive decorations, exuding an air of celebration. Damn it. Just as I feared. At that moment, the last flicker of hope within Lu Yun extinguished, giving way to a seething rage. How he wished his suspicions had been unfounded. It had only been a single night's absence, and yet everything had undergone such a drastic transformation. Lu Yun promptly made his way to the dilapidated hall, only to find that Lu Shui was absent. After a brief moment of contemplation, he hastened towards the main hall of the Lu residence. If the wedding had already commenced, it was highly probable that Lu Shui would be present within the hall. Even in his excessive demeanor, Lu Qiushan still pays heed to etiquette. Is this not my cousin? Your return is indeed timely. You shall just in time partake in the banquet. At the moment Lu Yun entered the grand hall, a voice, dripping with sarcasm, echoed from the side. There stood Lu Feng, limping along with a few subordinates, coincidentally crossing paths with Lu Yun. You insufferable wretch, where is Shui? Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Yun swiftly advanced, seizing Lu Feng by the collar with a firm grip. Cough, cough, cough. In an instant, Lu Feng's wound was jolted, causing him to erupt into a violent fit of coughing. Say nothing, or I shall take your life. Lu Yun raised his palm, effortlessly seizing Lu Feng by the neck. In that moment, a murderous intent truly surged within him. Lu Feng, so proud and self-satisfied, must have something to do with Lu Shui's predicament. Release my son at once, or I shall make your life a living hell. At that moment, a commanding voice echoed through the hall. It was none other than Lu Qiushan. As Lu Qiushan emerged, the senior members of the Lu family followed suit, with Lu Hong beaming joyfully by his side. Lu Qiushan, all of this is your doing. Lu Yun's gaze towards Lu Qiushan grew particularly menacing. Since you have returned, it is evident that you have heard the news. I shall not waste words with you. Release my son at once. Lu Qiaoshan spoke coldly. Where is the old master? Let him come out. Lu Yun shouted, his gaze scanning the crowd. Yet he could not find the figure of Lu Shi. The old master was in seclusion, cultivating his skills, and I am responsible for all matters concerning the Lu family. Lu Qiaoshan spoke coldly. Seclusion? Upon hearing this, Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly enlightened as he exclaimed, No wonder you possess such audacity. Previously, it was agreed that should your son lose, he would rightfully wed Lu Hong to the Lu family, with all present as witnesses. Are you truly willing to forfeit your dignity? However, Lu Yun, your words unjustly accuse my father. It is not that we disregard the rules, but rather that the Lu family has explicitly demanded your sister's marriage to their household, leaving us with no choice. Lu Hong expressed a look of regret. What? Do you find me too unappealing? Why was such a request not made earlier? Lu Yun scoffed, his eyes tinged with crimson. Lu Hong was momentarily rendered speechless, taken aback by the depth of such an affront. Indeed, this matter holds truth. I can attest to it. A white-clad elder stepped forward slowly, his tone composed. This individual was none other than the Grand Elder of the Lu family, who had consistently remained by Lu Shi's side. Grand Elder, do you truly believe I would accept such utter nonsense? Lu Yun slowly shook his head, yet his grip tightened with increasing intensity as he threatened, Release Lu Shui, or I shall take Lu Feng's life. Do not doubt my words. You have broken the promise first, and I have no intention of adhering to any family customs. Upon hearing these words, the crowd's expression shifted dramatically. At that moment, Lu Yun was genuinely enraged, filled with disappointment towards the Lu family. Lu Yun, do you dare? Lu Qiaoshan's aged visage quivered with a relentless tremor, his palms surging with arcane energy, poised to unleash a lethal strike upon Lu Yun at any moment. Lu Shui has already been dispatched to the Lu family. If you possess the courage, go forth and reclaim her. Lu Qiaoshan's gaze shifted suddenly, and he let out a thunderous shout. What? Upon hearing these words, Lu Yun was instantly stunned. Accept your fate. Upon witnessing the situation, Lu Qiaoshan suddenly struck, his formidable spiritual energy transforming into a beam of light directed at Lu Yun. Driven by a fierce combat instinct, Lu Yun instinctively evaded, inadvertently releasing his grip on Lu Feng's neck. Lu Qiaoshan, mark my words, I shall settle this score with you upon my return. With a resolute declaration, Lu Yun vanished before the onlookers. Chapter 17. Assault on the Lu family. In the northern part of Muyu City, a lavish mansion stood proudly, guarded by two stone lions that exuded an imposing aura even in silence. This was the residence of the Lu family, one of the four prominent clans of Muyu City. Once a modest family, the Lu clan experienced a remarkable transformation upon the emergence of a formidable sixth-tier spiritual body within their ranks, propelling their rapid ascent. At this moment, a youth filled with urgent fervor stood before the gates of the Lu family, his eyes ablaze with righteous fury. This individual was none other than Lu Yun, the first to arrive at the scene. Observing the festively adorned Lu residence, Lu Yun's anger surged even further as he strode purposefully within. Upon entering the Lu estate, Lu Yun encountered no obstacles. After advancing for several dozen meters, several disheveled figures appeared before him. These individuals were not all disciples of the Lu family. Had a battle occurred here? Lu Yun murmured to himself, feeling increasingly uneasy. At that moment, a boisterous voice echoed from not far ahead. Dispose of them. How dare they cause trouble in this place? Truly audacious. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun stepped forward to investigate. He beheld a woman, haughtily commanding her kin, mercilessly assaulting a group of 4 individuals on the ground. Among them, a portly youth at the center bore the brunt of the brutality, gritting his teeth in silent suffering. The sight of this beleaguered figure caused Lu Yun's gaze to falter momentarily. It was none other than Dang Pu. Miss, perhaps it's time to cease this madness. Do not truly take their lives. These individuals belong to the Ding family and possess value. Tomorrow, we could allow the head of the Ding family to redeem them, thereby profiting from the situation. One of the Lu family members, unable to bear the sight of Dang Pu's torment, cautioned kindly. Dang Pu, if you kneel and bow 3 times before me, I shall spare your wretched life. The woman declared, hands placed firmly on her hips, her gaze fixed upon Dang Pu. Bah, Lu Wushuang, Yun Ji's powers have already been restored. You dare to harm his sister? You will inevitably face dire consequences. Dang Pu retorted defiantly, spitting blood. Lu Yun, that brat must be struggling to survive. Even if he shows up, do you think it is still 3 years ago? I shall ensure he finds himself at my mercy. Lu Wushuang scoffed disdainfully upon hearing the name. Is that so? Come and test it. A sudden voice interrupted, drawing the attention of Lu Wushuang and her companions. Who dares? The Lu family's guards tensed, their eyes darting towards the source of the voice. A young man gradually approached the gathering. Yun Gu, you have finally arrived, Deng Pu exclaimed, his excitement palpable upon recognizing the newcomer. Lu Yun. The moment Lu Wushuang laid eyes on Lu Yun, an expression of fury crossed her face as she sneered. It appears you have changed quite a bit in these 3 years. I have heard your powers have been restored, and I was just looking for you. If you seek vengeance, do so, but do not harm my sister, Lu Yun replied coldly. 3 years prior, he had a grievance with the Lu family. At that time, Lu Yun was a prodigy, awakening his spiritual body at a tender age. Though his spiritual body was ordinary, it still harbored immense potential. The Lu family basked in a moment of unparalleled glory, while the Lu family once contemplated uniting their fates by marrying Lu Wushuang to Lu Yun, forging a bond akin to that of the illustrious Qin and Jin. Alas, Lu Yun did not harbor any affection for Lu Wushuang and resolutely declined, resulting in a rather awkward predicament between the Lu and Lu families. Consequently, Lu Wushuang harbored resentment towards Lu Yun. Lu Yun, the tides of fortune shift with the passage of time. You rejected me back then, leaving me to endure humiliation before the Lu family. Have you ever considered the present? A triumphant smile graced Lu Wushuang's face. Lu Wushuang, one should not be overly narrow-minded. Is it truly worth our while to be together merely for the sake of superficial honor, given that our fates are not intertwined? Lu Yun slowly shook his head. Lu Wushuang possessed an utterly ordinary appearance and displayed a tyrannical demeanor within the Lu family, akin to Lu Hong. It was inconceivable for Lu Yun to ever regard her with favor. You chose Li Lingo back then, and what was the outcome? Were you not ultimately forsaken by her? How laughable. A person like you deserves such treatment. Lu Wushuang scoffed, continuing to mock and belittle him. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun fell into a momentary silence, as a torrent of memories surged within his mind. These were once the choices of the young Lu Yun, now resurrected by Lu Wushuang as words. What is wrong? Are you at a loss for words? Today, I intend to make you fully aware of how grievous your past decisions were. As Lu Yun remained silent, Lu Wushuang grew increasingly arrogant. I have no desire to engage in trivial banter with you. Release my sister. Lu Yun slowly shook his head, gradually losing patience. The phrase "the most poisonous heart belongs to a woman" aptly describes individuals like Lu Wushuang, with delusions of grandeur. She proclaimed her intent to force the one she cherished most, her beloved sister, to marry my foolish younger brother, Lu Mao, and endure the torment of the Lu family. Lu Wushuang sneered, her gaze filled with malevolence. You are courting death. Lu Yun's gaze suddenly turned frigid as he swiftly appeared before Lu Wushuang, delivering a powerful punch. You worthless fool, do you dare to harm me? In the face of Lu Yun's assault, Lu Wushuang wore an expression of utter disdain. Although she was aware of the battle between Lu Yun and Lu Feng, she could not bring herself to believe that Lu Yun possessed such formidable strength. Spiritual energy radiated from Lu Wushuang, showcasing her cultivation at the 3rd level of the spiritual body. Bang! With a resounding thud, Lu Yun's fist struck Lu Wushuang squarely in the abdomen. The protective spiritual energy she had summoned was shattered almost instantaneously, causing her body to soar backward like a kite severed from its string. My lady, the members of the Lu family were taken aback, their faces filled with shock. They had not anticipated that Lu Wushuang would be unable to withstand even a single strike from Lu Yun. The most alarming part was that Lu Yun's cultivation was inferior to Lu Wushuang's. Kill him! Lu Wushuang shrieked in a fit of rage, resembling a furious shrew in that moment. You wretch, how dare you wreak havoc in the Lu family and harm my lady? You are courting death. Numerous guards from the Lu family had already surrounded Lu Yun, encircling him tightly. Dare to lay a hand on my sister, and it is you who will meet your demise. Lu Yun shouted fiercely and engaged in a fierce struggle with the guards. At this moment, he had come to understand certain truths. The earlier words of Lu Chaoshan held some merit. Lu Wushuang, in her quest for vengeance against Lu Yun, had deliberately insisted on marrying Lu Shui into the Lu family, a situation that Lu Chaoshan naturally welcomed. The strength of the Lu family's guards was rather feeble, barely having attained the spirit body realm, posing no real threat to Lu Yun. Within mere moments, these individuals were vanquished, lying on the ground, moaning in agony. Brother Yun is formidable. These individuals deserve a good thrashing. At this point, Deng Pu and others had already freed themselves from the control of the Lu family members, and witnessing Lu Yun's fierce assault on the Lu guards brought them immense satisfaction. Release my sister, or I shall kill you. After dispatching these foes, Lu Yun quickly advanced to Lu Wushuang, lifting her effortlessly as one would grasp a chick. The malice in Lu Wushuang's eyes was swiftly replaced by fear. Having subdued the Lu family's guards in mere instants, Lu Yun appeared more formidable than ever before. Chapter 18. Coercion. Lu Yun, do not act recklessly. The young master is within the clan. Should you dare to harm the young lady, you will not leave the Lu family today. The members of the Lu family grew increasingly tense upon seeing Lu Wushuang fall into Lu Yun's grasp. Still daring to threaten me? Then let her bleed a little. Lu Yun let out a cold scoff, then reached out to trace a line across Lu Wushuang's wrist. A fleeting glimmer of sword intent flashed by, leaving a thin line of blood upon her skin. In an instant, blood began to flow at a visible pace, cascading down to the ground. Lu Wushuang's complexion turned even paler as she struggled wildly, yet her efforts proved futile. Deng Pu and the others stood by, dumbfounded. The Lu Yun of the past was never this cruel. Lu Yun, release my sister, or I shall make your existence a living hell. Just as the Lu family members found themselves at a loss, a commanding voice rang out. Accompanying the words, a remarkably charismatic young man strode forward, flanked by several powerful disciples of the Lu clan. It was evident that they had rushed to the scene upon hearing the news. Brother, save me. This man intends to kill me. He is draining my blood. Upon seeing the young man, Lu Wushuang's eyes filled with hope as she cried out in desperation. Lu Ming, it has been a long time. If you wish for your sister to live, then surrender her to me. Otherwise, I shall unleash a massacre upon the Lu family today. Lu Yun cast a cold and piercing gaze upon the young man before him, threateningly uttering his words. This young man was none other than Lu Ming, the most talented prodigy of the Lu family, renowned in the city of Muyu as well. Lu Yun, surely you are not so foolish as to forget that this is the Lu family, and what can you possibly do? Lu Ming remarked with a hint of amusement, his eyes glinting with malice. Then prepare to watch your sister perish. Lu Yun decisively uttered a phrase and swiftly made another incision on Lu Wushuang's other wrist. You are truly seeking your own demise. Lu Ming, in an instant, was consumed by fury and charged violently towards Lu Yun. Lu Yun had long been prepared for this and had no intention of engaging in a fierce battle with Lu Ming. With a deft retreat, he skillfully evaded Lu Ming's onslaught. Lu Ming's strikes met only empty air, yet Lu Wushuang found herself marked by several deep gashes, blood cascading down her body. Brother, please stop. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Lu Wushuang's eyes were filled with sheer terror, her cries echoing with despair. She had never anticipated that her fate would rest so precariously in Lu Yun's hands. Reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of the spirit body realm is intriguing. But alas, I have no time to indulge you now. Lu Yun sensed Lu Ming's cultivation and felt a slight astonishment. Back then, Lu Ming was not even comparable to Lu Feng, yet now he had attained such a level of cultivation. It was no wonder that the Lu family had fallen to such a state, instead seeking to curry favor with the Lu family. Upon hearing his sister's call, Lu Ming halted his assault, finally displaying a sense of urgency. It was astonishing that a person in the early stage of the spirit body realm could evade all his attacks. If this were to be known, his reputation as a genius would undoubtedly suffer greatly. My patience is limited. Will you yield or not? Lu Yun's palm gradually descended to the delicate nape of Lu Wushuang. Should a trace of blood mar this spot, Lu Wushuang would meet her demise instantly. Upon realizing Lu Yun's intentions, Lu Wushuang succumbed to a fainting spell, gripped by terror. Lu Ming's countenance shifted dramatically, revealing a menacing aspect. Should Lu Yun succeed in abducting someone from the Lu family today, their reputation would undoubtedly suffer irreparable harm. Yet, to refuse him could provoke Lu Yun into truly taking Lu Wushuang's life. Bring out Lu Shui. Lu Ming finally bellowed, his voice laden with reluctance. In a desperate bid to save his sister, he had no alternative. Upon hearing his command, a member of the Lu family promptly departed, heading towards the rear. Lu Yun quietly awaited, for if Lu Shui were to suffer any harm, he would ensure that Lu Wushuang would not escape unscathed, and subsequently, the entire Lu family would have to bear the consequences. Soon, a clansman reappeared before the crowd, accompanied by 2 guards, who were escorting a pale young girl clad in red. Darling, please don't leave. Behind this group, a rather dim-witted, stout fellow followed, incessantly calling out. This individual was none other than Lu family's foolish young master, Lu Mao. Shui. Upon seeing the young girl, a surge of compassion welled up in Lu Yun's eyes, prompting him to softly call her name. Upon hearing his voice, the girl opened her weary eyes and, upon catching sight of Lu Yun, her delicate frame trembled. Brother, what brings you here? This is the Lu family. It is very dangerous. Lu Shui exclaimed, her first thought being the safety of Lu Yun. I have come to rescue you. How are you? Are you injured? Lu Yun inquired with concern. No, I have only just arrived here. They are forcing me to wed. Lu Shui shook her head, her voice tinged with sorrow. First, release my sister. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun immediately turned to Lu Ming, demanding, let her go. Lu Ming retorted sharply, you want her released first. Although Lu Ming felt a deep resentment at being threatened by Lu Yun, he found himself powerless to resist. Your sister is on the brink of bleeding to death, and you still wish to prolong this? Lu Yun spoke up to remind, you scoundrel, release him at once. Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock, and then he bellowed furiously. Upon hearing his command, 2 guards brought Lu Shui before Lu Yun. Lu Ming, I shall remember this day. And in the future, I will settle the score with your Lu family. Lu Yun took over Lu Shui and then tossed the unconscious Lu Wushuang aside. Startled, Lu Ming rushed forward to catch his sister. What are you standing there for? Hurry and leave. Lu Yun cast a sharp glance at Deng Pu before swiftly departing from the Lu residence. Aside from Lu Ming, it was evident that the Lu family harbored numerous formidable individuals, making it unwise to linger any longer. Lu Yun, you shall pay for today's events. Lu Ming bellowed, his fury palpable as he gazed upon the bloodstained figure in his arms. The formidable members of the Lu family were presently engaged in clandestine discussions. Otherwise, they would not have allowed Lu Yun to act with such audacity. Upon leaving the Lu household, Lu Yun immediately assessed Lu Shui's injuries. Brother, it is truly a blessing to have you by my side. Lu Shui cast a sorrowful smile towards Lu Yun before fainting. Brother Yun, what has happened to her? Wasn't she fine just a moment ago? Deng Pu could not help but inquire upon witnessing the scene. They had already ascertained during their journey that Lu Shui bore no visible injuries, yet she inexplicably appeared weak. The imbalance of yin and yang indicated that she must have struggled fiercely prior to her capture. Lu Yun gently stroked Lu Shui's brow, his tone laden with gravity. Concerning the yin-yang spiritual body, the most worrisome event had transpired. Let us find a suitable place. I must tend to her wounds. Lu Yun held Lu Shui tightly as they soared through the air once more. Let us return to the family, Deng Pu suggested. No. If we head back to the family now, Lu Qiaoshan and the others will certainly obstruct our way. Lu Yun shook his head, then pondered for a moment, his gaze settling upon Deng Pu. Brother Yun, what do you intend to do? Deng Pu instinctively felt a surge of tension. To the Deng family, Lu Yun exclaimed and subsequently quickened his pace. Chapter 19, Gathering at the Deng family. In the grand hall of the Lu family in Muyu City, a gasp pierced the previously harmonious atmosphere. What did you say? Lu Shui has been taken by Lu Yun? Upon receiving the news, Lu Qiaoshan widened his eyes in disbelief. This was indeed a definitive message from the Lu family, and Lu Wushuang had been gravely injured by Lu Yun. The Lu family demanded an explanation. The disciple responsible for delivering the news knelt on one knee, trembling uncontrollably. The gravity of the situation was overwhelming. Lu Yun had truly created a significant debacle. How audacious he was, engaging in such reckless behavior. It infuriated me. After a brief moment of astonishment, Lu Qiaoshan's heart was consumed by fury. How could the Lu family, failing to retain even the insignificant Lu Yun, have the audacity to demand an account from us? Lu Feng could not restrain his scolding, expressing his innermost feelings. His words rendered some guests visibly uncomfortable, particularly as members of the Lu family were present. The woman who had passed through the door had been taken from her family, leaving them in a difficult position to speak out. Lu Yun, this treacherous and heartless individual, had coerced the Lu family by threatening Lu Wushuang's life, leaving them with no choice but to release her. The disciple continued to voice his outrage, declaring, if I ever catch that scoundrel, I shall show him no mercy. Upon hearing these words, Lu Qiaoshan felt an even greater surge of anger within his heart. Lu Yun rescued his sister, simultaneously placing the entire Lu family at the center of controversy. Cease all activities immediately. Commence a citywide search for Lu Yun. Upon locating him and Lu Shui, apprehend them and deliver them to the Lu family to offer an apology. Lu Qiaoshan swiftly arrived at a decision, recognizing that this course of action was the most prudent. Approaching the Lu family to extend an apology, though, might not yield their acceptance. Capturing Lu Yun remained the paramount objective. Lu Qiaoshan, one must tread carefully in this matter, lest one forgets the patriarch's caution. At that moment, the voice of the Grand Elder resonated, serving as a warning. Grand Elder, the Lu family has already been reduced to this state by that young man. Do you and father truly intend to shield him still? Upon hearing this, Lu Qiaoshan expressed his indignation. Lu Shui should never have been married into the Lu family. It was Lu's deliberate act of retaliation against Lu Yun that led to Lu Shui's placement there. Do you not recognize that such actions are equally a slap in the face to our Lu family? The elder, with a clear mind, spoke coldly. Are you suggesting that we should support that young man in a confrontation against the Lu family? Do not forget our current predicament. Opposing the Lu family would be tantamount to seeking our own demise. Lu Qiaoshan firmly questioned, his resolve unmistakable. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder fell momentarily silent. His expression a tapestry of complexity. The entire Lu family, in response to Lu Qiaoshan's words, sprang into action. In a secluded room on the eastern side of Muyu City. Within the Deng family, two youths, one plump and one slender, stood anxiously beside a bed, their gazes fixed upon a beautiful, yet pale young girl lying there. How is Yungu? What exactly does it mean for the yin and yang to be out of balance? The plump youth, Deng Pu, spoke up, his voice laced with concern. Ever since bringing Lu Shui to the Deng household, her condition had not improved, and he was growing increasingly anxious. Lu Yun's expression remained complex, and he was reluctant to provide too much explanation to Deng Pu, merely furrowing his brow as if deep in thought. How many heart-settling herbs does the Deng family possess? After a moment of silence, Lu Yun suddenly inquired. Heart-settling herbs? Isn't that a specialty of your Lu family on Lingyang Mountain? The Deng family share is limited, and it is predominantly controlled by my father, Deng Pu replied, somewhat puzzled, before gradually elucidating. Schwerer currently requires a copious amount of heart-settling herbs. It would be ideal to obtain even superior clear heart herbs, for without them, enduring the next 7 days will prove exceedingly difficult. Lu Yun's expression was grave. The several heart-calming herbs given by Shui Jinxiu had all been administered to Lu Shui, yet regrettably, the quantity was utterly insufficient. These were indeed precious items, and it was impossible to procure such a large number in a short time, unless one ventured to the Muyu mountain range. Deng Pu's countenance was filled with bitterness. It seems I must journey to the Muyu mountain range. Lu Yun spoke slowly. The Twilight Rain mountain range is the most perilous place outside of Twilight Rain City. Unclaimed by any family or faction, and it is several times more terrifying than the Lingyang mountain. However, the abundance of resources is equally magnified. In addition to the tranquil heart grass, the Twilight Rain mountain range also harbors higher-grade herbs. The tranquil herb of the Lu family has likely been bestowed as a dowry to the Lu family, leaving Lu Yun with little hope. Brother Yun, if you intend to venture to the Muyu mountain range, it would be perilous for Schwerer to remain here, Deng Pu remarked, his face adorned with shame and guilt. Speaking helplessly, even within the Deng family, he felt powerless to safeguard Lu Shui. I understand, and naturally, I will not leave her here to recuperate. Lu Yun nodded slightly, then gazed out the door and remarked, once her condition stabilizes, I will seek a safe place. Lu Yun, you cannot go anywhere. At that moment, a menacing voice echoed from outside the room. Almost immediately, a group of individuals hastily arrived at the entrance, surrounding the room completely. This is bad. Upon hearing that voice, Deng Pu's face turned ashen. Lu Qiaoshan, you have arrived rather swiftly. Lu Yun's expression darkened as he hastened to the door, standing resolutely before it. The individuals approaching were none other than members of the Lu family, led by Lu Qiaoshan, accompanied by several elders from the Deng family. Deng Pu, what are you doing? Get over here at once. A middle-aged man beside Lu Qiaoshan shouted angrily towards Deng Pu inside the room. Father, I refuse to allow Schwerer to marry into the Lu family. Deng Pu protested defiantly. You are being foolish. This is the decision of the Lu family, and it is not for you to dictate. Deng He gazed at his only son with a mixture of disappointment and urgency. If he did not take a stand, Deng Pu would certainly face dire consequences. It is all my doing. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Lu Yun casually remarked, which indeed relieved Deng He. Lu Yun, I cannot be bothered to waste words on you. If you are wise, accompany me to the Lu family and admit your guilt obediently. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding our kinship. Lu Qiaoshan interrupted Deng He, who was about to express his loyalty, with a decisive wave of his hand. His piercing gaze locked on to Lu Yun as he spoke with unwavering clarity. Lu Qiaoshan, do you expect me to return to the Lu family and confess? Are you not plagued by guilt? Upon hearing this request, Lu Yun could not help but chuckle inwardly. You have committed a grave error, naturally. You must atone for your misdeeds. Why should I be burdened with guilt? Do you expect the entire Lu family to bear the consequences of your actions? Lu Qiaoshan glared fiercely, exclaiming, when did the Lu family become so spineless, trembling in fear of the Lu family? Ah, it is indeed true. Ever since your son shattered my spiritual vein, the Lu family has plummeted to unprecedented depths. It is a pity that your son pales in comparison even to Lu Ming and is now being trampled upon. All you can do is sacrifice your kin and engage in sycophancy. Lu Yun spoke slowly, articulating the profound pain that resided deep within the hearts of the members of the Lu family. Had Lu Yun not been rendered powerless, the Lu family would not have descended to such depths. You speak utter nonsense. Do you believe I will incapacitate you right now? In a fit of fury, Lu Qiaoshan felt a surge of spiritual energy coursing around him. He came to the realization that as long as Lu Yun remained unpunished, peace would be elusive for the Lu family. Lu Yun, you have indeed erred in this matter. Your reckless abduction has shattered the fragile relationship that our two families painstakingly cultivated. The Grand Elder gradually approached Lu Qiaoshan, effectively blocking his imposing presence, and spoke in a calm yet authoritative tone. It remained uncertain whether this action was intended to safeguard Lu Yun or to hold him accountable. Chapter 20. Departing from the family Grand Elder, I have triumphed over Lu Feng. Grandfather assured me that Lu Shui would not be wed to the Lu family, and all of you were witnesses to this promise. Yet, what has transpired? Lu Yun gazed at the principled elder, questioning him with a cold tone. This matter arose unexpectedly, and the Lu family appeared to be complicit. We acted hastily and ought to have consulted you beforehand. The elder, feeling somewhat awkward, responded helplessly. Certain individuals have no desire to confer with me, having laid ambushes on Lingong Mountain with the intent to harm me and inflict suffering upon our kin. For some, such treachery has become all too commonplace. Lu Yun shook his head with a cold smile, his gaze directed at Lu Qiaoshan and Lu Feng. The implication was exceedingly clear. Lu Yun, you are indeed doomed. If you were to perish on Lingong Mountain, would any of this transpire? At this moment, Lu Feng erupted in a torrent of invective. Having nearly been slain by Lu Yun earlier, his heart brimmed with an intense loathing for him. Do not fret, I shall soon take your life, along with that of your father. Lu Yun gazed at Lu Feng as though he were a lifeless corpse. Elder, you too have heard it. Is there still a need to spare such a rebellious scoundrel? Take this man's body to the Lu family and provide them with an explanation. Lu Qiaoshan shouted angrily, eager to push aside the Grand Elder and charge towards Lu Yun. Do you think I am afraid of you, Lu Qiaoshan? Lu Yun let out a cold snort. Having already activated his divine pulse, threads of the power of the god of burial flowed within his palm. With the essence of the god of burial at his disposal, he remained unperturbed even when facing formidable opponents at the spirit aperture realm. Lu Yun, your grandfather would not wish to witness this situation. Have you forgotten the promise you made to him in the ancestral hall? The Grand Elder admonished sternly as the impending clash between the two parties loomed. Grand Elder, you must understand that it is he who denies me the opportunity, intent on bringing about my demise. Lu Yun gazed deeply at the Grand Elder and spoke slowly. The Grand Elder's awareness of the affairs concerning the ancestral hall must indicate a significant connection to Lu Shi. If Lu Qiaoshan were to bring this boy to the Lu family to confess, it would be exceedingly humiliating for the Lu family. One must consider the repercussions. The Grand Elder turned his attention to Lu Qiaoshan and spoke deliberately. At this juncture, the boy has already provoked the Lu family. What other recourse could there be? I shall never permit this boy to instigate a conflict with the Lu family. Lu Qiaoshan rolled his eyes and bluntly stated, let us expel Lu Yun from the Lu family. This is currently the only solution. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment before slowly responding. Upon hearing this, both Lu Yun and Lu Qiaoshan were taken aback, realizing that the Grand Elder had already devised an escape plan. Very well. This boy is utterly arrogant and does not deserve to be a member of our Lu family. Henceforth, Lu Yun shall no longer be considered one of us, and his sister, Lu Shui, shall also be entirely disassociated from the Lu family. Lu Qiaoshan swiftly acquiesced, formally expressing his agreement. Without the identity of the Lu family, eliminating Lu Yun would become considerably easier. Moreover, the Lu family would undoubtedly seek retribution against Lu Yun. Excellent, it was you who cast me out of the Lu family. I can take pride in honoring my grandfather. Everything I, Lu Yun, have done, I shall bear alone. Should the Lu family desire an explanation, they may come directly to me. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun readily agreed. He had long been disgusted by the members of the Lu family. Remaining within the Lu household not only yielded him no benefits, but also required him to make sacrifices, which was truly stifling. This place belongs to the Deng family. Yet it is also under the auspices of the Lu family. You are currently on Lu territory, so why don't you leave at once? Lu Qiaoshan suddenly shouted, commanding expulsion with his words. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun turned and picked up Lu Shui, gradually making his way out of the room. As he passed by Lu Qiaoshan, he abruptly halted, coldly declaring, Lu Xiaoshan, when Shuai recovers, I shall undoubtedly seek you out. Let us see if you can endure until that time. Lu Xiaoshan merely responded with a derisive laugh. Yun good, Dang Pu called out weakly as he followed behind. The Lu family is not worth it. Lu Yun turned his head to glance at Dang Pu, his gaze sweeping slowly over all the members of the Lu family, before he shook his head gently. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, some members of the Lu family suddenly lowered their heads, as if feeling a touch of guilt. To many, Lu Yun's actions were not excessive. Rather, they were seen as a means of bringing honor to the Lu family, yet they were unfortunately intolerable to Lu Xiaoshan. Alas, as the family head, there is little more I can do, the elder sighed deeply, filled with resignation as he watched Lu Yun's departing figure. Father, he ought to have been eliminated. Expelling him from the family is too lenient. Lu Feng whispered beside Lu Qiao Mountain, harboring a sense of reluctance. The Grand Elder's unwavering protection undoubtedly stemmed from the old master's intentions. In this way, he had become an outsider. In the future, he could seek vengeance personally. Lu Qiaoshan cast a wary glance at the Grand Elder, his apprehension evident. This fellow, having severed ties with the Lu family, would likely not survive beyond 3 days. Lu Hong scoffed, expressing a sense of schadenfreude. Your treatment of Lu Yun and Lu Shui is utterly unjust. Dang Pu reprimanded sharply before abruptly rushing out. The child is merely naive. I hope you will not take offense. Upon hearing this, Deng He quickly offered a conciliatory smile. Enough of this. Let us return and provide an explanation to the Lu family. If they seek revenge, they should confront Lu Yun themselves. Lu Xiaoshan waved his hand and swiftly vanished from the Deng residence with his companions. Master, this Lu Yun is indeed a man of substance, however. I fear that with him, our young master may also be in peril, a member of the Deng family expressed with concern as he approached Deng He. Immediately bring that boy back to me. As for Lu Yun, do not oppose him. He is not to be underestimated. Deng He commanded, while simultaneously issuing a caution. Meanwhile, on the road outside the Deng family estate, Dang Pu hurriedly caught up with Lu Yun, panting heavily. Brother Yun, where are you headed? I wish to accompany you. Dang Pu inquired eagerly. I am no longer a member of the Lu family. Being with me would place you in danger. You should return, Lu Yun replied. Lu Yun slowly shook his head and spoke to dismiss the notion. I am not afraid of these dangers. I also wish to protect Shuai, for she is truly innocent. Dang Pu shook his head, his gaze resolute as he replied, Do you truly fear not death? Lu Yun gazed deeply at Dang Pu, as if she were coming to know him anew. Do not fear, for I am aware of a location where we can temporarily retreat. The Lu family should not be able to locate us. Dang Pu nodded emphatically and then inquired, What place do you speak of? Lu Yun immediately inquired. The Jade Wine House. No one dares to cause a disturbance there, not even the 4 prominent families. Dang Pu responded, I have heard of that place. It is quite expensive and crowded with many eyes. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun appeared somewhat hesitant. Dang Pu continued, We can enter discreetly. I have a friend there who should be able to assist us. Is that so? Then lead the way. Lu Yun replied. Lu Yun cast a glance at the Lu Shui in his arms and ultimately nodded in agreement. The immediate priority was to address Lu Shui's injuries. And heading to the Yulai Tavern for accommodation seemed a viable solution. With Lu Shui's safety assured, Lu Yun could confidently venture towards the Muyu mountain range. As for Lu Xiaoshan and the others, they would settle matters with them upon Lu Yun's return. Chapter 21. The Jade Come Tavern. Several hours later, Lu Yun followed Dang Pu to a magnificent 5-story edifice. Above the building hung a grand plaque inscribed with the 4 prominent characters, Jade Come Tavern. Gazing at this place, Lu Yun was flooded with nostalgia, his expression growing somber. Brother Yun, the past is behind us. I believe you will once again dazzle the city of Muyu. Dang Pu encouraged, patting Lu Yun on the shoulder. Go and find your friend. I shall await your return here. Lu Yun nodded and embraced Lu Shui, retreating to a secluded corner. The Yulai Tavern, in the recesses of his memory, was a place of sorrow. Once, the talented youth Lu Yun had been engaged here to the most gifted maiden of Muyu City, Li Linger, an event that had stirred the entire city and brought great glory to both the Lu and Li families. Alas, such joy was fleeting, not long after. News spread of Lu Yun's fall from grace, leading Li Lingo to sever all ties with him and even mock him cruelly. Brother Yun, this is Lin Chong, my close friend. He can take us inside. Just as Lu Yun was lost in his reminiscence, Dang Pu emerged, accompanied by a cheerful young man. This individual was even leaner than Lu Yun, his smile exuding warmth. Lu Yun, it's a pleasure to see you again. Lin Chong greeted him with a grin. Do we know each other? Lu Yun searched his memories, finding no recollection of this person. 3 years ago, I saw you at the Yulai Tavern, Lin Chang clarified, but was interrupted by Deng Pu, who said, "Let us not dwell on that. Shui is still unconscious. We need to get inside quickly. I will cover the expenses." "All right." Lin Chang nodded and promptly led Lu Yun and the others toward a discreet entrance. The side entrance was sparsely populated, designated for the exclusive use of the tavern staff. Under Lin Chang's guidance, they successfully infiltrated the Yulai Tavern. "Lin Chang, we VE come in secretly. You mustn't reveal this," Deng Pu cautioned once they reached a room. "Rest assured, no one will know you are here. Even if they did, they wouldn't dare make a fuss." Lin Chang assured them confidently. "Thank you. Once this matter is resolved, I will be sure to repay you." Lu Yun slowly nodded at Lin Chang and promised with words, "Gratitude must be repaid." This was a habit cultivated in Lu Yun's past life. "No worries, you may rest for now. I still have work to attend to." After waving his hand, Lin Chang departed from the scene. "Deng Pu, is this friend of yours reliable?" Lu Yun inquired after Lin Chang's departure. "I once saved his life. Occasionally, when I err and my father intends to punish me, I seek his assistance to evade the consequences, allowing him to experience the delightful life at the Yulai Tavern. He has always treated me well," Deng Pu recollected, filled with approval. "That's wonderful. No wonder you recommended this place." After listening, Lu Yun nodded, feeling relieved. "Brother Yun, what Lin Chang said earlier was unintentional. Do not take it to heart. I have known him for quite some time, and he greatly admires you. Even after your misfortune, he remained in disbelief." Deng Pu specifically clarified, "Rest assured, I am not so petty. Here are 2 gathering spirit pills. Take them, and this should cover your expenses for the next few days." Lu Yun waved his hand, then retrieved 2 elixirs from his pocket. "Spirit gathering pills. These are far superior to tranquil herbs, and you are soon to venture into the Muyu Mountains, where they will prove invaluable." In astonishment, Deng Pu repeatedly shook his head. The spirit gathering pills enable practitioners to absorb a substantial amount of spiritual energy in a brief period. 1 pill is equivalent to 6 months of cultivation, offering remarkable benefits to those in the spirit pivot and spirit body realms, and even those in the more advanced spirit aperture realm can benefit from them. Originally, these 2 elixirs were reserved by Shui Jinxiu for breaking through to the spirit aperture realm, but in this moment of peril, he generously bestowed them upon Lu Yun. "They are merely spirit gathering pills. I have no need for them." Lu Yun waved his hand and then forcefully placed 2 pills into Deng Pu's palm. The Supreme Xuanxiong secret manual of Lu Yun is extraordinarily powerful. Such elixirs are merely a waste on him. Deng Pu gazed in bewilderment at the 2 spirit gathering pills that had been thrust into his hands. "Very well, you may leave for now. I intend to journey to the Muyu mountain range tomorrow, and I will require your assistance in taking care of Shui at that time." As Lu Yun spoke, he unceremoniously thrust Deng Pu out of the room. As Lu Yun turned around, he noticed that Lu Shui, who had been in a deep slumber, had opened her eyes at some point, looking at him with a mixture of grievance and heartfelt emotion. "Brother, I am sorry. It is all my fault." Tears welled up in Lu Shui's eyes, and she felt as though she had burdened Lu Yun. If it were not for her physical condition, Lu Yun would not have had to venture into the Muyu mountain range. "Silly girl, what nonsense are you speaking?" He reassured her. "Your yin-yang spiritual body is quite formidable. Once you recover from this, we shall seek vengeance upon the Lu family together." Lu Yun comforted with a smile, "Indeed. It is truly reprehensible how uncle and the others are so fickle, and as for the Lu family, they are even more despicable." Lu Shui nodded emphatically, her expression one of irritation. "Then make sure to rest well. Trust me, you will recover swiftly." Lu Yun gently brushed aside Lu Shui's hair, his voice tinged with affection. In that moment, he seemed to be transported back to his previous life, caring for his adopted daughter, Lu Yu, who was plagued by an imbalance of yin and yang. At that time, he was not yet the heavenly emperor, yet he possessed a warmth that even the most exalted ruler could not attain. Gazing at Lu Shui, Lu Yun felt a profound gratitude toward fate. Not only had the heavens granted him a second chance at life, but they had also brought another Lu Yu to his side, allowing him to mend the regrets of his former existence. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Lu Shui obediently nodded before swiftly drifting back into a deep slumber. Under the imbalance of yin and yang, one's vitality wanes increasingly. Thus, prolonged rest serves as the most effective means to delay death. Once Lu Shui succumbed to sleep, Lu Yun likewise seated himself cross-legged, gradually entering a state of cultivation. Ever since Lu Shui awakened her yin-yang spiritual body, Lu Yun had been tirelessly attending to her, neglecting his own cultivation. The Muyu mountain range is fraught with peril, and before venturing forth, Lu Yun aspired for a breakthrough. The higher his cultivation, the better. With greater strength comes enhanced security. as well as the potential to uncover valuable treasures. The Ta Huang Xianqiang secret scripture was activated, fervently absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The Yulai Tavern, being the most extravagant establishment in Muyu City, boasted basic formations that enriched the spiritual energy within, further assisting Lu Yun in his cultivation. The spiritual energy surged through Lu Yun's 9 spiritual meridians, akin to a roaring dragon, propelling his cultivation to ascend rapidly. In merely half an hour, he sensed a breakthrough within his body. Boom! With a tremor coursing through Lu Yun's physique, the barrier of the first level of the spiritual body realm was shattered, unleashing a more vigorous surge of spiritual power, thereby enhancing Lu Yun's aura to the second level. However, this second level was not the conclusion of his cultivation, but rather the commencement of a new phase. Chapter 22. A night of 4 breakthroughs after achieving the second level within half an hour. Lu Yun displayed no signs of surprise, as if this were an utterly ordinary occurrence. It was not until an entire night had passed that a faint smile graced Lu Yun's face, prompting him to adjust his breath and conclude his cultivation. The room fell into tranquility, yet the outside world erupted in fervent chatter. In the grand hall of the Yulai Tavern, numerous patrons engaged in animated discussions. Did you sense it last night? In a certain area of the Yulai Tavern, the spiritual energy surged incessantly. Surely, someone was achieving consecutive breakthroughs. Those with perception remarked on the extraordinary nature of such intense breakthroughs, undoubtedly indicative of a prodigious talent, though the identity of the individual remained unknown. Some expressed admiration and envy over the events of the previous night. It was merely a breakthrough at the initial stage of the spiritual body realm. What is the big deal? Perhaps it was a group of individuals cultivating together. Indeed, the Yulai Tavern sees a vast influx of people. Breakthroughs are hardly rare. Some scoffed, unimpressed. Yet, despite such dismissive comments, the fact that spiritual energy surged 4 times throughout the night, exhibiting discernible layers, clearly suggested that it was the work of a single person. I, too, believe it was one individual. The timing and sequence of the energy fluctuations are telling. The admirers argued fervently. I heard that a genius from the Li family and another from the Wang family checked into the Yulai Tavern a couple of days ago. Could it be them? Are you suggesting Li Linger and Wang Wushu? It cannot be them. I've heard they are on the verge of breaking through to the spiritual aperture realm. If they were to break through like this, they might as well ascend to the heavens. Moreover, even in their past, they would not have been capable of such a remarkable breakthrough. The majority of the crowd was engulfed in envy and curiosity, speculating about the identity of the individual who had achieved the breakthrough. Unfortunately, the Yulai restaurant adhered to a strict confidentiality policy, rendering it impossible for them to disclose any information about their esteemed guests. Thus, the patrons could only engage in wild conjecture. Let us disperse. What is there to speculate about? There are not so many geniuses in this world. The 2 most formidable talents of Muyu City are right here. As if irritated by the murmurs emanating from the hall, a rather imposing disciple emerged from a private room, rebuking the crowd with a sharp tongue. Who do you think you are? Upon hearing his words, the crowd was incensed. Yet in an instant, a hush fell over them. Following the disciple were a strikingly handsome man and an exceptionally beautiful woman, both exuding an air of arrogance as they regarded those who whispered with disdain. The man, clad in a flowing white robe, adorned with a piece of white jade at his waist, possessed an extraordinary presence that clearly indicated his noble lineage. The woman, surpassing even the man in allure, had a stunningly exquisite face, her enchanting eyes reflecting a touch of aloofness and coolness, her demeanor rivaling that of her companion and perhaps even eclipsing it. It was Wang Wushu and Li Linger. Many were taken aback to see them here. Gasps of astonishment escaped the lips of numerous onlookers, particularly among the younger attendees, whose eyes sparkled with admiration and reverence. This pair seemed accustomed to such attention and discussions, swiftly departing from the Yulai restaurant. What a match made in heaven! I have heard they are soon to be engaged. The alliance of the Li and Wang families will undoubtedly dominate Muyu City in the future. Someone remarked quietly, watching their retreating figures. Let us hope they don't create another farcical incident like 3 years ago. Another teased with a chuckle. The Lu and Lu families had already grown anxious, having arranged a marriage yesterday, but it appeared complications had arisen with the return of Lu Yun. Within the Yulai restaurant, the earlier commotion seemed forgotten as a new round of gossip began. Meanwhile, Lu Yun, the originator of the 2 rounds of speculation, remained in his room, focused on calming his mind and nurturing his energy. The prodigy who had stirred the surge of spiritual energy 4 times yesterday was none other than him. He had achieved a breakthrough to the 4th level in a single night, all credit owed to the Ta Huang Xian Qiong secret scripture. As the pinnacle of cultivation techniques, the Ta Huang Xian Qiong secret scripture possessed an extraordinarily formidable capability, able to operate autonomously even in times when Lu Yun was not actively cultivating. Furthermore, this scripture could accelerate its operation during battle, thereby accumulating strength to enhance future cultivation. The more intense the battle, the swifter the scripture's operation. In the past 2 days, while scouring for Lu Shui, Lu Yun had engaged in several battles, particularly a fierce confrontation with Shui Jinqiu, during which he unleashed his full power, enabling the Ta Huang Xian Qiong secret scripture to store a considerable amount of spiritual energy through its autonomous operation. This was what led to Lu Yun's explosive advancement overnight. The Ta Huang Xian Qiong secret scripture remains, as ever, extraordinarily powerful. Lu Yun expressed his sentiments, reflecting that these extraordinary abilities were the very reason he refrained from imparting this knowledge to anyone. With a shift in his thoughts, Lu Yun once again utilized the God Burial spirit body to enter the God Burial purgatory for the second time. As he once more encountered the terrifying vastness of the God Burial purgatory, his conviction deepened. It was evident that this place harbored secrets even unknown to him in his previous life. The mere fact of his rebirth transcended Lu Yun's understanding. Having reached the 4th level in a single night, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the 5th tier of the spirit body realm, and naturally, he intended to continue his ascent up the ladder. Only by climbing higher would his divine meridians grow stronger, and the God Burial spirit body would consequently yield unforeseen advantages. You have finally returned. As Lu Yun was newly interred in the abyss, the ancient voice of the shadow echoed, seemingly filled with reproach. Fear not. For having embarked on this path, I shall not relent. Lu Yun spoke with calm resolve. Your progress is swift. I wish you good fortune. The shadow, in a rare display of approval, uttered these words before vanishing from sight. Lu Yun did not hesitate. He stepped forward with determination. Thunderous sounds erupted as his foot landed on the 4th step, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping him. Fortunately, this time Lu Yun had directly broken through to the 4th realm, significantly enhancing his physical strength, enabling him to withstand the immense pressure swiftly. After a brief pause, he ascended to the 4th level, where he was bathed in the divine power of the burial god. With renewed vigor from the enhancement of his spiritual form, Lu Yun felt a surge of excitement as he advanced toward the 5th level. For reasons unknown, a premonition stirred within him, whispering that stepping onto the 5th level would yield great rewards. The ground trembled violently beneath him. The 5th level proved to be more arduous than he had anticipated. Several times, he was nearly crushed, struggling to remain upright, facing perilous moments. Yet, the greater the challenge, the more resolute he became in his conviction. Having broken through to the 4th realm, Lu Yun was resolute in his desire to ascend further. At last, through sheer willpower, he endured the pain and firmly established himself on the 5th level. After the storm comes the rainbow. A vast surge of burial god power enveloped Lu Yun's spiritual form. And within that divine energy, glimmers of golden light appeared, reminiscent of some extraordinary object. What could this be? Lu Yun's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and his heart brimmed with anticipation. Within the God Burial purgatory, nothing could be deemed ordinary. Chapter 23, The 9 Transformations of the God Burial. As the power of the God Burial enveloped him, a golden object gradually materialized before Lu Yun. It was a slender, ancient tome, radiating a resplendent golden light, exuding an air of sanctity. The appearance of such a divine artifact within the God Burial purgatory created a striking contrast. Lu Yun reached out and retrieved the ancient tome. Bathed in a subtle golden glow, 6 large characters caught Lu Yun's eye. The 9 rebirth techniques of the God of Burial. Is this a martial skill? Intrigued and perplexed, Lu Yun opened the ancient tome. As he meticulously perused its contents, the curiosity in his eyes gradually transformed into astonishment. The 9 transformations of the God-burying technique was not merely a martial skill. It transcended Lu Yun's comprehension, embodying an extraordinary prowess. This technique was indeed exceedingly formidable. Lu Yun murmured to himself, once again enlightened by the profound knowledge of the burial god's purgatory. This tome, the burial god's 9 transmutations of divine arts, exists only in a fragmented form, bestowing upon Lu Yun merely a third of its content. Yet, even with this limited knowledge, it astonished Lu Yun, the former celestial emperor of his past life, profoundly. As the name suggests, the burial god's 9 transmutations of divine arts delineates 9 formidable techniques. The fragment in Lu Yun's possession contains only 3, Dust Cleansing, Moon Howl, and Forest of Souls. These techniques increase in potency, starting with dust cleansing. Lu Yun was astounded because the 9-turn divine art was specifically designed for the cultivation of spiritual bodies. This revelation implied that Lu Yun could unleash martial prowess even at the spiritual body realm, endowing him with genuine leverage to contend with those at the spiritual aperture realm. With the augmentation of martial skills, Lu Yun would become virtually invincible within the spiritual body realm. Moreover, the formidable nature of the 9-turn divine art, even among the celestial realms, is regarded as elite, suggesting that Lu Yun could pursue its mastery indefinitely. After meticulously studying the operational method of the first move, cleansing dust, Lu Yun settled cross-legged upon the steps and began to channel the cleansing dust technique using his spiritual body. His memory was replete with myriad martial skills, yet none were suitable for the cultivation of a spiritual body. Suddenly, as the technique was activated, the god-bearing power within Lu Yun's spiritual body surged forth, swirling violently around him. Before long, this god-bearing power coalesced into a whirlwind, roaring with the sound of annihilation, showcasing incredible might. Go! With a sharp rebuke, Lu Yun suddenly exerted himself, and the tornado transformed into 4 streams of energy, resembling meteors shooting across the sky. Immediately thereafter, an overwhelming force erupted around him, clearing everything in Lu Yun's vicinity. Even the surging magma beneath him temporarily subsided. Is this what it means to cleanse the dust? Indeed. Lu Yun nodded to himself, thoroughly pleased with his progress. After mastering the technique of dust cleansing, he intended to cultivate the second technique, Howling Moon, only to discover that his current necromantic power was insufficient to invoke the method of Howling Moon. After a brief respite, Lu Yun gathered his resolve and ascended the 6th step. The necromantic power bestowed by the 6th step was not as substantial as that from the 5th, merely exceeding that of the 4th, yet Lu Yun was more than content with his gains. This endeavor had already yielded significant rewards. Realizing that the 7th step was beyond his reach, he ceased his ascent and withdrew his consciousness from the necromantic purgatory. In the room at the Jade Wine Loft, Lu Shui was still resting. After tidying up briefly, Lu Yun prepared to bid farewell to Deng Pu and set off for the Muyu Mountain Range. Brother Yun, I've received word that the special recruitment examination of the Shocking Heaven sect will be held in half a month's time. There must be many individuals honing their skills in the Muyu Mountain Range now, so you must exercise caution. Deng Pu promptly cautioned upon seeing Lu Yun. Special recruitment examination? Is it coming to Muyu City this time? Upon hearing this, Lu Yun was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, the Jing Tian sect has consistently recruited disciples from numerous cities within the Qingzhou region, and now they are finally coming here. Had they arrived 3 years earlier, you might have already become a disciple of the Jing Tian sect, and the Lu family would have continued to flourish. Deng Pu nodded, filled with regret as he spoke. Throughout Qizhou, cities abound, home to countless prestigious families, and the greatest aspiration of these clans is to send their disciples to sects for cultivation, thereby broadening their horizons and gaining access to a wealth of martial arts heritage. The influence of sects is significant not only in Qizhou but across the entire Jiuyou continent. The Jingtian sect stands as one of the more formidable sects within Qingzhou. However, all of that is now in the past. The special recruitment test represents a new opportunity for the Lu family to rise. Lu Yun waved his hand, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. If the disciples of the Lu family could catch the attention of the Skyward sect, they might continue to thrive. Brother Yun, despite the way the Lu family treats you, you still think of them. Deng Pu remarked with admiration in his eyes. Do not overthink it. I merely spoke offhandedly. With Lu Feng's meager abilities, he is even inferior to Lu Ming. How could he possibly attract the attention of the Skyward sect? Lu Yun scoffed, expressing his disdain. The sect's special recruitment test had once been a cherished aspiration for the young Lu Yun, as he hoped to bolster the Lu family through it, which prompted his reflections. Brother Yun, you should also participate in the special recruitment test. This time, you shall undoubtedly rise again, earning the respect of all, Deng Pu said, his gaze suddenly intense as he encouraged him. I am not inclined to pursue such matters now. I will address this after resolving Xuer's issues, Lu Yun replied. Lu Yun slowly shook his head, harboring little thought on the matter. Then let me extend my best wishes for your triumphant return, Brother Yun. I shall take care of Xuer. Deng Pu patted his chest, making a promise. Ensure her safety, and when this is all over, I shall repay you. Lu Yun cast a deep glance at Deng Pu and spoke earnestly. It is fortunate to have a friend like Deng Pu. Otherwise, venturing into the Muyu Mountain Range with Lu Shui would indeed be quite challenging. Deng Pu nodded, watching Lu Yun depart. Just as Lu Yun was about to vanish from Deng Pu's sight, Deng Pu suddenly called out to him. Brother Yun, he stammered, appearing hesitant to express himself. Speak freely. Do not hold anything back. Lu Yun turned around, urging him to continue. According to news from the Yulai Tavern, Li Linger and Wang Wushu are also in the Muyu mountain range. Please exercise caution, Deng Pu finally managed to say, clenching his teeth. He was aware that Li Linger had always been a source of pain for Lu Yun, and he had refrained from mentioning it until now. It's a trivial matter. I shall return. Upon hearing this, Li Yun merely scoffed and departed from the Yulai Tavern without a backward glance. Deng Pu, taken aback, realized that Lu Yun had indeed undergone a transformation. After exiting the tavern, Li Yun navigated through the bustling streets of Muyu City, swiftly making his way to the northern city gate. The Muyu mountain range lies a mere 20 miles to the north of Muyu City, and the Yulai Tavern is the closest into the mountains within the city. Many noble adventurers visiting Muyu City often choose to lodge here the night before, saving both time and effort. Once outside the city, Lu Yun boarded a carriage heading towards the Muyu mountain range. Inside the carriage were numerous young individuals akin to Lu Yun, each brimming with vigor and possessing the conviction to conquer the Muyu Mountains. Chapter 24. The Muyu Mountain Range. The special recruitment test is a cherished tradition of Qishou, open not only to the scions of illustrious families but also to all ordinary disciples, as long as one possesses sufficient strength. Even those with modest talents may have the opportunity to be noticed by the sect's emissaries and taken for further training. Hence, for the common folk, this represents the most opportune moment to leap from the ordinary to the extraordinary, and it is regarded as the fairest competition. To rapidly enhance one's capabilities and elevate one's cultivation, venturing into the Muyu mountain range is undoubtedly the most effective course of action. Lu Yun sat in the carriage, gazing outside. He observed a continuous stream of carriages heading towards the Muyu mountain range. While some formidable individuals opted to run towards the mountains, considering it a form of exercise, Lu Yun embarked on a journey to the Muyu mountain range in search of rare medicinal herbs, inevitably confronting formidable beasts and unpredictable perils. Thus, traveling by carriage to recuperate proved to be the most prudent choice. Just as Lu Yun intended to close his eyes and rest for a while, a young man seated to his left suddenly initiated a conversation. May I inquire where you hail from, and whether you belong to a family of note? To which Lu Yun replied, a nameless individual holds little significance in discourse. Lu Yun replied casually, I am Li Chu, and I have recently formed a small team. Would you consider joining us? The young man, full of enthusiasm, extended the invitation. Are you a member of the Li family? Lu Yun raised his head to glance at Li Chu, inquiring with a hint of jest, Brother, you jest. I am merely an outsider of the Li family and cannot truly be considered one of them. Should I perform well in this special recruitment test, there may be a glimmer of hope for me to become a true disciple of the Li family. Li Chu shook his head with a gentle laugh, lightly mocking himself. Yet a trace of pride was discernible in his tone. In the present day, in the city of Muyu, the Li family and the Wang family stand as the most formidable powers. Even the minor figures beneath them bask in their shared glory. You must have already entered the spirit body realm, right? Join us, and together we shall venture into the Muyu mountains to hunt demonic beasts, enhancing our cultivation. All spoils will be shared equally. After clarifying his identity, Li Chu eagerly extended another invitation, his words imbued with confidence. Indeed, together we shall be safer. There are far too many powerful demonic beasts within that mountain range. The three others beside them chimed in to persuade, one of whom was a woman with an oval face and almond-shaped eyes, possessing a beauty that surpassed Lu Hong's. Her attire suggested a certain affluence. As she exchanged flirtatious glances with Li Chu, I prefer to walk alone, and my ambitions differ from yours. Lu Yun shook his head, firmly declining the invitations of the group. Nowadays, the majority venturing to the Muyu mountain range do so primarily to hone their skills and enhance their cultivations. What purpose would one serve in going there otherwise? Merely to seek entertainment? Someone voiced their discontent, questioning Lu Yun's refusal. No comment, Lu Yun replied, shaking his head once more. Upon hearing this, Li Chu and the others felt a sense of awkwardness, as if they had been affronted by Lu Yun's indifference. You are rather arrogant, aren't you? One individual expressed growing dissatisfaction. Brother, why not join us? We can look out for one another. Li Chu intervened, calming the youth who was on the verge of anger, and spoke patiently. It is quite rare to find someone so proud without lineage or clan. The only female member scoffed coldly, also voicing her displeasure at Lu Yun's rejection. I do not require your support. If one wishes to train, then train diligently. Do not constantly seek comfort in numbers. The sky-shocking sect values personal ability, not mere teamwork. Lu Yun, equally exasperated, retorted with a cold sneer, "Brother, your words are rather ungracious. We extended our invitation with good intentions, yet you respond with such rudeness." At this moment, even the usually patient Li Chu began to show signs of displeasure. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun promptly closed his eyes, disinterested in further engaging with the four individuals. "Ladies and gentlemen, please refrain from causing a disturbance in the carriage. If our timely arrival at the Muyu Mountains is compromised, I shall not be held accountable." The voice of the carriage driver rang out at that moment. "Humph, he shall soon taste the bitterness of his actions." The young woman let out a cold scoff, after which silence enveloped the interior of the carriage. The other young passengers inside were filled with trepidation as they observed the tense standoff. Li Chu and his companions were undoubtedly the most skilled among them, and these individuals yearned for an invitation from Li Chu, yet such an opportunity eluded them. In contrast, Lu Yun not only declined but also managed to offend Li Chu and his group. Several hours later, the carriage finally came to a halt, and Lu Yun opened his eyes. Disembarking, he made his way directly towards the entrance of the Muyu Mountains. He had visited this place once before and was somewhat familiar with the paths. Inside the carriage, Li Chu and his companions soon followed suit, casting their gazes in the direction Lu Yun had departed. "Brotherly, you have the bloodline of the Li family. Does that fellow not show you any respect?" The young woman spoke first, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. "Indeed, the young man in the carriage would leap at the chance to join us. Yet, he treats kindness as if it were a burden." The previously irate young man chimed in. "That fellow better not cross my path." Upon hearing their words, Li Chu's gaze turned icy. Lu Yun was utterly unaware that he had already incurred the disdain of a rather comical quartet. At this moment, he stood before a magnificent mountain, known as North Suppression Mountain. This peak ranks among the tallest in the Muyu mountain range and serves as the sole entrance to this majestic range. The mountain derives its name from the ancient inhabitants of Muyu City, who constructed a unique barrier utilizing its formidable presence to thwart numerous beasts attempting to wreak havoc in the northern territories. Beyond North Suppression Mountain lies the vast and imposing expanse of the Muyu mountain range. As Lu Yun accompanied the throng, he swiftly entered the entrance of the northern mountain. Through the pitch-black terrain, a vast expanse unfolded before him, revealing numerous towering peaks, a magnificent display of rugged grandeur. This was the renowned yet perilous Muyu mountain range. Many first-time visitors often experience discomfort here, for within the mountains, alongside abundant spiritual energy, there lurks a sinister aura. Once cultivators inhale this malevolent energy, their bodies become weakened. However, for Lu Yun, such trivial malevolence posed no threat whatsoever. After pausing to observe for a moment, he determined a less frequented path and searched forward. The areas with fewer people were generally more perilous, yet they also harbored greater potential for extraordinary treasures. After traversing two modest mountains, he found himself completely alone, having transformed into a solitary wanderer. A brief examination of the mountain's surface revealed that the spiritual herbs here had long been depleted. As Lu Yun delved deeper, he harbored little hope for the surrounding spiritual herbs. After thoroughly exploring 10 mountain peaks, a glimmer of excitement flashed before him as he discovered a fresh, heart-calming grass. Although not particularly rare, Lu Yun's joy stemmed from the implication that this mountain, and perhaps the ones beyond, had likely remained untouched by foraging and harvesting. This promised a continuous bounty ahead. However, before Lu Yun could approach to collect it, a surge of potent demonic energy suddenly surged forth, rushing directly towards him. Chapter 25, The Pack's Retribution. Upon sensing the demonic aura, Lu Yun instinctively withdrew. In the very spot where he had stood, a 2-meter-long silver wolf materialized with startling suddenness, its sharp claws striking the ground with force, sending up a considerable cloud of earth. If Lu Yunru had not evaded, he would have likely been disemboweled. How dare this beast launch a surprise attack on me? Lu Yun let out a fierce shout and launched an immediate assault. His right fist surged forward, releasing all his spiritual energy, which manifested as layers of luminous halos in the air. The silver wolf roared in fury, lunging directly at Lu Yun's fist with its fangs bared. With a resounding crash, the force of his spiritual energy collided with the wolf's formidable teeth, sending it hurtling backwards. After tumbling on the ground, the silver wolf regained its footing, its mouth torn and bleeding, rendering it even more menacing. With a bloodthirsty glare fixed upon Lu Yun, the silver wolf readied itself for another strike. Lu Yun maintained a composed demeanor as his spiritual energy coursed through his body, diligently seeking the weaknesses of the silver wolf. This creature was more accurately referred to as the Silver Moon Wolf, a notorious beast of the Muyu mountain range. The Silver Moon Wolves were numerous, cunning, and possessed formidable defensive capabilities, coupled with a strong sense of vengeance, making them the least desirable adversaries for ordinary practitioners. From birth, the silver moon wolf emerged as a spirit-level beast, with adult specimens typically exhibiting late-stage spirit-level prowess. Legends spoke of the silver moon wolf king attaining the realm of spiritual apertures. Before Lu Yun stood a mature silver moon wolf, a creature of late-stage spirit-level strength. With a roar, the silver moon wolf, unwilling to accept defeat, feigned an attack, pretending to lunge towards Lu Yun's left side while subtly shifting to the right. In a swift leap, it struck down with its razor-sharp claws, gleaming with a deadly light, aimed directly at Lu Yun's head. Beast, meet your demise. Lu Yun was not swayed by the silver moon wolf's allure. Instead, he suddenly lowered his body, lying flat against the ground, and with all his spiritual energy, he delivered a powerful punch upward. Above him was the belly of the silver moon wolf. With a dull thud, Lu Yun's fist penetrated the wolf's abdomen, blood gushing forth. The silver moon wolf let out a tormented howl as its body fell to the ground, succumbing swiftly to its demise. Lu Yun wiped the blood from his hands and approached the wolf carcass with remarkable composure, ready to dissect it and collect the demon core. As a late-stage spirit realm beast, the demon core of the silver moon wolf was exceedingly valuable. After securing the core, Lu Yun finally made his way towards the heart-calming herb. However, with each step, he was met with unexpected delight. The place where the heart-calming herb thrived was originally a highland. Upon his approach, Lu Yun discovered a gentle slope, and atop the slope, an entire expanse of heart-calming herbs flourished, with at least several dozen visible to the eye. It dawned on him that it was no wonder an adult silver moon wolf would guard a single heart-calming herb. There were so many. Lu Yun whispered to himself, feeling that this expedition had yielded abundant rewards. After carefully storing away all 10 heart-calming herbs, he continued his search. Upon discovering several ordinary spiritual herbs, Lu Yun departed from the peak and ventured deeper into the mountains. The subsequent heights were likely still untouched by human presence, significantly increasing his chances of uncovering valuable treasures. If fortune favored him with a heart-purifying herb, he could return with satisfactory results. As he approached the next peak, Lu Yun's expectations were confirmed. There were indeed several spiritual herbs present, yet only 2 heart-calming herbs could be found. The beast responsible for guarding them was not particularly formidable, merely at the initial stage of the spiritual body realm. After swiftly resolving the matter at hand, Lu Yun set forth towards the next peak. Having explored 4 or 5 summits in succession, the encroaching night began to cloak the landscape. Glancing into his pocket, he discovered a total of 15 tranquil herbs, along with a few scattered spiritual plants. To achieve such a harvest in a single day was quite commendable. Upon locating a suitable resting place on one of the mountains, Lu Yun resolved to take a moment to recuperate before continuing his endeavors the following day. The night in the Muru Mountains would prove far more perilous than the day, as many beasts possess the ability to see in the dark, a skill that fledgling practitioners of humanity lacked. After kindling a fire, Lu Yun retrieved a rabbit leg, preparing to roast it over the flames. This particular leg was sourced from a boisterous rabbit he had hunted earlier, intentionally saved for his meal. Just as Lu Yun was about to indulge in his feast, a series of ominous roars echoed around him, piquing his curiosity. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun set down the rabbit leg and furrowed his brow slightly. The sounds of beasts howling in the night were quite normal in the Muru Mountains. However, the current roars seemed rather peculiar. The intermittent howls of wolves nearly drowned out the other beastly cries, and they were drawing ever closer to Lu Yun. Could it be that those creatures sought revenge? In an instant, Lu Yun conceived a possibility, stuffing a rabbit leg into her mouth before vanishing from sight. Shortly after her disappearance, pairs of chilling gazes emerged nearby, radiating a ghostly white glow in the darkness, creating an eerie atmosphere. Lu Yun gnawed on the rabbit leg, dashing swiftly through the mountains. With his current strength, he held little confidence in facing the wolf pack by night. The silver moon wolves were far too cunning and formidable, hence, Lu Yun could only evade them for the time being, awaiting the dawn to confront them in a decisive battle. Alas, I must make do with this rabbit leg. As Lu Yun sped forward, he nibbled on a rabbit leg, feeling a tinge of regret. Behind him, the relentless howls of wolves echoed, persistently tracking Lu Yun's scent. The silver moon wolves possessed an exceptionally vengeful nature, a fact not merely a rumor. Those who had slain a silver moon wolf typically vacated the Muyu mountain range on the same day to evade the wrath of the pack. Lu Yun, audacious enough to venture deeper into the heart of the mountains, was indeed a rare breed among cultivators. The sound of the wolves. So many silver moon wolves. Could they be lying in wait for us? We must flee at once. Wherever Lu Yun traversed, numerous cultivators found no peace. Terrified half to death by the howls of wolves, only exhaling in relief once the echoes faded into the distance. Do not act recklessly. These howls emanate from various directions and may not necessarily be directed at us. Yet, there were still those oblivious to the danger, pursued relentlessly by the silver moon wolf pack. Alas! Seasoned adventurers, however, remained unperturbed, quickly discerning the underlying cause. As Lu Yun raced forward, he gradually discerned that the pack of wolves behind him had altered their strategy, encircling him from multiple directions. The howls resonated from the east, west, and south, leaving Lu Yun with no choice but to flee northward, a path that led directly into the depths of the Twilight Rain Mountains. The intentions of these silver moon wolves were glaringly evident. Even if they could not catch Lu Yun, they aimed to force his demise within the treacherous mountain range. Come daylight, we shall ensnare you all, Lu Yun murmured to himself, eagerly anticipating the arrival of dawn. Since his rebirth, he had never felt so stifled. After discarding the remnants of the rabbit leg he had consumed, Lu Yun began to sprint at full speed, deliberately circumventing several mountains infused with formidable energies. As he ventured deeper into the Muyu mountain range, he knew that some spirit realm beasts would soon emerge. This region was already deemed a forbidden ground for cultivators of the spirit body realm, yet it was also a place where the clear heart grass thrived abundantly. Chapter 26. The Silver Moon Wolf King. After racing for a full 5 hours, the heavens of the Muyu mountain range finally revealed a glimmer of white light. As the radiant dawn gradually unfurled its brilliance, Lu Yun halted upon a mountain peak, drawing a deep breath as he steeled himself for the impending battle. Not long after his pause, silver moon wolves came rushing from all directions. These creatures, cloaked in shimmering silver fur, bared their fangs with menacing ferocity. Under the radiant glow of the rising sun, glimmers of silver shimmered along their backs, causing one's eyes to ache. You wretched beasts, having pursued me throughout the night. It is time to pay the price. Lu Yun coldly uttered a few words, his fist gradually tightening. The silver moon wolves roared in unison, seemingly responding to Lu Yun's proclamation. Their demeanor was even more audacious than his. Moments later, a dozen silver moon wolves ascended the summit, their frenzied howls instilling terror in the hearts of the demonic beasts that had previously claimed this mountaintop, causing them to flee into the distance. Even the spirit aperture realm beasts were reluctant to confront the pack of silver moon wolves. Lu Yun gazed upon the menacing beasts before him, their claws bared and teeth glistening. His entire spiritual energy surged forth, and simultaneously, his ethereal form manifested behind him. In this battle, he knew he must exert every ounce of his strength. With a roar, the first silver moon wolf lunged at Lu Yun, heralding the commencement of the fierce battle between man and wolf. Lu Yun deftly evaded the initial pounce of the silver moon wolf, delivering a powerful punch to its head. With a swift motion, the creature transformed into a silver arc, propelled away by Lu Yun's strike. However, in quick succession, more silver moon wolves surged forward, relentlessly charging at Lu Yun. Lu Yun's fists danced relentlessly as he engaged in fierce combat with the silver moon wolves. His body swiftly navigated through the throng of wolves, deftly evading their lethal strikes. Had it not been for the combat experience and exceptional agility he acquired in his previous life, even having entered the spirit aperture realm, it is highly likely that Lu Yun would have succumbed to this pack of silver moon wolves. Relying on his past life's combat instincts, he consistently evaded imminent dangers, which became the cornerstone of his triumph. After a brief yet intense skirmish, the silver moon wolves grew increasingly agitated. The ferocity in their eyes intensified, clearly astonished that a human, albeit one in the late stages of the spirit body realm, could withstand their onslaught for such an extended duration and remain unbeaten amidst their encirclement. Lu Yun continued to weave through the pack of wolves, far from feeling weary. He grew increasingly formidable with each encounter. The silver moon wolf's impatience presented him with the perfect opportunity. The power of the god of burial is ready to unleash its fury. Lu Yun murmured softly under his breath, as the spiritual energy in his hands began to dissipate, transforming into strands of exquisite golden radiance. With a resounding thud, the nearby silver moon wolf was struck by Lu Yun's fist, its head exploding into a mist of crimson. Upon witnessing this scene, the remaining silver moon wolves bristled their silvery fur and let out a chorus of anguished howls. Lu Yun's spiritual power, under normal circumstances, would only inflict superficial wounds on the surface of his adversaries without targeting their most vulnerable spots. However, this time, his punch decisively eliminated one of their companions. As the sound of impact echoed, Lu Yun swiftly unleashed 3 consecutive strikes, his form moving like a specter. 3 adult silver moon wolves collapsed in response, their lives extinguished in an instant. 2 more wolves, unable to evade in time, were struck by Lu Yun's subsequent attacks, sustaining grievous injuries. In an uproar, the silver moon wolf pack was thrown into chaos. Many instinctively retreated, their once fierce eyes now betraying a glimmer of trepidation and fear. They could not comprehend how this human had suddenly become so formidable. This power was, indeed, more terrifying than that of certain spirit aperture realm practitioners. In the blink of an eye, nearly 1/3 of their companions had been annihilated. Did you not wish to kill me? Come then. After decimating nearly 1/3 of the pack, Lu Yun finally ceased to harbor any concern and provocatively called out. The remaining 8 or 9 silver moon wolves posed no threat to him any longer. They responded only with continuous howls, yearning to advance yet held back by their fear. If you will not come to me, then I shall come to you. A fierce glint erupted in Lu Yun's eyes, more terrifying than that of the silver moon wolf. Unleashing the full power of the god of burial, Lu Yun commenced a merciless slaughter. After being pursued throughout the night, all the resentment he had harbored was now unleashed. In an instant, chaos ensued among the wolf pack. The silver moon wolves fled in all directions. Yet 3 of their number were struck down by Lu Yun and their desperate escape. In a matter of moments, the once modest hillside was strewn with the carcasses of wolves. The remaining silver moon wolves emitted eerie howls, fully aware that they had provoked a vengeful spirit, one more monstrous than many practitioners of the spiritual aperture realm. Lu Yun discerned the change in the wolf's howl. Its speed had intensified. These silver moon wolves were most likely calling for help, perhaps signaling for more of their kind to arrive. Despite Lu Yun's formidable prowess, he could not withstand the relentless onslaught of the silver moon wolf pack. Thus, he resolved to swiftly eliminate this horde of wolves and depart from the area. The demon cores of the silver moon wolves alone could fetch him no less than 50 spirit calm herbs. Suddenly, a nearby mountain began to tremble violently. A roar echoed through the air. As Lu Yun was taken aback, an exceptionally resounding wolf howl pierced the heavens, reverberating across the nearby peaks. The demonic beasts within these mountains emitted mournful cries and swiftly fled. This was. A flicker of astonishment appeared in Lu Yun's eyes as he directed his gaze towards the mountaintop. There, he beheld a colossal silver moon wolf, its head held high, staring intently in his direction. This formidable creature measured an alarming 6 meters in length and stood 2 meters tall, its silvery fur glimmering with hints of golden luster, exuding an extraordinary aura of dominance. The term Silver Moon Wolf King instantly surfaced in Lu Yun's mind, instilling him with profound trepidation. The Silver Moon Wolf King was a beast of the spirit aperture realm, reputed for its immense power and rarity of appearance. While the Silver Moon Wolves were already formidable adversaries, the Wolf King promised to be even more terrifying. In the midst of Lu Yun's astonishment, the Silver Moon Wolf King lunged towards him with great haste, leaping down from the mountaintop and charging recklessly in his direction, causing the very earth to tremble beneath its weight. Nearby, the mountain ranges echoed with the presence of other spirit aperture beasts, seemingly wary of the Silver Moon Wolf King, as they proclaimed their territory to deter its advance. With the emergence of the Silver Moon Wolf King, the surroundings within a kilometer of Lu Yun descended into chaos. The pack of wolves that had previously been scattered in disarray now regrouped, adopting a triumphant stance as they gazed upon Lu Yun, as if their cunning scheme had succeeded. Could it be? Lu Yun gazed upon the several silver moon wolves that once again encircled him, and an understanding dawned upon him. These silver moon wolves were indeed treacherous. The previous night, they had sealed off his escape routes in all 3 other directions, solely to lead him to this very place. This was the lair of the silver moon wolves, the domain of their king. Chapter 27. Purging Dust and Displaying Might. You think you can scheme against me? Do not expect to survive. Upon discerning the intentions of the wolf pack, Lu Yun seized the moment as the Silver Moon Wolf King charged forth, continuing his assault on the Silver Moon Wolves. With each wolf he vanquished, the prospect of triumphing over the Silver Moon Wolf King grew ever more tangible. Thud, thud, thud. The remaining Silver Moon Wolves, in a desperate attempt to thwart Lu Yun's escape, had no choice but to confront him head-on. Enduring the wrath of the god of burial's power, a crimson mist surged forth as Lu Yun's fists danced through the air, his form weaving effortlessly among the Silver Moon Wolves, inflicting wounds upon them with relentless precision. In a fleeting moment, the last 7 or 8 silver moon wolves lay defeated. Their numbers diminished by more than half. Beneath Lu Yun's feet lay the massive form of the wolf, the air thick with the acrid scent of blood. Shaking off the crimson stains from his fists, Lu Yun focused his mind, awaiting the inevitable. The Silver Moon Wolf King was close at hand. It was now too late to flee. Beast, come forth. Today, your end is upon you. Moments later, Lu Yun abruptly turned his gaze to his left rear, his voice resonating with authority. With a series of heavy thuds, the colossal Silver Moon Wolf King emerged, a glint of surprise flickering in its fierce eyes. It had intended to launch a fatal ambush upon Lu Yun, only to find itself detected. Come forth. Your demon core should be worth at least a heart-calming herb. Lu Yun adjusted his breathing, fully entering an optimal state of combat. In a battle of the strong, every fleeting moment could prove fatal, given Lu Yun's current cultivation. Defeating the Silver Moon Wolf King hinged upon the minutiae. With a thunderous howl that pierced the heavens, the Silver Moon Wolf King unleashed a fierce roar. In the next instant, it propelled itself forward, leaping towards Lu Yun with powerful hind legs. Its sharp claws, already raised high, descended with the force capable of shattering boulders. Block for me. In that moment, Lu Yun did not evade. Instead, he let out a furious roar, channeling the power of the god of burial to withstand the assault. The Silver Moon Wolf King, colossal in stature and swift in movement, presented a formidable challenge. Given the current circumstances, evading its attack was nearly impossible for Lu Yun. He could only confront it head-on. With a thunderous crash, the claws of the Silver Moon Wolf King struck as though colliding with adamantine, failing to penetrate the god of burial's defenses. Simultaneously, a faint trace of blood marred the surface of its claws, indicating injury. This only served to infuriate the Silver Moon Wolf King further, eliciting a series of furious roars. Its strike, powerful enough to rend mountains and shatter stone, had failed to breach the opposing force. At this moment, Lu Yun was gasping for breath, although he had successfully thwarted the attack from the Silver Moon Wolf King. The toll on him was significant. The recoil from the strike caused Lu Yun to stumble back 3 steps, his chest rising and falling violently, as his internal organs endured immense pressure. After a brief moment, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. This marked the first injury he had sustained since his rebirth. Indeed, the power of the spirit aperture realm was formidable. Lu Yun suppressed the tumult within his heart, recalibrating his focus towards the Silver Moon Wolf King. The power of the god of burial was formidable enough to inflict a modicum of harm upon the Silver Moon Wolf King. Beast, I shall slay you. He growled through clenched teeth, his demeanor growing increasingly composed, his gaze more terrifying than that of the Silver Moon Wolf King. As Lu Yun spoke, a colossal black infant materialized behind him, the manifestation of his god of burial spirit. This manifestation was essential for him to unleash his full potential. As he ascended to the 6th tier of the god of burial, the spirit appeared to have grown, now standing half a meter tall. Its small eyes emitted an endless black radiance, resembling 2 black holes. The Silver Moon Wolf King, under the scrutiny of the god of burial spirit, experienced a fleeting moment of disarray, embraced death. Upon summoning the god of burial spirit, Lu Yun felt the power of the god of burial swell within him once more, alongside the residual spiritual energy, which he directed towards the Silver Moon Wolf King. The Silver Moon Wolf King, ever vigilant, swiftly swung its long tail, aiming a strike at Lu Yun's face. Lu Yun first collided his palm with the long tail, using the momentum to tumble towards the ground and slip beneath the Silver Moon Wolf King. This was the most effective strategy against the Silver Moon Wolf King. The greatest vulnerability of the Silver Moon Wolves lies in their underbelly, which is far more susceptible than their back adorned with silver fur. As if sensing Lu Yun's intent, the Silver Moon Wolf King immediately leaped into the air, turning to unleash a claw strike at Lu Yun. Bang! Lu Yun once again wielded the power of the god of burial to fend off the attack, while simultaneously delivering a powerful strike to the flank of the Silver Moon Wolf King. A howl of pain escaped the Silver Moon Wolf King, who was at the initial stage of the spiritual aperture realm, as it was forcefully knocked back by Lu Yun's blow. However, the impact only landed upon its fur, failing to inflict any substantial harm. Nevertheless, the Silver Moon Wolf King was thoroughly enraged. It had not anticipated that a human of the spiritual body realm would prove to be so tenacious, persistently attempting to exploit its vulnerabilities. With a roar of fury, the Silver Moon Wolf King emitted an unusual bellow, summoning a sudden tempest in the surrounding area. Spiritual awareness. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Yun's expression subtly shifted. Some formidable spirit aperture realm beasts possess the ability to awaken their spiritual perception, a unique capability akin to martial techniques cultivated by humans. At this moment, the Silver Moon Wolf King evidently intended to unleash its spiritual perception to annihilate Lu Yun. The howling winds roared, akin to an invisible force, slowly propelling Lu Yun towards the Silver Moon Wolf King. In that instant, Lu Yun found himself unable to resist, akin to fish on a chopping board, completely at the mercy of fate. The Silver Moon Wolf King's eyes gleamed with a dreadful ferocity, its gaping maw already wide open, poised to strike at Lu Yun's waist. Should this attack successfully land, Lu Yun would be severed in two. Moreover, under the influence of spiritual perception, he found himself utterly incapable of evading the impending doom. Beast, if you wish to devour me, you must be prepared to pay the price. A soft reprimand escaped Lu Yun's lips, as he had long been prepared. Suddenly, he shut his eyes tightly, disregarding the extreme surroundings. His divine burial spirit began to move, its tender hands dancing swiftly, casting one wondrous incantation after another. Burial of the 9 turns, purification of dust. Immediately following Lu Yun's command, the burial spirit emitted a blinding golden radiance, swirling frantically around his form. This golden light, a manifestation of divine burial power, coalesced into a vortex centered on Lu Yun, intensifying with each rotation. The Silver Moon Wolf King faced the force of the dust purification head-on, its silvery fur bristling in evident fear. Beneath its fur, trickles of blood began to seep, as if the very essence of the Silver Moon Wolf King were dissolving. With a thunderous roar, the dust purification lasted only a few seconds before erupting outward in all directions. The Silver Moon Wolf King's gaping maw was the first to bear the brunt, as it was violently torn apart by the divine burial force. The tempest born of its spiritual senses was swiftly quelled by the might of the dust purification. With a pained howl, the immense body of the Silver Moon Wolf King was sent flying by the purifying force, landing upon a massive boulder several meters away. Rendered incapable of rising again, Lu Yun extricated himself from peril, his body somewhat unsteady and his complexion notably pallid. In the moment of unleashing the cleansing dust, he had completely drained all the power from within him, a stark contrast to his experience in the god burial inferno. Nevertheless, the potency of the cleansing dust exceeded even his wildest expectations, nearly annihilating a terrifying beast at the initial stage of the spirit aperture realm, a feat he had never envisioned. Chapter 28. Scouring the wolf's den, retrieving his weakened god burial spirit form, Lu Yun cast his gaze upon the Silver Moon Wolf King. At that moment, the Silver Moon Wolf King, its entire silver fur matted with blood, bore a gaping wound in its mouth, struggling for its final breaths. Revenge upon me. And this is the consequence. Lu Yun stepped forward and swiftly ended the life of the Silver Moon Wolf King, extracting its demon core in the process. The demon core of the Silver Moon Wolf King was as large as a baby's fist, double the size of a typical Silver Moon Wolf's core. The value of this single demon core surpassed all his recent acquisitions combined. After securing the Silver Moon Wolf King's core, Lu Yun did not overlook the other Silver Moon Wolves, collecting all their cores as well. He made a special trip to the mountain where the Silver Moon Wolf King had resided, a place that surely held valuable treasures. Now that the king was deceased and the territory lay unclaimed, shortly after Lu Yun's departure, a multitude of cultivators began to converge, evidently drawn by the commotion. Upon witnessing the corpses of several wolves alongside the imposing body of the Silver Moon Wolf King, they were left in stunned silence. Had an entire pack of Silver Moon wolves been exterminated? Even the Wolf King had been slain. Such brutality was extraordinary. Surely, this was the work of a formidable expert at the late stage of the spirit aperture realm. Could it be that the heads and elders of the prominent families had ventured into the Muyu mountain range? As the crowd gazed at the scattered wolf bodies, discussions erupted, and some individuals, eager for resources, contemplated approaching. The Silver Moon wolves were replete with valuable materials. Although the demon cores had been taken, their fur and bones were still of worth, particularly that of the Silver Moon Wolf King, which could be fashioned into armor and weapons highly sought after. At that moment, a striking couple was seen approaching, surrounded by admirers, causing the onlookers to hesitate further. Miss Linger, there are treasures all around. Shall we take some back to present to the clan leader? A disciple whispered, eyes gleaming. The scent of blood still lingers. The expert may have just departed. We should refrain from acting rashly. The girl at the center of attention, none other than the talented Li Linger of the Li family, spoke slowly. You are right, Linger. Let's scout the vicinity first. Such an expert is exceptional. We must not offend them, replied the young man beside her, Wang Wushu, a companion of Li Linger. Esteemed sir, we shall set out to explore immediately. Several disciples from the Wang family responded promptly. This area has seen the presence of spirit aperture realm beasts. We must exercise caution. Wang Wushu added as a warning. Miss Linger, we shall assist you in your investigation. Should that expert have already left? We are willing to seize the Wolf King's corpse at the first opportunity for the clan, came a flattering voice from behind Li Linger. Turning to see the speaker, Li Linger merely nodded coldly. There's a chance. Let us move quickly and return to claim the wolf carcass. The speaker's excitement surged as he led 3 others in another direction to explore. These 4 were Li Chu and his companions, who had ventured here out of curiosity and, upon encountering Li Linger, seized the opportunity to ingratiate themselves. Brotherly, as long as Miss Lingo is pleased. Your status as a formal disciple of the Li family will be assured. The woman, exhilarated, exclaimed as she sped along. This is indeed a remarkable opportunity. Perhaps I shall become a favored disciple of the Li family without having to undergo the tests? You all deserve credit. Li Chu wore a smile, brimming with excitement. But what if we encounter that esteemed expert? A man interjected unexpectedly. That would be even simpler. We could foster a good relationship with him, thus achieving a significant feat. But we must act swiftly to complete this before the Wang family does. Li Chu's thoughts were remarkably clear. After a period of searching, the 4 eventually arrived at a hilltop. So much wolf dung. Could this possibly be the den of the Silvermoon wolf pack? They speculated as they explored the terrain. Let us ascend and take a look. Li Chu urged eagerly. What if there are Silvermoon wolves up there? The woman cautioned, her face betraying her fear. The Silvermoon Wolf King is dead. There shouldn't be any left. The esteemed expert is likely up there. Even if not, we could still discover treasures left by the Silvermoon wolves. Li Chu pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps we should inform Miss Ling first. A single Silvermoon wolf could very well cost us our lives. One man suggested. That is reasonable. I shall wait for you here. Li Chu contemplated and ultimately nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Lu Yun was vigorously scavenging within the den of the Silvermoon Wolf King. The Silvermoon Wolf King was exceptionally intelligent and commanded the pack, surpassing ordinary spirit realm beasts in strength, and possessed a plethora of treasures. Among the chaotic array of spiritual herbs, there were no fewer than 10 varieties. Additionally, Lu Yun discovered numerous human artifacts and over 100 human skeletons within the lair. This Silvermoon Wolf King is indeed affluent. Lu Yun couldn't help but marvel. The amount of human currency amassed by the Silvermoon Wolf King was enough to form a small hill, a staggering wealth indeed. All of this was meticulously transferred into Lu Yun's spatial ring, a precious heirloom left to him by his mother, the only valuable possession he possessed. In the end, Lu Yun was unable to find the Jingxin grass, but he managed to acquire nearly 60 plants of the Jingxin grass, including those he already possessed. Lu Yun had a total of over 100 Jingxin grass, significantly increasing the likelihood of restoring Lu Shue's health. Suddenly, he heard a multitude of footsteps nearby while he was finishing his tasks. Upon glancing over, he noticed dozens of people ascending the mountain, including several acquaintances of his. Is this truly the lair of the Silvermoon Wolf Pack? The Silvermoon Wolf King has claimed many lives in recent years, undoubtedly amassing a wealth of treasures. Did the Li family not discover this? It seems we have no stake in it. Yet, as witnesses, perhaps we might share in the spoils. Even if it means obtaining what is left behind. Many were abuzz with anticipation. The individuals now on the mountain were those who had previously gathered to observe the wolf carcasses. After receiving word from Li Chu, everyone had arrived here. The treasures left by the wolf pack were certainly more enticing than the wolf remains. Were it not for the presence of Li Linger and others, they would have rushed forward without hesitation. However, when they reached the mountaintop, they were all taken aback. A young man stood with his back to them, methodically sorting through the Silvermoon Wolf King's den. How could there be someone here? Moments later, someone gasped in astonishment. What is happening? Li Linger turned to Li Chu, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury. At that moment, she harbored serious doubts about Li Chu's intentions, suspecting he might have sent someone to hoard the treasures. Miss Linger, this is a misunderstanding. I have been guarding at the foot of the mountain. Li Chu exclaimed, shaking his head fervently while hastily explaining. It could be that esteemed individual who exterminated the wolf pack. Many in the crowd felt relieved upon hearing this. If he was indeed the one who vanquished the wolves, then claiming the treasures here would be entirely justifiable. Brotherly, this person seems somewhat familiar. At that moment, a woman beside Li Chu spoke up unexpectedly, causing Li Chu and the others to pause in surprise. As for Li Linger, her gaze shifted slightly, revealing a hint of recognition. Is that the fellow who rejected us at the carriage? Just then, the woman beside Li Chu recognized the young man and gasped in shock. Li Chu, why did you allow him to come up? A man from the four-member group, who had previously quarreled with Lu Yun, voiced his discontent, immediately questioning him. Were you deaf just now? I didn't let anyone up. This guy must have sneaked up. Li Chu was both furious and anxious at that moment. Hearing Li Chu and the others speak, Li Linga finally looked at him directly, but her expression was one of confusion. That silhouette seemed vaguely familiar to her. Yet it was also connected to Li Chu's group. Miss Linger, you must trust me. I know who he is, and I will handle everything. Li Chu thumped his chest, declaring with fervent conviction, Li Chu, you must understand. This individual is no ordinary person. If you entangle yourself with him, the Li family may not tolerate you any longer. At that moment, Wang Wushu's voice interjected, having discerned Lu Yun's complete appearance, his face adorned with intrigue. This man is an unknown. I have encountered him before. And he could never be the master capable of annihilating a wolf pack, so rest assured, young Master Wang. Upon hearing this, Li Chu was initially taken aback, but then assured with unwavering confidence. Indeed, this fellow has been obscure for the past 3 years, yet 3 years ago, he was renowned in Muyu City, and even had a brief connection with your esteemed lady. Wang Wushu continued, his words laced with a hint of jealousy. What? Li Chu gasped in astonishment, realizing he had misunderstood Wang Wushu's intent. Enough. This man is Lu Yun. You are entirely unaware of his true identity. At that moment, Li Linger spoke coldly, a tinge of disappointment evident as she admonished Li Chu and the others. What? The one from the Lu family? Li Chu and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. He has already been expelled from the Lu family. I have heard that his cultivation has been restored. If you wish to take action, it is a fortunate opportunity to gauge his true capabilities. Wang Wushu continued, mockingly observing Li Chu. The four of them looked at one another, their faces paling in realization. They had never anticipated that the seemingly foolish youth they encountered on the road held such a significant background. What? Are you afraid now? Did you not claim you could handle this? Wang Wushu pressed, eager for the spectacle, knowing that Li Chu belonged to the Li family. Young Master Wang, we are nearly in tears. We find ourselves in a predicament. Lu Yun was once the foremost prodigy of Muyu City 3 years ago. Now that his cultivation has been restored, he might indeed be the formidable figure capable of slaughtering wolf packs. To test him would be tantamount to courting death. Wang Wushu was right. You should assess his strength. With my presence, you shall remain unharmed, and the family will remember your contributions. At that moment, Li Linger commanded. Very well then. Faced with Li Linger's words, Li Chu could hardly refuse and could only nod in agreement. Brotherly, are we truly going to engage that person in battle? The woman beside Li Chu spoke, her voice trembling slightly. It's merely a test. Miss Linger would not let us come to harm. You need not be overly fearful. This fellow has only just regained his strength, at his peak. He is, but at the spirit body realm, hardly a match for us. Li Chu encouraged the other three, casting a reassuring glance. Indeed, this individual is so arrogant. What if he was a genius in the past? He can still be taught a lesson. All four of us have entered the spirit body realm. There is no reason to fear him alone. The two other men echoed Li Chu's sentiments, their eyes ablaze with combativeness. Their earlier trepidation stemmed solely from Lu Yun's prior renown, an instinctive fear that was now dissipating. Coming to their senses, they recognized that Lu Yun was merely a fallen genius, and there was no cause for such dread. Gentlemen, will you proceed or not? If not, I shall take my leave. Just as Li Chu and his companions regained their courage, Lu Yun's voice emerged from the den, tinged with impatience. Go on. Show him a little color. Upon hearing this, Li Chu and his companions charged forward, leaping into the Wolf King's lair. Miss Linger, do you think these four can pose a threat to that fellow? Wang Wushu inquired, watching as Li Chu and his companions approached Lu Yun with curiosity. Difficult to say. Li Linger responded, shaking her head, her beautiful eyes reflecting indifference. I hope he is not too weak, otherwise it would not be entertaining. Wang Wushu sighed, and it was apparent to anyone that he held a sense of disdain. A single misstep leads to a cascade of errors. To yearn for the past is undoubtedly a fool's dream, a disciple of the Li family muttered, voicing the collective sentiment of those present. Meanwhile, within the Wolf King's lair, Lu Yun gazed at the four before him with surprise, unable to refrain from speaking. I did not expect it to be you four. Here we meet again. So you are Lu Yun, the waste of the Lu family. Oh no, you are now merely a stray dog. Li Chu returned, his gaze icy as he taunted. Lu Yun, you previously declined our invitation. Now you shall taste some hardship. The woman followed up with her own remark. What is this? Have you failed in your training and resorted to robbery? Or have you come here at the behest of certain individuals to engage me in combat? Lu Yun gazed at Li Chu and the others with a bemused expression. Spare me the trivialities. Do you still fancy yourself the formidable genius feared by all 3 years ago? The present you is but a stray dog, reviled by everyone. The man who had previously clashed with Lu Yun hurled vicious words, his tone exceedingly harsh. You are truly courting death. Lu Yun's gaze suddenly turned icy, and in a swift motion, he appeared before the man, delivering a powerful punch. The sound of impact resonated like a muffled thunderclap, and the man was sent hurtling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against the nearby cliffside. His bones shattered upon impact, and by the time he fell, he had already succumbed to the grasp of death. This spectacle left not only Li Chu and the others nearby in stunned silence, but also captivated the onlookers from afar. Lu Yun's fist struck with an alarming swiftness, and with a single blow, he obliterated a practitioner at the pinnacle of the third realm of the spirit body stage. Initially, I had no desire to engage with you, but since you have sought your own demise, you cannot blame me. Lu Yun's icy gaze shifted to the remaining 3 individuals. At this moment, Li Chu and the others felt an overwhelming chill, beads of cold sweat forming on their backs. The recently slain individual was the second strongest in their quartet, yet even at such proximity, they found it nearly impossible to discern Lu Yun's movements. One by one, Lu Yun, with a tone of indifference, moved his figure and unleashed a fist imbued with spiritual energy towards a nearby man. There was no need for him to employ the power of the god of burial against these 4 adversaries. I will fight you. Sensing the impending threat, the man became frantic, instantly unleashing all of his spiritual energy in defense. A yellowish light sphere appeared behind him, representing his Earth-type spirit. Although merely a basic first-level Earth spirit, all Earth spirits are primarily defensive in nature. Upon its release, a layer of yellowish light enveloped his front, significantly amplifying his defensive power. Li Chu and the woman were jolted awake, each exerting their full strength to flank Lu Yun from either side. Their subconscious minds informed them that this was their sole opportunity. Chapter 30. This greeting gift does not please me preposterous. Noticing the actions of Li Chu and his companion, a hint of disdain curled at the corner of Lu Yun's mouth. His right fist continued its relentless descent upon the man with the earth spirit. Bang! A muffled sound resonated as the man's multiple layers of defense were shattered in an instant, the surrounding yellowish glow dimming immediately, and even his earth spirit began to disintegrate. The ferocity of Lu Yun's power surpassed all expectations. You have reached the pinnacle of the 5th level of the spirit body realm. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. In that moment, he finally comprehended the true extent of Lu Yun's cultivation. Merely based on his cultivation level, Lu Yun was more than capable of overwhelming him. Moreover, when considering his combat awareness and the array of techniques he had mastered, the odds were even more insurmountable. Even with an Earth-type spirit body, the man found it nearly impossible to withstand a single punch from Lu Yun. As soon as the words left his lips, a mouthful of blood erupted from him, and his head drooped lifelessly. With a single punch, Lu Yun had already penetrated the man's body. Bang! In the next moment, Lu Yun swung his right hand, using the man's form to block the full-force strike from Li Chu and his companion. Consequently, the man's body transformed into a cloud of crimson mist. The sight left Li Chu and his companion in a state of utter frenzy. Now it is your turn. Lu Yun shook off the blood from his hands and charged directly towards the woman. Please, do not kill me. I can be your servant. The woman, overwhelmed with fear, fell to her knees with a thud, but alas, her plea was cut short as she collapsed. In the face of his adversaries, Lu Yun would never show mercy, regardless of their gender. No, young Master Lu, spare me. It is Miss Linger. Li Chu, equally filled with despair, begged frantically at that moment. Originally, he had intended merely to test Lu Yun's strength, but he had unwittingly provoked his wrath. His heart burned with hatred for the companion who had been the first to fall to Lu Yun's blade. I know who it is. With a firm grip of his right hand, Lu Yun effortlessly lifted Li Chu from the ground as one would a chick. Li Chu struggled, yet his efforts were in vain. In this moment, he finally comprehended the terrifying nature of Lu Yun. Although both existed within the spirit body realm, their true strengths were as disparate as heaven and earth. Lu Yun's presence instilled a sense of dread that surpassed even that of a formidable spirit aperture realm expert. Lu Yun emerged from the den of the Wolf King, carrying Li Chu as he slowly approached the crowd of onlookers in the distance. As Lu Yun walked toward them, many instinctively recoiled. The confrontation involving Li Chu and his companions was no mere test. It was a one-sided massacre. The only individuals able to maintain their composure were Li Linger and Wang Wushu. However, the disdainful smile that once adorned Wang Wushu's face had vanished, replaced by a gaze toward Lu Yun that bore signs of displeasure and gravity. Li Linger, too, was no longer indifferent. Her expression was now serious and profoundly complex. "Miss Linger, please save me," Li Chu cried out desperately from afar, grasping at the last thread of hope. "Li Linger, it has been 3 years. I never imagined our reunion would unfold in such a manner." Lu Yun approached Li Linger and spoke first. "Lu Yun, spare him. I understand your reluctance to offend the Lu family, which is why you have spared his life." Li Linger gazed directly at Lu Yun and stated plainly, "You are mistaken. I brought him here merely to convey that I do not appreciate your so-called gift of meeting." Lu Yun slowly shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Then what do you wish to do?" Li Linger immediately sensed an unfamiliarity in Lu Yun, as if she could no longer decipher the young man before her. "It's quite simple. An unwelcome gift must be returned to its sender." Lu Yun's smile gradually transformed into a chilling coldness, and with a firm grip of his hand, Li Chu, who was still pleading for help, fell silent, losing all signs of life. Lu Yun casually tossed it in front of Li Ling. Everyone present was momentarily stunned. To kill a member of the Li family right before Li Linger was an act of unparalleled arrogance. As she gazed at the figure of Li Chu thrown before her, an immense fury ignited within Li Linger's beautiful eyes. Lu Yun's actions were a blatant slap in the face to both her and the Li family in front of the gathered crowd. "Lu Yun, are you courting death?" Several members of the Li family immediately stepped forward, surrounding Lu Yun completely. "What, do you still wish to seek your demise?" Upon witnessing this, Lu Yun could not help but chuckle. "You, once deemed a worthless wretch, dare to be so audacious as to provoke the esteemed authority of the Li family? Such actions are nothing short of courting death." The members of the Li family spoke with a tone of reprimand, exuding an air of impending judgment. "I have severed ties with the Lu family, walking my own path, unafraid of any adversary. Should anyone wish to take my life, I shall simply return the favor. Nothing more, nothing less." Lu Yun spoke with a hint of aloofness, expressing his disdain for the Li and Wang families, whom he had never regarded with any seriousness. "Is it you who has slain the Silver Moon Wolf King, Lu Yun?" Li Linger inquired, momentarily halting the actions of the Li family members. "What do you think?" Lu Yun chuckled lightly, adopting a teasing tone. Upon hearing this, Li Linger was once again taken aback, feeling as if Lu Yun had transformed entirely. "Lu Yun, are you merely posturing before us? Today, at the Wolf King's lair, we all share in the spoils. Shouldn't you bring forth some?" At that moment, Wang Wushu spoke up. "Wang Wushu, if you possess the courage, why not retrieve it yourself? 3 years ago, you dared not confront me. Now, you may attempt to do so." Lu Yun turned to Wang Wushu and gestured dismissively. Upon hearing these words, Wang Wushu's body trembled as unwelcome memories flooded his mind. 3 years ago, apart from Li Linger, none of the other prodigies were a match for Lu Yun. They did not even dare to exchange blows. "What? Still too timid? It seems you have made little progress in these 3 years." Upon witnessing this, Lu Yun shook his head dismissively. Such a character, had it not been for Lu Yun's poisoning and subsequent entrapment, would inevitably have remained a mere backup. "You wretched fool, I have already ascended to the spirit aperture realm. Do you truly think I still fear you?" In the face of the scornful gazes of others, Wang Wushu suddenly erupted, unleashing the formidable power of the spirit aperture realm. "In comparison to the Wolf King, your deficits are not trivial at all." Upon witnessing this, Lu Yun merely shook his head with a faint smile. At the sound of his words, the arrogant Wang Wushu suddenly fell silent. Until this moment, they remained uncertain whether the Wolf King had indeed met his demise at Lu Yun's hands. If Lu Yun truly possessed such prowess, then even with Li Linger by his side, they might not stand a chance against him. "I have matters to attend to and cannot linger. So I shall take my leave. May fate bring us together again." Lu Yun cast a deep glance at Li Linger before bidding farewell. "Do not think you can leave," a member of the Li family shouted sharply. However, as soon as the words left his lips, the encirclement of the Li family was shattered by Lu Yun. A formidable warrior at the peak of the 5th level of the spirit body realm was sent flying by Lu Yun, who effortlessly traversed the perimeter. "Li Linger, I shall find a moment to have a proper conversation with you." As Lu Yun departed, he uttered a remark laden with significance. He had long believed that many peculiar events had transpired in the life of the young Lu Yun, and Li Linger was one such instance. This statement caused Li Linger to tremble, momentarily rendered speechless. Chapter 31. The Roar of the Beast King Miss, shall we pursue him? In the wake of Lu Yun's departure, the members of the Li family expressed their indignation and sought Li Linger's counsel. Let him go. We shall investigate the depth of his strength before proceeding. Li Linger replied, waving her hand slowly. It is regrettable about the treasures of the Wolf King's lair. If this fellow is merely bluffing, he will have profited immensely. Upon hearing this, the Li family members could only respond with resignation. This hill had been discovered by Li Chu, and it was originally intended that at least half of the treasures found here would belong to the Li family. Quickly gather the wolf carcasses. We must not allow others to seize the opportunity, Li Linger urged, issuing her command. Yes, the members of the Li family promptly left the hill, accompanied by the Wang family and numerous onlookers. Though the treasures of the Wolf King were lost, there remained the highly valuable wolf carcasses. Since Lu Yun had claimed the Wolf King's treasures, those wolf carcasses were naturally left unclaimed. Who would have thought Lu Yun had already stepped into the 5th stage of the spirit body realm? Do you believe his strength to be genuine? After the crowd dispersed, Li Linger turned her gaze towards Wang Wushu, who remained by her side. I cannot discern, but if he truly possesses such strength, he will undoubtedly participate in the special recruitment test. Wang Wushu shook his head, offering his firm speculation. I sense he has changed. He is no longer the person he once was. Difficult to fathom, Li Linger remarked, her expression complex. Anyone who undergoes such experiences is bound to change. Be prepared for our next confrontation with him, Wang Wushu advised, allowing him to act as he pleases. The Lu family is indeed playing with fire. Li Linger sighed and then turned to descend the hill. Meanwhile, Lu Yun had already left the area, venturing deeper into the forest. His earlier exchanges with Li Linger and the others, in which he claimed to be merely bluffing, were not entirely unfounded. After battling the Wolf King, Lu Yun's god-burying spirit body had become weakened and was still in the recovery phase. He lacked the confidence to engage Li Linger, who was at the spirit aperture realm. If Li Linger joined forces with Wang Wushu, his chances of victory would be even slimmer. Thus, after intimidating Li Linger and the others, Lu Yun deemed it wise to retreat. Finding a secluded and tranquil cave, Lu Yun settled into a meditative posture, formally commencing his cultivation. The fierce battle with the Silver Moon Wolf Pack had kept his Supreme Emperor's mystical tome in a state of rapid operation, particularly during his final confrontation with the Silver Moon Wolf King, which had accelerated the tome's progress by at least 5-fold. Just this single battle was equivalent to a month of Lu Yun's cultivation. Once seated in meditation, Lu Yun's Supreme Emperor's mystical tome began to operate immediately, releasing a torrent of spiritual energy from within, which swiftly enveloped his entire being. The 9 spiritual veins of Lu Yun pulsated like a beating heart, continuously invigorating his cultivation at a visibly accelerated pace. His initial cultivation at the early stage of the 5th level surged directly into the mid-stage and continued to ascend. As he practiced, Lu Yun's mind delved into the divine burial spirit body, entering the divine burial purgatory. Through several battles, he had fully grasped the formidable nature of the divine burial spirit body. This spirit body possessed its own unique powers and martial techniques, enabling Lu Yun to unleash the might of martial arts even in the realm of spirit bodies, allowing him to contend with formidable opponents in the spirit aperture realm. Moreover, the power of the divine burial itself was inexplicably potent, transcending common logic. The myriad terrifying aspects of it far surpassed Lu Yun's previous heavenly tier transformed spirit body. The Kuan Sword Saint Domain. Even the Kuan Sword Saint Domain, despite its prowess, could not empower Lu Yun to slay spirit aperture realm beasts while he was still within the spirit body realm. The divine burial spirit body remained at the 6th tier, exuding a serene demeanor as it autonomously absorbed the surrounding energies within the divine burial purgatory to replenish itself. At present, Lu Yun's condition can be likened to a harmonious union of his corporeal form and ethereal essence, with the latter's power and cultivation surpassing that of the former. Thus, the god burial ethereal form has become Lu Yun's ultimate trump card and lethal weapon. In the blink of an eye, a day has elapsed, during which Lu Yun's corporeal form has once again achieved a breakthrough, ascending to the initial stage of the 6th level of the ethereal realm. As for the god burial ethereal form, after a day's recuperation, it has returned to its peak condition. Lu Yun ascended the 7th step with unwavering determination, which further augmented the power of the god of burial. The abundant force of the god of burial coursed through his entire being, and a chilling light flickered within his darkened eyes. Lu Yun exhaled a breath of turbid air, with his strength once again enhanced. He felt an infinite confidence swell within him, prompting a decision to forge ahead. Although he possessed a wealth of resources at present, the absence of the clear heart grass left him restless. Suddenly, as Lu Yun stepped out of the cave, the ground began to tremble violently. The mountains within a radius of several miles shook furiously, and countless demonic beasts and birds surged forth, fleeing to the outskirts, just as Lu Yun was engulfed in confusion. An earth-shattering roar erupted from the depths of the forest. This roar was even more terrifying than that of the Silver Moon Wolf King, exuding the true might of a sovereign. As this beastly roar echoed, another wave of tremors reverberated through the ground, instilling profound fear. It was the Beast King. A formidable presence was challenging the Beast King. In that moment, many experts hidden deep within the forest fled in terror. Lu Yun gazed intently towards the source of the beastly roars, his expression remaining composed. The so-called Beast King refers to the sovereign of the monstrous creatures inhabiting the Muyu mountain range. These formidable beings do not merely occupy the peaks but rather dominate vast expanses of mountainous territory. At this moment, the Beast King in Lu Yun's vicinity had been provoked by an unknown individual. "Brother, why aren't you fleeing?" Someone rushed past Lu Yun, offering a well-meaning warning. Who could dare to challenge the Beast King? Lu Yun instinctively inquired. From the aura he sensed, the Beast King's power was at least at the pinnacle of the spirit aperture realm. Who could tell? You must rely on your own fortune. The man, noticing Lu Yun's reluctance to depart, left behind those words before vanishing before Lu Yun's eyes. Wealth and glory are often found in peril. A glimmer flickered in Lu Yun's eyes as he soared towards a nearby mountain peak. The Beast King roared, plunging the area into chaos, scattering the demonic beasts in all directions. Some spirit realm beasts, frightened by the commotion, were likely to abandon their lairs, presenting Lu Yun with an excellent opportunity to gather treasures. With his current prowess, as long as he did not encounter the Beast King, he could easily escape even if those spirit realm beasts returned. Upon reaching the nearby mountain, Lu Yun immediately spotted numerous spiritual herbs and began to gather them enthusiastically. The Beast King's roar echoed for a full half hour, during which Lu Yun amassed a bountiful collection. Just as he prepared to retreat, a small greenish-blue plant appeared before him. The herb was no larger than a thumb, swaying gently in the breeze, its faint glow indicating its extraordinary nature. Qingxin grass. At last, I have found you. Upon encountering this object, Lu Yun's eyes became fixated, and he was overtaken by a surge of excitement. However, just as he reached out to grasp the Qingxin herb, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura suddenly enveloped him. A colossal serpent, as thick as an adult's waist, emerged from behind, its icy gaze fixed upon Lu Yun, its tongue flickering menacingly. Chapter 32. The Multicolored King Snake. This is bad. As Lu Yun's expression shifted, an intense sense of crisis surged within him. In relinquishing the Qingxin grass, he propelled himself forward, darting to a distant location. Boom. The very spot he had just vacated was suddenly met with a colossal maw, crashing down and creating a significant pit in the ground. Rustling sounds echoed around him, and Lu Yun felt the earth tremble beneath him. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized that a resplendent giant serpent had silently encircled him, its forked tongue flickering with an ominous aura. The Beast King. Lu Yun's expression darkened, yet he maintained his composure. The immense serpent exuded an aura of formidable strength, at least 10 times that of the Silver Moon Wolf King, undoubtedly the Beast King of this region. The giant serpent lay in wait, as if anticipating Lu Yun's approach. With a roar, the serpent raised its head, gazing down upon Lu Yun, its eyes ablaze with fierce fury, and suddenly unleashed a deafening roar. The overwhelming might and resounding cry rendered Lu Yun temporarily deaf. Lu Yun unleashed his entire spiritual energy, creating a radiant halo around him. Nevertheless, he still felt excruciating pain coursing through his body, as if he were on the verge of disintegration. The Beast King possessed immense power. Even a single roar was sufficient to shatter Lu Yun's form. Beast, come forth. Lu Yun roared fiercely, summoning the power of the god of burial, which struck the colossal serpent with tremendous force. Bang! The might of the god of burial remained overwhelming, instantly causing the serpent's scales to scatter in all directions. Consequently, the giant serpent became even more enraged. Its enormous body coiled tightly, intent on crushing Lu Yun to death. Thud, thud, thud. Seeing the situation unfold, Lu Yun did not retreat but advanced boldly, stepping onto the massive serpent's body and racing along its length. Only by provoking the colossal beast could he find a chance to escape. Following the undulating form of the serpent, Lu Yun leaped outward and fled with wild abandon. Realizing Lu Yun's intention to flee, The giant serpent roared in fury and immediately gave chase. As a mighty beast king, how could it allow a mere human of the spirit body realm to escape? The serpent moved with astonishing speed, its enormous form weaving through the forest, causing destruction to the flora in its path. Just as Lu Yun was on the verge of being overtaken by the serpent, a blinding light descended from the heavens, striking the serpent with tremendous force. With a pained hiss, the serpent reared up, its massive body nearly standing upright. Lu Yun turned his gaze, only to behold a graceful woman draped in delicate gauze descending gently from the sky. In her hand, a jade sword radiated a blinding brilliance as it struck down upon the colossal serpent's body. The serpent's blood gushed forth, only to be vaporized by the sword's dazzling light. Following the sudden assault, the giant serpent lashed its tail, forcefully pushing the woman back. In an instant, the creature's wrath was entirely directed at her. As it lunged forward to bite, "Follow me," the woman commanded sharply, defending herself even as she urged Lu Yun to come along. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, her jade hand had grasped the collar of his garment, propelling him swiftly through the forest. The serpent, in a frenzied pursuit, could not keep pace with the ethereal woman, who only seemed to draw further away. After half an hour of frantic flight, the woman finally halted and set Lu Yun down at the entrance of a cave. Lu Yun glanced back. Although the earth behind him continued to tremble violently, the colossal serpent had momentarily lost their trail. "Thank you, my lady, for your timely rescue." Lu Yun cast a glance at the young woman and nodded in gratitude. "How did a little child like you end up here?" she inquired, regarding him with a hint of skepticism. "I merely came for an adventure," Lu Yun responded, initially taken aback by her remark, then resignedly answered. "You lack even the strength of the spirit aperture realm, yet you dare to venture into the territory of the Beast King? Your audacity is astounding." The woman scrutinized Lu Yun closely, her incredulity evident. At that moment, a middle-aged man's voice echoed from within the cave, tinged with concern. "Is everything all right, Sharo? Where is the rainbow serpent now?" "Rest assured, my lord, the rainbow serpent has not detected our presence," the woman replied respectfully to the cave. "You are Lu Yun," she interrupted as he attempted to speak. "Enough with the chatter. You may leave now." "Very well. I shall remember your kindness today," Lu Yun acknowledged, his gratitude palpable. Upon witnessing the other party's insistence to drive him away, Lu Yun consented with a nod. Since they had saved his life, he felt it was only proper not to linger and cause them further inconvenience. "Shao, who might be outside. Is it a reinforcement from the sect?" Just then, the middle-aged man's voice resounded again, prompting Lu Yun to halt in his tracks. "No, it's merely a little child rescued by a disciple while monitoring the multicolored king snake," the woman promptly replied. "I must clarify, young lady, that I am not a little child. If I am not mistaken, I should be of a similar age to you." Lu Yun coughed persistently, feeling quite discomforted by such a title. The esteemed heavenly emperor, referred to as a mere child, was something he found utterly unacceptable. Were it not for the fact that this woman had just saved his life, he might have lost his temper. "Pray tell, do you possess any clear heart grass?" the middle-aged man suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, the woman turned to Lu Yun, her beautiful eyes reflecting curiosity. "What do you require the clear heart grass for?" Lu Yun instinctively inquired. He himself was in search of the tranquil heart herb and was unable to assist the middle-aged man. "Young friend, I have engaged in a fierce battle with the rainbow serpent and have been afflicted with a potent venom. Time is of the essence, as I require the tranquil heart herb to suppress it. If that is unattainable, a substantial amount of the calming herb will suffice. Should you be able to assist me, I shall be most grateful." The voice of the middle-aged man resonated sincerely within the cave. He was ensnared in the cavern, constantly wary of the giant serpent discovering his whereabouts, rendering his situation exceedingly perilous. "You have been poisoned by the rainbow serpent." Upon hearing these words, Lu Yun reflected for a moment and earnestly declared, "I possess an antidote that can neutralize the venom of the multicolored king snake. Are you willing to give it a try?" "What?" The woman and the middle-aged man were both taken aback by Lu Yun's statement. "I assure you, my antidote is indeed effective. It can be prepared in merely 2 hours. If you place your trust in me, allow me the opportunity to demonstrate." Lu Yun continued to speak. In his previous life, Lu Yun held an identity, status, and power at the pinnacle of existence. In pursuit of immortality, he deliberately cultivated various abilities, among which was the art of alchemy and healing. The venom of the mere 5-colored king snake was, naturally, no challenge for him. "Are you jesting with us?" The woman looked at Lu Yun in disbelief, harboring grave doubts about his capabilities. "Since you are waiting for rescue here, why not place your trust in me while you await assistance?" Lu Yun continued to speak. Let him have a try. A dead horse is treated as a living one. After a moment of contemplation, the cave echoed with the resigned voice of the middle-aged man. Chapter 33. An unusual method. My name is Han Yuru. What is yours? Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, the woman's beautiful eyes gleamed with seriousness as she inquired. Just call me Lu Yun. Lu Yun nodded in acknowledgement. What do you wish to do? Is there any way I can assist you? Han Yuru inquired promptly. Indeed. Lu Yun nodded decisively, simultaneously reaching out to caress his spatial ring. In an instant, a vast array of spiritual herbs appeared before him, haphazardly scattered in disarray. So many spiritual herbs! Han Yuru exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she gazed at Lu Yun with a look of utter bewilderment. These are the ones I discovered over the past few days in the Muyu mountain range. I need your assistance in locating a few specific varieties. Lu Yun spoke to clarify, simultaneously taking out several types of spiritual herbs as examples. You clearly possess an abundance of tranquil heartgrass. Why are you reluctant to share? Han Yuru, in her search, suddenly caught sight of over 100 stalks of tranquil heartgrass and was taken aback once more. The tranquil heartgrass can only provide a temporary remedy. I can assure you, if this antidote proves ineffective, I shall give you all of these tranquil heartgrass. As Lu Yun toiled with the soil, he made a solemn promise. What exactly do you do? Could it be that you are an alchemist? Han Yuru expressed her curiosity regarding Lu Yun's identity. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely plundered a few beast lairs, he replied. Lu Yun replied, while simultaneously digging a deep pit in the ground. How do you know about the antidote? Han Yuru continued to inquire. You wouldn't understand even if I explained it. Instead, assist me in searching for the spiritual herb. I hold on to a glimmer of hope. Lu Yun waved his hand and urged him to continue. What an odd person, Han Yuru murmured to herself before falling silent. She felt reassured. If Lu Yun were to fail, there were still over 100 calming herbs available, ensuring the middle-aged man's safety was not in jeopardy. While Han Yuru searched for the required spiritual herbs, Lu Yun gathered several large leaves to lay within the earthen pit. Are you preparing a beggar's chicken? Han Yuru instinctively questioned upon witnessing the scene. My dear girl, your imagination knows no bounds. Given your esteemed companion's current state, do you truly have the heart to jest with me? Upon hearing this, Lu Yun couldn't help but roll her eyes. I am not jesting with you. Did you not discern that I was questioning your capabilities? Han Yuru was momentarily taken aback, and then hurriedly began to clarify. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun ceased further conversation and began to cast spirit herbs into the pit. In the blink of an eye, over 100 assorted spirit herbs were deposited within. Han Yuru, witnessing this scene, felt her beautiful eyes tremble incessantly. The mere thought of failure and the consequent waste of these precious herbs caused her great distress. That should suffice. Eventually, with a heavy heart, Lu Yun extracted 10 calming herbs and cast them into the pit. Are you certain this hodgepodge can concoct an antidote? Han Yuru could no longer contain herself and interrupted Lu Yun. At this moment, she had come to accept the reality that Lu Yun was not an alchemist. What he was attempting was not alchemy at all, but rather akin to cooking. Now, let us see what you can do. Lu Yun did not respond to Han Yuru's words. Instead, he commanded, take off your shoes and step into the pit to tread the medicine. Han Yuru, slightly puzzled, turned her head cutely and asked, what are you saying? Lu Yun pointed towards the pit filled with spiritual herbs. Have you lost your mind? Han Yuru exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening with indignation. Treading on the herbs is the most ancient method of extracting the essence of medicinal substances. In the absence of tools, this is the most efficient approach, Lu Yun explained. Han Yuru fell momentarily silent, and after a brief pause, she turned away and said, you do it yourself. I refuse. I have other tasks to attend to. Are you unwilling to make even this small sacrifice to save him? Lu Yun feigned disappointment and said. Han Yuru, upon hearing this, lightly bit her lip, feeling indignant in her heart, but unable to counter Lu Yun's words. Enough of this time wasting. If the rainbow serpent arrives here, it will be too late. Lu Yun urged with a sense of urgency. I hope you succeed. Otherwise, it will spell your doom. Han Yuru, with a sharp retort, began to grit her teeth as she slipped off her shoes. A pair of pristine white feet soon emerged, carefully treading upon the spirit herb pit. Do not look. Han Yuru admonished sharply upon sensing Lu Yun's gaze. I must refine the medicine. How could I not look? Lu Yun expressed his helplessness, urging her to hasten. Han Yuru, gritting her teeth, responded with a terse remark before gradually beginning to tread within the spirit herb pit. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yun smiled faintly and with a sudden motion. His hands deftly maneuvered a series of intricate gestures. In that instant, The surrounding spiritual energy was entirely summoned by Lu Yun, radiating a blinding brilliance from his palms. Han Yuru, observing this spectacle, displayed a look of astonishment upon her face. In that moment, she vaguely sensed that Lu Yun possessed an undeniable prowess. The principles of fate, the mysteries of the universe, the descent into the valley, the cleansing of the heart. Lu Yun murmured softly, while the radiance in his palm grew increasingly intense. As numerous strands of spiritual energy were summoned, the surrounding spiritual herbs seemed to respond, releasing their own unique luminescence. Within the cave, a middle-aged man, frail and leaning against the cave wall, slowly approached the entrance. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he was momentarily taken aback. This young man could actually invoke a response from the spiritual herbs. The middle-aged man was inwardly astonished. Lu Yun remained oblivious to the arrival of the middle-aged man, fully engrossed in his endeavor. At that moment, he was channeling a unique technique known as the Tianxian Heart Herb Formula. This technique possesses the remarkable ability to sense myriad spiritual herbs and amalgamate and refine their properties. It is a fundamental discipline for alchemists in the celestial realm. And Lu Yun, with the aid of the spiritual energy coursing through him, managed to operate it with great effort. After persisting for a while, beads of sweat cascading down his brow, Lu Yun suddenly directed the brilliant light emanating from his palm into the herb pit below. Caught off guard, Han Yuru, who was still in a state of astonishment while treading upon the spiritual herbs, momentarily froze, feeling an intense heat radiating from beneath her feet. The numerous herbs below seemed to be stirring restlessly, as if eager to leap out of the pit. Keep stepping, do not let these herbs escape. After Lu Yun uttered a few words, he settled into a cross-legged position, commencing his recuperation. However, the execution of the Tianxian Heart Herb Formula had already depleted all the spiritual energy within him. I, Han Yuru, felt a surge of anxiety as my feet grew hot and itchy, causing me to continuously tread upon the pulsating spiritual herbs beneath. Before long, I sensed waves of heat surging into my body, igniting a feverish sensation throughout me. My delicate face was already glistening with beads of fragrant sweat. This state persisted for a full hour, until the spiritual herb pit finally fell silent. Lu Yun, in the midst of his recovery, opened his eyes and cheerfully remarked, "My lady, you may emerge now." Hearing this, Han Yuru, caught in a trance of numbness and relentless treading, instinctively halted her movements and stepped out of the pit. Did she not feel an overwhelming heat, akin to a clarion call awakening her senses? Lu Yun observed Han Yu's sluggishness and inquired with a smile, "How did you know? What exactly did you do earlier?" Han Yu shook her head in confusion and replied, "I merely activated the vitality of these herbs, allowing them to combine on their own." Lu Yun explained lightly, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at Han Yuru. "In truth, the greatest beneficiary of this endeavor should be you. The excess medicinal properties of those spiritual herbs have entirely entered your body, which is why you feel so fervent. Go on, boast all you like. There is no such method of alchemy." Upon hearing this, Han Yuru scoffed immediately, reluctant to concede to Lu Yun's words, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. "Xiaoro, do not be disrespectful." Just then, a voice from the cave entrance echoed, "My lord, how did you come out?" Han Yuru hurriedly donned her shoes and approached the middle-aged man. "I heard the commotion outside, so I came to investigate," he replied calmly. Then turned to Lu Yun and remarked, "Young brother, your actions today have truly opened my eyes." "Merely some minor techniques," Lu Yun responded modestly. Lu Yun casually waved his hand and said, "I have encountered some remarkable alchemists, yet none possess skills quite like yours." The middle-aged man remarked with profound admiration, "My lord, you have seen the method for this antidote. Are you truly intent on attempting it?" Han Yuru inquired, feeling somewhat awkward at that moment. "Not at all. I have complete faith in the capabilities of the young brother." The middle-aged man nodded, evidently convinced of Lu Yun's abilities. "I shall fetch the herbs for you," Lu Yun called out, and had already arrived before the spirit herb pit. At that moment, many of the spirit herbs had withered, yet a milky white sap remained at the bottom. Lu Yun carefully extracted the juice using blades of grass and placed it gently in his palm. "Surely, this is no less than divine nectar." The middle-aged man, witnessing the scene, could not help but speak up. Han Yuru, upon seeing the milky white liquid, was equally astonished. What appeared to be a haphazard collection of spiritual herbs was capable of yielding such pure essence, which must surely be extraordinary. "My lord, before you grant me the antidote, I have an ungrateful request to make." Lu Yun held a blade of grass with an air of neither humility nor arrogance. "Please, feel free to express any request you may have. As long as this object proves effective, I shall certainly fulfill it." The middle-aged man replied earnestly. Once you have dispelled the poison, could you assist me in gathering a sprig of the pure heart herb? That mystical plant lies in proximity to the colorful king serpent. Lu Yun spoke slowly. If I were to recover, I would surely slay the king serpent. What you seek is but a trifling task. The middle-aged man immediately nodded in agreement. Then please proceed. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun nodded with satisfaction and handed over the grass leaves. The man took them without a moment's hesitation and drank the sap from the leaves in one swift motion. In an instant, his complexion reddened, and waves of energy began to ripple from his body, as if he were succumbing to a frenzy. My lord, are you all right? Han Yuru asked with concern upon witnessing the transformation. I've imbibed too much of the spirit herb. It will take a moment to stabilize. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Yun offered a calm explanation. Shortly after his words were spoken, the middle-aged man's complexion indeed began to restore, and his breath grew steadier. To his astonishment, the venom of the vibrant king cobra had truly vanished. The man promptly turned his introspection inward and discovered that the snake's poison, which had once plagued his spirit veins, was now entirely absent. Furthermore, the residual essence had cleansed his spirit veins, rendering his spiritual energy even more refined, akin to true nectar and ambrosia. I, Gufang, am profoundly grateful for the life-saving grace bestowed upon me by the young brother. After a moment of exhilaration, the middle-aged man suddenly turned to Lu Yun and bowed deeply. There is no need for such formalities, Lord Gu. It was the young lady who saved my life earlier. I merely repaid a life with a life. Lu Yun extended his hand to halt Gufang's movements. From the energy emanating from Gufang moments ago, he was certain that the man before him was at least a master of the spirit resonance realm. This realm transcends the spirit aperture realm, and only those of such caliber dare to challenge the Beast King. In the entirety of Muyu City, there is currently no one who has reached this level. Cultivating a friendship with Gufang would undoubtedly be advantageous for Lu Yun at this moment. Dear brother, please do not say such things. Your exceptional abilities deserve my utmost gratitude. Gufang insisted at that moment. As for the clear heart herb I mentioned earlier, consider it my token of appreciation. I am in dire need of this item. Lu Yun, seizing the moment, spoke up. The Qingxin grass will surely assist you. If you encounter any further difficulties, feel free to inform me. Gufang nodded earnestly and continued, for now, that is all. Lu Yun spoke little, for he was unaware of Gufang's true nature and thus refrained from forming a close bond. In light of this, let me first slay the rainbow serpent and avenge our grievances. Gufang did not inquire further. A flicker of hatred suddenly surged within his gaze. The rainbow serpent should still be in its usual lair, I presume. Lu Yun gazed towards the direction of their escape and spoke slowly. The mountains in that vicinity still trembled faintly, indicating that the vibrant king snake was intermittently searching for Gufang. My lord, you must exercise caution this time. Han Yuro cautioned. Fear not. It was my underestimation of this creature that allowed it to prevail before. This time, I shall ensure it is utterly obliterated. Gufang exuded an aura of dominance, embodying the dignity of a formidable warrior. Shiro, keep a vigilant eye on our benefactor. He must not be harmed. Gufang glanced at Lu Yun, imparting his instructions with gravity. Understood. Han Yuro, somewhat disheartened by Gufang's address, nonetheless nodded in agreement. Let us proceed. Once Gufang had imparted his directives, he leaped gracefully into the forest. Stay close to me and do not wander off. Han Yuro instructed Lu Yun before following suit. Lu Yun followed closely behind, contemplating the identities of Han Yuru and Gufang. Han Yuru's strength was equally formidable, at least a late-stage spirit aperture cultivator. Otherwise, she would not have been able to escape the jaws of the vibrant king snake. To possess such cultivation at such a young age, alongside the enigmatic presence of Gufang, suggested that their backgrounds were undoubtedly formidable. Additionally, Lu Yun recalled Han Yuru mentioning reinforcements from her sect, which led him to form a rough understanding. It was highly probable that Gufang and Han Yuru hailed from a sect, yet with numerous sects in Qishou, the specific one remained unknown. However, Lu Yun's primary concern was to procure the clear heart grass to heal Lu Shui, leaving him less curious about the origins of Gufang and Han Yuru. After the three soared for a while, the ground ahead began to tremble more violently, indicating that the vibrant king snake was near. With a thunderous roar after racing 100 meters, the colossal body of the vibrant king snake gradually revealed itself before Lu Yun and his companions. Upon spotting them, the vibrant king snake let out an enraged bellow. Be cautious, Gufang admonished sharply, charging directly into the fray. The vibrant king snake responded with a furious roar, immediately engaging Gu Feng in combat. The rampant force unleashed instantaneously leveled the surrounding terrain. Lu Yun and Han Yuro retreated to 100 meters away, intently observing the fierce battle. Chapter 35. Return to the Tavern. Lord Gu must have reached the mid-stage of the spirit rhythm realm by now, with his strength. Defeating the colorful king serpent is undoubtedly within his capabilities. Lu Yun gazed intently at the battle before him and spoke slowly. Your cultivation may be modest, yet your perception is quite remarkable, as you can even discern the strength of the master. Han Yuro turned to glance at Lu Yun, her curiosity about this peculiar youth deepening. Lu Yun possesses many enigmas that elude her understanding. Are you from the city of Twilight Rain? Do you have a family? Han Yuro inquired, taking the initiative to probe into Lu Yun's circumstances. I am merely an unnamed pawn within the city of Twilight Rain, Lu Yun casually responded. His gaze fixated on a small blade of grass swaying in the wind several hundred meters away. Though the battle between the colorful king snake and Gu Feng was intense, it had not harmed this delicate grass. What do you need this heart-cleansing grass for? Han Yuro continued to inquire. To save a life, Lu Yun answered seriously, casting a brief glance at Han Yuro. It must be someone very important to you, to compel you, with your limited cultivation, to confront the Beast King without fear of death, Han Yuro remarked, a hint of admiration flickering in her beautiful eyes. She is my only relative. Lu Yun sighed softly, a rare smile gracing his lips. Memories of Lu Shui filled his heart with warmth. This was not merely a vow of protection in this life, but also a repayment for the debts of a previous existence. I didn't expect you to be such a sentimental person, Han Yuro observed. Her gaze towards Lu Yun now tinged with greater appreciation. Stop analyzing me. The colorful king snake is about to flee. Go assist your Lord Gu. Lu Yun smiled faintly and offered a reminder. How do you know? Upon hearing Lu Yun's sudden words, Han Yuro felt somewhat bewildered. However, just as she began to speak, an anxious voice from ahead called out, Shiro, the rainbow serpent is attempting to flee to the east. Lend me your strength, but be wary of its poisonous traps. Understood. Han Yuro replied without a moment's hesitation. Do not worry. If you are poisoned, I shall personally concoct the antidote for you. Just as Han Yuro leapt forward, Lu Yun's voice echoed from behind, causing her to shudder. Rest assured, I will not succumb to poison. Without looking back, Han Yuro's voice faded as she disappeared toward the east. In an instant, on the battlefield's eastern side, a white jade longsword pierced the heavens, slicing down with tremendous force, releasing a sword aura that spanned several meters. The massive body of the rainbow serpent was struck, blood splattering as half of its body sank into the earth. Vile beast, this time there's no escape for you. Gu Feng's voice followed, and piercing spiritual energy surged from his palm, transforming into an enormous palm imprint that directly smashed toward the serpent's head. As the rainbow serpent sensed the imminent threat, it opened its gaping maw and unleashed a cloud of green mist. Beware of the poison, Gu Feng warned, and as the palm imprint descended, it obliterated the serpent's head with a thunderous crash. The enormous serpent's body collapsed, forming a mound. Han Yuro evaded the poisonous mist and swiftly approached to retrieve the serpent's demon core, which was as large as an adult's fist. Lord Gu, we have finally obtained this treasure. The mission is accomplished. Han Yuro wiped the sweat from her brow, her excitement palpable. Indeed, we were nearly outwitted by the rainbow serpent. Had you not fortuitously rescued young Lu Yun, we might have perished at its hands. Your contribution is invaluable, Gu Feng said, nodding with a smile as he looked at Han Yuro. By the way, where is young Lu Yun? Suddenly recalling something, Gu Feng glanced at Lu Yun's earlier position, only to find it empty. He is over there, Han Yuro exclaimed, her gaze scanning until it fell upon Lu Yun, who was now cautiously harvesting the clear heart grass. This was the primary objective of his journey to the Muyu mountain range, and he had finally succeeded. Benefactor, the rainbow serpent has been slain, and its body is filled with treasures. Please, take whatever you need. Gu Feng approached Lu Yun, speaking generously. I have previously expressed that I need only this. Lu Yun glanced at the clear heart herb in his hand and replied nonchalantly, this is the body of a beast king. Even a single hide is worth more than the demon core of a spirit aperture realm beast. Are you certain you do not wish to take it? Han Yuro, somewhat astonished, took the liberty to remind him. Ladies and gentlemen, let us part ways here, each having gained what we sought. Liu Yin disregarded Han Yuru's words and simply bid farewell. After speaking, Liu Yin tucked away the Qingxin grass and walked into the distance. Benefactor, hey you. As they watched Liu Yun's departing figure, Han Yuro and Gu Feng could only utter half of their conversation. Lu Yunji's nonchalance left them incredulous. This individual was truly peculiar. Han Yuru muttered to herself. He is likely from Muyu City. Upon arriving there, find a way to inquire about his identity. Gufang spoke slowly. No problem. Han Yuru readily agreed, eager to discover the true nature of Lu Yun. Proceed discreetly, and do not disturb him. After a brief contemplation, Gufang particularly cautioned. Han Yuru nodded, and then followed Gufang toward the massive carcass left by the colorful king snake. After a relentless 5 hours of travel, Lu Yun finally returned to the entrance of the Muyu mountain range by evening. Fortunately, he emerged before nightfall. Otherwise, he would have faced another day's delay. Upon exiting the mountain, Lu Yun felt elated. This quest for spiritual herbs had only taken him 3 days, and he had successfully obtained the Qingxin herb, marking it as a resounding triumph. After waiting a moment at the mountain's exit, Lu Yun boarded the last carriage back to Muyu City, returning overnight. Inside the carriage, some wore expressions of joy while others bore concern, yet Lu Yun remained impassive, resting his eyes. Occasionally, the sounds of raucous discussion drifted into his ears. Have you heard? Lu Yun has resurfaced in the Muyu mountain range, and he even interacted with his former fiancée, Li Ling. Indeed, he brazenly killed a member of the Li family in her presence. How arrogant. 3 individuals engaged in casual conversation about Lu Yun. This person single-handedly acquired the Silver Moon Wolf King's treasure. He must have annihilated the wolf pack. The Lu family must regret expelling such a formidable talent. I believe the Lu family's decision was not misguided. While the Wolf King's treasure is enticing, this individual acts recklessly, disregarding even the Li family's reputation. A major incident is inevitable. Distancing themselves early is prudent. You do not understand. He has long since fallen out with the Lu family. It is said he once challenged his cousin, Lu Feng, and decisively defeated him. However, I find this hard to believe. Lu Feng is a formidable warrior in the latter stages of the spirit body realm. How could he be bested by someone who has just regained their spiritual pivot? His annihilation of the wolf pack is likely a fabrication. More people joined the discourse, their curiosity piqued by the re-emergence of this former prodigy, sparking lively debate. Lu Yun quietly listened to the evaluations of those around her, remaining silent throughout. It was not that Lu Yun was unassertive. Rather, she simply found no motivation to speak. Chapter 36. I want her dead. After a night of travel, Lu Yun returned to the Yulai Tavern the following morning. Entering through the side door, she swiftly made her way to her previous room. Inside, Dang Pu sat anxiously at the bedside, tending to Lu Shui. At that moment, Lu Shui's delicate face was exceedingly pale, her condition significantly more dire than it had been 3 days prior. What had transpired? Lu Yun pushed the door open with determination and placed his palm gently upon Lu Shui's forehead. Brother Yun, you have returned. At that moment, Dang Pu finally regained his senses and abruptly sat up in surprise. Lu Yun momentarily disregarded Dang Pu, focusing intently on the condition of Lu Shui. As time elapsed, Lu Yun's complexion grew increasingly grim. The imbalance of her yin and yang intensified. What could have transpired? Lu Yusong released his grip and suddenly turned his gaze towards Dang Puda. Under normal circumstances, Lu Shui's condition should have remained consistent with her previous state, although weakened. She ought not to exhibit such a pallid complexion. Presently, Lu Shui had succumbed entirely to a state of unconsciousness. Brother Yun, Shui inadvertently overheard certain matters, which caused her great distress, leading to her current condition. It is entirely my fault for not caring for her properly, Dang Puda expressed, his face etched with guilt and profound sorrow. Please wait outside for me. I shall attend to her injuries first. Lu Yun suppressed the anger swelling within him and spoke with authority. Brother Yun, have you found the tranquil heart herb? Dang Pu inquired instinctively. Yes, the results are promising. However, given the current circumstances, I cannot assure you that she will recover completely. Lu Yun nodded and then spoke in a low voice. As long as we can escape danger, we have time. Dang Pu offered a word of comfort and then quietly left the room. Lu Yun lifted the blanket covering Lu Shui and gently spread a multitude of tranquil herbs over her body. Finally, he placed the last sprig of the calming grass upon her forehead. Shui, do not worry. I shall surely save you. Lu Yun murmured softly to himself, and then once again recited the heavenly profound heart herb mantra. In an instant, over 100 calm heart herbs seemed to possess their own consciousness, their surfaces shimmering with a crystalline glow. The clear heart herbs not only radiated light but also emanated a series of enchanting fragrances that penetrated deeply into the heart. Go. With a deft motion of his hand, Lu Yun executed the secret technique of palm manipulation. In an instant, the myriad glimmers of the tranquility herb began to coalesce. swiftly surging into Lu Shue's being. Meanwhile, the purity herb found its way solely to the center of Lu Shue's brow. In the blink of an eye, these ethereal plants withered and dissipated into nothingness. After completing his tasks, Lu Yun gently covered Lu Shui with the quilt once more and, feeling somewhat fatigued, exited the room. He had just activated the medicinal properties of both the tranquility herb and the clarity herb, allowing Lu Shui to absorb their benefits fully. The imbalance of yin and yang could be temporarily subdued, but for the future, Lu Yun would have to seek alternative methods. "Brother Yun, are you all right?" Dang Pu inquired with concern, gazing at Lu Yun, who was drenched in sweat. "I am merely exhausted," Lu Yun replied. "Now, tell me about your matters. What has transpired?" Lu Yun waved his hand and inquired further. "It is merely a rumor." Upon hearing it, Shue's condition worsened, and she has been in a coma ever since. Dang Pu replied with a sense of helplessness. "Her spirit has been disturbed, and the imbalance between yin and yang has intensified." "Have you allowed others to come into contact with her?" Lu Yun inquired with a hint of reproach. "No. It was merely a casual remark made by someone in the corridor, overheard by Shuer." Dang Pu responded with a look of innocence. What on earth could have transpired to incite such anger in Shuer? Lu Yun pressed for answers. Upon hearing this, Dang Pu became hesitant and stammered. "Just speak your mind. If you remain silent, I can still uncover the truth." Lu Yun spoke slowly. "Then I shall speak. There are rumors circulating that you have an incestuous relationship with Shuer, which led to your expulsion from the Lu family. Furthermore, your attempt to see Shuer from the Lu family stems from your perverse feelings for her. For you cannot bear the thought of her marrying another." Dang Pu said cautiously. "Nonsense." Upon hearing these words, Lu Yun's eyes widened with fury, his entire body trembling with rage. Since his rebirth, he had never felt such anger. Incest? What a grave accusation. How could he ever be implicated in such a heinous act? Who could have spread such a rumor? Lu Yun immediately pressed for answers. At this moment, he had come to a realization, and even he was quite agitated, let alone the young girl, Lu Shui. "I have conducted an investigation. It is Lu Wushuang. She was nearly killed by you previously and harbors a long-standing grudge against you. Only she could concoct such malicious rumors, intending to harm both you and Shuer." Dang Pu spoke slowly, his gaze imbued with certainty. "Find a way to monitor her movements, especially those departing from the Lu residence." A glint of fierce determination flashed in Lu Yun's eyes as he declared, "Brother Yun, what do you intend to do?" At that moment, Dang Pu was taken aback by Lu Yun's intense emotions. "I desire her demise." Lu Yun's words were chillingly cold, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. This commanding presence was one he possessed only in his former life as the Celestial Emperor, now reborn as a youth. Lu Yun had long concealed certain aspects of his being. However, Lu Wushuang had now completely provoked his ire. "Is this truly the path you wish to tread?" After all, she was not without her fears, her voice trembling with trepidation. "Assist me in this endeavor, and I shall bestow upon you a profound technique, paving your way to an illustrious future." Lu Yun gazed intently at Dang Pu, speaking with grave determination. "For the sake of Shuej alone, I shall assist you." Dang Pu felt the weight of Lu Yun's gaze, and an overwhelming courage surged within him. It was not that he lacked the desire, but rather the audacity. In that moment, his courage swelled immensely. "Go forth." Lu Yun nodded, offering encouragement to Dang Pu. After watching Dang Pu depart, Lu Yun re-entered the room. All traces of his murderous aura were concealed, and he transformed back into the composed visage of a young man. In his brother's chamber, Lu Shui had already awakened. And upon seeing Lu Yun, tears of grievance welled up in her eyes. "Shuer, how do you feel?" Lu Yun stepped forward as if nothing had transpired, expressing concern with his words. "Thank you, brother. I am feeling much better now." "Do you truly intend to kill Lu Wushuang?" Lu Shui distinctly heard the words spoken outside, trembling as she inquired. Such malicious rumors would undoubtedly lead to her demise. Upon being directly questioned by Lu Shui regarding this matter, Lu Yun nodded decisively, his words chillingly calm. "The Lu family wields considerable power. They may very well be awaiting your arrival." Lu Shui expressed her concerns. "Rest assured, I have no intention of storming into the Lu family at present, so there is no need to worry about my safety." Lu Yun interrupted Lu Shui's words directly, offering a comforting smile. "So, how do you intend to deal with Lu Wushuang?" Lu Shui inquired earnestly. "There are numerous methods. You need only to focus on your recovery. Leave everything to me." Lu Yun replied with a smile, choosing not to divulge too much to Lu Shui. "Brother, I yearn to personally end her life." Lu Shui pondered for a moment before suddenly speaking. "Leave it to me." Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback, then gradually nodded. Chapter 37. The arrival of clues as Lu Shui was still in the recovery phase, Lu Yun also took up residence in the Jade Wine House. When Deng Pu saw Lu Yun produce a handful of coins, his jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. "Brother Yun, where on earth did you acquire such wealth?" Deng Pu exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. "Have you not heard that I raided the lair of the Silver Moon Wolf King?" Lu Yun retorted, "I have heard, but I always thought it was mere rumor. The Silver Moon Wolf King is truly fearsome." Deng Pu nodded, unable to believe his ears. "It is indeed true. Not only did I plunder the Silver Moon Wolf King's den, but I also carried away these treasures in front of Li Linger and Wang Wushu." Lu Yun smiled faintly and explained, "Have you encountered Li Linger? They haven't treated you poorly, have they?" Upon hearing this, Deng Pu instinctively inquired. "I sent people to probe me, but I eliminated them all. They do not dare to act recklessly." Lu Yun replied nonchalantly, "Brother Yun, you are truly remarkable. What riches lie within the den of the Wolf King?" Deng Pu couldn't help but give a thumbs up, simultaneously inquiring with curiosity, "I have not counted. But the silver coins are like a high hill. It should amount to over 100,000, along with some gold coins." Lu Yun responded with remarkable composure, "Over 100,000. Upon hearing this, Deng Pu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His own savings amounted to a mere 10,000 silver coins, while Lu Yun had amassed wealth exceeding his by several folds merely by venturing into the Muyu mountain range. In the Jiuyo continent, currency is categorized into 3 types: silver coins, gold coins, and spirit coins. 1 gold coin is equivalent to 100 silver coins, and 1 spirit coin corresponds to 100 gold coins. Thus, 10,000 silver coins hold significant value. In a modest city like Muyu City, situated in Qizhou, transactions predominantly occur in silver coins, with a family's circulating capital typically hovering around several 100,000 silver coins. However, this is not the most valuable aspect of my possessions. I also carry 18 demon cores from Silver Moon Wolves, along with 1 from a Silver Moon Wolf King. Should the need for funds arise, I would appreciate your assistance in handling these." Lu Yun continued to speak. The demon elixir held little significance for him, however. Those spiritual herbs could be kept for future contingencies. "Brother Yun, you truly killed the Silver Moon Wolf King." Deng Pu felt as though he was gasping for breath upon hearing this. "Indeed, take these 10,000 silver coins to cover the lodging expenses, and with the remainder, procure a couple of recovery elixirs to expedite your advancement into the spirit body realm." Lu Yun took out a handful of silver coins and handed them to Deng Pu, saying, "These funds are just what we need to cultivate connections. I have already established some contacts." Deng Pu accepted them without hesitation, recognizing their significant utility. "I await good news. This time, Shui intends to take matters into her own hands." Lu Yun nodded and gradually made his way back to his room. Take matters into her own hands. Deng Pu stood rooted to the spot upon hearing this. "Both you and she require growth, and I wholeheartedly support her decision." Lu Yun's figure vanished into the corridor, leaving behind only a lingering sound. Brother Yun, Deng Pu, gazed at Lu Yun's room, feeling that this peer exuded an air of maturity, as if a profound generational gap lay between them. Upon returning to his chamber, Lu Yun immediately commenced his cultivation. The pressing matter at hand was to enhance his strength, for the peril between the Lu and Lu families loomed ever close. Although Lu Yun can contend with early-stage spirit aperture realm experts, the strength of the Lu family and the Lu family extends far beyond that level. 2 days have passed, and Lu Shui's injuries have improved by 80%. However, Lu Yun currently lacks the means to address the remaining 20%. His preparations were solely aimed at managing Lu Shui's prior injuries. Had it not been for the malicious rumors disseminated by Lu Wushuang, Lu Shui would undoubtedly have recovered by now. Brother, for the remaining injuries, I wish to rely on my own strength to overcome them. I have already begun to sense the immense power of the Yin-Yang spirit body. Lu Shui entered Lu Yun's room and initiated a conversation. The Yin-Yang spiritual entity, ever-changing, undergoes transformation with each imbalance of Yin and Yang. Your current spiritual body has already attained at least the 9th tier, and it shall continue to evolve in the future. Lu Yun lightly tapped Lu Shui's forehead, then slowly spoke. Brother, if I truly become stronger in the future, I shall protect you. Lu Shui suddenly uttered, Very well. I shall remember your words. Lu Yun chuckled, recalling that Lu Yu had seemingly uttered the same words in the past, their expressions and tones remarkably similar. Brother Yun, I bring good news. At that moment, Deng Pu abruptly entered Lu Yun's room in a hurried manner, neglecting to knock on the door. Is it about Lu Wushuang? Lu Yun maintained a calm demeanor and slowly inquired. Indeed. I have learned through a friend of a friend that she visits the Shinha fabric store in the southern part of the city every week to select garments. Deng Pu expressed with excitement, the Shinha fabric store is the most prestigious tailor in Muyu City, a coveted destination for many women within the city. Upon hearing these words, Lu Shui's eyes brightened as she exclaimed, "Excellent. Let us proceed to that place to seek her out." Lu Yun straightforwardly stated, "Brother Yun, there are two matters that require your attention." Upon hearing this, Deng Pu hastily interjected, "Pray tell." Lu Yun replied nonchalantly, "Due to the previous incident where Lu Wushuang narrowly escaped your wrath, the Lu family has since assigned additional personnel to her side. It is said that two formidable experts from the spirit aperture realm are now safeguarding her." Deng Pu cautioned with a grave expression. "And what else?" Lu Yun inquired, maintaining his composed demeanor. "Furthermore, Shinha Fabric Store is a property of the city lord. Should you choose to act there directly, it could lead to undesirable repercussions. Moreover, it is highly likely that there are also skilled practitioners stationed within Shinha Fabric Store," Deng Pu continued to advise. "Understood. When will Lu Wushuang be visiting there?" Lu Yun nodded and simultaneously posed a crucial question. "Based on the calculations, there are still 5 days remaining." Deng Pu responded earnestly. "Then I shall wait for her for 5 days." Lu Yun stated calmly, "Brother, do you have confidence in confronting a powerful practitioner of the spirit aperture realm?" Lu Shui gazed at Lu Yun, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. "Even if I lack certainty, I will bring her to meet you. Such a treacherous woman must pay the price." Lu Yun spoke coldly. "Brother Yun, what would you have me do?" At this moment, Deng Pu sought guidance. "Your task has been accomplished. With the Deng family standing behind you, the next steps rest upon my own shoulders. Focus on your breakthrough and strive for an excellent ranking in the special recruitment test." Lu Yun waved his hand, urging Deng Pu to proceed with his cultivation. "Very well. I shall not disappoint Brother Yun." Deng Pu nodded earnestly, eagerly anticipating the martial arts techniques Lu Yun had previously promised him. At a certain moment 5 days later, a surge of spiritual energy ascended from Lu Yun's chamber, once again capturing the attention of those at the Yulai Tavern. This marked the third occasion within 5 days that this particular spot had ignited a wave of spiritual resonance. Witnessing 3 breakthroughs in such a brief period, it was evident that a prodigy had emerged. With less than a week remaining until the special recruitment test, the emergence of talent was hardly surprising. The hall of the Yulai Tavern erupted anew with discussions. However, the genius they spoke of was solely Lu Yun. Just days prior, he had made a remarkable breakthrough to the 4th tier in a single night, and now, through diligent cultivation, he had advanced 3 more tiers in 5 days, elevating his realm to the early stages of the 9th level of the spiritual body realm. The speed at which he was catching up to his contemporaries, such as Li Lingo, was truly astonishing. Chapter 38. The 3 merchants upon reaching the early stages of the 9th level of the spiritual body realm. Lu Yun did not experience overwhelming joy. The true exhilaration in his cultivation came from the powers of the God Burial Inferno. Only by ascending the God Burial steps could Lu Yun fully savor the thrill of enhanced strength. Within the God Burial Inferno, Lu Yun resumed his ascent after his 3rd tier breakthrough. Ultimately, his spiritual body lingered at the 9th level. Faced with the immense pressure of the 10th level, Lu Yun hesitated to advance further for the time being. Nevertheless, being able to ascend 2 levels was already an impressive achievement for him. Surely, the 10th level held new secrets. Lu Yun murmured softly, harboring a sense of foreboding within. The offerings of the 10th level are likely to surpass those of the 5th. I find myself eagerly anticipating the prowess of a master in the spirit aperture realm. Lu Yun murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with the fervor of battle. The reason for his relentless training was to prepare himself for the formidable experts of the Lu family. As for Li Linger and the so-called youthful prodigies, he had never deemed them worthy of his attention. After tidying up, Lu Yun exited the Jade Wine House and set forth on the road to the southern part of the city. He had a vague recollection of the Shinha cloth shop and was aware of its general location. After navigating along the path, Lu Yun arrived before an opulently adorned pavilion. The structure boasted 3 stories and was bustling with activity, as numerous women entered and exited, creating a dazzling spectacle. Some men loitered at the entrance, occasionally approaching the women for conversation, yet most were met with indifference. Lu Yun raised his gaze to the signboard, where the 4 auspicious characters of Shinha Fabric Shop caught his eye. This fabric shop has indeed become a favored venue for many men seeking pleasure and indulgence. Gentlemen, please be advised that this establishment exclusively offers women's attire. Idlers are kindly requested to refrain from entry. As Lu Yun was about to step inside, he was abruptly halted by 2 women at the entrance. This left him somewhat taken aback. He found it astonishing that he could not even gain entry into the Xinhe cloth shop. No wonder those men were merely lingering at the door, waiting. Just as Lu Yun contemplated whether to wait for Lu Wushuang outside, a voice suddenly called out from the side, young master, have you come alone in search of a certain lady? If you require assistance, I can be of service for a modest fee." The speaker was a somewhat disreputable-looking young man, who was now rubbing his thumb and forefinger together, his meaning unmistakable. He evidently perceived Lu Yun as yet another seeker of fleeting pleasures. "The person I seek is one you likely cannot reach." Upon hearing this, Lu Yun slowly shook his head and replied, "My lord, what you speak is quite misplaced. As long as the conditions are met, I could arrange a meeting even with a young lady of high standing. However, whether you can win her over depends solely on your own capabilities." The rather unscrupulous man, feeling somewhat indignant, retorted with an air of arrogance, "Are you serious in your claims?" Lu Yun cast a sidelong glance at him, filled with skepticism. Realizing that entering the Xinhe fabric store was not an option and remaining here to wait aimlessly was hardly a viable strategy, he contemplated alternative avenues, which indeed seemed promising. "I, Su Sandao, have a certain reputation in these parts, known as the Three-Dao Peddler, with a guarantee of credibility. May I inquire whether you seek to indulge in a fleeting romance or pursue a cherished lady?" The man pounded his chest and earnestly asked, "I suppose it is more of a pursuit. I simply wish to meet her once." Lu Yun reflected for a moment before responding slowly, "That is quite simple. Just tell me whom you seek, and I assure you, I will make it happen." Su Sandao declared with great confidence, patting his chest. "Lu family, Lu Wushuang." Lu Yun, with a spirit of experimentation, exclaimed, "What? You intend to pursue the daughters of the four prominent families?" Upon hearing this, Su San could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "Is it truly beyond your capabilities?" Lu Yun was not disheartened. He had never entertained the notion that Su Sandao could succeed. It was not that it was beyond his capabilities, but rather that, when it came to the young ladies of the four prominent families, one must be prepared to offer substantial remuneration for their assistance. Moreover, Lu Wushuang had discerning tastes. If one were destitute and lacking in prowess, she would certainly overlook them. Su Sandao earnestly cautioned, "Fear not. I am confident that she will take notice of me." Lu Yun suddenly smiled mysteriously. In the past, when Lu Wushuang desired to marry him, it was Lu Yun who did not regard her with favor. Su Sandao, having encountered few gentlemen, was taken aback by Lu Yun's confidence, exclaiming, "It is indeed the first time I have witnessed such assurance." He gazed at Lu Yun as if he were a fool, then waved his hand dismissively. "Very well, since you possess such confidence, as long as the funds are sufficient, I shall assist you in resolving this matter. But first, enlighten me about Lu Wushuang's circumstances. I wish to ascertain your true capabilities." Lu Yun inquired, "It seems you have done your homework." Lu Wushuang frequents the Xinhe fabric store at this hour each week. She has been inside for 2 hours now and should emerge shortly. Su Sin replied confidently, "She is indeed inside. How might you arrange a meeting with her?" "That is quite simple. All the women who visit here share a common desire for exquisite garments. If you are willing to spend generously on their behalf, securing a meeting should not pose a challenge," Su San declared proudly. He added, however, "Do keep in mind that the attire favored by the women of the four prominent families does not come cheaply. If you wish to pursue her and wish to create an opportunity for an encounter, it will require a considerable investment." "How much?" Lu Yun spoke slowly. "It would require at least 20,000 silver coins. According to the latest information I've received, Lu Wushuang has recently taken a liking to a prized possession valued at 15,000 silver coins. She has visited 3 times, but has yet to part with her money. If you could present her with it, encountering her should not prove difficult." Su San replied thoughtfully, "It is straightforward and direct." "Yet why is it precisely 20,000 silver coins?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yun nodded thoughtfully, yet inquired with confusion. "The additional 5,000, of course, pertains to the customary gratuities. Such information holds significant value. Furthermore, we cannot enter to make purchases ourselves and must rely on others to assist us, ensuring that it reaches Lu Wushuang's ears. This will establish your image as affluent and resplendent, transforming you into a figure of grandeur." Su Sandao began to prattle on, extolling the extraordinary worth of those 5,000 silver coins. Enough. If you are indeed unscrupulous, so be it. I shall trust you this once. Should you deceive me, you are well aware of the consequences." Lu Yun interrupted Su Sandao's words, decisively producing 20,000 spirit coins, while deliberately showcasing his cultivation level before Su Sandao. Upon sensing that Lu Yun was a formidable practitioner at the initial stage of the 9th level of the spirit body realm, Su Sandao's expression noticeably shifted, adopting a more serious demeanor as he remarked, "It seems that you are indeed a master. Marrying into the Lu family is an excellent choice. I shall certainly do my utmost to assist you. Enough with the pleasantries, let us proceed with the task at hand," Lu Yun urged with an insistence. "I shall return shortly. Please await me here, my lord." Su San nodded in acknowledgement and then proceeded towards the rear of the Xinhe fabric shop. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yun quietly moved his footsteps, trailing behind Su Sandao. Should this fellow dare to slip away unnoticed, Lu Yun would ensure he faced consequences. Fortunately, Su Sandao did not disappoint Lu Yun. Upon arriving at the rear of the fabric store, he surprisingly summoned a woman from within and began to negotiate with her. Upon seeing the sum of 20,000 silver coins, the woman became somewhat agitated, speaking with fervor to Su Sandao, as this represented a significant transaction. Seeing that Su Sandao was indeed handling matters, Lu Yun felt reassured and returned to his original position. Shortly after he had settled, Su Sandao returned. Chapter 39. The devious Lu Wushuang Young Master. The negotiations have been successfully concluded. I have secured a location for you. Once Miss Lu Wushuang emerges, you may proceed together, Su Sandao declared with a broad smile. What location? I wish to go ahead and wait for her. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun immediately inquired further. It is fine to go ahead. Just a mile away from here lies the exquisite Ueda Manor, nestled in tranquility with breathtaking scenery, a perfect spot for a rendezvous. Once you arrive, simply mention my name, Su Sandao. Su Sandao explained with a smile. Very well, then I shall take my leave first. After Lu Yunyan finished speaking, he departed from the Xinhe fabric store. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the Ueda Manor located at the entrance of Zisando. Do you have a reservation? Inquired the doorman. Zisando sent me. Lu Yun replied succinctly. Please follow me. The doorman nodded and led Lu Yun inside. As they walked, Lu Yun admired the breathtaking scenery of Ueda Manor, which was nestled against the mountains and beside the water. Numerous couples and groups frolicked joyfully throughout the grounds. The doorman guided Lu Yun to a secluded area before withdrawing. This was an exceptionally unique courtyard, vast in size. Lu Yun surveyed his surroundings and discovered that this area was significantly better than some places at the entrance. Indeed, there is a certain finesse to this Su Sandao, Lu Yun murmured softly to himself. What he sought was precisely such a secluded and tranquil place. Even if a conflict were to arise, it would remain unnoticed for the time being. Seated before an opulent wooden table in the courtyard, Lu Yun began to sip his tea while he awaited. An hour later, the sound of movement came from the courtyard's entrance, and the former doorkeeper re-entered, followed closely by Su Sandao. Young master, Miss Lu Wushuang has arrived. Su Sandao called out lightly, a smile gracing his face, appearing eager to facilitate a favorable encounter. As his words echoed, several individuals accompanied a woman into the courtyard. Draped in a pristine white mink coat, she exuded an air of exquisite elegance. This woman was none other than Lu Wushuang. With a hint of cold aloofness, she gazed at Lu Yun, who was engrossed in his tea, and inquired, Why have you gifted me this garment? Upon recognizing Lu Wushuang's voice, Lu Yun gestured to Su Sandao. Understanding immediately, Su Sandao led the others out of the courtyard, leaving only one of Lu Wushuang's personal maids behind. Are you hoping to pursue me? Lu Wushuang pressed, as Lu Yun had kept his head bowed, preventing her from discerning his features. Bestow you a garment, in exchange for your life. Lu Yun spoke slowly, finally lifting his gaze. Upon recognizing Lu Yun, Lu Wushuang, who had previously exuded an air of haughty confidence, instantly turned pale, as though she had encountered a specter. Miss, what is the matter? The maid beside her, startled by Lu Wushuang's reaction, inquired anxiously. It is Lu Yun, quickly summoned. Lu Wushuang was filled with urgency, but before she could finish her words, Lu Yun had already darted to stand before her and the maid. Bang! Lu Yun struck with a swift hand chop, landing on the neck of the maid, who immediately fell silent. Lu Wushuang, in a state of despair, cried out in agony, yet Lu Yun grasped her neck firmly, causing her to struggle feebly. This attire is undeniably exquisite. Alas, your appearance is too wretched, not only lacking beauty but also harboring a heart as venomous as a serpent. Lu Yun cast a glance at the pristine white mink fur draped over Lu Wushuang and sighed slowly. Outside, there are two formidable experts from the Lu family. If you dare to harm me, you will not escape unscathed. Lu Wushuang, unusually displaying a hint of composure, cautioned. I had intended to spare you, but alas, your insatiable greed has left me no choice. This time, you shall not be forgiven. Lu Yun's gaze was terrifying, as if he wished to extinguish Lu Wushuang's life at that very moment. Lu Yun, please, calm down. Lu Wushuang, seeing that Lu Yun had not acted immediately, began to entertain a glimmer of hope, thus becoming increasingly composed. "I am calm," Lu Yun replied nonchalantly. "Are you referring to my brother Lu Mao's decision to divorce his wife? Such an action, after all, is to grant Lu Shui her freedom," Lu Wushuang stated earnestly. "If that were the sole reason, do you truly believe you would find yourself here in my presence?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yun found it somewhat amusing. The Lu family, having been unable to locate Lu Shui, issued a statement declaring that Lu Mao should divorce, no longer recognizing Lu Shui as a member of the Lu clan, thus attempting to salvage their reputation to a certain extent. Lu Yun had also heard of this matter and deemed it not particularly significant. As for the rest, I am entirely unaware. It is likely a fabrication spread by others, possibly Lu Feng. You should confront him, Lu Wushuang exclaimed, her eyes darting. Despite the despicable nature of Lu Feng and his son, they would not bring disgrace upon the Lu family. Such rumors could only stem from you. Lu Yun spoke slowly. I have evidence. Lu Wushuang suddenly became agitated. What evidence? Lu Yun's expression shifted. If it truly is Lu Feng, he would also present Lu Feng before Lu Shui. Look. Lu Wushuang cautiously reached into her bosom and, just as Lu Yun was intently focused, she suddenly withdrew a dagger, thrusting it towards Lu Yun. Die, you bastard. Lu Wushuang roared, and the tip of the dagger suddenly surged with immense spiritual energy, transforming into a radiant beam aimed directly at Lu Yun's head. Bang! With a dull thud, Lu Yun was sent staggering back, blood appearing on his forehead. The intense light emitted by the dagger was formidable, equivalent to the full-force strike of an early-stage spiritual aperture realm cultivator. Lu Yun managed to withstand the assault with his entire being's spiritual energy, an impressive feat considering he was unaware of the impending danger. After repelling Lu Yun, Lu Wushuang swiftly extricated himself from peril, retreating to the entrance of the courtyard. Bang! The commotion within the courtyard caught the attention of those outside, prompting 2 guards of the spirit aperture realm to rush in. Among them was the bewildered Su Sandao. Young master, what has happened to you? Su Sandao was taken aback upon seeing the blood streaming from Lu Yun's head. Lu Yun remained silent, slowly lifting his head, a faint, disquieting smile gracing his lips. Lu Yun, I shall not be threatened by you again. This spirit blade was procured by my father from the heavenly gate. It must not be a pleasant experience for you, Lu Wushuang proclaimed, a wild grin adorning her face as she gazed at Lu Yun. Upon hearing the name Lu Yun, Su Sandao was taken aback, his eyes darting as he began to comprehend numerous revelations. In an instant, he sank to his knees before Lu Wushuang, fervently bowing his head, exclaiming, Miss Wushuang, I know nothing. Damn you, foolish dog. Lu Wushuang scolded sharply as the spirit blade shot forth once more, a blinding light surging towards Su Sandao. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Yun unleashed a powerful punch, his formidable spiritual energy propelling the astonished Su Sandao away, thus saving his life. Lu Yun, you can barely protect yourself, yet you still concern yourself with others, Lu Wushuang exclaimed, immediately redirecting all her attention to Lu Yun. Meanwhile, 2 adept warriors from the Lu family had already encircled him. Chapter 40. A fierce battle at the spirit aperture realm. Our grievances do not necessitate his death. He knows nothing. Lu Yun spoke indifferently. First, take care of yourself. I can unequivocally inform you that the matters between you and Lu Shui were indeed disseminated by me. My intention is to make your detestable sibling relationship unbearable, akin to a rat scurrying through the streets, met with disdain from all. Lu Wushuang fixed his gaze upon Lu Yun, suddenly unleashing a torrent of past grievances. With 2 adept warriors from the Lu family in attendance, Lu Wushuang felt assured. Excellent. This is precisely the declaration I have been awaiting. A smile once again graced Lu Yun's face. Even when faced with death, he dared to laugh. Lu Wushuang shouted in anger, feeling extremely displeased, and pointed at Lu Yun, roaring, This person is the arrogant thief our family has been searching for. Whoever can capture him will be generously rewarded by my father. Rest assured, young lady, we shall certainly bring him back to the Lu family today, to be dealt with by the clan leader. One of the formidable warriors spoke first, then unleashed an overwhelming aura. Normally, a practitioner at the spirit aperture realm could easily intimidate those at the spirit body realm merely with their presence. The disparity of a single realm was truly formidable. As 2 spirit aperture realm experts unleashed their full might, the spacious courtyard grew somewhat oppressive, leaving many spirit body realm practitioners, like Su Sandao, gasping for breath. The 3rd level of the spirit aperture realm is nothing extraordinary. Lu Yun, upon perceiving the cultivation levels of the 2 individuals, scoffed disdainfully as he simultaneously released his own aura. The ninth level of the spiritual body realm. This fellow has progressed at an astonishing pace. Lu Wushuang, sensing this, was taken aback. Just half a month prior, when Lu Yun had threatened her life, he was merely at the initial stage of the spiritual body realm. Now, he had achieved such formidable prowess. Lu Yun, you must perish today. As this thought crossed her mind, a chill ran down her spine, and she clenched her fists tightly, gritting her teeth inwardly. Young man, bow your head obediently. You have no means of escape. The two experts menacingly advanced toward Lu Yun, their words laden with intimidation. I had intended to spare you, but since you refuse to leave, so be it. Lu Yun smiled faintly, and a colossal black infant materialized behind him. Its appearance both bizarre and peculiar. Particularly striking were the infant's eyes, resembling two black holes that seemed capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Upon the emergence of the god of burial's divine form, a surge of divine power flooded through Lu Yun's entire being. Without hesitation, Lu Yun launched the first strike, delivering a powerful punch toward the right side, where a formidable spirit realm expert stood. Bang! The spirit realm expert, wearing an expression of disdain, raised his hand to meet Lu Yun's attack. However, to his astonishment, he found himself momentarily at a disadvantage, as Lu Yun's strength forced him to stagger back. Your power. Could it be a spiritual entity? A hint of surprise flickered in the expert's eyes. Bang! 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 Lu Yun seized the opportunity and advanced, unleashing a flurry of punches in the blink of an eye, forcing the formidable opponent of the spirit aperture realm to retreat in disarray. The other strong fighters stood momentarily stunned, questioning whether the cultivation levels of these two had somehow reversed. Why aren't you helping? Echoed the distressed voice of the besieged warrior, who had never anticipated being overwhelmed by someone of a lower realm. Boy, regardless of the peculiarities you possess, you shall perish today. The second strong fighter finally regained his composure, summoning his spiritual entity and charging at Lu Yun. His spiritual form manifested as a billowing white mist, swirling gracefully, capable of obscuring the enemy's vision. The beleaguered warrior, pressured by Lu Yun's onslaught, swiftly released his own spiritual entity, fully exerting himself. A short blade emerged, a spiritual weapon that radiated a fierce aura of power. An expert? How laughable. Upon witnessing the unwavering determination of the two adversaries, Lu Yun shook his head disdainfully. Their spiritual entities were exceedingly mediocre. Despite possessing certain abilities, they were hardly noteworthy, although they appeared to be at the third level of the spirit aperture realm. Their actual prowess was inferior to that of Li Linger and others who had merely just entered this realm. How audacious of them to look down upon us. The two engaged in fierce combat with Lu Yun, yet they continually found themselves at a disadvantage, their frustration mounting as they faced ridicule. After exchanging glances, they altered their tactics, channeling their spiritual energy along a distinct trajectory. The primary advantage of the spirit aperture realm lies in martial techniques, and it was evident that the two intended to employ their most formidable skills against Lu Yun. 1,000 layers of mist. Lightning blade. With a pair of sharp exclamations, one of the combatants transformed their entire spiritual energy into an expansive fog, enveloping Lu Yun within its grasp. The martial technique was clearly tailored to complement their own spiritual entity. Seizing the moment, the other combatant launched an attack, feigning a strike before unleashing a rapid flash of blade light that surged toward the mist. Well done. Lu Wushuang could not contain his excitement at this spectacle, feeling victory was within reach. In the face of such martial prowess, Lu Yun appeared utterly incapable of defense. Boom. Ultimately, the blade light vanished within the white mist, resulting in a deafening clash, before the mist quickly fell silent and began to dissipate. Just as Lu Wushuang and the others believed Lu Yun would either be dead or grievously injured, he emerged unscathed before them. Surrounding Lu Yun was a golden luminescence that spun slowly, gradually accelerating. How is this possible? Lu Wushuang and his companions stood in stunned disbelief. They had witnessed Lu Yun's spiritual entity, which was now manipulating a series of hand seals, summoning a certain power. This method could only be described as the release of martial techniques. You are merely at the level of a spiritual entity. And how could your spiritual entity? Lu Wushuang and his companions felt their understanding shattered, gazing in astonishment at the present Lu Yun. Allow me to show you what true martial techniques are. A faint sound escaped Lu Yun's lips. As his words fell, the final incantation of the god of burial was completed, and the golden radiance surrounding him surged forth, causing the entire courtyard to tremble. Many objects within the courtyard were instantly reduced to dust, rendering the space impeccably clean. The first to suffer were two powerful figures at the spirit aperture realm, who were obliterated into mere clouds of blood. vanishing without a trace. As the overwhelming force dissipated, Lu Yun slowly approached Lu Wushuang. Lu Wushuang stood at the entrance of the courtyard, untouched by the cleansing wave, yet she was utterly paralyzed with fear as she beheld Lu Yun drawing nearer. The same terror and despair flickered once more in her eyes. Now, do you possess any means of defense? Lu Yun approached Lu Wushuang and spoke coldly. Lu Yun, I was wrong. Please spare me. I will clarify this matter for you upon my return. I am willing to apologize to you. Do not kill me. Lu Wushuang fell to the ground with a thud, her expression more tragic than that of Su Sandow moments before. An apology? How naively optimistic you are. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun let out a cold laugh, and then, with a swift motion, struck Lu Wushuang, rendering him unconscious. Lu Yun hoisted Lu Wushuang and made his way outside. The recent skirmish had already drawn the attention of the moon and the formidable beings of the estate, necessitating Lu Yun's swift departure. Young master. Su Sandow rose from the side, gazing at Lu Yun, at a loss for words. If you wish to avoid demise, seek a place to conceal yourself. After uttering a nonchalant remark, Lu Yun vanished before Su Sandow. Chapter 41, Future Plans. Along the way, Lu Yun procured a burlap sack and ensconced Lu Wushuang within, transporting him directly back to the Yulai Tavern. In Lu Shue's room, upon encountering Lu Wushuang, who had been knocked unconscious by Lu Yun, both Deng Pu and Lu Shui were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Lu Yun would indeed bring this individual here. Brother, are you all right? Lu Shui noticed the blood on Lu Yun's forehead and felt a surge of concern. It's just a minor injury, nothing to worry about. Lu Yun waved his hand. His cold gaze fixed upon Lu Wushuang as he declared, I have already confirmed that the rumors were indeed spread by that vile woman. Brother Yun, are you truly going to kill her? After all, she is a member of the Lu family. If she were to perish, it could very well disrupt the delicate balance within Muyu City. Deng Pu interjected, his face etched with concern. This person must be eliminated, Lu Yun declared with unwavering certainty. In an instant, he delivered a sharp slap, rousing Lu Wushuang from her slumber before stepping back. Where's this? What do you intend to do? Lu Wushuang exclaimed in alarm, surveying her surroundings. Lu Wushuang, at last, I have found you. At this moment, Lu Shui slowly stepped forward and stood before Lu Wushuang. Lu Shui, what do you intend to do? Lu Wushuang was initially taken aback, but then spoke with fervor. To avenge my brother, you coerced the Lu family into forcing me to marry your foolish brother, Lu Mao. And now such malicious rumors are circulating. What do you expect me to do? Lu Shui's face was icy, filled with animosity as she spoke. Lu Shui, calm yourself. If you were to take my life, you and your brother would be utterly doomed. No one would assist you in dispelling the rumors, and the Lu family, along with the entire Muyu City, would no longer tolerate your existence. Lu Wushuang instinctively retreated to the corner of the wall, simultaneously offering a warning. Only the innocent can clear their name. By killing you, I would find peace within myself. Lu Shui spoke slowly, her spiritual energy already surging from her palms. The numerous spiritual herbs she had acquired in recent days had granted her a significant breakthrough in cultivation, allowing her to ascend to the third level of the spiritual body realm. You, both of you siblings, are indeed devils. Sensing that Lu Shui was about to take matters into her own hands, Lu Wushuang felt a profound despair. Were it not for you, my brother would not have been exiled from the family. Were it not for you, I would not have suffered such injuries, and were it not for you, we would not be hiding here. Lu Shui spoke in quick succession, her small hands trembling violently as she gathered her spiritual energy. This was her first experience with taking a life, and for the first time, she truly wished to kill. No, I was wrong, spare my life, and I shall atone for my sins. Lu Wushuang felt Lu Shui's genuine intent to kill, his body shaking uncontrollably. This was the overwhelming fear that accompanied the approach of death. Let it end. A soft reprimand escaped Lu Shui's lips, followed by the closing of her eyes as a hand formed from spiritual energy descended, striking Lu Wushuang's neck. Lu Wushuang's expression froze, a line of crimson appearing on his neck from top to bottom, his body gradually collapsing towards the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Yun stepped forward and embraced Lu Shui, offering solace. Brother, I am unharmed. Such a person is not worth mourning. Lu Shui forcefully composed himself and spoke slowly. Lu Yun nodded and turned to Deng Pu, instructing, take this man's corpse outside and hang it before the Lu family's door. What? Deng Pu was taken aback by Lu Yun's decision. Such an act was unequivocally a declaration of war against the Lu family. I wish for everyone to comprehend the consequences of crossing me. Lu Yun spoke softly, very well. Even if they suspect us, there is no evidence. Deng Pu nodded in agreement, simultaneously comforting himself. After speaking, he carried Lu Wushuang's body out, leaving only Lu Yun and Lu Shui in the room. Shui, what are your plans for the future? Lu Yun gazed at Lu Shui, whose face was flushed with excitement, and said earnestly, I don't know. But I wish to accompany my brother. Lu Shui blinked her large eyes and instinctively said, Many people in Miyu City wish for my demise. It is far too perilous for you to accompany me. Lu Yun slowly shook his head. No, I am not afraid of these. Lu Shui suddenly became agitated, fearing that Lu Yun might part ways with her. Given your current circumstances, excelling in the special recruitment test should pose no difficulty. I believe you should leave the tumultuous Miyu City and proceed to the sect for cultivation. Lu Yun expressed the thoughts that lingered in his heart. And what about you? Lu Shui inquired anxiously. I still have some matters here that require my attention. Lu Yun gazed out of the window, his expression laden with meaning. His previous encounters with Li Lingo instilled in him a sense that the matter concerning the downfall of the young Lu Yun was far from simple. Additionally, Lu Shi's ambiguous attitude perpetually left Lu Yun in a state of confusion. Within the ancestral hall, Lu Shi spoke in riddles, as if many things remained unspoken. Having embraced this identity, Lu Yun felt compelled to uncover all the information associated with it, to avert any potential future hazards. Throughout this process, Lu Yun was not confident in ensuring Lu Shui's safety. Brother, was it not your dream to participate in the special recruitment test and bring glory to the Lu family? Has that aspiration now altered? Lu Shui's gaze underwent a subtle transformation as she suddenly posed a question. It is not that I have altered my perspective, but rather that it appears someone is intent on dissuading me from doing so. I believe the previous matters are far more complex than merely Lu Feng's scheming. How could Lu Shi possibly stand by and witness the Lu family commit such a foolish act of losing a watermelon while picking up sesame seeds? Lu Yun shook his head, revealing the most fundamental thoughts within his heart. He approached every endeavor with profound contemplation and foresight, leading him to believe that the matters concerning the young Lu Yun were far from simple. His grandfather, indeed, was quite peculiar, now suddenly retreating into seclusion. He had not even made an appearance despite being cast out from the family, yet it seemed he had instructed the elder to ensure his safety. Lu Shueshio furrowed her brows, also perceiving some peculiarities. I shall partake in the special recruitment test alongside you, aiding you in successfully acquiring the qualifications to enter the sect. As for myself, after unraveling these enigmas, I shall certainly seek you out. Lu Yun spoke slowly. Very well, I shall heed all of my brother's words. I believe he will surely unravel these matters and provide an explanation to his former self. Lu Shui suddenly became sensible, nodding earnestly. You should rest well. Your yin and yang imbalance has not been completely resolved. After this special recruitment test, there should be ample rewards, and I will assist you in your recovery then. Lu Yun gazed at Lu Shui with a smile and urged, Brother, do you truly believe my spirit can distinguish itself and enter the sect? Lu Shui's beautiful eyes sparkled with glimmers of light. She had never imagined that she would be able to join a sect, and thus, she felt an inevitable twinge of insecurity. Remember, you possess the yin-yang spiritual body. Any sect that you enter is merely honored to have you among their ranks. Lu Yun responded, All right, but I must remain discreet. Lu Shui nodded with excitement, then cunningly smiled and said, as Lu Yun observed the situation, a smile graced his lips before he departed the room. Chapter 42. Registration for the test early the next morning. The entire city of Miyu was abuzz with a startling piece of news. Miss Lu Wushuang of the Lu family had been murdered. Her lifeless body displayed at the entrance of the Lu residence. Even the other three prominent families dared not act with such audacity. The Yulai Tavern, a hub for gossip, erupted in chaos as the news broke. It was reported that the Lu family had scoured the city throughout the night in search of the perpetrator, even alarming their esteemed ancestor, with a clan member slain and the assailant so brazen. How could the Lu family maintain their standing in Miyu City without resolving this matter? The earlier incident involving Lu Shui had already brought them enough shame. Lu Wushuang, known for causing trouble alongside Lu Hong of the Lu family, had met her demise, which some viewed as a welcome reprieve for the city. The crowd murmured in excitement, with some who had suffered at Lu Wushuang's hands feeling a sense of vindication. However, caution was advised. It was rumored that the Lu family had detained many individuals from the Xianhe fabric store, even catching the attention of the city lord. Was there a connection to Su Sandow? A voice in the crowd speculated. Indeed, according to accounts from those associated with the Xianhe fabric store, Lu Wushuang had been lured away, with Su Sandow acting as the intermediary. If they could locate him, they would surely find the killer. The identity of the murderer seemed obvious. It was highly probable that it was Lu Yun. Lu Wuxuan had spread scandalous rumors about their incestuous relationship, something no decent person could endure. If that were the case, Lu Yun would be a truly terrifying figure. Some among the crowd appeared to have already deduced the conclusion. At present, Lu Yun's whereabouts were unknown, and the Lu family had been unable to locate him, having already incurred their wrath if he had indeed killed Lu Wuxuan. It would only serve to exacerbate the situation, sealing his fate. Indeed, this matter seemed rather intricate. Perhaps others were seeking revenge against the Lu family. A dissenting opinion was voiced amidst the lively discussions. As the chatter intensified, a young man, modestly dressed, gradually rose and made his way towards the tavern's exit. It was none other than Lu Yun. Upon learning that the Yu Lai Tavern was a daily hotspot for discussions about city affairs, he made it a habit to visit in the mornings. Today's news, however, was entirely within his expectations. Through a side entrance, Lu Yun returned to his chamber. Brother Yun, the special recruitment test is just 5 days away, and registration has begun. Shall we go together? Deng Pu proposed as he sought out Lu Yun. Deng Pu, do you wish to join a sect? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yun suddenly inquired. Deng Pu, taken aback by the question, chuckled and replied, I have not contemplated this matter. Given my current abilities, I find myself quite distant from stepping into the prestigious threshold of the sect. As long as your spiritual essence remains robust, the distance is not insurmountable. Lu Yun slowly shook his head. He had the intention of sending Deng Pu to the sect to accompany Lu Shui, which would serve as a token of gratitude for Deng Pu's assistance during this period. Brother Yun, please do not jest with me. According to the special recruitment regulations established several years ago in the nearby cities, one must possess at least a 7th-tier spiritual body to have any possibility of entering the sect. Presently, as I survey Miyu City, it is unlikely that one could find a young individual with such a level of spiritual body. Even that Li family member, Li Linger, possesses only a 6th-tier spiritual body. Deng Pu scratched his head and responded, You certainly seem to be well informed. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun spoke lightly. Wasn't it 3 years ago that I inquired about this with you? At that time, you had a considerable chance of obtaining a spiritual body of 7th rank or higher, which would have allowed you to directly enter the sect. Deng Pu chuckled as he reminisced, but as the conversation progressed, he fell silent and then amended his words. However, you have grown even stronger now. You can certainly pass the special recruitment test through your own prowess and equally gain entry into the sect. For now, I have no desire to go. Lu Yun slowly shook his head and replied, Why? Wasn't this your dream? Deng Pu, upon hearing this, expressed his confusion. It was in the past, but it no longer is. Lu Yun casually remarked, then interrupted Deng Pu, who was about to speak. All right, stop your idle inquiries. First, let's call Lu Shui. We need to register. Good. Deng Pu nodded and immediately headed towards Lu Shui's room. A few minutes later, the three of them exited the Yu Lai restaurant together. Brother Yun, this attire is quite splendid, isn't it? It will serve to protect both you and Shui. Along the way, Deng Pu spoke with a smile, seemingly boasting, to prevent Lu Yun and Lu Shui's identities from being revealed during the registration. He had deliberately procured 3 sets of long ropes. Deng Pu, don't you think that our current attire makes us rather conspicuous instead? Lu Shui rolled her eyes. Having not ventured outside for many days, she despised being confined in such a manner. It is not conspicuous. Rather, it is enigmatic. Deng Pu hastily corrected. Lu Yun listened to the conversation between the two without interjecting. He was preoccupied with devising a way for Deng Pu to enter the sect. If Deng Pu were to awaken an ordinary spiritual body, he could only temporarily enhance his spiritual essence, enabling him to meet the 7th-tier standard during the assessment. Brother Yun, we have arrived. Just as Lu Yun was deep in thought, Deng Pu's excited voice broke through. Unbeknownst to them, the trio had traversed for half an hour and arrived at the central square of Miyu City. This square was typically only open for grand events and activities. To the left of the central square stood the residence of the city lord. Upon hearing the commotion, Lu Yun glanced up to behold a throng of people, with numerous young individuals queuing in a lengthy line, all aiming for the sole registration point ahead. This registration point was situated within the lord's mansion, flanked by solemn guards standing at attention. The queue was comprised entirely of youth, while a few elders animatedly conversed on either side. Those participating in the special recruitment test, possessing a certain level of achievement, were promised rewards. As long as one did not finish last, even the least successful could receive a commendation of 100 spirit coins, a substantial sum for many ordinary households. Thus, it could be said that the entire city of Miyu was mobilized, with every family sending their aspiring young members to register. Their motivation lay not in joining a sect, but rather in the myriad of rewards that awaited them. Just as Lu Yun and his companions stood in line, several figures strode past, directly bypassing the crowd to enter the Lord's mansion. Among them, a strikingly beautiful and proud young woman immediately captured the attention of the onlookers. The Li family had arrived, and it was widely believed that Li Linga was the one with the greatest promise this time. Indeed, compared to 3 years ago, she had grown even more exquisite. This young woman was exceptionally gifted, and it was certain she would secure a place in the illustrious Jingtian sect. The crowd expressed no dissent regarding the Li family's privilege to cut in line, and instead offered their praises. Brother Yun, Li Linga and her entourage have arrived. Deng Pu whispered. Let us remain calm and continue waiting in line. Lu Yun's expression remained tranquil as he uttered a few words softly. Shortly after the Li family arrived, several other groups made their entrance. In addition to the 4 prominent families, there were also some smaller clans in Muyu City who equally enjoyed certain privileges. The disciples from these families radiated enthusiasm, eager to emerge as dark horses and astonish the entire city. As Lu Yun and his companions approached the midpoint of the queue, a group of disciples appeared, led by a brother and sister duo, none other than the Lu siblings, Lu Feng and his sister. Upon seeing members of the Lu family, a subtle shift in Lu Yun's demeanor became apparent. Lu Shui's eyes were bloodshot. Having grown up in the Lu family, she naturally found the experience of being cast out to be quite unbearable. Brother Yun, it seems that this fellow Lu Feng has made a remarkable recovery, and his aura has become even more formidable. Gazed at Lu Feng's excellent complexion, Deng Pu expressed his disbelief. A recovery is indeed perfect. I shall seek him out. Lu Yun casually uttered a remark, displaying no signs of concern whatsoever. Just as Lu Feng and his companions were about to enter the city lord's residence, a sudden roar erupted from the crowd behind them. Lu Feng, halt. Upon hearing this, the onlookers turned their gazes toward the source of the voice. Chapter 43. Waiting for the rabbit. Hearing the command, Lu Feng and his companions came to an abrupt stop and turned around. They beheld a group of individuals hastily advancing towards them. At the forefront stood a strikingly handsome young man, his expression chillingly severe. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be young Master Lu. What business do you have with me? Lu Feng gazed at the newcomer and spoke with a hint of indifference. Lu Feng, regarding my sister's matter, shouldn't you provide an explanation? The visitor was Lu Ming, who questioned coldly. Indeed, Lu Wushuang's demise was tragically sorrowful. However, what connection does this bear to me? Lu Feng remarked with a tone of disdain. This incident was orchestrated by Lu Yun. He sought revenge deliberately. And your Lu family cannot evade responsibility. Lu Ming retorted through gritted teeth. Lu Ming, I understand your frustration in searching for him, but you must refrain from making unfounded accusations. Lu Yun is no longer a member of my Lu family, and I too am eager to seek vengeance upon him. Lu Feng waved his hand innocently. The blood of the Lu family flows eternally within Lu Yun. How can a transgression of such magnitude be resolved merely by your decree of expulsion? As for the matter concerning Lu Shui, let that be set aside. This issue is far from settled between us. Lu Ming reprimanded vehemently, his fury surging. Young Master Lu Ming, you are merely targeting anyone you can blame. This amounts to extortion. Lu Hong spoke with a tone of displeasure. Being publicly interrogated by Lu Ming left her feeling utterly humiliated. Silence yourself. Were it not for my sister, you would have already married my foolish brother. Not only do you fail to express gratitude, but you also dare to make sarcastic remarks here. Upon hearing Lu Hong's words, Lu Ming's anger intensified. Do not overstep your bounds, Lu Ming. It is your sister, Lu Wushuang, who has proven herself ungrateful, spreading such vile rumors that have led to this calamity. Do not lay the blame on me for your inability to find Lu Yun. I am not afraid of you. Lu Feng finally lost his temper, issuing a stern warning. You and the Lu family are all cut from the same cloth. Lu Ming shouted, his aura surging as he prepared to take action. The tragic death of his sister left him, as her elder brother, unable to maintain his composure. Enough. No disturbances permitted within the city lord's residence. At that moment, 2 powerful guards stepped forward, positioning themselves between Lu Feng and Lu Ming. Lu Ming, if you wish to engage, I am more than willing to accompany you to the end in the test. Lu Yun is our common adversary. Do not let hatred cloud your judgment. Lu Feng calmed himself and, after uttering a single remark, proceeded directly into the lord's mansion. Lu Ming was obstructed by 2 guards and dared not act recklessly. Thus he could only follow into the mansion. Brother Yun, those 2 nearly came to blows. I thought we were in for quite the spectacle. Dang Pu expressed his disappointment upon witnessing their departure. You fail to comprehend. Lu Ming is merely attempting to preserve his dignity. The Lu family cannot locate me for the time being, so they can only vent their frustrations on the Lu family to assert their authority. They would not truly resort to violence. Lu Yun had long seen through Lu Ming's intentions and spoke with a hint of indifference. This was precisely why Lu Ming sought to embarrass Lu Feng in front of the crowd. It became apparent to Dang Pu that the four prominent families were likely gathered at the city lord's residence, and he voiced his concern, wondering if their approach would be excessively perilous. The reality was that too many individuals were eager to locate Lu Yun and eliminate him swiftly. Let us enter and assess the situation, Lu Yun stated cautiously. While he was confident in his ability to escape if discovered, he felt uncertain about safely escorting Lu Shui and Deng Pu away. After waiting in line for another 3 hours, Lu Yun and his companions finally gained entry to the city lord's residence. Only a handful of people remained ahead of them. The registration process for the special recruitment test was exceedingly stringent, requiring a meticulous record of each applicant's identity, accompanied by an artist sketching their facial features. Wait. Just as Deng Pu was excitedly preparing for the registration, Lu Yun abruptly grasped his arm. Brother Yun, what is the matter? Deng Pu inquired in confusion. After all this time, have you not noticed anything unusual? Lu Yun inquired. The Lord's mansion should be secure, yet I do not observe anything particularly unusual. Deng Pu expressed his confusion, noting that typically, all participants would depart from the Lord's mansion upon completion. However, Lu Feng and his companions had yet to emerge. What could be the reason for this? Lu Yun, with keen observation, posed a question. At that moment, Deng Pu found himself at a loss for words, as his mind was wholly consumed with the registration process, and he had not considered this aspect. Let us step outside first. Lu Yun grasped Deng Pu's hand, and the two turned to make their way outside. As the trio departed, those behind them surged forward, hardly anyone taking notice of their exit. After Lu Yun departed, he did not venture far from the central square, instead choosing to linger at its periphery. As several hours passed, the sky gradually darkened, and the number of youthful disciples in the square began to dwindle. Their absence surely indicated that something was amiss. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Shui furrowed her beautiful brows. From the moment Lu Yun had taken her out, she had sensed that something was amiss. Even upon arriving at the Lord's residence, she had not seen them, which struck her as rather peculiar. Deng Pu murmured to himself in confusion, pondering, they must be lying in wait, anticipating my arrival. Lu Yun slowly spoke. Could it be that the city lord is aiding them? Deng Pu expressed his disbelief. The death of Lu Wushuang is inextricably linked to Shina Fabric Shop. It is not beyond the realm of possibility that the city lord is assisting the Lu family in locating me. Lu Yun nodded slowly. Does that not mean you are unable to register? Both Deng Pu and Lu Shui expressed their concern. Whether I register or not is of little consequence. What truly matters is that you both enroll. Lu Yun spoke softly. It is quite natural for Lu Feng and Lu Ming to seek vengeance against you. But what is Li Lingo doing among them, waiting? Lu Shui suddenly expressed her confusion. She, of course, had her own intentions. Lu Yun spoke slowly. She has emerged. Just as Lu Yun uttered these words, Li Linger suddenly appeared from within the city lord's mansion. After casting a glance at the significantly diminished registration queue, she departed from the central square. Shortly after Li Lingo left, Lu Feng and Lu Ming exited together, grumbling, that damned Lu Yun. How could he not show up? He made me wait an entire day. Rest assured, he will appear. Participating in the special recruitment test has always been his dream. When the time comes, we shall vanquish him together. Lu Feng spoke soothingly, and the tension that had previously filled the air dissipated entirely. My father has already spoken with the city lord. As long as he registers, the experts from the lord's mansion will ensure his safety. Lu Ming uttered slowly, with a hint of malice in his voice. That's excellent. With the city lord's assistance, unless this young man departs from Muyu City, he is destined to face calamity. Lu Feng nodded slightly, feeling somewhat reassured. By the way, if you truly seek clues, you might inquire with the Deng family. Deng Pu, that fellow, is quite close to him and is highly likely to possess valuable information regarding his whereabouts. Lu Feng suddenly recalled something and spoke up to remind others. Upon hearing his words, Deng Pu, who was hiding in the shadows alongside Lu Yun, immediately changed his expression dramatically. Chapter 44. Protecting the Deng family. Isn't the Deng family merely a subordinate clan of the Lu family? In response to Lu Feng's proposition, Lu Ming expressed his confusion. Deng and that old fellow are merely sycophants. My father forbade me from taking action against the Deng family. Otherwise, I would have questioned them long ago. Now, seizing the opportunity presented by your sister's situation, If you were to confront the Ding family, it would not be without justification. Lu Feng expressed his helplessness. Are you not afraid that I might annihilate the Ding family? Lu Ming inquired. If it must be, then let it be. This could serve as an outlet for your Lu family, demonstrating your authority and providing an explanation to your clansmen. Lu Feng waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. Your Lu family is quite ruthless. I shall personally visit the Ding family tomorrow. You may remain here. Lu Ming cast a deep glance at Lu Feng and spoke slowly. No problem. This is actually my father's wish. Our two families' alliance should not be affected by that scoundrel Lu Yun. Lu Feng said with utmost seriousness. Once Lu Yun is gone, everything will return to its original state. Lu Ming nodded slowly and replied, Brother Yin, I am prepared to confront them. Deng Pu could no longer contain himself and made a move as if to rush out and fight desperately. Please, calm down. Lu Yun firmly grasped Deng Pu's arm, his tone grave and earnest. He had not anticipated that his uncle would be so ruthless, sacrificing the Deng family to curry favor with the Lu clan. As they watched Lu Feng and his companion gradually recede into the distance, Lu Shui's fair face displayed a hint of astonishment, taken aback by these words. Brother Yun, you must save the Deng family. You are the only one who can assist me now. Once Deng Pu regained his composure, he suddenly turned to Lu Yun. As if preparing to kneel, this situation arose because of me, and I shall not stand idly by. Lu Yun extended his hand to stop Deng Pu and gently spoke. Brother, let us inform the head of the Deng family, so we can make the necessary preparations in advance. Lu Shui offered her counsel, saying, You two should proceed to register first. Once the registration concludes, we shall deliberate further. Lu Yun maintained a calm demeanor and spoke with a hint of assurance. Are you certain about your decision to register? Upon hearing this, both individuals hesitated slightly. The city lord merely facilitated the Lu family's search for me. He should not pose any threat to you two. Rest assured, with my presence, nothing untoward will occur. Lu Yun spoke soothingly. Lu Shui and Deng Pu exchanged a glance and took their place at the end of the line. 2 hours later, they re-entered the lord's residence, with Lu Yun quietly following behind. Should any misfortune befall Lu Shui and Deng Pu, he would act without hesitation, even if it meant putting himself in peril, for the sake of rescuing them. However, despite the tension in their hearts, Lu Shui and Deng Pu remained remarkably composed. The registrars at the lord's residence paid little heed to their identities, allowing them to complete the enrollment with ease. Outside the lord's residence, Lu Shui, her face etched with doubt and a hint of sorrow, spoke softly. Brother, do you truly intend to forego the special recruitment test? This is an unparalleled opportunity. Should we miss it, encountering such a chance again will be arduous. Deng Pu replied, Shui, there is no need for concern on my behalf. This is merely a shortcut to entering the sect. It is not the sole opportunity. If I genuinely wish to join the sect, it is exceedingly simple. Lu Yun smiled confidently. His aspirations now extended beyond merely joining a sect and enhancing its prestige. Brother Yun, the registration has already concluded. We must hurry to the Deng family and inform my father about this matter. Deng Pu exclaimed, his impatience evident. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun nodded, and the three of them set forth on the path to the Deng family. Half an hour later, within the grand hall of the Deng residence, Deng he gazed at the three before him, his expression turning gravely serious. Deng Pu, you cannot be jesting with us. The Lu family seeks to trouble us? Several elders of the Deng family, standing beside Deng He, widened their eyes in disbelief upon hearing the news. Given the urgency of the matter, I implore all esteemed elders to trust my words. Deng Pu emphasized with a nod, his demeanor fraught with anxiety. This situation is indeed unprecedented for the Deng family. Absurd. Our Deng family has long been affiliated with the Lu family, enduring numerous trials and tribulations together for decades. Even if the Lu family were to come, the Lu family would not remain indifferent. Someone spoke slowly, expressing skepticism towards Deng Pu's claims. Esteemed elders, this matter originates from Lu Feng's directive. It is a decision made by Lu Qiaoshan. At this moment, Lu Yun spoke slowly. Upon hearing his words, the hall of the Deng family erupted in uproar. Many members displaying expressions of shock. You, an outsider, dare to speak so recklessly. Someone accused. He is not an outsider. His name is Lu Yun. Just then, Deng He, the head of the family, finally spoke, his voice steady yet laden with gravity. As his words hung in the air, an eerie silence enveloped the hall. The sound of a falling needle could be discerned. You are the Lu Yun that the Lu family has been searching for. Hand him over, and our Deng family shall be free from this calamity. Indeed, capture him, and the Lu family will surely be grateful to us. After a brief moment of silence, the hall erupted once more, many glaring at Lu Yun with fury. Silence. At that moment, Deng He spoke again, quelling the chaos among the clan. Lu Yun, since you have appeared here, you must not fear us. Are you here to assist us? Deng He's profound gaze fixed on Lu Yun, his words resonating with clarity. It is still the wise head of the Deng family who understands reason. Your son has provided me with much assistance. This matter arose because of me, and naturally, I shall lend you my aid. Lu Yun nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. You scoundrel, it is your doing that has led us to this plight. How can you possibly assist us? Master of the family, do not heed his nonsensical words. If he were capable of helping us, he would not fear the Lu family and hesitate to show himself. The members of the Deng family regarded Lu Yun's words with palpable skepticism. Everyone, please, remain calm. Deng He admonished once more, his gaze shifting to Lu Yun. Young brother Lu Yun, given the circumstances, this predicament stems from my son's choices. I do not hold you accountable. Should you choose to lend your aid, it would indicate my son did not misjudge your character. If you place your trust in me, I can ensure the safety of the Deng family. Lu Yun spoke slowly, expressing his willingness to hear esteemed opinions. Deng He nodded, adopting an attentive demeanor as he replied. Tomorrow, when the Lu family arrives, I shall remain hidden, lest they believe you are harboring me. However, I will ensure your protection. Lu Yun spoke lightly, her tone remarkably relaxed. How should we protect? Deng inquired further. The best guardian for the Deng family is none other than your son. Lu Yun suddenly turned to Deng Pu beside him and spoke slowly. Me? Upon hearing this, Deng Pu was nearly in tears, anxiously replying, Brother Yun, at such a critical moment, please do not jest with me. I have yet to attain the spiritual body. How can I possibly protect the Deng family? Tonight, I shall assist you in breaking through to the realm of the spiritual body. Tomorrow, we will confront Lu Ming. Lu Yun's lips curled into a smile as he began to speak astonishing words. Upon hearing this, the members of the Deng family were utterly taken aback, perceiving Lu Yun's statements as nothing short of fantastical. The idea of Deng Pu confronting Lu Ming was tantamount to nurturing an unparalleled genius for the Deng family, akin to the musings of a madman. Even Deng Pu himself found it hard to believe. Chapter 45. The breakthrough of medication head of the family. Look at him. To claim this is not mere nonsense is to place our Deng family in a precarious situation. Indeed, revealing his whereabouts is the only way for our family to avert disaster. In response to Lu Yun's words, no one in the Deng family was convinced. Numerous clan members erupted in dissent, voicing their proposals. Navi, the Lu family has abandoned you. The Lu family is coming to take you down, seeking vengeance for Lu Wushuang's death. What good is your capitulation? Lu Yun cast a sweeping gaze around and suddenly exclaimed, if you hand that over, wouldn't everything be resolved? A signal from a senior member of the Deng family prompted several formidable individuals to encircle Lu Yun. You shall not be able to subdue me. Lu Yun stood immovable like a mountain, slowly shaking his head. A powerful aura vaguely emanated from him. In less than 2 weeks, you have reached the 9th level of the spirit body realm? Deng He exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. Not long ago, Lu Yun had been besieged by Lu Chaoshan and others at the Deng family, his strength merely at the early stage of the spirit body realm. What does reaching the 9th level of the spirit body realm signify? Without advancing to the spirit aperture realm, one cannot utilize martial techniques and will always be inferior. Although our Deng family is a minor clan, we have 2 masters of the spirit aperture realm to defend us. A senior member spoke up loudly, dismissing the threat. I have the capability to slay the experts beside Lu Wushuang, and I can likewise annihilate you. Even if I were to falter, I could still escape. By what means do you believe you can capture me? Upon hearing these words, Lu Yun merely sneered, without revealing certain truths. It would be arduous for the members of the Deng family to place their trust in him. As these words were uttered, a senior member of the Deng family fell silent, seemingly struck by the gravity of the situation. Lu Wushuang, it was indeed you who committed the murder. Deng He exclaimed in astonishment, his gaze shifting towards his son. Deng Pu nodded in affirmation. Esteemed members of the Deng family, I, Lu Yun, hereby vow that should Deng Pu fail to withstand Lu Ming tomorrow, I shall make my presence known. Lu Yun declared, casting his gaze upon the silent assembly, his voice resonating with conviction. Brother. Upon hearing these words, Lu Shui felt a twinge of anxiety. Should Lu Yunrua emerge, the Lu family would undoubtedly exhaust their entire lineage in pursuit of him, for Lu Yun clearly lacks the ability to withstand such a threat at this moment. Having heard the words of brother Lu Yun, we find ourselves at a loss for further discourse. It is now a matter of whether you can indeed conjure a miracle. Many who opposed Lu Yun were swayed by this sentiment, and they began to change their tune. If Brother Lu Yun can truly enable my son to achieve greatness, the Ding family shall be eternally grateful to you. Ding, he similarly pledged. Ding Pu, come with me. Lu Yun cast a glance at Ding Pu and slowly spoke. Upon hearing this, Ding Pu instinctively followed Lu Yun out of the grand hall, feeling as though he were caught in a dream. The prospect of facing Lu Ming, the first prodigy of the Lu family, was something he had not dared to contemplate before. The members of the Deng family were instructed to keep silent, under strict orders that no one was to reveal the whereabouts of Lu Yun and his brother. Any violation of this command would result in expulsion from the family. After the departure of Lu Yun and his companions, Deng spoke with a voice full of authority. This young man truly embodies the heir of the Lu family. Several senior members gazed in the direction of Lu Yun's exit, slowly expressing their admiration. They sensed confidence and decisiveness emanating from him, coupled with a willingness to bear responsibilities, which left them in awe. In Ding Pu's former residence, he straightforwardly inquired, Brother Yun, what are your intentions? Quite simple, came the reply, to cultivate. Lu Yun casually spoke as he reached for his spatial ring. In an instant, a multitude of spiritual herbs materialized before the trio, and Lu Yun began to sift through them. With so many spiritual herbs, Brother Yun, did you rob a herb shop? Ding Pu exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. Have you forgotten? I plundered the lair of the Wolf King, but unfortunately, these spiritual herbs are of too low a grade. I can only make do with them. Lu Yun rolled his eyes, all the while holding 5 spirit herbs in his hand as he strode towards Ding Pu. What are you doing? Ding Pu instinctively took a step back, feeling inexplicably apprehensive. I shall not assist you in concocting it. You may consume it directly. As Lu Yun spoke, he directly stuffed 5 spirit herbs into Ding Pu's mouth. Ding Pu immediately sensed a rush of grassy aroma invading his nostrils, which he found somewhat unpleasant. Lu Yun swiftly directed a finger, causing a subtle glimmer to infuse the spirit herbs, which then transformed into delicate essences that willingly flowed into Ding Pu's body. A surge of warmth enveloped him, and his complexion instantly flushed crimson as he felt waves of spiritual energy ripple through him, invigorating the flow of his spiritual veins. Ding Pu, if you cannot transcend this, then I truly am at a loss. Lu Yun gazed at Ding Pu, whose nostrils were exuding smoke, and sighed with a mix of regret and reflection. He had discerned that Ding Pu's aptitude was indeed quite mediocre. Otherwise, he would not have remained unable to break through to the spirit-body realm for so long. As if sensing Lu Yun's disappointment, Ding Pu sat down abruptly, his entire being enveloped in white smoke, bravely enduring the searing heat as he began to rapidly circulate the spiritual veins within him. Only through the trembling of these veins could he seize the opportunity for a breakthrough. Buzzing sounds filled the air, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had elapsed, transforming the entire room into a sweltering heat. During this time, Lu Yun had administered spiritual herbs to Ding Pu 6 times. Ding Pu resembled a bun steaming in a bamboo basket, his complexion flushed, the essence of the herbs so overwhelming that it felt as though he might be cooked through. Brother, I fear Ding Pu cannot endure much longer. If he continues to consume more, he may explode from within. Lu Shui stood beside, nervously observing, perspiration glistening on his brow. Others yearned for such treatment, yet remained ungranted. Lu Yun calmly uttered a word and once again grasped several spirit herbs. After bestowing such numerous spirit herbs upon Ding Pu, the remaining herbs beside him were few. Buzzing, just as Lu Yun intended to make one final attempt, a tremor suddenly emanated from Ding Pu's body. 9 spirit veins flickered with a brilliant light, manifesting upon Ding Pu's exterior. At last it has arrived. Lu Yunshin exhaled deeply and took a seat beside him. The continuous delivery of spiritual herbs had exhausted him considerably. After half an hour, Ding Pu successfully completed his breakthrough. The overwhelming essence of the spiritual herbs caused his cultivation to surge dramatically, propelling him directly to the initial stage of the 3rd level of the spiritual body realm. Brother Yun, I have broken through. Ha ha, Ding Pu exclaimed, opening his eyes and bursting into laughter. At his usual pace, it would have taken him at least 3 more months to achieve this breakthrough. Quick, let me see your spiritual body, Lu Yun urged. Oh, Ding Pu responded, promptly summoning his spiritual body. Before him appeared a small beast, no larger than a palm, resembling a tiny dog but sporting a pair of pig-like nostrils and an exceedingly diminutive set of teeth on either side, exuding an utterly adorable charm. Upon catching sight of it, Lu Shui couldn't help but burst into laughter. Is this truly the spirit of a demon beast? Yet, I have never encountered one with such adorably foolish appearance. Lu Shui then spoke, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Ding Pu's ethereal form. Yun Ge, are you aware? Ding Pu wore a countenance of despair, helplessly looking towards Lu Yun. The sight of this spirit form was amusing even to him. Chapter 46. The ethereal form of the mutated beasts. Lu Yun observed for a considerable time before he slowly spoke. Could it possibly be a worthless demon beast? At that moment, Dang Pu felt a surge of anxiety. The possessors of spiritual bodies from the demon race are referred to as demon cultivators, and the power of their spiritual entities is generally considerable. Moreover, demon cultivators are often capable of communicating with demon beasts. However, if one were to awaken a particularly inferior demon beast, the strength of the spiritual entity would be significantly diminished, rendering them a wasteful demon cultivator. This creature possesses a pig's snout, ivory tusks, and the limbs of a ferocious beast, resembling a type of demon beast that lingers in my memory. Lu Yun pondered for a moment before slowly elaborating. What is it? Is it formidable? Dang Pu immediately pressed for clarification. It is an ancient mythical beast known as Zhu Rong, said to be the offspring of a pig and an elephant. It is known for its lethargy and insatiable appetite, capable of devouring anything. However, I have yet to behold its true form. Lu Yun reminisced as he spoke. Upon hearing these words, Dang Pu's expression fell. His voracious appetite and constant drowsiness were unmistakably reflections of himself. In ancient times, extraordinary beasts rarely transformed into human spirits unless a profound connection existed. Whether or not it was Zhu Rong, one could discern through experience. Lu Yun's expression was grave as he spoke, retrieving a demon pill. Those who possess a demon beast spirit body can directly consume the demon pill to enhance their strength. If your spirit body were to flourish, you would undoubtedly achieve remarkable results with half the effort. As Lu Yun spoke, he presented the silver moon wolf monster pill before Dang Pu. Let me give it a try. Dang Pu exclaimed as he accepted the pill and promptly placed it in his mouth. Upon the pill entering his body, Dang Pu's spiritual essence stirred to life, opening wide to inhale and swiftly swallow the pill into his abdomen. Initially intending to enhance his strength through the pill, Dang Pu was left dumbfounded, feeling as though he had gained nothing. Meanwhile, his spiritual essence, having consumed the pill, fell back into a deep slumber. Brother Yun, it seems this one can eat even more than I, Dang Pu remarked with an air of innocence. This must be the anomaly of the beast absorption. I possess a technique that would suit you splendidly. Lu Yun pondered for a long time before finally affirmatively speaking. Before Dang Pu could inquire further, Lu Yun had already pointed a finger, transmitting a plethora of information into Dang Pu's mind. Is there truly such profound and extensive martial arts in this world? After digesting the information, Dang Pu found himself engulfed in a prolonged state of astonishment. The art of cultivation known as the Hunyuan demon technique, practiced by Lu Yun Chuan, encompasses an entire system dedicated to the refinement of demonic entities, making it exceptionally suitable for those who tread the path of demon cultivation. This technique was once mastered by an unparalleled demon cultivator of yore. Engage in its profound contemplation. It possesses the potential to unify you with your spiritual essence, thereby maximizing the formidable power of your demonic corporeal form. Lu Yun spoke slowly, bestowing high praise upon this profound technique. Brother Yun, how could you possess such vast and intricate knowledge? Dang Pu inquired with curiosity. In time, you shall understand, came the reply. Lu Yun did not provide an explanation and swiftly shifted the topic, saying, Now, harness your power and strike me, allowing me to experience the might of this Zhu Rong. Very well. Dang Pu nodded and began to channel the primordial demon technique. In an instant, a surge of demonic energy erupted from the crown of Dang Pu's head. As if tethered to the Zhu Rong spirit behind him, the slumbering Zhu Rong astonishingly awakened, emitting a silent roar. As the roars of Zhu Rong resonated, something marvelous transpired. Dang Pu's strength escalated exponentially, far surpassing his original cultivation level. Brother Yun, I apologize. Dang Pu sensed an overwhelming surge of demonic power within him, swiftly reaching a critical threshold, and thus he launched an attack on Lu Yun. Boom! A formidable force erupted before Lu Yun, shattering the spiritual shield he had erected for defense. Indeed, with just that single strike, he could contend with Lu Ming. Lu Yun nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. This is simply astonishing. Dang Pu gazed at his own hands in disbelief, never expecting to unleash such formidable power. Once more, Lu Yun urged. Dang Pu acquiesced with a nod and launched another attack. However, this time his demonic energy failed to manifest, and Zhu Rong lay dormant, offering no further strength. Has it failed? Dang Pu exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. I comprehend now. What you previously harnessed was the power derived from Zhu Rong's consumption of the Silver Moon Wolf Demon Core, a force potent enough to rival a strike from a 9th-tier spirit body realm expert. Now that the energy absorbed by Zhu Rong has been fully expended, it naturally will not heed your call. Lu Yun gradually elucidated, revealing that it could devour demon cores, transforming them into my strength. Dengpu nodded, comprehending the revelation in that moment. It should not be limited to demon cores. Spiritual herbs and medicinal plants could also be consumed. Zhu Rong is capable of engulfing all things. Lu Yun cautioned, the quantity I consume will directly correlate to the power I can unleash. Does that not render me invincible? Dengpu felt as though fortune had smiled upon him, his spirit soaring from the depths of despair to the heights of euphoria. This spiritual entity was utterly extraordinary. Everything possesses a threshold. While Zhu Rong can devour endlessly, one must also consider whether one's physique can withstand such immense power. Exceeding one's limits could lead to catastrophic demise. Lu Yun rolled his eyes and replied with exasperation, "Ah, right? Thank you for the reminder, Brother Yun." Dengpu suddenly realized and calmed down. Since he had awakened the Zhu Rong spirit body, there was no need for any further trouble. Take these 10 demon cores. You may find them useful in tomorrow's battle against Lu Ming. Lu Yun swiftly retrieved the demon core and spoke slowly. Initially, he had intended to wait until Dengpu possessed a spiritual body to devise a method for a temporary enhancement of strength, which would later prove beneficial during the special recruitment examination. However, he never anticipated that Dengpu would surprise him by awakening such a formidable spiritual entity. Thank you, Brother Yun. This time, I am filled with confidence. Tomorrow, I will make sure that my father and the others regard me with newfound respect. Dengpu asserted as he accepted the demon core, nodding emphatically. Focus on solidifying your cultivation, and remember not to overindulge. Lu Yun offered a word of caution. After Dengpu nodded in acknowledgement, he proceeded to his room. Brother, Lu Ming is undeniably the foremost genius of the Lu family. With the special recruitment test approaching, his strength is bound to have increased. Even though Dengpu possesses the extraordinary spirit body and has consumed 10 demon cores, it may not be sufficient to withstand him. Lu Shui expressed her inner concerns, harboring little optimism regarding Dengpu. In terms of combat experience and cultivation level, Dengpu possessed no discernible advantages. Perhaps victory was unattainable, yet he was certainly capable of providing a formidable defense. With confidence, Lu Yun asserted, if he were to lose, would you truly emerge to rescue the Deng family? Lu Shui suddenly spoke with gravity. Rest assured, at worst, I can simply take refuge for a while. Just grant me a little more time, and I shall fear no one in the city of Twilight Rain. Lu Yun's eyes underwent a dramatic transformation, revealing immense confidence. Once he transcended to the spirit aperture realm and ascended to the 10th tier of the god burial steps, he was utterly convinced he could vanquish the formidable clansmen. At that juncture, no one from the 4 great families would be able to withstand him, and Lu Yun would effortlessly unravel all the secrets surrounding the debilitation of the young Lu Yun. The night swiftly passed, and on the following morning, a group of uninvited guests arrived at the Deng residence, encircling it completely. Chapter 47. An ominous atmosphere within the grand hall of the Deng family. Numerous members gathered, all casting their gazes towards several arrogant figures at the center. Leading them was a handsome young man, Lu Ming. Master Lu, you have surrounded my Deng family early in the morning. I wonder what brings you here. Could it be that you have come to seek the murderer of your sister, and have traced them back to my household? Deng He remarked, maintaining his composure. You have hit the nail on the head, Deng He. Bring your son out. I have matters to discuss with him, Lu Ming replied bluntly, fixing his gaze upon Deng He. My Deng family is, after all, an auxiliary of the Lu family. Your actions are a blatant disregard for the Lu family. A member of the Deng family protested indignantly. Lu Ming's aggressive demeanor had already tarnished the reputation of the Deng family. Even if I were to annihilate you, the Lu family would not utter a word. Your very lives now hinge upon your young master, Lu Ming declared without restraint. Bring Dengpu out. Deng He commanded, his expression darkening. The unfolding events mirrored precisely what Lu Yun had predicted the previous day. If the Deng family harbored any illusions of assistance from the Lu family, their demise was inevitable. Soon, Dengpu appeared hastily in the hall. Dengpu, you previously came to my Lu family to seize someone, and I have yet to settle that score with you. Reveal to me Lu Yun's whereabouts, and I shall overlook your past transgressions, sparing you and your kin, Lu Ming threatened, fixing his gaze upon Dengpu. I do not know where Brother Yun is. Dengpu responded resolutely, shaking his head. At present, in the entirety of Muyu City, you are the one who has been closest to him. The death of my sister may very well be connected to you. Lu Ming's eyes bore into Dengpu, resembling a venomous serpent intent on piercing through his thoughts. Brother Yun's whereabouts are elusive, No one knows where he is. Dang Pu persisted, shaking his head once more. Should a few of them perish, you will soon find out. Lu Ming suddenly gestured with a sweep of his sleeve. In an instant, sounds of a scuffle erupted from outside the hall, followed by the entrance of several injured disciples of the Deng family, their bodies battered and bruised. Lu Ming, you, Deng He and the others were consumed by fury upon witnessing the scene. Deng He, you should comprehend the disparity between our two clans. Why attempt the impossible? It would be far wiser for your son to comply willingly. Lu Ming's gaze was piercing, and he spoke with a cold sneer. As he spoke, 4 formidable practitioners of the spirit aperture realm stepped forward, completely stunning all the experts of the Deng family present in the hall. Brother, Lu Ming is utterly detestable. He is clearly abusing his power, remarked Lu Yun and Lu Shui, who were observing the unfolding events from the back of the hall. Lu Ming, you are being excessively oppressive. If you seek to settle a score with me, do not harm my kin. Deng Pu exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. Speak, and I shall release them. Lu Ming continued his threat. If you wish to discover the whereabouts of Brother Yin, you may do so. But must you resort to such despicable tactics? Are you not afraid of tarnishing the reputation of the Lu family's foremost talent? Deng Pu suddenly lifted his chin and altered his tone. Oh, what do you propose? Lu Ming inquired with interest, instinctively raising his head. Let us engage in 3 exchanges. If you can best me, I shall divulge Brother Yun's location. If you cannot, you must depart from the Deng family and ensure that the Lu family does not trespass again. Deng Pu declared with immense courage. Challenging a genius like Lu Ming would have been unthinkable for someone of his stature in the past. Upon hearing Deng Pu's words, not only the Lu family, but even the members of the Deng family were taken aback. Just yesterday, Lu Yun had suggested that Deng Pu confront Lu Ming. But now he was boldly challenging him to a duel. Lu Ming, however, did not immediately consent, fearing that Deng Pu might be employing deceit. How absurd. On what grounds should we engage in a duel? We have already annihilated your family, and you have no choice but to comply. Scoffed a powerful member of the Lu family. Let us test it then. I will safeguard my family with all my might, though the Lu family possesses many skilled practitioners. Here, we shall fight to the bitter end. Once the special recruitment test concludes, you shall find yourselves at the bottom among the 4 great families. Deng Pu replied slowly. What can the mere Deng family do to me? Retorted the Lu family expert with disdain. Your arrival was covertly sanctioned by Lu Qiaoshan, was it not? In truth, we have long been aware that the Lu family deliberately abandoned us to vent your frustrations. Their intentions are hardly benevolent. They merely seek to weaken your strength. For the Deng family still boasts 2 practitioners of the spirit aperture realm. Deng Pu continued, leaving the members of the Lu family momentarily dumbfounded. How could a mere young master of a subordinate family possess such knowledge? Lu Ming's expression shifted dramatically at that moment. The person you seek knows everything and will soon appear to resolve your predicament. Both the Lu and Lu families will pay a price. Deng Pu responded with determination. It is Lu Yun. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's face contorted in a mixture of disbelief and concern. Brother, such words do not seem to come from someone like Deng Pu. Could it be that he has suddenly gained insight in the face of so many Lu family experts today? At this moment, Lu Shui gazed at Deng Pu with a sense of unfamiliarity. She was well acquainted with the latter. This was what I had taught. Only in this manner would Lu Ming consent to his challenge. Lu Yun slowly spoke. Brother, you are indeed astute. By saying this, you not only sowed discord in Lu Ming's perception of the Lu family, but achieved 2 objectives with a single stroke. Lu Shui instinctively raised her thumb. Lu Ming, I have already said quite a lot. If you wish to know more, then defeat me, and I shall divulge it. In the hall, Deng Pu once again provoked. Indeed. You are rather close to that scoundrel. Very well, since you insist on challenging me, I shall oblige. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and responded affirmatively. Young master, there are experts from the Lu family who wish to dissuade you, but Lu Ming waved them off. This is how it should be for the foremost talent of the Lu clan. I hope you will honor your promise, for I too shall uphold mine. Deng Pu spoke slowly. You, a mere waste, must have learned a modicum of skill from Lu Yun, and now you dare to use that as leverage to challenge me. Rest assured, I need not 3 moves. With a single strike, I can render you powerless. Lu Ming felt as though he had seen through Deng Pu and spoke with confidence. At that moment, Lu Ming unleashed his power. A wave of spiritual energy surged forth, reverberating throughout the hall. The members of the Deng family sensed this and displayed expressions of concern. Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the spirit body realm, and the aura he exhibited was not inferior to that of a spirit aperture realm expert. Such strength was at least equivalent to that of a beginner in the spirit aperture realm. Lu Ming's power had indeed soared to remarkable heights. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yun spoke with a hint of indifference. Earlier, when confronted with Lu Ming, the latter had merely reached the late stage of the spirit body realm. With the imminent test approaching, the prodigies from the four great families had all made significant breakthroughs. Li Lingo had already attained the initial stage of the spirit aperture realm. If he did not hasten his progress, the disparity would become insurmountable. Lu Shui nodded and spoke up. It's hardly worth mentioning. Lu Yun chuckled and shook his head disdainfully. Chapter 48. What do you have to defeat him? Deng Pu, be cautious. Do not risk your life. Deng He warned. A look of concern etched on his face. Deng He, rest assured, I shall not take his life, for he still holds the key to Lu Yun's whereabouts. Lu Ming interjected first upon hearing Deng He's words. Come on, Deng Pu said with a sharp command, summoning his spiritual entity at that moment. Zhu Rong emerged before everyone, exuding a potent aura of demonic energy. So you have awakened the spirit of a demon beast and become a demon cultivator. I wondered how you dared to challenge me. Lu Ming scoffed upon witnessing this. You truly have broken through, and you have reached the third level. The members of the Deng family were more focused on Deng Pu's cultivation, as Lu Yun's mention of the first step had not only been achieved but surpassed remarkably. Come on, you have only 3 moves. Deng Pu gestured provocatively toward Lu Ming. Seeking death. Lu Ming's gaze turned icy as he lifted his fist and struck toward Lu Yun. The two were separated by a full 6 levels of cultivation, and Lu Ming was entirely confident that a single punch would suffice to deal with Deng Pu. Whoosh! Lu Ming's punch was indeed powerful, creating a sound of air breaking as an immense force surged through his arm, showcasing extraordinary skill. Zhu Rong, assist me. Deng Pu, not daring to underestimate the situation, called out internally, and the slumbering demon beast behind him suddenly opened its maw, roaring fiercely. Swish, swish, swish. Deng Pu's aura surged layer upon layer, rising until Lu Ming's fist approached. Bang! Deng Pu withstood the blow, an enormous force erupting from his body. Staggering back 3 steps, Deng Pu managed to regain his footing. Xiao Pu, are you all right? Deng He immediately inquired upon witnessing this. I'm fine. Deng Pu waved his hand, standing tall, even breaking into a grin. This scene astonished Lu Ming, who could hardly comprehend how Deng Pu had endured such a strike. The sudden outburst of demonic power was quite unexpected. That was merely a warm-up. Do not be too pleased. Lu Ming felt humiliated and forced an explanation. Then let us continue. The second move. Deng Pu gritted his teeth and spoke, channeling 2 demon cores through his palm, allowing Zhu Rong to consume them directly. The previous strike had relied on the power of a silver moon wolf demon core to withstand the attack. Lu Ming grew serious, channeling his spiritual energy as he unleashed another punch, this time far more potent than before. Swish! Deng Pu's strength surged once more, desperately bracing against the force of the punch. Bang! A more forceful impact ensued, and Deng Pu's body was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth as he fell to the ground. Before Lu Ming could revel in his triumph, Deng Pu had already risen to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and extending 3 fingers, declaring, the third move. You are courting death. Lu Ming's expression contorted, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. A person of lesser cultivation standing before him, yet capable of withstanding 2 of his strikes, posed a significant challenge to Lu Ming's reputation as a genius. In that moment, Lu Ming cast aside all reservations and unleashed his full power. A brilliant beam of pure spiritual energy erupted from his hand, radiating a force so potent that even those of the spirit aperture realm would be compelled to evade its path. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers from both clans instinctively stepped back, fearing to be caught in the crossfire. Deng Pu gritted his teeth, silently vowing to fight back as he swiftly retrieved 5 demon cores. As he consumed them, a surge of vitality coursed through him, invigorating his spirit. The formidable demon energy emanated from Deng Pu, seemingly threatening to burst from his very being. Despite the overwhelming power he was harnessing, he endured the accompanying agony. The 5 cores had reached the limit previously outlined by Lu Yun. However, compared to the deathly threat posed by Lu Ming, this pain was trivial. Go. This time, Deng Pu chose not to remain on the defensive, but to strike back. He soared into the air, unleashing a torrent of demon energy towards Lu Ming. With a swift motion, Lu Ming released the concentrated white light from his hand, which collided violently with the demon energy. The tremendous force reverberated throughout the Grand Hall, sending many lower-ranked disciples tumbling in disarray. Both Deng Pu and Lu Ming were propelled backward from the clash. Deng Pu's complexion paled, blood oozing from his mouth. Yet he remained standing, Lu Ming, too, appeared somewhat pallid, his throat constricting as if he were forcing something down. He gazed at Deng Pu with an expression of disbelief. The power Deng Pu had unleashed was indeed capable of contending with him. Deng Pu, within 3 moves, you have not bested me. You may leave now. Deng Pu proclaimed slowly, a note of triumph in his voice. Lu Ming pointed a trembling finger at Deng Pu, filled with rage, yet hesitant to speak further, lest he unleash a torrent of blood from his throat. The embarrassment of such a spectacle would be unbearable. A renowned genius, would he dare to concede? Deng Pu continued. Very well, you possess some courage. Lu Ming clenched his teeth, seething with anger. Deng Pu, if you cannot overcome me, how do you expect to surpass him? Deng Pu gazed at Lu Ming's unwilling expression and suddenly expressed his sentiments. Upon hearing these words, Lu Ming's body trembled, nearly expelling the blood he had been holding back. Deng Pu's statement was utterly devastating. You and that young man will certainly meet an unfortunate fate. After leaving a final remark, Lu Ming departed the hall. As he led numerous members of the Lu family out of the Deng family gates, he abruptly halted and addressed a middle-aged man waiting outside. Please bring Deng Pu back. He possesses clues regarding Lu Yun. Rest assured, young master. The middle-aged man nodded and swiftly vanished. Inside the Deng family hall, jubilation reigned as Deng He and others reveled in the display of Deng Pu's prowess. To withstand Lu Ming's 3 strikes was a feat worthy of boasting for the Deng family. Little Pu, what has transpired to render you so formidable? Many in the Deng family surrounded Deng Pu, eagerly inquiring. With a smile illuminating his face, Deng Pu exuded a sense of pride. Before he could articulate an explanation, a voice suddenly emerged, mocking the crowd. Such minor achievements, and yet you revel in them. Truly a product of humble origins. Deng Pu, come with me. Lu family's members. Have you not already departed? Upon seeing the newcomer, Deng He and the others were stricken with anxiety. My master indeed promised not to trouble the Deng family further. But I made no such commitment. I am Lu Wusan, the 3rd elder of the Lu family, and I am not beholden to my master's words. Lu Wusan. Upon hearing this name, someone gasped in disbelief. It is he. This individual is rumored to have reached the 6th level of the spirit aperture realm. A formidable expert of unparalleled terror in Muyu City. We are doomed. I never expected the Lu family to dispatch such a powerful figure. The members of the Deng family felt as though they had plummeted from paradise to hell, thrown into a state of panic. Chapter 49. Instantaneous defeat. The Deng family had just narrowly escaped a calamity, only to face an even stronger adversary in the blink of an eye. Leaving Deng He and others utterly unprepared. Did not think to harm the Deng family? Deng Pu gritted his teeth, positioning himself protectively in front of the others. His gaze resolute and unyielding against Lu Wusan. Boy, you have indeed shown some skill in withstanding 3 strikes from my master, but before me, you shall have no means of resistance. Lu Wusan observed Deng Pu with a derisive smile. As he spoke, a surge of spiritual energy manifested, sending the severely injured Deng Pu flying. The Lu family is exceedingly overbearing. The members of the Deng family were filled with righteous indignation at this sight. Ignoring the Deng family, Lu Wusan advanced toward Deng Pu, intent on taking him away. Lu Wusan, today, even if our Deng family must exhaust all our strength, we shall never permit you to take little Pu. Deng and his companion emerged, exuding an aura characteristic of the spirit aperture realm. Following closely was an elder from the Deng clan, another formidable presence within the same realm. Let us together protect our young master. Numerous guards from the Deng family surrounded Lu Wusan, undeterred by the prospect of death. Do you think you can challenge me with such ineptitude? Lu Wusan scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the assembled warriors. After exchanging glances with the elder, Deng and the elder charged forth. Their palms radiated with blinding white light. As they unleashed their most potent techniques against Lu Wusan, a late-stage practitioner of the spirit aperture realm. It was only through an unexpected strike that they might have a chance of overcoming him. Upon sensing their intentions, the smile faded from Lu Wusan's face, replaced by a glint of menace in his eyes. He swiftly countered with a palm strike, neutralizing Deng's attack with ease. Simultaneously, a shield of spiritual energy materialized behind him, deflecting the elder's assault as well. Realizing their strikes were futile, both Deng and the elder's expressions darkened. Despite being the strongest members of the Deng clan, they posed no threat to Lu Wusan. Do you really think you can harm me? Lu Wusan's voice dripped with ire as he launched 2 powerful palm strikes, sending Deng and the elder hurtling backward. The surrounding guards of the Deng family were similarly repelled by the force of his aura. Father, are you all right? Deng Pu rushed to his father's side, concern etched on his face. It is my father's inadequacy. Deng lowered his head, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. In the spirit aperture realm, each level constituted a vast chasm. He and the elder were merely at the initial stage of the third level, woefully outmatched by Lu Wusan, who stood at the sixth. Deng Pu, let us depart. If you perform admirably, you may yet return alive. Lu Wusan sneered, extending his hand towards Deng Pu. Run. Little Pu. The Deng clan takes pride in you. Deng, in a desperate maneuver, leapt in front of Lu Wusan, shielding his son. Seeking death. Lu Wusan's eyes hardened at the sight, and he enveloped his palm in a surge of power, poised to pierce through Deng's form. Master. The onlookers from the Deng clan were engulfed in profound sorrow at this unfolding tragedy. A prodigy of the Deng family emerged. Yet preservation came at the cost of their entire lineage. At that critical moment, a brilliant golden light suddenly burst forth from the rear of the hall, colliding with Lu Wusan's outstretched hand. With a resounding thud, the concentrated spiritual force of Lu Wusan was abruptly halted by the golden radiance, forcing him to stumble back a step. Who dares? Lu Wusan sensed the formidable power emanating from the golden light, and his expression instantly darkened. As he uttered a sharp reprimand, a young man stepped forth from the rear of the hall with measured grace. Upon seeing the newcomer, the members of the Deng family were filled with excitement, their eyes shimmering with reverence and hope. The individual had previously promised that if Deng Pu failed to repel Lu Ming, he would personally make an appearance. Now, he had fulfilled his vow. Are you not in search of my clues? Yet you do not even know who I am? A sardonic smile graced Lu Yun's face as he spoke coolly. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Lu Wusan's eyes gleamed with a sudden realization, and his expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, You are Lu Yun. How fortuitous that you have been hiding within the Deng family. It seems my quest has borne fruit effortlessly. Today, I, Lu Wusan, shall certainly escort you back to the Lu family to await the judgment of our patriarch. Lu Wusan then erupted into laughter, his face alight with exhilaration. That will depend on your capabilities. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun let out a cold, disdainful laugh. Lu Wusan, his expression suddenly stern, swiftly launched an attack. The instigator was right before him. If he could capture Lu Yun, he would undoubtedly ascend to the status of half-master of the Lu family. With a flurry of movements, Lu Wusan unleashed his formidable strength, not underestimating Lu Yun in the least. The earlier golden light had made him aware of Lu Yun's considerable prowess. Lu Yun calmly countered Lu Wusan's attacks, standing resolutely behind the god burial spirit, neutralizing each of Lu Wusan's moves. Is this the extent of your power? At the sixth level of the spiritual aperture realm, after several dozen exchanges, a voice of disdain suddenly emerged from Lu Yun's lips. At present, his cultivation had ascended to the ninth level of the spiritual body realm, representing a significant qualitative leap compared to when he had vanquished Lu Wuxuan. Only formidable opponents at the later stages of the spiritual aperture realm could pose a genuine threat to Lu Yun. This young man is unexpectedly powerful. No wonder he dares to stand against the Lu and Lu families. Is the once great prodigy of Muyu City returning? The members of the Deng family, witnessing Lu Yun's effortless handling of Lu Wusan, were filled with astonishment. Lu Wusan's expression had entirely shifted as a deeply skilled practitioner. He found himself unable to gauge Lu Yun's strength, even feeling a twinge of unease. In his discomfort, Lu Wusan began to accumulate his spiritual energy, resolved to unleash his martial techniques against Lu Yun. Alas, the martial techniques here seemed laughable to Lu Yun, akin to a child's play. The moment Lu Wusan released his techniques, Lu Yun suddenly pointed his finger, striking towards his brow. The god burial power, infused with sword intent and radiating a faint golden light, descended like a spark upon Lu Wusan's forehead. Caught off guard, Lu Wusan had not anticipated Lu Yun's sudden strike, and it was too late to defend himself. The fleeting glimmer of sword intent pierced through Lu Wusan's head. Thud. Lu Wusan's body fell to the ground, lifeless and unresponsive. Dead. This unexpected scene left all the members of the Deng family in shock. A sixth-level expert of the spiritual aperture realm, capable of annihilating the Deng family, had been slain by Lu Yun. The final flicker of sword intent was so swift that the onlookers barely comprehended it, with many not even realizing how Lu Wusan met his end. Deng family patriarch, please take care of this matter. Lu Yun nodded slightly, directing his gaze towards Deng He. The formidable strength of the young brother Lu Yun instilled a profound admiration in Deng. With a penchant for flattery, Deng He could not help but express his awe. The senior members of the Deng family, upon hearing this, unanimously echoed his sentiments, albeit with a lingering apprehension. It was fortunate that they had refrained from confronting Lu Yun the previous night. Otherwise, the Deng family would have faced annihilation. Chapter 50. The surrender of the Deng family. It was merely a victory achieved through cunning. Lu Yun waved his hand, displaying no desire for accolades. You are too modest, young brother Lu, remarked Deng. Your ability to nurture my son to such heights undoubtedly reflects your remarkable talent. On behalf of the Deng family, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance. I hope you can overlook the previous matters. Deng continued to express his admiration. He was convinced that as long as he followed Lu Yun, the Deng family would surely ascend to greatness. Indeed, our actions were driven by a desire to protect the Deng family, which is why we inadvertently clashed with young brother Lu. Various senior members of the Deng family concurred, their respect for Lu Yun palpable in that moment. These are trifles. Have you considered how to address the aftermath of Lu Wusan's situation? Lu Yun waved his hand casually while earnestly inquiring. Lu Wusan's demise at the Deng family poses a significant predicament. Deng he furrowed his brow, lost in thought. If there are no viable suggestions, then let it fall upon me. Lu Yun had long devised a plan. What does this mean? Upon hearing this, Deng he immediately focused intently. Bring Lu Wu's 3 corpses outside, and you shall declare to the outside world that Lu Wu had abducted Deng Pu and was slain by a master along the way, with Deng Pu also having vanished without a trace. Though this may tarnish the reputation of the Deng family, it will ultimately preserve its existence. Lu Yun spoke in detail. If this is the case, the Lu family will undoubtedly cast their suspicions upon you, and moreover, your son cannot appear for the time being. Deng hesitated for a moment, appearing somewhat conflicted. I am indifferent. As for Deng Pu, I have already enrolled him in the special recruitment test scheduled for a few days from now. Let him make his reappearance during that test. Once he secures a place among the disciples of the Stunning Heaven sect, the Lu family would dare not lay a finger on him. Lu Yun waved his hand casually and remarked, disciples of the Shocking Heaven sect. Upon hearing these words, the members of the Deng family widened their eyes in astonishment, rendered speechless by their disbelief. For the younger generation of their clan to gain entry into such a prestigious sect had always been the aspiration of the 4 great families, a dream that their modest lineage had scarcely dared to entertain. Father, this is the promise Lu Yun made to me. I have hope. Deng he believed that the others doubted his capabilities, and he felt compelled to clarify his position. The battle with Lu Ming had bestowed upon him immense confidence, and his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. Then you ought to express your gratitude to young brother Lu Yun. Deng he, coming to his senses, hastily admonished. Had this been before, he would have never entertained such notions, yet now, a flicker of hope ignited within his heart. Lu Yun has the ability to empower Deng Pu to confront Lu Ming, perhaps even to create another miracle. Given the rapport between Deng Pu and myself, there is no need for gratitude. Furthermore, I have my own considerations regarding this matter. As long as you adhere to my guidance, the Deng family is destined to flourish. Lu Yun interrupted Deng He's words and stated straightforwardly, Thank you, young brother Lu Yun. From this moment forth, you shall be the benefactor of the Deng family. We shall heed your every command. Deng He pledged directly. As for the relationship with the Lu family, there is no need to let it become overly strained. The father and son of the Lu family will not remain for long. Lu Yun nodded and simultaneously offered a reminder. Understood. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Deng he suddenly recalled something, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. After Lu Yunyan departed, he left the grand hall, accompanied by Deng Pu and Lu Shui. Master, this Lu Yun is indeed formidable. This presents us with the opportunity to become the 5th prominent family in Miyu City, exclaimed one of the senior members within the hall. No, this should be the chance for the Lu family to ascend to the forefront of the 4 great families. The malevolent father and son duo of Lu Chaoshan will soon face their reckoning. Deng interjected, speaking slowly. After leaving the Deng family, the trio returned to the Yulai Tavern. Brother Yun, with merely 3 days remaining until the special recruitment test, are we to remain here? In Lu Yun's room, Deng he inquired with concern. Ever since he awakened the Zhu Rong spirit body, he had longed to venture out and stretch his limbs. It is not prudent for you to make an appearance now. Otherwise, your family may face utter calamity. Lu Yun boldly spoke. Brother, what about me? Once the test concludes, I shall depart from Miyu City, and I desire to explore a bit more. At this moment, Lu Shui spoke up, saying, Once you become disciples of the Heavenly Marvel sect, there will be ample time for exploration. For now, you two should remain here obediently. Lu Yun cast a rare serious glance at Lu Shui and inquired, What about you? Will you not join us in our cultivation? Lu Shui instinctively inquired. I have other matters to attend to before the special recruitment test. Lu Yun spoke slowly. Just as Lu Shui was about to inquire further, Lu Yun suddenly produced a demon core the size of a fist and presented it before Deng Pu. saying, "Deng Pu. This is the demon core of the Silver Moon Wolf King. If you can harness its power, you will surely be able to join the Jingtian sect. However, whether your body can withstand it depends on the results of your own cultivation." "Brother Yun," Deng Pu exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the Wolf King's demon core. And then he was filled with deep emotion as he said, "The grace of rebirth, Deng Pu can never repay in this lifetime. It is merely a demon core. There is no need for such extreme measures. I can assist you only to this extent." Lu Yun gently patted Deng Pu's shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Remember to take good care of Shuer. I shall return to seek you in 3 days." After leaving those words, Lu Yun swiftly vanished from their sight. "What do you think my brother is so hastily attending to?" Lu Shui was unable to inquire further and could only engage in discussion with Deng Pu. "I sense he must be in seclusion, striving for a breakthrough. In 3 days, we will both appear for the special recruitment test. He must possess sufficient strength to safeguard us. Otherwise, before we even have the chance to pass the test, we might fall victim to the nefarious 4 great families." Deng Pu articulated his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui rolled her eyes but refrained from retorting or defending herself. The western side of Muyu City has always been the most prosperous area, primarily due to the presence of the illustrious Li family. One of the 4 great families of the current era, the Li residence is vast, resembling the city lord's manor, with a constant flow of carriages and guests coming and going. Among them are some suitors of Li Linger, who, despite not being on par with her, possess other commendable traits, such as extraordinary beauty or exceptional talent. Unfortunately, Li Linger seldom meets these admirers. At that moment, a handsome young man appeared among the crowd, his gaze gradually shifting towards the Li estate. Unlike the other ambitious young men around him, whose eyes were filled with ulterior motives, this young man exuded an aura of tranquility. He was none other than Lu Yun, who had come here with a specific purpose. Deng Pu's assumptions were not unfounded. Lu Yun intended to find a secluded place within the next 3 days to engage in closed-door cultivation, aiming to break through to the spirit aperture realm and attempt to ascend the 10th level of the God Burial Staircase, thereby reaping greater rewards to prepare for the dangers he would face upon re-emerging. However, prior to his cultivation, Lu Yun wished to meet one person and converse with her, the esteemed young lady of the Li household, the current prodigy of Muyu City, Li Linger. Regarding matters from 3 years prior, Lu Yun hoped to glean some information from her. Chapter 51. The Arrangement of Fate. Everyone, the young lady is not in the estate. Please disperse and do not linger here. A guard at the entrance of the Li residence was loudly proclaiming, urging the aspiring young men to leave. That is incorrect. Just moments ago, we witnessed Miss Linger entering the estate. Yes, indeed. Miss Linger promised to meet with me, and I have composed a beautiful poem for her. I am Huang Meinan. Miss Linger had agreed to dine with me, and I have been prepared for quite some time. Amidst the young gentlemen, a cacophony of voices arose, each with their own intentions. I wish to meet Li Linger. Could you please relay my request? At this moment, Lu Yun approached, donning a bamboo hat, and spoke. Who are you, shrouded in mystery? Surely you are aware of the principles of precedence? The numerous talented youths, upon encountering the sudden appearance of Lu Yun, displayed their displeasure. Begone! Do not disturb us. Miss Ling will not see anyone. The guard, seeing the deception laid bare, waved his hand dismissively. Might I request your assistance with this matter? Lu Yun extracted a silver moon wolf demon pill, presenting it before the guard. Upon witnessing this, the guard's eyes instantly sparkled with intensity and feigning composure. He cleared his throat and inquired, What is your name? Simply hand this item over to Li Linger. Lu Yun naturally refrained from revealing his true identity. At that moment, he produced a slip of paper inscribed with 5 succinct characters. Qing Feng Dong Yun Ling. Very well, but I cannot guarantee success, he remarked. The guard nodded and swiftly departed. What mischief is that fellow scheming? Cloaked in such mystery, he is clearly no virtuous individual. It would be a wonder if Li Linger were to meet him. His reluctance to show his face must stem from his embarrassment in the presence of my charming demeanor. Numerous young talents exchanged disparaging remarks, dismissing Lu Yun, who had suddenly appeared before them. Lu Yun disregarded them and quietly returned to the periphery, waiting patiently. As long as those 5 words could reach Li Linger, she would certainly meet him. Moments later, a stunningly beautiful young lady emerged from the gates of the Li residence, approaching the throng of young men. It is Miss Linger. She has finally consented to see me. What nonsense am I thinking? She is clearly here to meet me. My ancient poem has been prepared for quite some time. Miss Linger, I am the handsome Huang. I have reserved a private room at the Yulai restaurant. Upon seeing Li Linger, the crowd surged forward eagerly. Step back. Step back. Several guards stepped forward, creating a barrier against the suitors. Li Linger paid no heed to the chattering admirers. Her enchanting gaze scanned the surroundings as if searching for something. At last, her eyes settled upon a figure in the distance, a man wearing a straw hat. He stood unwaveringly in his original position, exhibiting no signs of excitement at her appearance. "It is you," Li Ling exclaimed, fixing her gaze upon Lu Yun. Lu Yun nodded in response. "Where to?" Li Lingo inquired promptly. "Follow me." Li Yun spoke indifferently before vanishing from the spot. Upon witnessing this, Li Lingo promptly followed suit. "Miss Lingo." The crowd was taken aback by this scene. Astonished that Li Lingo was whisked away by the enigmatic man. Could he possibly be more handsome than my Huang Meinan? I refuse to accept this. Who is he? I must challenge him. As the numerous talented youths regained their composure, their expressions were filled with bewilderment. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, Lu Yun had already brought Li Lingo to a rather unremarkable tavern nearby, taking a seat in a corner of the main hall. Is this really the place? Li Lingo glanced around, feeling somewhat out of place. Do not think too highly of yourself. Naturally, no one will pay you any heed. Lu Yun spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Li Lingo did not say much more, but slowly sighed. I never expected you would use past love poems to invite me. Do you find it strange that I sought you out? Lu Yun gazed at Li Linger, speaking softly. It is indeed peculiar. With so many wishing for your demise. What audacity compels you to show your face? Li Linger, her eyes reflecting confusion, replied, Among those who desire my end, you must surely count yourself as one. Lu Yun's gaze suddenly sharpened as he inquired, What do you mean? Li Linger, taken aback by his words, responded, Within the city lord's residence. You awaited my arrival alongside Lu Feng and Lu Ming, correct? Lu Yun continued to speak. Upon hearing this, Li Lingo paused momentarily, offering an explanation. It is Lu Feng and Lu Ming who wish to harm you, not I. Then why do you linger here? Are you merely eager to witness my capture by the adept of the city lord's mansion? Lu Yun inquired with a probing tone. Do you truly believe that I harbor intentions of ending your life? Yet, you still dare to summon me for a meeting, unafraid of the traps I might lay? Li Lingo refrained from providing a direct answer. Instead, she retorted, If I possess the audacity to meet you, I certainly have no fear of you. Li Yun spoke with unwavering confidence. Your words carry great weight, but I have already attained the realm of spiritual enlightenment. If you wish to catch up to me, it will require some time. Li Linger, brimming with pride, responded, However, rest assured, since I have accompanied you, I shall not lay a hand upon you. In light of our past, I hope you will heed my counsel. Before Lu Yun could respond, Li Linger continued, Oh, pray, share your advice. Lu Yun, intrigued, inquired. Lu Yun, in the past, you were indeed a prodigy, yet you remain bound by that shackle. The most suitable fate for you is to reside quietly in Lingong Mountain, allowing both you and the Lu family to attain a favorable conclusion. Otherwise, both you and the Lu family shall be destined for ruin. Li Linger suddenly spoke earnestly. What is that shackle? Lu Yun pressed for answers. I shall not divulge anything. This is the design of your fate. In truth, we ought to express our gratitude towards you. If it were not for your presence, this special recruitment test would not have transpired. Once the test concludes, both Lu Feng and I shall proceed to the heavenly gate for further training. Li Linger shook her head, merely reflecting with a sense of wonder. The special recruitment test came into being because of me? Upon hearing this, Lu Yun trembled slightly, taken aback. Lu Yun, heed my advice. If you wish to preserve your life, remain quietly within the confines of Lingong Mountain and cease your restless endeavors. The more you stir, the swifter your demise will be. Li Linger earnestly reiterated. You just mentioned that you traveled to the Jingtian Gate alongside Lu Feng. Indeed, 3 years ago, there was a connection between you. Lu Yun suddenly gained clarity on many matters. So what? Your fate has long been predetermined. Li Linger indirectly acknowledged this, casting a gaze of pity upon Lu Yun. I am curious to see who dares to dictate my destiny. Lu Yun suddenly burst into laughter, finding everything increasingly amusing. You may go. I shall spare your life. Li Lingo looked at Lu Yun with disappointment and waved her hand. Confess everything, or I shall take your life. A glint of fierce determination suddenly flickered in Lu Yun's eyes as he declared, With your current cultivation, you are still far from achieving this. Li Linger, upon hearing this, merely scoffed in disdain and retorted, Oh really? Then let us see. Just as Lu Yun was about to take action to compel Li Linger to divulge her secrets, a perilous aura enveloped him entirely, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. Chapter 52. Pursued across 1,000 miles, we shall meet again at the special recruitment test, and by then, I will unveil all the truths. With a single utterance, Lu Yun vanished before Li Linger. The air where he once sat erupted with a howling sound, reminiscent of countless sharp blades whirling about. He cannot stir up a storm, Li Linger remarked, gazing ahead. The rise in this individual's strength is alarming. If he is not curtailed now, we may lose our chance. Should he secure a position among the disciples of the Celestial Gate, the situation will become far more complicated. An elder, having appeared beside Li Linger unbeknownst to her, spoke slowly. The city lord has revoked his registration. Even if he wishes to participate, it is impossible. Li Linger explained softly. I merely seek to act prudently. If he refuses to heed the lessons, then I shall strip him of his cultivation once more, the elder declared, before vanishing from Li Linger's sight. Sighing deeply at these words, Li Linger rose and returned to the Li residence. On the western streets of Muyu City, Lu Yun sped through the night. The ominous presence trailed him relentlessly, refusing to be shaken off. Lu Yun, where do you intend to flee? After fleeing several miles, Lu Yun reached the outskirts of Muyu City, where the figure behind him finally spoke. Are you from the Li family? Lu Yun halted his steps, casting a glance back at the elder who had appeared behind him. Nay, I am no mere old fool. I am but a guardian tasked with your discipline. The elder shook his head, speaking in a tone laced with sternness. Discipline me? Do you truly believe you possess the capability? Lu Yun found this remark somewhat amusing. I shall strip you of your cultivation and send you back to Lingong Mountain. The old man spoke slowly. You are also related to the events of that time. Lu Yun suddenly came to a realization. The assailant was not a vengeful figure from the Lu or Li families, but rather a remnant of past grievances. Without further ado, let us engage. The elder admonished sharply, delivering a powerful punch toward Lu Yun. Allow me to confront you and ascertain the extent of your prowess. In an instant, a fierce battle intent surged within Lu Yun's eyes as he charged forward to confront the elder. With a swift motion, he summoned all 9 layers of his spiritual energy, directing it towards his opponent. A resounding thud echoed as their energies clashed, causing Lu Yun to be violently propelled backward, his body soaring through the air. As Lu Yun steadied himself, a grave expression settled upon his countenance. Before him stood an elderly man, a formidable adversary. Undoubtedly a peak or near-peak practitioner of the spirit aperture realm. To withstand such a powerful strike from this ancient figure, you truly possess remarkable prowess. Observing that Lu Yun had not sustained significant injury, the elder's surprise was palpable. Manifest the god burial spirit. Upon uttering these words, Lu Yun became solemn, summoning his spiritual essence and channeling all his strength. This was the only foe since his rebirth capable of posing a genuine threat to his life. The elder furrowed his brow upon witnessing Lu Yun's spiritual form, an inexplicable sensation washing over him. Though the god burial spirit appeared weak, its eyes resembled black holes, seemingly harboring infinite secrets. In the midst of the elder's contemplation, Lu Yun unleashed a powerful punch, infused with the might of his god burial power, amplifying its potency several-fold. Huh! The elder bellowed, thrusting both palms forward as his spiritual energy surged to meet the impending strike. Boom! A tempest erupted as both the elder and Lu Yun's garments billowed wildly, engaged in a fierce contest of strength. Bang! Ultimately, the two forces of spiritual energy extinguished simultaneously, the resulting shockwave propelling both combatants backward. Your strength is astonishing, the elder exclaimed, his eyes widening as excitement coursed through him. He had not anticipated that Lu Yun had reached a level where he could truly contend with him. Old man, greater power lies ahead. Lu Yun let out a sharp command, and the sword intent infused with the power of the god of burial shimmered forth, slicing directly across the elder's chest. A crisp sound echoed, and the elder's robe was torn apart, leaving behind a crimson mark upon his chest. However, due to the elder's formidable protective spiritual energy, this wound was not deep. You young rascal, you're quite adept at ambushes. The elder's anger surged upon sensing the attack, and he became serious. Innate Gang Chi. With a slight reprimand from the elder, the spiritual energy surrounding him underwent a transformation, becoming more crystalline and emanating an imposing aura. Bang! 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 The elder unleashed 3 consecutive punches, shattering Lu Yun's protective spiritual energy effortlessly. Even the power of the god of burial found it challenging to withstand the force imbued with innate Gang Chi. This technique was undoubtedly the elder's martial skill. You may possess great tactics, but your cultivation remains lacking. It would be exceedingly simple for an old man like me to subdue you. The elder pressed down on Lu Yun, and the dense and potent innate Gang Chi rendered Lu Yun momentarily unable to escape. Lu Yun's expression grew increasingly grave. and at that moment, he could only struggle to withstand the pressure while seeking an opportunity for escape. Finally, the moment arrived. Lu Yun seized a fleeting chance within the innate vital energy and unleashed his martial prowess with fervor. The overwhelming force of the god of death surged forth, instantly purging the surrounding innate vital energy. What? Faced with this sudden onslaught, the elder's countenance shifted, nearly getting caught in the ensuing chaos. Boom. Just as the elder retreated violently, the power of the god of death officially erupted, resonating through the surroundings. When the energy dissipated, Lu Yun's figure had already vanished into the distance. "You cannot escape, brat." The elder, now disheveled and covered in dirt, exclaimed in fury. Lu Yun utilized the cleansing dust to extricate himself from peril and swiftly made his escape. Upon finishing his words, the elder pursued him once more. Lu Yun raced ahead, his complexion somewhat pallid. The old man's strength was overwhelmingly formidable, far surpassing Lu Yun's own abilities, even with the aid of the dust cleansing technique. Defeating the elder seemed an insurmountable challenge. Sensing that the elder was still in pursuit behind him, Lu Yun felt a heavy weight in his heart. Gritting his teeth, he made his way toward the Muyu mountain range. The terrain of the Muyu mountain range was intricate, and at night, it was teeming with demonic beasts. If Lu Yun could manage to enter, he would surely be able to create some distractions for the elder. By dawn the following day, Lu Yun finally arrived at the Muyu mountain range, yet the elder remained steadfastly on his trail. Lu Yun's only advantage lay in his agility, in terms of speed. He was not inferior to the elder, yet it was not sufficient to shake him off. The two had raced through the night, covering nearly 1,000 miles. "Kid, no matter where you flee, I shall capture you," the elder declared, frustration mingling with resignation as he realized Lu Yun was about to enter the mountain range. "Old man, let us settle this within the mountains," Lu Yun retorted, ready for a final confrontation. Lu Yun replied with a few words and vanished at the entrance of the mountain range. "How naive," the old man scoffed, then promptly entered. Upon arriving at the Twilight Rain mountain range, Lu Yun navigated toward the depths of the mountains, guided by the memories of his past. Only the mystical beasts dwelling within the spiritual caverns of the mountains posed a threat to the old man. As for Lu Yun, he possessed confidence in his own perception, enabling him to evade these dangers to the greatest extent possible. This was, indeed, his greatest advantage in venturing into the Twilight Rain mountain range. Chapter 53, Enlightenment of the Heart Cavern. The two pursued each other relentlessly, and in the blink of an eye, several hours had passed. Lu Yun, in a relentless dash, finally arrived at the heart of the Twilight Rain mountain range. During his journey, he deliberately sought out peaks occupied by spirit realm beasts, rousing them one after another. The elder trailing behind became the primary target of these creatures. Damn it! The elder's curses echoed as he narrowly escaped the first spirit realm beast, only for Lu Yun to provoke a second. This cycle continued, and the distance between them widened. This was precisely Lu Yun's strategy for entering the Twilight Rain mountain range. By leveraging the disturbances caused by the spirit realm beasts, he could gradually elude the elder's pursuit and ultimately conceal himself deep within the mountains. In the dead of night, Lu Yun finally managed to temporarily evade the elder, choosing a cave as his refuge. A few miles behind him, the elder was ensnared in a fierce battle with two spirit realm beasts. Who exactly is this person? Lu Yun sat cross-legged, beginning to recuperate the energy expended during his frantic escape, while a question stirred within his mind. The sudden appearance of the old man was indeed jarring, yet it was surely linked to the Li family. As he replenished his energy, Lu Yun pondered strategies to confront the elder. The old man's strength had undoubtedly reached the late stage of the spirit aperture realm, a level akin to that of the heads of the four prominent families, which Lu Yun greatly feared. The sole path to triumph over the old man lay in breaking through to the spirit aperture realm, thereby acquiring a more formidable power. Once he transcended this realm, Lu Yun would be able to unleash powerful martial techniques from his memory. These techniques promised to significantly enhance his capabilities, far surpassing the ordinary skills at his disposal. Concurrently, Lu Yun harbored a resolute ambition. After breaking through to the spirit aperture realm, he aspired to ascend the 10th level of the God Burial Steps. The 10th tier would undoubtedly facilitate his metamorphosis. "Old man, once I achieve my breakthrough, I shall not spare you," Lu Yun silently vowed to himself, and then closed his eyes to recuperate. After half an hour, all the energy he had expended was completely restored. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Lu Yun pondered for a moment before suddenly turning and making his way to a specific location. On a mountaintop, an elderly man was seated cross-legged, his breath flowing steadily. Beside him lay two enormous demon beasts, lifeless and still. Little thief, I shall not let you escape, the old man thought. Having taken a moment to gather himself before rising abruptly to unleash a furious roar towards the heavens. This delay had now occurred for the third time, and this instance was compounded by the obstruction of two spirit realm beasts, causing him to completely lose track of Lu Yun. Nevertheless, he firmly remembered the direction in which Lu Yun had fled. After his roar subsided, the old man swiftly dissipated into the mountaintop, continuing his pursuit deeper into the Muyu mountain range. Shortly after his departure, Lu Yun's figure emerged, arriving at the mountaintop. Old fool, you would never have imagined I would return here. Take your time searching for me. A trace of a cold smile appeared at the corner of Lu Yun's mouth as he discovered a cave of demonic beasts. After thoroughly plundering the treasures within, Lu Yun officially commenced his cultivation. The old man possessed formidable tracking abilities. Otherwise, he could not have followed Lu Yun for such an extended period. It was only a matter of time before the adversary realized Lu Yun was not deep within the mountains. With a flourish, the supreme Xuanxiong secret tome was set into motion, and the 9 spiritual veins were instantly suffused with abundant spiritual energy. As the energy coursed through him, it seemed poised to burst forth from Lu Yun's body, eager to be released into the world. Lu Yun's gaze shifted as he fully harnessed this surge of power, simultaneously utilizing the 9 spiritual veins to facilitate rapid absorption. This force was the spiritual energy accumulated from the spontaneous operation of the Supreme Emperor's profound sky secret classic. In his fierce confrontation with the Elder, Lu Yun exerted every ounce of his skill, ultimately relying on the might of the dust purification to secure his escape. Consequently, this battle triggered the rapid activation of the Supreme Emperor Xuankong's secret tome, resulting in a substantial surge of spiritual energy. For a full 2 hours, Lu Yun devoted himself to absorbing this energy. As a result, his cultivation ascended directly to the late stage of the 9th layer of the spiritual body realm. Yet, he still lingered just a step away from complete mastery. Lu Yun opened his eyes, feeling the tumult of spiritual energy within him, yet sensing it was still insufficient. Consequently, he gently brushed his hand against the spatial ring, extracting a large quantity of spiritual herbs. Initially, he held disdain for relying on the power of these herbs to achieve a breakthrough. In comparison to his extraordinary cultivation techniques, the enhancement offered by the herbs seemed rather limited and wasteful. However, with the imminent threat of the Elder's arrival, Lu Yun found himself with no other recourse. After retrieving the abundant spiritual herbs, Lu Yun, utilizing the Tianshin heart herb technique, began to fervently absorb the essence of the herbs. Soon, his face flushed with color, mirroring the earlier state of Deng Pu. Yet, Lu Yun's absorption was notably swifter than Deng Pu's, and his reddened complexion did not persist for long. By the end of the night, the once foul-smelling cave had been entirely enveloped by the fragrant aroma of the spiritual herbs. Lu Yun, in a rather blunt manner, harnessed all the spiritual herbs at his disposal, forcibly elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the spirit body realm. Upon achieving this, Lu Yun closed his eyes and began to quietly contemplate the cosmos, seeking that elusive opportunity for breakthrough. As a former celestial emperor, transcending the mere spirit aperture realm posed no significant challenge. However, having assumed a new corporeal form, Lu Yun needed to identify the various nodes that resonated with this identity to achieve a flawless breakthrough. The spirit aperture realm, as its name suggests, involves the opening of the apertures. Once the apertures are opened, the body can better utilize spiritual energy, gaining mastery over martial techniques. Each corporeal form possesses a unique method for opening its apertures. Some may engage the senses through the ears and nose, enabling one to perceive the environment with heightened awareness and develop a fresh understanding of the celestial energies, thus facilitating the effective use of spiritual power and progressing into the spirit aperture realm. Others may focus on the limbs, rendering the body more agile, which also qualifies as aperture opening. Yet, the aperture opening that Lu Yun sought was far from simple. He aimed to unlock the hard aperture of this body. This was the most intricate method of opening, for the heart is the essence of the human form. When the heart ceases, all halts. When the heart stirs, all comes to life. Lu Yun immersed himself in introspection, acutely attuned to the rhythmic beating of his heart, seeking to discover a resonance between this cadence and the cosmos. As he delved deeper into this profound perception, his consciousness began to wander, seemingly transported to an entirely new realm. At the farthest reaches of this world, he beheld a glimmer of light. This extraordinary sensation shattered Lu Yun's previous understanding. In the past, he too had unlocked the most powerful heart aperture. Yet it had not been as wondrous as this. Just as Lu Yun was taken aback, the light abruptly transformed into an infinite darkness that engulfed him. Upon regaining his senses, he was horrified to find himself within the god burial inferno. In the external world, Lu Yun's physical form suddenly expelled a mouthful of blood, as his heart disintegrated into a mist of crimson. Yet, astonishingly, his heartbeat did not cease. A black stone emerged in the position of his heart, seemingly assuming its vital function. With each pulse of the black stone, strands of golden light were birthed. This golden radiance coursed throughout Lu Yun's being, subtly imbuing his spiritual power with an unfamiliar force. Thunder rumbled ominously in the skies above the twilight rain mountains, where the heavens shifted dramatically. Endless black clouds converged, resembling a colossal black heart that pulsed incessantly. With each rhythmic movement of the clouds, dense bolts of lightning surged forth. Lightning intertwined ceaselessly, yet the thunder remained silent, casting a pall of dread and oppression over the entire twilight rain mountains. Chapter 54. The heart of the god burial taking shape. What is happening? Is a beast king emerging? What beast king? This is a divine punishment from the heavens. It must be that some defiant entity has manifested, seeking judgment. The practitioners within the twilight rain mountains were struck with astonishment, their faces etched with fear. Simultaneously, countless beasts within the mountains erupted in a cacophony of roars, interspersed with profound terror. For all living beings, it felt as if the end of days had arrived. At that moment, an elder, deep within the twilight rain mountains, halted his steps, his expression shifting dramatically as he murmured to himself. Within a cavern, Lu Yun's spirit remained ensnared in the god burial inferno. He could not comprehend why. In his quest to perceive the heart aperture in the universe, he had been drawn into this infernal realm. At this moment, he felt utterly disconnected from the cosmos. Unbeknownst to him, his breakthrough had triggered such a formidable celestial phenomenon. Lu Yun, congratulations on acquiring the nascent form of the heart of the god burial and entering the spirit aperture realm. Just as Lu Yun stood in bewilderment, the ancient voice of the shadow that had previously appeared emerged once more, speaking softly. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Yun was taken aback, immediately becoming aware of his own body. The space where his heart once resided was now occupied by the ancient black stone, pulsating with strands of burial power that affected Lu Yun's being. This was the nascent form of the heart of the god of burial. Lu Yun immediately comprehended, his voice laced with astonishment. The realization struck him that he had transformed the black stone, which symbolized the entrance to the god of burial's purgatory, into his very heart, an unfathomable act. Yet, everything within the god of burial's purgatory was indeed so wondrous. Indeed, you have embarked upon the staircase of the god of burial, inseparably entwined with the purgatory. With each future breakthrough in your realm, the god of burial's purgatory shall exert its influence upon you. A faint reply emerged from the shadow as an explanation. I have not yet reached the realm of spiritual enlightenment. Lu Yun sensed a peculiar aura and felt a tinge of frustration. Although his heart had undergone transformation, breaking through to a new realm required the acknowledgement of heaven and earth, thus granting him the corresponding essence of that realm. At present, he remained firmly entrenched at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the spiritual body realm, devoid of any trace of the spiritual aperture realm's essence. Do not fret. It shall arrive shortly. It may be a tad uncomfortable, but bear with it, the shadow suddenly remarked in a teasing tone. Just as Lu Yun was about to inquire further in confusion, he suddenly felt the surrounding world tremble. Instinctively, he looked upwards, only to find that the mountain wall directly above had completely dissolved. A colossal and terrifying black cloud vortex loomed before him, within which boundless lightning flickered. What is this? Lu Yun instinctively posed a question. In response, a dark cloud loomed above. Suddenly, a thick bolt of azure lightning, measuring a meter in diameter, descended from the cloud, striking Lu Yun with unerring precision. Lu Yun was enveloped in a tempest of thunder, a look of bewilderment frozen upon his visage. The sensation he experienced at that moment was indescribable. Within the confines of the god-burying purgatory, Lu Yun's divine body trembled violently, as if it too were struck by the bolts of thunder. From the moment you ascended the god-burying steps, Lu Yun, you transcended the realms of heaven and earth. Yet, for the time being, you remain within this realm. As an anomaly, each of your breakthroughs incites the retribution of the cosmos. Fear not, for in the early stages, such retribution shall not harm you. Instead, they shall bestow upon you boundless advantages. The shadow observed Lu Yun, who was utterly paralyzed, and spoke with a calm demeanor. Lu Yun's mind was entirely consumed by agony, yet he could still discern the words of the shadow. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the numbness finally dissipated, allowing Lu Yun to regain control over his own body. Outside, The dark clouds had long since vanished, giving way to a clear sky. The apocalyptic scene that had just unfolded appeared as though it had never existed. Having undergone the harrowing baptism of thunder, Lu Yun's physique felt as though it had been reborn, growing even more formidable. The myriad forces of lightning, after enduring substantial suffering, were unexpectedly absorbed by the nascent form of his god of burial heart, which was the reason for Lu Yun's unscathed condition. Following the absorption of the lightning, the nascent god of burial heart finally resonated with the aura of the spirit aperture realm, signifying Lu Yun's formal entry into that realm. Indeed, the path of the god of burial purgatory has transformed everything about me, Lu Yun murmured softly, already envisioning the scene of his impending breakthrough. While ordinary cultivators attain their breakthroughs through the acknowledgement of heaven and earth, he, in contrast, defies and even transcends them, creating a fundamental distinction. This, in turn, leads to a significant outcome. The power he acquires during his breakthrough far exceeds that of typical cultivators. At this moment, Lu Yun felt a surge of spiritual energy within him, amplified several times, and with the emergence of the nascent form of the heart of the god of burial. A faint trace of the god of burial's power infused his spiritual energy. Though this force was but a whisper, it was imperceptibly altering his physique. Now, I am fully capable of contending with that old fellow. Lu Yun clenched his fists tightly, a surge of confidence blossoming within him. Even without ascending the god burial steps, he felt capable of vanquishing the old man. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a furious roar erupted. How dare you deceive me, you rascal? Hiding away here to make your breakthrough. The speaker was none other than the elder, who had sensed the anomalous occurrence and rushed over at once. You foolish old man. Don't blame others for your own naivety. Haven't you heard that the most dangerous places are often the safest? At this moment, Lu Yun felt no fear of the elder. Instead, he smiled and said, How audacious. This time, let us see where you can flee. The elder scolded fiercely and then charged directly at Lu Yun. He had been pursuing Lu Yun for 2 days without success, and his frustration grew immensely. In his rage, he even contemplated taking lethal action. I have completed my breakthrough and was just about to seek you out to test my strength. Lu Yun let out a light chuckle, and immediately spiritual energy surged throughout his entire being. An imposing aura erupted forth, akin to a sharpened sword unsheathed, soaring towards the heavens. Casting a glance at the vanishing ceiling above, the elder's expression turned peculiar, and then, gritting his teeth, he struck towards Lu Yun with a palm. To prevent Lu Yun from escaping once more, he held nothing back. Even a casual strike was executed with utmost intensity. Suddenly, a palm imprint forged from spiritual energy materialized, sweeping towards Lu Yun. The might of the palm imprint was so formidable that it caused the surrounding air to tremble. The entire cavern was instantly enveloped in an overwhelming sense of oppression. Lu Yun was situated within the confines, unable to evade, and confronted the challenge head-on. He unleashed a powerful punch, dense spiritual energy coalescing into a striking imprint that surged forth to meet the oncoming force. The impact resonated throughout the cavern, causing a tremor that propelled both Lu Yun and the elder backward. Remarkably, neither sustained any injuries, and a smile gradually graced Lu Yun's lips. This strike indicated that he had matched the elder's full strength, signifying that he no longer harbored fear of the elder. Impossible. How could your strength have increased so dramatically? Even a breakthrough to the spirit aperture realm could not account for such a transformation. The elder's eyes widened in astonishment, shaking his head in disbelief. Chapter 55. The escape in response to the elder's shock. Lu Yun merely smiled coldly, his palm gesturing as he conjured a series of mystical seals. Each of these seals exuded a sharp aura, gathering before him like a breathtaking blossom of swords. This technique was none other than the sword of spiritual light, a martial skill he had comprehended in his previous life. The sword of spiritual light comprised 6 intricate sword imprints, representing the most fundamental of martial techniques among Lu Yun's extensive repertoire. In an instant, 3 seals materialized before Lu Yun, marking the pinnacle of what his current cultivation could achieve. With a soft admonition from Lu Yun, the 3 seals transformed entirely into sword beams, hurtling directly towards the elder. What? The elder was taken aback, immediately unleashing his innate protective energy. A powerful aura emanated from him, rendering him as unyielding as a solid rock. In response to the perilous energy of the sword of spiritual light, the elder summoned his spiritual entity. Before them lay a block of yellow stone, imbued with a profound and weighty presence. It was, in fact, the stone of lust. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Yun immediately grasped the situation. The innate stone belonged to the earth element within the 5 elemental spirits, excelling in defense. It is highly probable that the old man had cultivated the versatile innate vital energy for both offense and defense for this very reason. The emergence of the yellow earth stone significantly augmented the power of the innate vital energy, rendering it virtually indestructible. However, Liu Yun's spirit sword was no ordinary martial technique. It had claimed the lives of countless formidable opponents. The radiant sword light formed by the three great seals swiftly penetrated the old man's innate vital energy, erupting in a dazzling display of sword blossoms. The old man's innate vital energy was subjected to rapid severance, swiftly depleting, causing even the yellow earth stone behind him to tremble. With each blossoming sword flower surrounding the old man, blood began to spurt from his body. This was a sight both beautiful and brutal. Innate vital body. After a single failed maneuver, the old man suddenly roared. His severely injured form radiated a glimmering sheen akin to glass. The spirit energy merged with this luminous layer, finally managing to thwart the sword light, granting the old man a moment to recuperate. You dare to launch a sneak attack on this old man? I shall seek retribution another day. With his body enveloped in sword light, the old man dashed away into the distance. At this moment, fear had taken hold of him, and thoughts of retreat began to surface. Old fellow, after pursuing me for so long, do you think it will be so easy for you to escape now? Liu Yun let out a cold laugh, steadfastly trailing behind. You cannot catch up with an old man like me. Soon, you shall meet your doom, by then. Even if you wish to return to Lingong Mountain, it will be too late. The elder, sensing Liu Yun's pursuit, intensified his words with greater malice, while simultaneously quickening his pace. Upon hearing this, Liu Yun offered no response, but instead pursued with unwavering determination. He sought to unravel the mysteries surrounding the situation, believing that the old man must possess an understanding of the past events. Yet, as soon as the old man's words faded, his presence inexplicably vanished. Liu Yun endeavored to sense the breath of the surroundings, yet he found himself utterly fruitless. This old fellow certainly possesses a myriad of tactics. After cursing silently, Liu Yun returned to the cave, resigned. The old man had undoubtedly employed some artifact to conceal his presence, allowing him to escape flawlessly. At present, Liu Yun's mental prowess remains rather feeble. Otherwise, he would have been able to track the old man down. Although the elder managed to escape, Liu Yun felt no sorrow in his heart. This individual will inevitably resurface. Upon returning to the cave, Liu Yun first consolidated his cultivation at the initial stage of the spiritual aperture realm, and then meticulously examined the black stone. At this moment, the black stone had transformed into his very heart, exhibiting a peculiar nature. Moreover, the shadow had previously mentioned that this object was the embryonic form of the heart of the god of burial, indicating that the black stone had yet to evolve into a true heart. The authentic heart of the god of burial is shrouded in mystery regarding its true form. All answers to these enigmas can only be unveiled within the god of burial's purgatory. Once Liu Yun's consciousness entered the purgatory, he resumed his ascent, swiftly advancing 2 levels to reach the 9th tier of the god of burial's staircase. Gazing at the 10th tier, which was tantalizingly close, Liu Yun hesitated. His uncertainty stemmed from the absence of any sense of pressure emanating from the 10th level. Ascending felt akin to traversing an ordinary staircase, which was an anomaly. Below the 10th tier, Liu Yun had sensed the oppressive force transmitted from each preceding level of the staircase, even from the 5th level that bestowed martial techniques upon spiritual entities. Was Liu Yun afraid? At that moment, the shadow reappeared, hovering around him, whispering, "My subconscious urges me to proceed with caution." Liu Yun shook his head and spoke to explain. "Your subconscious is remarkably accurate. Those who have previously ascended the steps, upon receiving the rewards of the 5th tier, have eagerly rushed into the 10th tier, only to meet with tragic fates." The shadow spoke slowly. "Could you provide some hints?" Upon hearing these words, Liu Yun instinctively pressed for more information. "Hasn't this already given you a hint?" The shadow retorted, before vanishing from sight. Upon hearing this, Liu Yun decisively withdrew from the god burial purgatory, beginning to regulate his breath and allowing himself ample rest, thereby ensuring that both his spiritual and physical forms were in peak condition. After an entire night of cultivation, Liu Yun's body ascended to its utmost potential. Brimming with vitality, Liu Yun returned to the god burial purgatory, stepping onto the staircase leading to the 10th level. To his surprise, everything unfolded more smoothly than he had anticipated. His right foot successfully landed on the step. Nothing extraordinary occurred, as if he were merely traversing an ordinary staircase. However, this only heightened Liu Yun's caution, prompting him to slowly lift his left foot. The moment his left foot also touched the step, for exceedingly dangerous auras suddenly descended upon him from all directions. These were 4 attacks, to be precise, for weapons. The blades of these weapons gleamed menacingly, simultaneously lunging towards Lu Yun. The trajectory of the assault nearly severed all of Lu Yun's escape routes. Despite his prior preparations, he was taken aback. Just as he intended to wield the spirit light sword in defense, something even more peculiar transpired. Lu Yun discovered that his spiritual power was restricted on the 10th level, rendering him unable to summon it. The spirit light sword, which he had long accumulated, vanished without a trace. In this moment of dire urgency, Lu Yun could only grit his teeth and channel the god burial power from his god burial spirit. A brilliant golden light erupted as he desperately activated this power, focusing his efforts on one of the weapons to alter its course of attack. With a clash, one weapon disrupted the other three, veering away just as it was about to strike Lu Yun. In the midst of this tumult, the god burial spirit was still knocked to the ground, a sword mark appearing on his shoulder from a glancing blow. Had Lu Yun not dodged swiftly, his spirit could have been pierced through by the formidable sword energy, leading to catastrophic consequences. Damn it! Lu Yun's gaze fell upon the 4 weapons that had been violently thrust aside, and an overwhelming fury surged within his eyes. The suddenness of the 4 assaults, each brimming with lethal intent, was staggering. Chapter 56, Assault on the 10th level regardless of who was orchestrating this. I shall annihilate you today. Lu Yun was utterly enraged. The 10th tier of the staircase was nothing short of a trap. From the initial calm to the sudden onslaught, there was no time for a response. Moreover, the method of testing this time was fundamentally different from the previous pressures. It had transformed into a lethal assault. Most absurdly, on the 10th tier, one could not utilize their own power, but was instead forced to rely solely on the power of the god of burial. This was no longer a trial for Lu Yun, but rather an examination of the divine body of the god of burial. In such an extreme environment, one would lose at least half their life, if not more. Fortunately, Lu Yun managed to cope with the situation adequately, sustaining only minor injuries to the divine body of the god of burial. As Lu Yun's furious shout echoed, 4 weapons had once again converged, seemingly possessing a will of their own, preparing to launch another attack against him. At this moment, Lu Yun finally discerned the complete visage of the 4 weapons, which were a sword, a knife, a spear, and a staff. The aura emanating from these 4 weapons was exceedingly formidable. It was the long sword among them that had previously inflicted injury upon Lu Yun. To obliterate these 4 weapons would be utterly impossible with the current strength that Lu Yun possessed. The only recourse for Lu Yun was to devise a means of resistance and escape. In that instant, the 4 weapons sprang to life once more. No longer positioned at the cardinal points, each weapon now followed its own trajectory. The long sword thrust directly from the center towards Lu Yun, imbued with the might to penetrate. Meanwhile, the broadsword descended from above, wielding a fierce blade of light, intent on cleaving Lu Yun in 2. The spear aimed for Lu Yun's throat, targeting a similarly lethal spot. Finally, the staff swept towards the back of Lu Yun's head, revealing the ominous intent of a stealthy strike. Lu Yun's expression had already darkened. The attacks from the 4 weapons were nothing short of lethal. The power of the god of burial was firmly grasped in Lu Yun's hands, yet he wielded it with utmost caution. This force was not to be underestimated. Should it be depleted too swiftly, Lu Yun would be left to await his demise. Bang, bang, bang. Confronted with such a ruthless onslaught, Lu Yun could only muster all his strength, transforming his fingers into weapons imbued with the power of the god of burial, engaging with the 4 weapons. This contact served merely to alter the trajectory of the weapons, rather than to intercept them entirely. Lu Yun's form began to drift among the 4 weapons, constantly altering their trajectories in a desperate bid for survival. A single misstep could lead to a fatal blow. This struggle endured for a full half-hour, during which Lu Yun felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, yet remained powerless. He sought flaws in the intricate attacks of the 4 weapons, only to discover their remarkable precision. Their coordination left virtually no room for error. After this prolonged defense, Lu Yun had already expended nearly half of his divine power. Without this divine strength, no matter how skilled Lu Yun might be, he would merely become easy prey. What on earth was this realm of divine purgatory? Just as he could no longer suppress his silent curses, he suddenly sensed a distinct aura emanating from one of the swords, a sensation that should not exist upon a blade. As a former divine sword emperor, his understanding of swords had long transcended the ordinary. This particular longsword was utterly incapable of eluding his keen perception. While a weapon may possess a semblance of sentience, it could never emanate a primal essence. This was not merely a weapon. A sudden realization surged within Lu Yun's heart. Immediately, a profound shock reverberated through him as he comprehended the gravity of the situation. These were spiritual entities for spiritual entities. As this thought flashed across Lu Yun's mind, His understanding was once again upended. Why would these four entities choose to attack him? What secrets lay hidden upon this 10th step? However, upon grasping the true nature of these weapons, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. Weapons may be indestructible, yet spiritual entities can be vanquished. With this in mind, Lu Yun cast aside his previous caution and boldly harnessed the power of the god of burial, launching a decisive strike with his fist against the staff. Bang! The staff trembled violently, its brilliance wavering and dimming slightly. Indeed, upon witnessing this scene, Lu Yun became increasingly convinced of his thoughts. Had he known that these four weapons were spiritual entities, he would have been able to unleash his full strength without reservation. As it stands, he could only muster a desperate struggle. Lu Yun sensed the dwindling power of the god of burial and, with a reluctant grit of his teeth, realized that the remaining strength was insufficient to vanquish his foes one by one. The only recourse was to unleash the force of dust cleansing in a desperate gamble. A far better alternative than waiting idly for death as his trajectory shifted. Boom. After a brief moment of gathering strength, the power of dust cleansing erupted with ferocity. A terrifying wave of the god of burial's might swept through the surroundings, scattering the four weapons in disarray. The area fell into a temporary silence as Lu Yun anxiously surveyed his surroundings. Should the weapon stir once more, he would be powerless to resist. The four weapons lay on the ground, flickering with a faint luminescence, ceasing their movement. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yun let out a sigh of relief. This test could be considered accomplished, just as he intended to restore the power of the god of burial. A brilliant golden light suddenly surged forth from the purgatory of the god of burial. This radiant glow converged towards Lu Yun's spiritual form. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the golden light swiftly infiltrated his body. The previously depleted power of the god of burial instantly surged back, significantly enhanced. Is this the benefit? Exhilarating. As he felt the continuous influx of the god of burial's power filling his being, Lu Yun could not help but let out a thunderous roar. The power he had acquired this time was more than tenfold that of the 5th layer. For Lu Yun's spiritual form, this represented a tremendous transformation. With just his spiritual essence, he was now capable of defeating the Elder. Lu Yun, congratulations on passing the trial of the 10th layer. Just as Lu Yun fully absorbed the surrounding power of the god of burial, a shadow materialized, accompanied by a voice of admiration. This 10th layer was not merely a test, but a deadly challenge. Lu Yun remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Once one sees through the essence of weaponry, it is not all that difficult. The shadowy figure chuckled lightly and responded, in the 10th layer. Why is it that one cannot harness the power of their true form? Lu Yun inquired thoughtfully. Initially, his greatest reliance in this endeavor to breach the 10th level lay in his radiant sword. The 10th level, a trial of the god of burial's corporeal form, also tested one's comprehension of purification. Only by vanquishing all four weapons simultaneously could one quell their relentless power. Otherwise, their might would continue unabated, ultimately depleting one's divine strength. The shadow spoke slowly, revealing, "So it is. I was driven to such extremes, yet I never anticipated that fate would grant me passage through this trial." Lu Yun chuckled at himself and said, "You have discerned the essence of the long sword and managed to withstand the assault of four weapons for such an extended period, which speaks volumes of your prowess. Now, prepare to receive your reward." The shadow replied with an air of admiration. Wasn't all of this a reward in itself? Upon hearing this, Lu Yun fell into a moment of reverie. That was merely a fragment. The true reward lies in them. The shadow spoke slowly. As he spoke, for weapon spirits seemed to be reinvigorated, manifesting before Lu Yun in midair. Upon witnessing the situation, Lu Yun instinctively took a step back, fearing another ambush. Choose a weapon. Lu Yun, the shadow remarked with a faint smile. Chapter 57. Fusion of the spirit body. Choose a weapon? Lu Yun was taken aback by the shadow's words. Your god burial spirit body can merge with a divine weapon spirit body, thereby gaining the power of that divine weapon spirit. The shadow elaborated. Is it truly possible for spirit bodies to fuse in such a manner? Upon hearing the explanation, Lu Yun felt increasingly astonished. The burial of divine spirits transcends the ordinary spiritual bodies. One could perceive it as a practitioner capable of wielding the power of the burial deity, honing martial skills, and naturally integrating newfound strength to evolve itself. The shadow continued to elucidate. I choose the sword spirit body. Lu Yun spoke decisively. As his words resonated, the long sword transformed into a radiant beam of light, piercing towards the corpse god's spiritual form. Rather than penetrating through, the sword melded into the spiritual entity. During this process, Lu Yun felt as though he had succumbed to a deep slumber. The corpse god's spiritual form, having merged with his essence, underwent a transformation that inevitably influenced Lu Yun's own core being. After a day and a night, Lu Yun finally opened his eyes, and in that moment, he perceived a profound change in the corpse god's spiritual form. Beyond its original mysterious and formidable aura, a sharp sword intent now emanated from the entity. With a mere thought, the corpse god's spiritual form could even revert to its original sword form, darting through the air with astonishing agility. It was truly remarkable. Lu Yun manipulated the ethereal form with a sense of exhilaration. Despite his extensive knowledge, he had never witnessed such a wondrous phenomenon. You have acquired the spirit of the long sword. This is the fruit of your triumph. The shadow remarked softly. What, then, is the nature of this long sword spirit? Under the joy of Lu Yun, a hint of perplexity emerged as he spoke. This was left behind by a previous sword cultivator who perished on the 10th level. Becoming your stepping stone, the shadow replied with a faint tone. If that is the case, can I choose to merge with more spiritual entities in the future? Lu Yun suddenly raised his head and inquired. Of course, the god burial steps offer countless benefits beyond your imagination. The shadow replied with pride. This staircase has truly broadened my horizons. I am grateful for your guidance. With heartfelt sincerity, Lu Yun expressed his gratitude before departing from the god burial purgatory. Should his spiritual form acquire myriad abilities in the future, the extent of its power would be beyond imagination. In that moment, he witnessed a remarkable aspect of the god burial spirit, one that surpassed even the most extreme martial techniques. Upon returning to the outside world, Lu Yun exited the cavern and made his way directly to Muyu City. The elder's relentless pursuit compelled him to linger in the Muyu Mountains for 2 days and nights. Thus, he needed to return to the city promptly to assist Lu Shui and her companion in completing the special recruitment test. Only by ensuring Lu Shui's safety could Lu Yun fully engage with the unforeseen adversaries that lay ahead. At that juncture, regardless of whether it was the 4 great families or the city lord's mansion, he would not let anyone with past ties to him go unpunished. Upon his return to the Yulai Tavern, it was already nightfall. Entering through the side door into the room, Lu Yun encountered Lu Shui and Deng Pu. The following day marked the special recruitment test, and both had emerged from their seclusion, demonstrating significant progress. Brother Yun, is it true that you have broken through to the spirit aperture realm? Deng Pu exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he sensed Lu Yun's extraordinary aura. Lu Yun nodded slowly, his gaze appraising the 2 individuals before him. Your progress is quite remarkable. It seems you have not been idling these past few days. Indeed. We cannot let your expectations down, Lu Shui replied with a sweet smile. Brother Yun, it is a pity that you cannot participate in the special recruitment test. Otherwise, with your current cultivation, you could undoubtedly surpass the assessment standards for prodigies set by Muyu City, Deng Pu remarked, his tone tinged with nostalgia. Vanity is of no use, Lu Yun scoffed, shaking his head. He then inquired, has anything unusual occurred in Muyu City these past days? Everyone has been diligently cultivating, striving for excellence in the special recruitment test. The city remains quite tranquil. However, my friend has informed me that the Lu family is desperately searching for us. My father and the others are under immense pressure, Deng Pu responded. Let your father endure a little longer. Once the special recruitment test concludes, no one in Muyu City will dare to threaten your Deng family. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Lu Yun's eyes as he solemnly vowed. Once the special recruitment test concluded, the first to be eliminated would be the Lu family. Indeed, my father has faith in your abilities. Should you require any assistance? The Deng family is willing to lend their full support, Deng Pu nodded, his voice imbued with emotion and anticipation. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun fell silent and nodded, choosing not to speak further. The following morning, every street in Muyu City buzzed with extraordinary excitement, as nearly all the inhabitants left their homes to gather in the central square. Even those not participating in the special recruitment examination found it worthwhile to witness the spectacle and behold the talents dispatched by the sect. Lu Yun, adorned with a bamboo hat, walked alongside Deng Pu as they made their way to the central square. En route, Lu Yun and Deng Pu were elucidating the rules of the special admission test to Lu Shui. 3 years prior, they had inquired about the special admission tests in other cities, thus they possessed considerable knowledge of the regulations. The special admission test is primarily divided into 2 rounds, the elimination test and the ranking test. The elimination test, as its name suggests, serves to sift through and eliminate participants with exceedingly weak foundations, with specific criteria dependent on the number of contestants. Those who successfully navigate the elimination round are generally rewarded by their sect, and the more commendable their performance in the ranking test, the more substantial the rewards. Within the ranking test, there exist 2 categories, practical combat and aptitude assessment. with the order of these tests left to the discretion of the participants. The practical combat entails engaging in battles with disciples from the sect. Typically, enduring 3 moves is sufficient to secure an excellent rank. The aptitude assessment, on the other hand, involves showcasing one's spiritual body level, serving as a remedial measure for talented individuals of lesser strength, thereby maintaining the fairness of the special admission test. You should primarily focus on the aptitude assessment. With a 9th-tier spiritual body, regardless of your cultivation level, they will have no grounds for rejection. Lian advised after explaining the details to Lu Shui. I understand. Dang Pu reminded me a few days ago as well. Lu Shui nodded, her purpose distinctly clear. Brother Yan, what about me? I have always been uncertain about which path to choose. Dang Pu suddenly interjected, his expression grave as he inquired. Your spiritual essence is suited for offense. Naturally, practical combat would be most advantageous. Lian spoke slowly, expressing his thoughts. I share the same sentiment, however. I am uncertain if I can surpass Lu Feng and his companions in front of the disciples of our sect. Dang Pu appeared somewhat troubled, lacking complete confidence. For his strength was merely a temporary enhancement. There is, in fact, another approach, he continued. At that moment, you could directly challenge the victor, ensuring a decisive victory. Lian spoke slowly. Indeed, that is a splendid idea. Dang Pu's eyes brightened, and he suddenly slapped his forehead. Ultimately, it all hinges on whether you can unleash the power of the Wolf King Demon Core. Lu Yun added a remark, serving as a subtle admonition to Dang Pu. Lu Feng and his companions are indeed renowned talents in the city of Twilight Rain, and even if Dang Pu takes an unconventional approach, victory is not guaranteed. Yun Ge. Just wait and see my performance. Dang Pu chuckled, a glimmer of excitement evident in his demeanor. Chapter 58. The test begins as Lu Yun and his companions arrived at the central square. It was already a cacophony of voices. The central square, in this moment, bore a striking contrast to its usual self, adorned with several elevated platforms strategically placed for visibility. These platforms were interconnected, with young individuals queuing to traverse them. At the heart of the platform stood a massive cylindrical pillar, approximately 1 meter in diameter and towering at around 2 meters in height. Its surface, gleaming in a lustrous white hue, bore an unknown material, intricately engraved with 9 mystical runes. Any visitor to the central square would find themselves irresistibly drawn to this pillar. This artifact serves as the spirit communication pillar of the 9 nether continent, utilized to discern the strength of a cultivator's spiritual body. Each rune symbolizes a distinct tier of spiritual prowess, capable of assessing up to the 9th tier. Please, proceed to the queue. Lu Yun's gaze swept across the entire venue, urging those present to act. At this moment, they had arrived late, and those at the end of the queue were few and far between. Brother, what will you do then? Lu Shui felt a sense of unease as she gazed at Lu Yun, fearing for his safety. Rest assured, I shall be watching over you from below. With my presence, no one can harm you. Lu Yun gently patted Lu Shui on the shoulder, offering words of encouragement. After listening, Lu Shui nodded and, alongside Dang Pu, made her way to the queue. Numerous young individuals who had registered were ascending the connected platform, lining up towards the rear of the elevated stage. This platform was a staggering 5 times larger than a standard one, ample enough to accommodate all the registrants. At that moment, some individuals were already waiting upon the final platform, including Li Linger and Wang Wushua. The arrival of Lu Shui and Dang Pu did not go unnoticed. Li Linger quickly spotted Lu Shui and remarked, Lu Yun should be nearby. Wang Wushua, scanning the area below, appeared to be searching for someone. Stop looking. The likelihood of encountering that person is quite slim, Li Linger observed, shaking her head with a hint of indifference. Why? Wang Wushua inquired, perplexed. You need not understand. Li Linger replied coolly, unwilling to elaborate further. Lu Yun did not pay attention to Li Linger and others. His gaze shifted towards the direction of the city lord's mansion. On the 2nd floor of the mansion, numerous chairs were arranged, offering a panoramic view of the entire central square below. Such a vantage point could only be afforded by the most esteemed individuals. Presently, members of the 4 prominent families gathered within the city lord's mansion. And as Lu Yun's eyes scanned the 2nd floor, he quickly spotted the beaming face of Lu Qiaoshan. At that moment, Lu Qiaoshan was engaging in conversation with a middle-aged man, his demeanor imbued with an air of flattery. In the entire Muyu city, the only individuals capable of eliciting such a demeanor from him, aside from those from the Jing Tian sect, could only be the city lord of Muyu, Qin Shangming. City Lord Qin, we are all eager to pay our respects to the esteemed elders of the Jing Tian sect whenever they arrive. At this moment, Lu Qiaoshan inquired about the news from the Heavenly Gate. Why the haste? The esteemed members of the Heavenly Gate are all preoccupied with their own affairs. Once we are fully prepared, they will surely make their appearance. Qin Shangming remarked, rolling his eyes. Lord Qin, did the esteemed members of the Heavenly Gate mention anything regarding the events from back then? A middle-aged man, of similar age to Lu Qiaoshan, stepped forward to ask suddenly. Li Yun, I have no interest in your past troubles. If you wish to know, go and inquire yourself. Qin Shangming waved his hand dismissively, clearly impatient. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiaoshan and Li Yun exchanged glances, wanting to press further. However, they were interrupted as a young man clad in a white robe, strikingly handsome, leaped onto the second floor. Upon seeing the newcomer, Qin Shangming immediately stood up and greeted him with a smile. Young hero Guoyu has arrived. May I ask when the esteemed members will make their entrance? My master has some matters to attend to, so I will preside over the test in his stead. The young man in white responded with a hint of arrogance. That is acceptable. Please, young hero. Qin Shangming nodded with a smile, leading the young man toward an expansive platform. Accompanying them were Lu Qiaoshan and several influential figures from the city of Muyu. They all welcomed Guoyu with warm smiles. Yet there was no opportunity to engage him in conversation. As Qin Shangming and the others approached the platform, Lu Shui and Deng Pu had also completed their reports and arrived at the final waiting platform. The moment they stepped onto the platform, a familiar voice tainted with sarcasm echoed from behind. The only flaw of this special recruitment test is that the threshold is too low. Even the most insignificant individuals can participate. At this remark, Lu Shui's body trembled slightly. The familiar voice belonged to Lu Feng. Lu Feng, what do you intend to do? Lu Shui gritted her teeth, overcoming her inner fears, and raised her head to address the newcomer. Lu Shui, if you wish to live, reveal to me the whereabouts of Lu Yun. Lu Feng coldly threatened. Lu Feng, do not even think about harming Shui. Deng Pu sensed the precarious situation and immediately shielded Lu Shui in front of him. You wretched dog, it is truly remarkable that you are still alive. Lu Feng cast a disdainful glance at Deng Pu and scoffed. Today's test is organized by the astonishing gate. Do not act recklessly. Deng Pu's expression turned icy as he gritted his teeth and threatened, tell me the whereabouts of Lu Yun. Lu Feng directly disregarded Deng Pu's threats and glared defiantly. If you wish to be disqualified from the test, then come at me. Deng Pu, undeterred, subtly revealed his aura and retorted, you, a mere dog, following Lu Yun, have audaciously learned to defy your superiors. Lu Feng, feeling a surge of indignation at the inability to intimidate Deng Pu, retorted, do not presume that I am unaware of how you and your father have treated the Deng family. We are no longer under your command. Deng Pu's eyes gleamed with hatred as he clenched his teeth, proclaiming, Lu Feng, I shall ensure you pay the price for your insolence. How utterly laughable. Lu Feng countered. I am eager to witness what a wretched cur like you is truly capable of. Upon hearing these words, Lu Feng's anger transformed into a mocking smile. Simultaneously, a voice resonated from a high platform, belonging to Qin Shangming. Esteemed guests, please maintain silence. The gathering of registered disciples is now complete, and the special recruitment test hosted by the Skyward Sect is about to commence. As these words reached their ears, the crowd fell silent, turning their gaze towards Qin Shangming's position. Lu Yun, who had been attentively observing Lu Shui and the others, also shifted his gaze towards Qin Shangming. After diverting his attention from the city lord's mansion, he had been closely monitoring Lu Shui and her companions, ready to reveal his identity to Lu Feng should they falter under his threats, in order to protect Lu Shui and her friend. Distinguished guests, beside me stands the talented disciple of the Skyward Sect, young Master Guoyu, who will preside over the special recruitment test today. Once the crowd quieted, Qin Shangming formally introduced the young man at his side. Upon hearing this, the spectators directed envious and admiring gazes toward Guoyu. In the small city of Muyu, disciples of sects held a position of great esteem, with perhaps only one emerging in a century. Moreover, the Skyward Sect was among the most prestigious in Qizhou, and its disciples naturally commanded even greater respect. Esteemed participants, the special recruitment test of the Skyward Sect is the most invaluable examination within the realm of Qingzhou. Now that it has arrived in Muyu City, you should cherish this opportunity. To this end, we have prepared numerous rewards, for those who are capable shall claim them. Guoyu surveyed the crowd below with an air of superiority. Please, young Master Gua, present the questions. We shall do our utmost to respond. A voice from the platform where the competitors stood belonged to Li Linger, who smiled at Guoyu, her beautiful eyes shimmering with rare admiration. Wang Wushu observed this interaction with a slightly cold expression. Very well, let us commence with the first round of the test. Guiyu nodded at Li Linger and declared decisively. Chapter 59. The Trial of Mysterious Fire. May I request young Master Gui to elucidate the rules of the test? Qin Shangming inquired promptly. The first round of testing will utilize mysterious fire to evaluate the contestants' abilities, given the substantial number of participants from Muyu City. Guiyu explained formally. Mysterious fire? The expression of many competitors shifted slightly upon hearing this. Mysterious fire is an exceptionally unique flame in the world, characterized by its increasingly ferocious nature as it burns. While the initial stages of mysterious fire pose little danger to cultivators, it becomes increasingly terrifying with continued combustion. Due to this property, it is highly sought after by certain alchemists. Upon learning of the test's content, reactions varied on the competition stage. Some were elated, while others were filled with apprehension. For instance, a hint of a smile appeared on Lu Feng's face. Possessing a crimson flame spirit body, he harbored no fear of mysterious fire. In contrast, those with wood element spirit bodies displayed expressions of distress as they were hindered by mysterious fire, raising the difficulty of their trial severfold. If everyone comprehends, let us begin. Guiyu disregarded the sentiments of the competitors and simply waved his sleeve. In an instant, an inexplicable force enveloped the vast arena upon which the contestants stood. The air grew sweltering, and tendrils of flame began to emerge from the ground of the arena. Within mere moments, the grand arena transformed into a veritable furnace, with flames rising in layers, scorching the multitude of young participants upon its surface. Concurrently, many contestants summoned the energy within their bodies to counter the mysterious fire. In its initial phase, the power of the mystical flames was not overwhelmingly fierce, and nearly all were able to fend it off. Even those at the early stages of the spirit meridian realm could emerge unscathed. Little did they anticipate that beneath the arena lay an intricate array designed to harness the mystical fire, truly a testament to the prowess of the Heavenly Oz sect. Indeed, such an expansive formation necessitated immense engineering efforts. As they awaited the intensification of the mystical flames, those with knowledge in the vicinity engaged in animated discussions. Lu Yun gazed intently at the position occupied by Lu Shui on the battle stage, his brow furrowing slightly. He was not concerned about the trial of the mysterious fire. With the strength exhibited by Lu Shui and Deng Pu, they could undoubtedly endure. However, his frown was due to the imminent approach of someone towards Lu Shui and Deng Pu. A figure, resolutely advancing through the flames, stood before them. A fierce and menacing gaze directed at Deng Pu. Lu Ming, what do you intend to do? Deng Pu inquired, already suspecting the appearance of this individual. His demeanor laced with caution. Deng Pu, tell me what the Deng family has done. Where is Lu Wu-san? The newcomer, Lu Ming, threatened sharply. He had long sought Deng Pu, but had been thwarted earlier by Lu Feng, and then again by the announcement of the test from Qin Shangming, forcing him to wait until now. Dead, Deng Pu replied coldly. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Lu Ming and several disciples of the Lu family trembled, quickly succumbing to fury. If I told you he was slain by a mere finger from Lu Yun, would you believe it? Deng Pu retorted with a mocking smile. Having previously clashed with Lu Ming, he no longer felt intimidated by this prodigy. Impossible. Where is that scoundrel? Tell me. Otherwise, I shall ensure your demise here. Lu Ming's eyes flared with rage, baring his teeth menacingly. Once the test concludes, he will inevitably appear. Even if you do not seek him, he will come looking for you. Deng Pu remained unfazed, continuing to mock Lu Ming. Enraged, Lu Ming sought to teach Deng Pu a lesson, inadvertently stirring a great surge of mysterious fire, which darkened his countenance. So, you are a wood-type spirit body. You would do well to refrain from recklessness, for you would find it difficult to withstand the might of the mysterious fire. Observing this, Deng Pu felt increasingly reassured. In mere moments, the power of the mysterious fire had more than doubled. The wood-type spirit body was inherently restrained by the fire. Should Lu Ming engage in combat amidst the flames, he would suffer considerable depletion, detrimental to the subsequent round of testing. Deng Pu, you shall wait for your reckoning. Once the test concludes, your death is assured. Lu Ming clenched his teeth and issued a threat, yet refrained from making a move. Deng Pu, upon hearing this, could not help but smile disdainfully, his gaze instinctively drifting towards the young man beneath the stage, adorned with a conical hat. Lu Yun had long anticipated the incursion from Lu Feng and Lu Ming, adequately preparing Deng Pu both mentally and with strategies for counteraction. As the power of the Xianhua intensified, numerous cultivators of lesser prowess could no longer endure and chose to leap from the arena. Once they departed the stage, they could evade the Xianhua. 5 minutes later, Half of the young participants had been eliminated from the competition. Many spectators sighed in reflection, although the registration for Muyu City was abundant. A significant portion consisted of those merely seeking fortune by chance, hoping to survive the initial round and secure a commendable reward. Another 5 minutes elapsed, and the potency of the Xianhua had escalated to 5 times its initial strength. Some individuals found their spiritual energy dwindling perilously, struggling to withstand the flames, to the extent that smoke began to emanate from their garments. Lacking sufficient strength, it is unwise to persist, lest one loses their life. A calm voice resonated from the high platform, belonging to Guoyu. As his words settled, many who had been gritting their teeth in determination began to concede. Guoyu's statement underscored the harshness of the trial. The Xianhua formation would show no mercy, and to endure stubbornly could indeed prove fatal. With the final batch of tenacious participants relinquishing their efforts, only a mere handful remained on the vast arena. These individuals were engulfed in flames, their forms nearly obscured. Only those with profound spiritual energy could withstand the trial thus far. Lu Shui and Deng Pu stood out prominently, facing no significant challenges. Although their cultivation was not particularly strong, Lu Shui, with her extraordinary yin-yang spirit body, was more than capable of withstanding the Xian fire. As for Deng Pu, his defense throughout the ordeal merely involved 2 silver moon wolf demon pills. It was nearly time to conclude. Once only 50 individuals remained on the arena. Guoyu finally gestured and spoke. A resounding roar erupted from beneath the arena, and wisps of white mist enveloped the entire stage, extinguishing the layers of flames in an instant. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the elimination test. Guoyu's calm voice resonated, his gaze primarily resting upon Li Ling'er. Among the participants who withstood the Xian fire, Li Ling'er exhibited the most ease. Upon hearing this announcement, the 50 individuals who had passed the test all bore expressions of joy. Li Yu nodded in satisfaction from a distance, offering encouragement to Lu Shui and the others. The 50 individuals present were predominantly at the mid-stage of the spirit-body realm, with Lu Shui and Deng Pu being the least experienced among them. Their ability to endure thus far was a testament to their strength. Next, you will undergo a ranking assessment. You may choose between a talent test and a strength test. Guoyu proclaimed, clearly articulating the rules. Those who excel in the ranking assessment will receive support and rewards from the Skyward Sect. Should your performance be exceptional, you may even be granted the rare opportunity to join the Skyward Sect directly, becoming a distinguished disciple. Upon hearing these words, the 50 young individuals who had passed the preliminary tests became visibly excited. The special recruitment test represented the best pathway into a sect, and becoming a disciple of the Skyward Sect was the ultimate aspiration for each of them. Those who choose the talent test, please step behind the spirit communication pillar. The rest may remain in their original positions, Guoyu continued, instructing the participants. At this, many of the contestants sprang into action. After exchanging a glance with Li Ling'er, Lu Feng slowly made his way to the rear of the spirit communication pillar. Li Ling'er felt a profound confidence in her spiritual talent. Swear, give it your all. Deng Pu encouraged Lu Shui, who stood beside him. Rest assured, I will not disappoint my brother, she replied, determination gleaming in her eyes. Lu Shui nodded slowly, exuding confidence. After enduring the trials of yin and yang imbalance, she had gained a profound understanding of the terrifying nature of the yin and yang spiritual bodies. Having spoken, Lu Shui moved to the rear of the spirit communication pillar, fortuitously placing herself directly behind Li Ling'er. The atmosphere was uniquely charged as the 2 closest women to Lu Yun in the past met once more. Lu Shui, it has been a long time. Li Ling'er was the first to break the silence, offering a warm greeting. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui merely cast a fleeting glance at Li Ling'er, remaining silent. I am truly sorry to hear about your brother's misfortune. I hope you can find peace with it, Li Ling'er continued, lost in her own reflections. I do not comprehend what you are saying. Lu Shui gazed at Li Ling'er with a perplexed expression. You are his closest confidant. How could you not know? Tell me, has he returned to Lingyong Mountain? Li Ling'er continued to speak, revealing the intent behind her inquiries. She sought to ascertain the fate of Lu Yun from Lu Shui. I can inform you that my brother is here. After today, all of you who have wronged him will pay the price. Lu Shui smiled and remarked, this is impossible. Upon hearing this, Li Ling'er felt a chill on her delicate face and slowly shook her head, saying, why is it impossible? The cycle of cause and effect dictates that good and evil will receive their due recompense. Lu Shui retorted with a heart full of animosity, you, a mere child, understand nothing. I cannot place my trust in your words. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Do not humiliate yourself further in this place. You have been cast out by the Lu family and scorned by the Lu family. This spirit column now stands as a pillar of your disgrace. Hearing Lu Shui's words, Li Linger suddenly turned hostile and declared menacingly, "Have I struck a nerve? My brother's suspicions were indeed correct. Today, this spirit column shall shine brightly for both my brother and me." Lu Shui regarded Li Linger with an air of confidence, as if she could see right through her. Indeed, they were siblings, sharing the same absurdity. Li Linger scoffed, unwilling to engage in further banter with Lu Shui. "Ladies and gentlemen, the spirit column is ready. Let us commence the talent assessment." At that moment, Guo Yu's voice resonated, as he stood to the right of the spirit column, gazing at the queue of participants. There were 30 individuals eager to partake in the assessment, most of whom possessed modest abilities, relying on their innate talents to secure better rankings. However, Li Linger was an exception, boasting the highest cultivation among the last 50 participants. Guo Yu found her presence somewhat perplexing. Beside the spirit column, in addition to the responsible Guo Yu, 2 disciples from the shocking heaven sect stood guard, for such an artifact could only be possessed by major sections. As Guo Yu's words fell, the first individual in line approached the spirit column with palpable nervousness. "State your name and place your hand upon the column," Guo Yu reminded him. The young man complied, uttering his name before raising his hands to rest upon the thick spirit column. In an instant, the column shimmered with strands of light, and 2 runes were slowly illuminated. Second-tier spiritual body, ordinary. Guo Yu assessed succinctly. The young man, disheartened by the verdict, departed, knowing that such a score would likely place him at the bottom, unless someone else shared his spiritual tier but possessed even lower cultivation. The subsequent participants failed to elicit any surprises, oscillating between the second and third tiers. Lu Ming. At that moment, Lu Ming's slightly arrogant voice rang out as he too opted for the talent assessment. Without hesitation, he placed his hands upon the spirit column. The long-dormant column finally radiated a distinct brilliance. Rich green light surged from around the column, and 5 runes were illuminated. 5th-tier spiritual body, with attribute, intermediate, Guo Yu remarked, a hint of astonishment in his tone. Upon hearing this, the onlookers displayed expressions of envy. Such talent was indeed exceptional, and Lu Ming's status among the 4 prodigies was hardly surprising. In the distance, on the battle stage, Lu Feng's face flickered with jealousy at this sight. His spiritual body paled in comparison to Lu Ming's, thus he had no intention of participating in the talent assessment. After Lu Ming, Wang Wushu followed, also revealing a 5th-tier spiritual body, equally formidable. After a few more participants, it was finally Li Linger's turn. Lu Shui, standing behind me. "I can only say you were most unfortunate," Li Linger proclaimed with pride before gracefully departing. As she placed her hands upon the spirit communication pillar, a surge of icy energy erupted, illuminating the runes etched upon its surface, captivating the onlookers. Ultimately, 6 runes gleamed brightly, while the 7th flickered with potential before succumbing to stillness. A 6th-tier spirit body, possessing the attribute of ice and snow, of exceptional quality. Guo Yu's voice resonated, his admiration for Li Linger unmistakable. With her cultivation at the spirit aperture realm and such a formidable spirit body, she stood a significant chance of being directly admitted without the usual criteria. Li Linger, witnessing the reaction, was equally elated, a radiant smile gracing her lovely visage. Her assessment had undoubtedly overshadowed the brilliance of Lu Ming and Wang Wushu. Truly, she was the foremost genius of Muyu City. Li Linger was astonishingly impressive. Even if Lu Yun had not been stripped of his powers, he surely could not match her prodigious talent. She was indeed the pride of Muyu City. The surrounding crowd murmured in awe, thoroughly captivated by Li Linger's prowess. As Lu Yun listened to the words of the person beside him, he felt an urge to laugh. A mere 6th-tier spiritual body was truly insignificant. Just as Li Linger reveled in the sensation of being the center of attention, a calm voice broke through the air. Lu Shui. Upon hearing this voice, the gazes of the surrounding crowd shifted, tinged with an unusual expression. How could she dare to show her face? Did she not fear being captured by the Lu family? The Lu family had already cast her aside. Killing her was certainly a possibility. Among the speakers, there was a mixture of pity, disdain, and scorn. Hurry up. Noticing that Lu Shui was merely at the initial stage of the first level of the spiritual body, the 2 disciples tasked with guarding the spirit communication pillar exhibited no interest and thus urged her to proceed. Upon hearing their words, Lu Shui turned to glance at Lu Yun, then slowly pressed her delicate hands upon the spirit communication pillar. Subsequently, she remained uncertain of what would transpire. Yet, she held confidence in her spiritual body and firmly believed in her brother Lu Yun's judgment. Chapter 61. The race to claim her with a flourish. As Lu Shue's hands descended, the spirit communication pillar quivered slightly. Following this, a breathtaking scene unfolded before the astonished crowd. Streams of black and white light surged upward from the pillar, with runes illuminating one after another. When the sixth rune ignited, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Particularly, Li Lingo's face transformed into a visage of utter dismay. Finally, as the seventh rune was activated, the crowd gasped, their eyes widening in disbelief. Lu Shui has astonishingly surpassed Li Lingo in innate talent, her spiritual body reaching the seventh tier. At this moment, even Guoyu appeared somewhat entranced. The seventh tier spiritual body is exceedingly rare, which is precisely why attaining this standard allows one to directly join the Jingtian sect. Such a prodigy is coveted by countless sects in Qingzhou. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. As black and white lights entwined, the spirit communication pillar trembled, and another beam of light emerged, illuminating the eighth rune. Those present could not help but gasp in astonishment at this unprecedented sight, utterly shattering their previous understanding. An eighth-tier spiritual body had seemingly never graced Muyu City throughout history. How could this be possible? Qin Changming stared blankly at Lu Shui, his heart a tumult of emotions. The most astonished of all were the Lu and Lu families. Lu Qiaoshan and Lu Yang, the head of the Lu family, exchanged expressions that shifted rapidly, their inner turmoil surpassing even that of Qin Changming. Just as the prominent figures stood in stunned silence, the ninth rune finally illuminated, plunging the crowd into an extended state of awe. As all 9 runes were ignited, the spirit communication pillar quaked violently, a brilliant light shooting skyward, piercing through the clouds and causing a thunderous roar. Beside the pillar, 2 guardians were flung back by the intensity of the light, yet seemed oblivious to their pain. Rising abruptly and murmuring in a daze, the spirit pillar trembles. This is a top-tier 9th-level spiritual body, and moreover, one of an anomalous nature. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a cacophony, their attention swiftly shifting from Li Lingo to Lu Shui. At that moment, a woman clad in a delicate veil descended from the heavens, landing gracefully before Lu Shui. Little girl, release your hand. Should you continue like this, the spirit communication pillar may very well be destroyed. The woman smiled at Lu Shui, offering her gentle admonition. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui immediately withdrew her hand. In an instant, the blinding light dissipated, and the spirit communication pillar reverted to its original state. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern fine cracks appearing on its surface. The power of the yin-yang spiritual entity evidently exceeded its capacity. It was indeed her. In the distance, Lu Yun caught sight of the woman and murmured softly to himself. The lady, adorned with a delicate veil and possessing an alluring figure, was none other than Han Yuru, whom he had encountered earlier in the Muyu mountain range. Lu Yun was aware that Han Yuru and Gu Feng were individuals from the sect, yet he was taken aback to discover their connection to the Jingtian sect. Who are you? Before Han Yuru could respond, Lu Shui furrowed her brow and inquired as she stood before the pillar of communication. I have met the senior sister. Without waiting for Han Yuru's reply, Guoyu hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Han Yuru waved her hand at Guoyu, and then scrutinized Lu Shui closely, saying, I did not expect such a prodigy to emerge from the humble Muyu city. Very well, please repeat your name and share your origins. Lu Shui observed Guoyu's profound respect towards Han Yuru and felt compelled to introduce herself. However, just as she was about to speak, a voice interrupted her. This esteemed individual is named Lu Shui, a member of the Lu family, and I am her uncle, Lu Qiaoshan, the representative of the Lu clan. With a beaming smile, Lu Qiaoshan had descended from the 2nd floor of the city lord's mansion and approached the spirit communication pillar, accompanied by several high-ranking officials from Muyu City. The emergence of a 9th-tier spiritual entity in Muyu City was a significant event for the entire town. Many present admired Lu Qiaoshan's audacity, though they could comprehend his actions. Oh, really? The Lu family has certainly made a contribution this time. A bright future awaits you, Han Yuru remarked, casting a glance at Lu Qiaoshan with an indifferent tone. Do not heed his nonsense, dear sister. I have been expelled from the Lu family and am no longer one of them. Before Lu Qiaoshan could revel in his moment, Lu Shui declared firmly. Her words doused the excitement of Lu Qiaoshan like cold water. Upon hearing this, Han Yuru directed a puzzled gaze towards Lu Qiaoshan, imbued with a sense of accusation. Do not take offense, my lord. The young girl left the Lu family in a fit of pique and is of no consequence. Lu Qiaoshan hurriedly forced a smile and said, Lu Qiaoshan, when you drove my brother and me out of the Lu family, it was not merely out of spite. Lu Shui coldly proclaimed, it is all a misunderstanding. Lu Xiaoshan, with unabashed audacity, declared, "This is not a misunderstanding, my lord. Lu Shui has indeed departed from the Lu family. I previously arranged for her marriage into the Lu family. Thus she is now a member of the Lu household." At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward and interjected, "And who might you be?" Han Yuru, somewhat speechless, turned to him and inquired, "I am Lu Yang, the head of the Lu family. Lu Shui is my daughter-in-law." The middle-aged man respectfully bowed and introduced himself. "Lu Yang Yu." Upon hearing these words, Lu Xiaoshan was momentarily taken aback, feeling a mix of anger and urgency. The onlookers around him bore peculiar expressions, sensing the irony in the situation. The Lu and Lu families had maintained a cordial relationship, yet now they were vying for someone who had been previously forsaken. "You are already married?" Han Yuru's eyes widened in astonishment as she turned to Lu Shui, unable to comprehend the situation. To her, Lu Shui still seemed quite young, not yet of marrying age. Previously, the Lu family had forcefully betrothed me to the foolish young master of the Lu family, but my brother rescued me, resulting in our expulsion from the family. The Lu family, having lost face, subsequently annulled the marriage, leaving me with no ties to either family. Lu Shui gazed at the pretentious Lu Xiaoshan and Lu Yang with disdain, and spoke aloud. Upon hearing this, Han Yuro's expression shifted to one of incredulity. Such an extraordinary talent, yet burdened by such a tumultuous background. This knowledge was common throughout the entirety of Muyu City. Lu Shui continued, effectively extinguishing any hopes that Lu Xiaoshan and the others harbored. "Lu Shui, I never anticipated your heart to be so unyielding. Do not forget, you still bear the bloodline of the Lu family." Lu Xiaoshan became increasingly agitated. "Lu Shui, upon your return to the Lu family, I shall grant you the most esteemed title." Lu Yang, still yearning to salvage the situation, continued to speak. "You all may as well abandon your dreams. I, Lu Shui, shall forever have but one kin, and that is my brother, Lu Yun. The rest of you are merely foes." Lu Shui let out a scoff, casting a scornful gaze at Lu Xiaoshan and his companion. "Lu Yun?" At the mention of this name, Han Yuru, who stood nearby, felt a slight shift in her expression, sensing that this name struck a familiar chord. Chapter 62, Strength Test. Could it be that my sister knows my brother? Lu Shui noticed the peculiar expression on Han Yuru's face and could not help but inquire. It merely sounded somewhat familiar. Han Yuru shook her head, dismissing any further thoughts. "Esteemed sir," then Lu Kaiash-in and Lu Yang wished to express more, yet were callously interrupted by Han Yuru, who declared, "Since she does not acknowledge you, there is no need for further discourse." Upon hearing these words, the two could only retreat to their original positions, their hearts heavy with discontent. Had they foreseen such an outcome, they would have never cast Lu Shui out of the family. In that moment, they sacrificed their dignity before the crowd, yet gained nothing in return. "Li Lingu, I sincerely apologize. I inadvertently overshadowed your moment." Lu Shui approached Li Linger and feigned a sense of nostalgia. "You never anticipated your extraordinary fortune and such remarkable talent. Yet, do not forget, you are merely at the spirit-body realm." Li Lingu, feeling exasperated, could only seize upon another flaw of Lu Shui to retort. Being in the early stages of the spirit-body realm is sufficient to join the Jing Tian sect. Who knows, in the future, you might even have to address me as senior sister. Lu Shui chuckled lightly. There's no way that could happen. Li Linger scoffed, and then chose to ignore Lu Shui. This matter had completely taken her by surprise. Even now, Li Linger had yet to come to terms with it. Within the city of Muyu, a genius had emerged whose talent surpassed her own, and astonishingly, this individual was none other than Lu Yun's sister. Following Lu Shui's performance, the subsequent participants in the tests failed to exhibit remarkable results, their talents lingering around the third and fourth tiers. The talent assessment concluded amidst a chorus of admiration and sighs for Lu Shui. The strength test was about to commence. Those wishing to partake in the test could ascend the battle platform, where the longer they could withstand the strikes from our disciples, the better their score. If one could endure 3 blows, they would be granted an exceptional opportunity to join our sect. Wu Yu proclaimed, announcing the next phase. With his words, 5 disciples leapt into action, taking their places on several smaller battle platforms surrounding them. These disciples bore solemn expressions and emanated formidable auras, showcasing the prestige of the disciples from the Jingtian sect. At least at the mid-stage of the spirit aperture realm, how could one compete against them? Whispers circulated among the participants who hesitated to step forward. Some remarked, "Let us try our luck. They want to take our lives." Others boldly declared, charging onto the platform. The first to advance was a young man at the 5th level of the spirit body realm, yet in the blink of an eye, He was sent flying by a surge of spiritual energy, leaving the platform. Witnessing this scene, many eager contenders felt disheartened and were even more reluctant to act rashly. A mid-stage spirit body realm individual could not endure even a second. This test seems tailored for us. Lu Ming sighed softly, then stepped forward. As a prodigy of the Lu family, there was hope. He should be able to withstand a blow or two, being at the late stage of the spirit body realm. It was said that the Lu family had devoted immense resources to his cultivation, and he was bound to progress rapidly, perhaps even broadening our horizons. As Lu Ming made his entrance, the atmosphere below erupted into a cacophony of chatter. This strength assessment was a contest between the prodigies of Muyu City and the disciples of the Jingtian sect, despite the certainty of defeat. The process would undoubtedly be thrilling and perilous. Rest assured, he is quite weak. At this moment, within the Deng family S-ranks. Deng he was feeling anxious when a familiar voice suddenly broke through. You are Lu Yun, young brother. Deng he gazed at the figure beside him. A man clad in a conical hat, instinctively inquiring. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun nodded. My dear brother Lu Yun, your sister is truly remarkable. With her presence, you need not fear any longer. However, our Deng family has already offended the Lu family. If Lu Ming were to become a disciple of the Heavenly Gate, my son Deng Pu and our family would be doomed. At that moment, Deng expressed the anguish dwelling within his heart. This person cannot possibly succeed. There is nothing to fear. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun explained calmly. Deng he nodded, and thus could only place his trust in Lu Yun's words. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to bring honor to the city of Muyu today. Lu Ming shouted, and then leaped onto the battle stage. I am Lu Ming, I beg your pardon. After a slight bow, he immediately engaged in combat, channeling spiritual energy through his arms and striking forward. The disciple from the Jingtian sect, upon witnessing this, scoffed dismissively and effortlessly blocked Lu Ming's attack. Lu Ming felt the pressure and resorted to utilizing his spiritual body to augment his strength. Unfortunately, the Jingtian disciple exerted a sudden force, sending Lu Ming flying, nearly toppling him off the battle stage. The audience gasped at the spectacle, astonished that a talent such as Lu Ming could falter so easily. Securing a position through this strength assessment was proving to be exceedingly challenging. Lu Ming quickly regained his footing and, with a fierce shout, charged once more. At this point, he had managed to survive one exchange. Moments later, amid cries of despair, Lu Ming was kicked off the stage. Observing this, Deng he finally let out a sigh of relief. Lu Ming has held his ground for a round and a half. His performance is commendable, currently ranking first. Is there anyone else willing to challenge? Guo Yu urged. Many, gritting their teeth, ascended the stage. Those who had not participated in the talent assessment were compelled to take part in the strength evaluation. Many had no choice but to gamble on luck, lest they walk away empty-handed. Soon, all 5 battle stages erupted into combat, though these encounters concluded swiftly, with only a handful managing to last a single exchange. Sir, I wish to participate in the strength assessment, Li Linger declared, biting her lip as she sought permission. You have already taken the talent assessment, and your score is commendable. If you choose to take the strength assessment, your talent assessment results will be rendered void. Are you certain? Guo Yu cautioned. Upon hearing this, Li Lingo cast a resentful glance at Lu Shui and nodded. Then proceed. Give it your all. Guo Yu acquiesced. Li Lingo took to the stage, clearly determined to secure her position. Upon seeing Li Lingo's figure, someone immediately exclaimed. At this moment, Lu Yun's gaze was not directed at Li Linger. Given Li Lingo's prowess, enduring 3 moves should pose no challenge. Thus, even if the test were altered, it would yield little of interest. His attention was, in fact, focused on Lu Feng. On the battlefield, Lu Feng had exchanged 2 moves with a disciple of the Shocking Heaven sect, yet he had only sustained a minor injury, which was an unusual occurrence. Lu Feng's prowess is undoubtedly inferior to that of Lu Ming. It is inconceivable that he could sustain a battle for such an extended duration. Lu Yun could clearly discern that the disciple from the Heavenly Gate was deliberately holding back. A minor misstep in technique could grant Lu Feng a glimmer of hope. Remarkably, Lu Feng had already parried 2 strikes. Could it be that he too aspired to join the Heavenly Gate? Deng He, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of panic within. Many onlookers were equally captivated by Lu Feng, astonished by his performance. The notion of joining the Heavenly Gate seemed fanciful. Rest assured, your son is here. Lu Yun let out a light laugh, offering reassurance to Deng He in that moment. Chapter 63, The Challenge to Lu Feng. My son, brother Lu Yun, are you jesting with me? Deng He said, a hint of despair in his voice. Although Deng Pu had previously demonstrated impressive strength, It was utterly impossible for him to contend against the disciples of the shocking heaven sect. You will understand soon. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun merely responded with a faint remark, offering no further elaboration. The sounds of combat echoed incessantly from the arena, where the disciples of the Jing Tian sect displayed remarkable ease in the face of the relentless onslaught from the numerous young talents of Muyu City. On the most captivating stage, with a powerful punch delivered by a disciple of the Jing Tian sect, Lu Feng was finally sent flying, barely managing to stand at the edge of the platform. At this moment, he teetered on his feet, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "That was the third strike. I concede, my brother. You may step down." The disciple waved his hand dismissively, signaling him to leave. "I never expected you could endure 3 blows." Han Yuru approached Lu Feng, scrutinizing him closely. "Senior Sister Han, this individual's spiritual body is of the scarlet flame, which happens to counter my cloud water spiritual body." The disciple explained. "Your identity?" Han Yuru continued to gaze at Lu Feng, inquiring further. "Esteemed one, I am a disciple of the Lu family. Lu Qiaoshan is my father." Lu Feng responded with a smile. "Once again, it's the Lu family." Upon hearing this, Han Yuru couldn't help but glance at Lu Shui, her expression turning somewhat peculiar. "Aren't you and she?" "Indeed, Lu Shui is my cousin." Lu Feng boldly spoke up. The Lu family has truly made a remarkable impression this time, producing not one, but 2 extraordinary talents. Who could have anticipated Lu Feng's formidable strength? Did you not hear what that expert mentioned? Lu Feng's advantage lies in his spiritual body. It can only be deemed fortunate, while Lu Shui possesses genuine skill. As for Lu Shui, sigh, one cannot help but wonder where Lu Yun has gone. If the earlier rumors hold any truth, perhaps the heavenly gate will not seek her after all. Upon witnessing Lu Feng's achievements, the crowd buzzed with discussion, expressing their astonishment. Brother Qiaoshan. Although the Lu family has lost Lu Yun, the emergence of Lu Feng is indeed a cause for celebration. Brother Qiaoshan, I extend my congratulations and look forward to your guidance in the future. Within the higher echelons, some family patriarchs have already begun to engage in conversation with Qiaoshan, signaling that the rise of the Lu family seems inevitable. In response to this, Qiaoshan wore a smile, graciously returning their greetings and appearing remarkably composed. Qiaoshan, your family has indeed garnered significant attention this time. Let us hope Lu Shui does not vie for my favor. Lu Yang's voice interjected from the side, seemingly in negotiation. Lu Yang, that ultimately depends on Shui's wishes. After all, you were the ones who set her aside first. Lu Qiaoshan smiled faintly and remarked, "Humph. If she is unwilling to return to the Lu family, you shall not have her either." Lu Yang scoffed dismissively, "Suit yourself." Upon hearing this, Lu Qiaoshan displayed an air of indifference. As long as Lu Feng could gain entry into the Jing Tian sect, that was all that mattered. After Lu Feng's remarkable performance, Li Linger also ascended the battle stage, successfully overcoming 3 challenges as well. A hint of a smile graced the face of Li Jiaxu, Li Yun. The appearance of Lu Shui disrupted their plans, yet fortunately, everything can still be salvaged. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Li Linger, along with Lu Feng and the dark horse Lu Shui, are poised to become disciples of the shocking heaven sect. Only you remain. Will you still challenge? Time is of the essence. Moments later, the battles on the arena had concluded, leaving only one individual below. Guoyu, noticing this, urged him to act. The lone remaining figure was none other than Dang Pu. In the early stages of the spiritual body realm, having previously opted out of the talent assessment, he stood there, utterly oblivious to the situation. Upon sensing Dang Pu's cultivation, some could not help but chuckle softly. Dang Pu, what is it? Do you truly believe you can withstand 3 moves? Upon encountering Dang Pu, Lu Feng immediately launched a scathing remark. Dang Pu, however, disregarded their taunts and turned to glance in the direction of his family. After seeing Lu Yun nod, Dang Pu finally redirected his gaze towards Lu Feng. What is this? Do you still require assistance from your family for such trivial matters? If you are so afraid of death, perhaps you should opt for the talent test instead. Lu Feng believed that Dang Pu was seeking encouragement from his family, which only fueled his disdain further. Have you said enough, Lu Feng? At that moment, Dang Pu finally spoke. To dare speak to the master in such a manner, your Dang family has truly defied the heavens. Once the test concludes, your family shall vanish from Muyu City. Lu Feng coldly threatened. Enough of your nonsense. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Dang Pu, disregarding the threat, boldly proposed a duel. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback. Dang Pu's challenge was indeed unexpected. My lord, I forfeit the strength assessment, but I request to battle him. According to the established rules of previous tests, as long as my cultivation level is lower than that of the participant, I may directly challenge them and claim their achievements. Deng Pu turned to Guoyu, speaking earnestly. There is indeed a precedent for such special assessments. I didn't expect you to know quite a bit. However, a challenge involves both parties. He must accept it. Guoyu nodded, slowly directing his gaze towards the complex expression of Lu Feng. Lu Feng never anticipated that Deng Pu would directly challenge him. At present, his status as a disciple of the Heavenly Gate was firmly established, and he truly wished to avoid any unforeseen complications. However, declining Deng Pu's challenge would also be somewhat humiliating. Lu Feng, are you not the master? Are you afraid of me, your former subordinate? My cultivation level is a full 5 stages below yours. Do you truly lack the courage to confront me? Seeing that Lu Feng remained silent, Deng Pu provoked him further. Kid, how am I to know if you are not playing tricks? I have no time for your nonsense. Lu Feng slowly shook his head, unwilling to take risks. Do you not wish for the Deng family to vanish? First, allow me to disappear. Otherwise, even if you become a disciple of the Heavenly Gate, do not expect to hold your head high in Miyu City in the future, for today, all eyes in Miyu City are upon us. Deng Pu continued to press. Upon hearing these words, Lu Feng felt a surge of anger, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. As everyone had heard the bold claims made earlier, if one is indeed a genius, they ought to embody the essence of a genius. He is 5 levels weaker than you. Why should you be so apprehensive? At this moment, Han Yuru also spoke up, somewhat puzzled by Lu Feng's anxiety. My lord, Lu Feng hesitated, his heart weighed down with frustration. It was precisely because of his inadequate cultivation that he deemed himself unworthy to allow my son to engage in battle. If anyone were permitted to challenge my son, would it not lead to his utter exhaustion? I earnestly hope that the esteemed gentleman can comprehend this sentiment. At that moment, Lu Chaoshan intervened to defuse the situation. Han Yuru, wishing to voice her thoughts, was abruptly interrupted by a resonant voice. Lu Chaoshan, participants are granted the privilege to challenge those stronger than themselves, as dictated by the special recruitment test. Why does this privilege seem to vanish when it comes to you? It appears not that Deng Pu lacks qualifications, but rather that you lack the courage. Upon hearing this voice, everyone turned to gaze in the direction of the Deng family's position. The voice was loud and offered Lu Chaoshan no semblance of respect. Who are you to meddle in the affairs of the Lu family? Lu Chaoshan was suddenly filled with rage, and at that moment, all the members of the Lu family rose to their feet. Presently, Lu Feng was in his prime. It was utterly unexpected that someone would dare to provoke the Lu family at such a time. Uncle, have you been away for such a short while that you can no longer recognize my voice? As Lu Yun spoke, he slowly removed the conical hat from his head. He had to facilitate the confrontation between Deng Pu and Lu Feng. Chapter 64. A sudden appearance. Lu Yun, it is you. Upon seeing the speaker's visage, Lu Chaoshan's expression darkened immediately, revealing a murderous intent. It was indeed Lu Yun. He had finally made his entrance. Ever since his whereabouts were noted in the Muyu mountain range, he had seemingly vanished, only to reappear now in the special recruitment test. Surely, he would not be participating in the test, would he? That would make for quite a spectacle. The unexpected emergence of Lu Yun piqued the interest of many spectators present. How could he appear unscathed? This was simply unbelievable. Li Linger gazed at Lu Yun with wide, incredulous eyes. The elder himself had taken action, logically. He should have been able to subdue Lu Yun effortlessly. Among the many from Muyu City, one person was equally astounded, taking a while to regain composure. This individual was Han Yuruo. So Lu Yun is he? Han Yuruo realized, recalling the familiar name mentioned by Lu Shui. Lu Yun, you killed my daughter. And now you dare to show yourself. At that moment, besides Lu Chaoshan, who was seething with rage, Lu Yang also did not hold back, shouting vehemently, Lu Yun, you must provide an explanation for what transpired at the Xinhe cloth shop to the city lord. Qin Changming followed suit, voicing his own demand. As numerous high-ranking figures were stirred by the revelation, the interest on the faces of the spectators intensified. Even disciples of the shocking heaven sect, such as Guoyu, gazed at Lu Yun with astonishment. The moment he appeared, he ignited a frenzy that overshadowed all the other participants. Ladies and gentlemen, we must address matters one by one. The test must proceed. Lu Yun cast a glance over Qin Changming and the others, and spoke with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing his words, Qin Changming and the others fell silent, recognizing that the special recruitment test was still underway, and it was not the appropriate moment to confront Lu Yun. Lu Feng, how do you feel about encountering me once more? Lu Yun chuckled softly before suddenly glancing at the brooding Lu Feng beside him. Lu Yun, I shall take your life. Lu Feng clenched his fists tightly, a surge of past fury flooding his mind. During the previous family conflict, I nearly shattered your spiritual essence, rendering you a mere shadow of your former self. I can comprehend your desire for vengeance. However, you must first vanquish Deng Pu to earn the right to confront me. With a hint of arrogance, Lu Yun proclaimed, Lu Yun, who do you think you are? At present, you are akin to a rat scurrying through the streets. Do you truly believe you can walk out of this central square today? Upon hearing this, Lu Feng, filled with rage, laughed sarcastically and said, I shall pose but one question to you. Do you dare to accept Deng Pu's challenge? Lu Yun's gaze bore into Lu Feng, sharp and penetrating. What can you do if I refuse? Lu Feng chuckled slightly. It is quite simple. I shall inform everyone that your 3 moves are merely a result of your opponent's leniency. Lu Yun chuckled lightly and replied decisively, What are you saying? Nonsense. Upon hearing these words, Lu Feng became agitated and promptly interrupted Lu Yun, exclaiming, Lu Yun, it is one thing to target Fenger, but to slander the disciples of the Jing Tian sect is truly reckless. You are courting disaster. The Land Bridge Mountain also became agitated, deliberately provoking the Heavenly Gate. You accuse me of being lenient, but do you possess any evidence? A disciple from the Heavenly Gate manifested his anger, now fixating his gaze upon Lu Yun. As a practitioner in the mid-stage of the spiritual aperture realm, even if your spiritual body is restrained, you should not be so utterly inept. Are you truly unaware of this fundamental principle? Lu Yun gazed at the disciple and retorted, How absurd. You, whose cultivation is inferior to mine, dare to offer me guidance? If you possess the courage, step onto the battle platform, and I shall enlighten you on the true essence of this path. The disciple, incensed by the provocation, suddenly challenged him to a duel. Very well. I shall reluctantly take up some of everyone's time. Lu Yun smiled gently and leaped gracefully onto the arena. The disciple, witnessing this, immediately launched an attack, sending forth a powerful surge of spiritual energy aimed directly at Lu Yun's chest. Upon witnessing the situation, Lu Yun raised his right fist and struck out. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the disciple's attack was flawlessly thwarted by Lu Yun. Spirit Aperture Realm. The onlookers, upon realizing the level of cultivation displayed by Lu Yun, were taken aback. Li Linger's gaze turned increasingly incredulous. How could this individual have progressed so rapidly? In such a brief span of time, he had already stepped into the Spirit Aperture Realm. To so adeptly counter the attack of a disciple from the shocking Heaven sect was no small feat. The crowd, observing this, bestowed upon him high praise. Such performance eclipsed that of all participants present today, including Li Linger. You seek your own demise. The disciple, taken aback by Lu Yun's formidable strength, intended to unleash his martial skills to redeem his dignity. Enough. At that moment, Han Yiru issued a soft reprimand, halting the disciple. Lu Yun, pray tell, what peculiarities did you observe in Lu Feng's battle? Han Yiru inquired straightforwardly, as if engaging in casual conversation with an acquaintance. Senior Sister Han. Do not heed his nonsensical ramblings, the disciple said, clearly anxious. The members of the Lu family grew increasingly tense. Han Yiru, I truly did not anticipate that the sect responsible for the special recruitment test would be yours. Lu Yun glanced at Han Yiru, a faint smile gracing his lips. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Han Yiru urged, her delicate face adorned with seriousness. Lu Yun, I have accepted Deng Pu's challenge, so please cease your nonsensical chatter. Just as Lu Yun was about to explain, the ever-tense Lu Feng finally exhaled. Should this matter be substantiated, both he and the Lu family would face dire consequences. Thus, he felt compelled to silence Lu Yun. Is that so? Then let us commence. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yun immediately stepped aside. His presence was not intended to undermine Lu Feng's opportunity, but rather to assist Deng Pu in securing a position from Lu Feng. Are you jesting with me? Han Yiru exclaimed, visibly irritated. She had finally mustered the resolve to listen attentively, only for Lu Yun to abruptly fall silent. Miss Han, I sincerely apologize. I've suddenly lost my inclination to speak. Perhaps I misjudged the situation. Lu Yun chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, Han Yiru ceased her words, turning her full attention to Lu Feng's cultivation. After accepting the challenge, Lu Feng ascended the battle stage alongside Deng Pu. At this moment, Lu Feng cast a terrifying glare at Deng Pu, a look that seemed to convey a desire to devour the hefty opponent before him. He momentarily redirected all his fury towards Deng Pu, vowing silently, You wretched glutton, regardless of the schemes you may share with Lu Yun, I shall not allow you to succeed. Lu Feng gritted his teeth and declared, Only those who resort to deceit will tremble in fear. Rest assured, I shall cherish your opportunity. Dangpu let out a cold laugh before summoning his illustrious spirit. The Wolf King Demon Core was already firmly grasped in his hand. To secure this chance for challenge, Lu Yun did not hesitate to reveal his identity, thus offending the leader Han Yuru, which Dangpu naturally valued all the more. In this battle, he must emerge victorious. Perhaps you should cherish your own life instead, you ignorant fool. Lu Feng shouted angrily and then charged forward. Dangpu fell silent and commanded Zhu Rong to consume the Wolf King's Demon Core. An overwhelming surge of monstrous energy erupted forth, far surpassing that of before. Chapter 65, Ferocity. Boom. On the battle platform, accompanied by a tremendous roar, a figure was sent flying by the force of the unleashed energy. Bang! Lu Feng spat blood and fell heavily to the ground beneath the battle stage. At this moment, a trace of dazed confusion lingered in his eyes. The sudden, excruciating pain pulled him back to reality. He, a distinguished genius of the Lu family, was unexpectedly sent flying by a single punch from Dangpu, a former servant. The thought ignited a fury within Lu Feng, causing him to spew another mouthful of blood. The onlookers were astounded, their imaginations conjuring images of Dangpu in a pitiful state, never anticipating that the battle would conclude so swiftly. On the battle stage, Dangpu stood panting. His skin cracked and faint traces of blood discernible, yet he endured, withstanding the tremendous impact bestowed by the Wolf King's Demon Core. In the Deng family's camp, everyone rose to their feet, incredulity etched on their faces as they beheld the unfolding scene. The young master has triumphed. Does this not mean that Lu Feng's position is now his? Exclaimed one member of the Deng family, fervor igniting in his eyes. Indeed, it was true. Young brother Lu Yun was nothing short of miraculous. At this moment, he trembled with excitement, his joy palpable. How could this be? It's impossible. In stark contrast, despair enveloped the members of the Lu family, who also stood, their bodies shaking with indignation. The fleeting joy they had managed to summon evaporated in an instant. Suddenly, applause erupted, pulling all those in shock back to reality. Magnificent, truly magnificent. Lu Feng, I never imagined you would be unable to withstand even a single punch from Dangpu. At this moment, Lu Yun clapped his hands while walking slowly towards Lu Feng. Sighing softly, it is you, Lu Yun. Lu Feng suddenly turned his gaze towards Lu Yun, his eyes filled with malice. In that moment, he comprehended that although Lu Yun had not participated in the special recruitment examination, he was, in fact, orchestrating everything behind the scenes. 3 years ago, you gained this opportunity in this position because of me. You were unworthy. Lu Yun suddenly leaned down and whispered, you know. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's expression changed drastically, and he fell into a sudden silence. My lord, this matter is utterly impossible. It must be their scheme. I implore you, my lord, to discern the truth. Lu Qiaoshan rushed to the forefront of Guiyu and Han Yuru with immense excitement, exclaiming, I observed the recent battle with utmost clarity. Although Dangpu is merely at the 3rd level of the spiritual body realm, he unleashed the strength of the early stage of the spiritual aperture realm through a spiritual outburst. It is entirely reasonable that your son could not withstand it. At this moment, Han Yuru was filled with a sense of fairness and justice, asserting, no, this is a conspiracy. It cannot be deemed valid. At this moment, Lu Qiaoshan is on the verge of tears. For this, the Lu family waited an entire 3 years for a coveted spot, only to see it vanish in an instant. Upon hearing this, Han Yuru no longer paid attention to Lu Qiaoshan, but instead looked at Lu Yun in confusion and asked, you assist others in securing a position, yet you do not partake in the special recruitment test. What is the reason for this? Miss Han, I would certainly like to participate, but alas, I lack the qualifications to register. Lu Yun spread his hands, expressing his utter helplessness. Why? Han Yuru asked in confusion. Although Lu Yun's demeanor may not be particularly endearing, she is, in her own eyes, a remarkable individual who has once saved Gufang's life. You should direct that inquiry to the city lord. Lu Yun pointed towards the not-so-distant Qin Changming. City Lord Qin, did you not claim that all the talents of the city would be present? Why is he absent? Could it be that Muyu City looks down upon my Jing Tianmin and holds reservations? Han Yuru cast a glance at Qin Changming, her dissatisfaction evident. Qin Changming felt a twinge of panic, unable to comprehend Han Yuru's unusual concern for Lu Yun. He could only muster the courage to explain, Miss Han. You may be unaware, but while this individual possesses certain abilities, his character is questionable and his background is complicated, having stirred up considerable turmoil in Muyu City. I believe he is unworthy of participating in the sacred special selection test. City Lord Qin, may I inquire what transgressions I have committed? Upon hearing this, Li Yun immediately retorted, "You resorted to despicable means to murder Miss Lu Wushuang of the Lu family, bringing infamy upon the Xin fabric store, a heinous crime indeed." Qin Changming articulated with clarity and righteousness. "Huh? Was it not you who tacitly approved of such matters concerning the Xin fabric store? Otherwise, I would not have had the opportunity to act as I did. Now that trouble has arisen, you seek to place the blame upon me." Upon hearing this, Lu Yun could not help but chuckle. So it is indeed true that Lu Wushuang, the young lady of the Lu family, has been killed. Qin Changming immediately pressed on with a question. "This matter should have nothing to do with you, the city lord, so why feel compelled to defend the Lu family? Have you perhaps received some form of benefit?" Lu Yun speculated with curiosity. Boldly, "You, a commoner, dare to speak to me in such a manner?" Qin Changming was instantly enraged. Had it not been for Han Yiru and the others present, he would have acted immediately. "Qin Changming, do not overstep your bounds. This matter is originally none of your concern." Lu Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, issuing a warning to Qin Changming. The onlookers were taken aback by Lu Yun's demeanor. Even the disciples of the Shocking Heaven sect refrained from speaking to Qin Changming in such a manner, for he was, after all, the city lord. "Lu Yun, have you truly taken a life?" Han Yiru's gaze was filled with complexity as she furrowed her brow and inquired. "Lu Yun, return my sister's life." Before Lu Yun could respond, Lu Ming suddenly stepped forward, shouting furiously. "Lu Ming, how dare you, a capricious rat, show your face here?" Lu Yun cast a disdainful glance at Lu Ming and scoffed. "Previously, you came to the Lu family to seize Lu Shui, using my sister as leverage. Too cowardly to confront me directly. You are truly a despicable wretch." Lu Ming, filled with rage, retorted, "Have you forgotten your dealings with the Ding family?" Lu Yun, unfazed, reminded him, "Do you not recall?" "How do you know?" Lu Ming exclaimed, suddenly struck by a revelation. "Indeed, I was present at the Deng family. Lu Wusan is already deceased." Lu Yun smiled faintly, revealing the truth. I will kill you." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming was consumed by rage and charged directly at Lu Yun. In a fit of fury, Lu Ming gathered all his strength to strike at Lu Yun. "Be careful," Lu Yang warned from the sidelines, but it was too late to intervene. "You overestimate yourself." Upon witnessing this, Lu Yun merely let out a soft reprimand, gently pushing his palm forward. Bang! Lu Ming's attack was instantly thwarted, and a surge of even more potent spiritual energy erupted, propelling Lu Ming away. After crashing to the ground, he was severely injured and found it impossible to rise again. Minga, Lu Yang, upon seeing this scene, rushed forward to shield Lu Ming. His emotions aflame. The second to fall, would there be others seeking vengeance? Lu Yun glanced around, a smile gracing his lips. "Lu Yun, you are being quite excessive." A cool voice echoed at that moment. "Li Lingo, I knew it was you." Lu Yun suddenly turned his gaze towards the beautiful maiden standing not far away, his expression frigid. "Lu Yun, your malevolence knows no bounds. You are truly beyond redemption." Li Linga gazed at Lu Yun, her eyes filled with disappointment. "Li Linga, you are the foremost prodigy of Muyu City. Defeating the scoundrel will restore peace to our realm." Qin Changming spoke slowly at that moment. Only someone of Li Linger's caliber could extinguish Lu Yun's arrogant demeanor. As Qin Changming's words resonated, many others joined in agreement, eager to witness the clash between these once celebrated talents. Chapter 66, The Fierce Battle with Li Linger. Even if Lord Qin does not command it, I would act similarly. Upon hearing Qin Changming's words, Li Linger nodded slowly, as though cloaked in righteousness. As she spoke, she had already approached Lu Yun, adopting an air of superiority. "Lu Yun, I have spared you time and again, yet you continue to disappoint me. Li Linger, how absurd you are, believing that everything lies within your grasp, do you?" Lu Yun smiled lightly, casting a disdainful glance at the woman across from her. "Lu Yun, do not be overly arrogant. Although you have advanced to the spirit aperture realm, you are no longer my match. If you are wise, you will apologize to the city lord, reveal the truth from before, and accept your punishment with humility. Otherwise, I shall ensure your defeat is utterly humiliating." Li Linger warned with a frosty countenance, her seriousness palpable. "Very well. How about you first disclose the truth from 3 years ago, and we shall make an exchange." Lu Yun smiled playfully and suddenly made a suggestion. "You are truly courting death." Upon hearing this, Li Linger's expression instantly changed, and her spiritual power surged forth as she prepared to strike. In the blink of an eye, Li Linger gracefully appeared before Lu Yun, delivering a palm imbued with spiritual energy directly towards his face. "Brother, be careful." Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Shui instinctively gasped in astonishment. Dang Pu, equally apprehensive, cast a worried glance at the unfolding spectacle. Although aware of Lu Yun's formidable prowess, He could not dismiss the fact that he was up against Li Linger, the prodigious talent of Muyu City, renowned for effortlessly countering 3 strikes from a disciple of the Heavenly Gate. As Li Linger unleashed a fierce palm strike, Lu Yun remained composed, merely tilting his head to evade the onslaught. With a whoosh, her strike missed its mark, the fierce gust of wind grazing Lu Yun's ear and eliciting a fleeting sting. Following her failed attack, Li Linger swiftly transformed her hand into a fist, sweeping forcefully to the left. Such audacity! Lu Yun smiled playfully, finally ceasing to evade the confrontation and instead extending his hand to deliver a decisive strike. Bang! The clash of fists and palms unleashed a surge of spiritual energy that rippled outward. As a result, Li Linger was forced back, while Lu Yun remained steadfast, gazing at her with an air of calm detachment. Witnessing her attempt to seize the initiative fail to yield any advantage, a flicker of astonishment appeared in Li Linger's eyes. Sometimes, possessing high cultivation does not equate to formidable strength. Our comparison is akin to that of Lu Feng and Dang Pu. Lu Yun spoke softly, while simultaneously gathering his strength. The previous exchange was merely a warm-up for him. What exactly is Lu Yun's true prowess? Li Linger, having already entered the second tier of the spirit aperture realm, was surprisingly unable to gain the upper hand. I believe this is just a FAAD. Miss Lingo has yet to unleash her ultimate move. The onlookers around wore puzzled expressions, for in their eyes, Li Lingo was the pride of Muyu City. And it was unthinkable for her to be bested by Lu Yun, who had already fallen from grace 3 years ago. Lu Yun, I shall ensure you concede in both heart and spirit, Li Linger exclaimed with a sharp reprimand, and she too began to channel her energy, clearly becoming serious. Threads of spiritual power converged before her, transforming into dozens of dazzling flying daggers. Each of these daggers emanated a terrifying aura, incredibly sharp. This was the renowned martial skill of the Li family, the spirit transformation flying daggers. The flying daggers could coalesce 6 to slay opponents of the same realm. And with 9, one could challenge adversaries of a higher tier. Li Lingo had conjured forth dozens of flying daggers. She truly deserved the title of genius. Once the spirit transformation flying daggers were unleashed, Lu Yun was surely doomed. Those with insight recognized the origin of the flying daggers and immediately expressed their admiration. The members of the Li family displayed pride on their faces for the more remarkable Li Lingo performed today. The more secure the Li family's position in Muyu City would become, truly deserving of the title of Muyu City's #1 talent. Impressive. At that moment, even Qin Changming nodded repeatedly in agreement. Senior sister, Li Linger certainly possesses exceptional comprehension. We at the Shocking Sky sect must not miss this opportunity. Guo Yu whispered beside Han Yuro. Upon hearing this, Han Yuro remained silent, her focus solely on the unfolding battle. To her, no matter how talented Li Ling was, she could not compare to the mystery that surrounded Lu Yun. Flying daggers? Such childish antics. Upon witnessing dozens of formidable flying daggers, Lu Yun merely chuckled softly. Lu Yun, meet your demise. Upon hearing this, Li Linga was consumed by rage and sent forth all the ethereal flying daggers before her toward Lu Yun. The most powerful dagger was aimed directly at his brow, while the others targeted critical and fatal areas. To any observer, this scene would appear as if one were trapped in an inescapable predicament. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yun maintained an expression of tranquility, channeling his accumulated energy, and then pointed decisively. A surge of sword intent erupted forth, directly confronting the most formidable flying dagger aimed at his brow. In an instant, the dagger disintegrated under the unwavering gaze of the onlookers, dissipating into a mist of spiritual energy. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, Lu Yun effortlessly extinguished the remaining dozens of flying daggers, one by one, with his sword intent, displaying remarkable ease. What? Li Linga was utterly astonished by this turn of events. The martial skills she had once taken pride in were rendered as insubstantial as mere bubbles before Lu Yun, punctured in a single strike, devoid of efficacy. Swish. Concurrently, a wave of sword intent, imbued with a fierce momentum, approached Li Linger closely. This was Lu Yun's counterattack. Buzz. At that moment, a surge of sound waves abruptly emanated from behind Li Linger. The sound waves transformed into ripples, colliding with the sword intent, successfully thwarting its advance. Seeing this, Lu Yun was somewhat taken aback. He looked up to find a crystal-clear jade flute appearing behind Li Linger. The sudden surge of sound waves emanated from this flute. Could this be the 6th-tier spirit body, the meowing flute? Indeed formidable. A spirit body with such attributes is truly rare. Li Linger's future is boundless. The onlookers were filled with envy at this sight. As the buzzing intensified, More flute sounds resonated, not only shattering Lu Yun's sword intent, but also rebounding towards him. This time, how will you defend yourself? Li Ling'er lightly chided, seemingly confident of her victory. Interesting, Lu Yun murmured, summoning his own spirit body in response. In an instant, the burial god's spirit transformed into a sharp sword that appeared behind Lu Yun, its overwhelming sword aura surging forth to counter the flute's melody. A sword attribute spirit body. The crowd gasped in astonishment upon witnessing Lu Yun's spirit. Sword-type spirit bodies rank among the most powerful of all weapon spirit bodies. Clang, clang, clang. The multitude of flute sounds collided with the sword's might, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. The clash of their spirit bodies had commenced. Lu Yun, unwilling to squander time, took decisive action. With a mere flick of his sleeve, the sword behind him shot forth like a true spirit weapon, aimed directly at Li Ling. What? Li Ling'er's expression shifted dramatically upon sensing the attack. According to common understanding, spirit entities could only provide assistance and could not be mobilized for combat. Yet, Lu Yun's spirit entity defied convention. Chapter 67. Astonishing all in the midst of Li Ling'er's astonishment, the spirit sword, transformed from the god of burial, struck heavily against the jade flute. In an instant, waves of sound dissipated, leaving the surface of the flute marred with fine cracks, on the verge of shattering. Coughing, Li Ling'er widened her eyes, a mouthful of fresh blood spilling forth as her delicate face turned pale. That blow had severely injured her spirit entity, nearly leading to its destruction. Meanwhile, the spirit sword, after circling around Li Ling'er, had already returned to rest behind Lu Yun. Lu Yun gazed at Li Ling'er with an air of nonchalance. Is this truly the extent of your abilities, Li Ling'er? Lu Yun spoke slowly, his words laced with a hint of disappointment. Li Ling'er opened her mouth, yet found herself at a loss for words. Proud and haughty, she had always believed that Lu Yun could never rival her. Little did she expect to be nearly rendered incapacitated by him. Lu Yun, it was previously rumored that you were under the control of the demonic beasts of Lingyang Mountain, and now it appears that this is indeed the case. At this moment, Li Yun stepped forward, instinctively positioning himself in front of Li Ling'er, his heart ablaze with indignation. To deflect your failures onto the beasts. Do you not find such behavior shameful? Upon hearing this, Lu Yun merely let out a cold laugh. Previously, when he had defeated Lu Feng within the Lu family, Lu Qiaoshan had held the same conviction. Your advancement transcends the realm of reason. What else could you be but a beast of the wild? Such a person as yourself must be eradicated, lest you bring chaos to the city of Muyu in the future. Lu Qiaoshan also stepped forward, raising his voice in vehement reproach. As soon as these words were uttered, a cacophony of discussions erupted around, with people fervently debating the matter. The rise of Lu Yun is indeed astonishing. Ladies and gentlemen, this young man had merely stepped into the spirit body realm upon his emergence from Lingyang Mountain. Yet he now possesses such formidable strength that it defies reason. Let us unite to vanquish him, alleviating the concerns of Lord Qin and restoring tranquility to Muyu City. Wang Wushu suddenly raised his arm and called out, whoever can slay him shall be deemed a hero, and this lord shall bestow ample rewards. Qin Changming nodded in agreement, voicing his support. Wang Wushu, even the likes of Li Ling'er are not my match. Do you still dare to challenge me? Lu Yun gazed with mild astonishment at the instigator before him. At present, the three great families of Muyu City, along with the city lord, all wish to see you dead. Naturally, our Wang family cannot shy away from this duty, no matter how formidable you are. Can you truly withstand all the talents of Muyu City? Wang Wushu spoke coldly, deliberately rallying the crowd. Indeed, two fists cannot contend against four hands. I do not believe this young man can truly be invincible. He is but a rat in the street, loathed by all. Beasts and aberrations must be exterminated. Many participants and spectators joined in, rallying behind Wang Wushu with fervent shouts. My brother is not an aberration. Are you all blind? Seeing the overwhelming numbers on the opposing side, Lu Shui stood resolutely beside Lu Yun, her voice rising with indignation. A pack of shameless scoundrels. Deng Pu muttered under his breath before stepping forward to stand with Lu Yun against the throng. You two are merely accomplices to a tiger. Today, you shall meet your demise as well. Wang Wushu threatened, casting a menacing glance at Lu Shui and Deng Pu. A rabble, if you dare, come forth. I shall slay one if you send one, and I shall slay two if you send two. Lu Yun slowly stepped forward, instinctively positioning himself in front of Lu Shui and the others, exuding an air of authority as he declared, Wushu, come forth. I shall assist you. The youth of Muyu City, we are the exemplars. At that moment, Li Linger, situated at the back of the crowd, suddenly spoke up, offering her encouragement. She was in the midst of a rapid recovery, while Lu Ming and Lu Feng also began to take action. The four top talents of Muyu City, who originally harbored their own ulterior motives, united in an unprecedented display of solidarity. Exemplars? Do you truly believe that by joining forces you can defeat me? Within Lu Yun's eyes ignited a flicker of anger as the spiritual sword behind him began to undergo a transformation. Amidst the shimmering light, the sword morphed into an unremarkable black infant. At that moment, the infant clasped its hands in a gesture of incantation, murmuring incantations under its breath. Strands of golden energy rippled outward from the black infant, imparting an aura of enigma. How could a spiritual entity still undergo such a metamorphosis? Could it be that this individual possesses a dual spiritual essence? Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were filled with astonishment. Even Han Yuru and her companions were left utterly taken aback. Dichuan, go forth. Lu Yun disregarded everyone around him, quietly gathering his strength. With his sights set on the group of young individuals led by Wang Wuxiu. Suddenly, the power of the god of burial erupted fiercely from the surface of his spiritual body, transforming into a swirling vortex aimed at Wang Wuxiu and his companions. What? Faced with such an assault, terror etched on their faces. Wang Wuxiu and the others instantly fell into disarray. Boom! The might of cleansing surged forth. The power of the god of burial morphing into successive waves that sent Wang Wuxiu and his companions flying. Those who sought to reinforce them, including Li Linger, were also caught in the backlash, sustaining further injuries. How could this be possible? What kind of strength does Lu Yun possess? Witnessing Lu Yun effortlessly defeat numerous talented individuals who sought to ally against him left everyone present in a state of shock. The members of the four prominent families were rendered speechless with rage, while Lu Qiaoshan and Li Yun clenched their fists, ready to confront Lu Yun personally. Though this action bore the semblance of bullying the younger generation, the situation had spiraled out of control, leaving them no choice. Just as the leaders of the four families were about to engage in battle, Han Yuro interjected. Enough. Cease this at once. The special recruitment test is not yet concluded. Your grievances can be settled later. There was a hint of frustration in her voice. The special recruitment test, which had reached a fever pitch, was abruptly interrupted by Lu Yun's presence. Furthermore, with Lu Shui and Deng Pu showcasing outstanding performances, Han Yuro was reluctant to see them in peril. You speak wisely. My lady, we shall deal with this offender afterward. Qin Changming quickly affirmed, understanding that if these young talents were severely injured by Lu Yun, the special recruitment test would come to a halt. Both the talent and strength assessments have concluded. I shall now announce the ranking results. Han Yuro boldly declared, redirecting everyone's attention back to the special recruitment test. This time, Lu Shui achieved an extraordinary score, securing the first position and receiving a special admission to the shocking Heavens sect. A bamboo slip materialized in Han Yuro's hand as she proclaimed the news. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in astonishment, their gazes towards Lu Shui filled with envy. Lu Qiushan and Lu Yang are filled with deep remorse. Lu Shui is undoubtedly the dark horse of this special recruitment test. My lord, I have reservations regarding this ranking, just as everyone was enviously admiring Lu Shui. A voice that seemed out of place emerged. The speaker was none other than Li Linger, who had previously mocked Lu Shui. Lu Shui has questionable character and has had an unsavory history with her brother, Lu Yun. If she were to join the Jing Tian sect, it would likely bring ridicule upon your esteemed sect. Without waiting for Han Yuru to respond, Li Lingo continued. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing these words, Han Yuru instantly furrowed her brow. Both Lu Yun and Lu Shui's expressions darkened. Lu Yun cast a glance at Li Lingo, and for the first time, a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He never anticipated that this woman could be as vicious as Lu Wushuang, bringing this matter to light. My sister, Lu Wushuang, had previously divulged that the Lu siblings were entangled in an incestuous relationship, which is why Lu Yun attempted to abduct someone from the Lu family. While the Lu family vehemently obstructed Lu Shui's marriage, adults can verify this with everyone. Before Li Lingo could respond, Lu Ming, who had intended to use this as leverage, interjected to clarify. Incest. Upon hearing this term, Han Yuru was taken aback. Her gaze towards Lu Yun transformed into something peculiar. Could it be that extraordinary individuals possess strange proclivities? Lu Ming continued. Lu Yun retaliated and committed murder because my sister revealed his greatest secret. This matter is purely a fabrication spread by Lu Wushuang, entirely unfounded. Lu Yun cast a frigid glance at Lu Ming and declared with unwavering conviction. You claim my sister has spread such rumors. Do you possess any evidence? If you have harmed her, it is merely a manifestation of your own guilt. Lu Ming immediately retorted, your sister, for uttering such slander, deserves divine retribution. Her demise is of no consequence. Lu Yun replied coldly, rumors? Who can testify for you? Lu Ming glanced around, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yun fell momentarily silent, while avenging Lu Wushuang would bring satisfaction. It also posed certain complications that were difficult to articulate at that moment. Guided by the principle of first impressions and sympathy for the weaker party, the crowd would be more inclined to believe Lu Wushuang's claims. I can testify that Lu Wushuang is merely spouting nonsense. Suddenly, a voice filled with righteous indignation rang out from the crowd. Chapter 68. The witness. Upon hearing these words, everyone turned to the direction from which the voice emanated. A young man stepped forward, resolutely under the gaze of the onlookers. Who are you? Qin Shangming barked in a commanding tone. I'm Su Sandao. The young man declared loudly, his previously unremarkable face now radiating an unusual sense of righteousness. You are Su Sandao. The revelation startled both Qin Shangming and the Lu family members. Su Sandao, you finally have the courage to show yourself. You are not innocent in my sister's death. Lu Ming bellowed, filled with rage, wishing to charge at Su Sandao. It is true that I arranged to meet Lu Wushuang, and I heard her admit to fabricating the relationship between Lu Yun and his sister. Su Sandao nodded slowly, having prepared himself for the worst at that moment. And Lu Yun killed Lu Wushuang, and you were present. Qin Shangming immediately pressed on. Lord Qin, at that time I was standing outside the courtyard, only hearing the commotion, unaware of what transpired within. Su Sandao glanced at Lu Yun and shook his head in response. You, Su Sandao, even when facing death, refused to speak the truth. You conspired with Lu Yun to cause my sister's demise. If you confess, my Lu family will grant you a complete corpse. Lu Ming continued to threaten. Su Sandao's appearance had merely brought forth information favorable to Lu Yun. Thank you, Brother Sandao, for testifying on my behalf. Lu Yun stepped forward and nodded to Su Sandao, expressing his gratitude. Brother Lu Yun, although you have deceived me, you have granted me the opportunity to depart. I must say, a treacherous woman is not worth mourning. I hold you in high regard. Su Sandao replied with a bow, showing his respect. Su Sandao, who are you referring to? Today, you shall not escape this place. Lu Ming shouted as he strode forward, but was immediately intimidated back by a single glance from Lu Yun. Ladies and gentlemen, Lu Wushuang was indeed slain by my hand. And it bears no relation to Su Sandao. Lu Yun suddenly spoke aloud. Brother Lu Yun, I, Su, have but one life to live. Now that I have appeared, I have no intention of surviving in secrecy. There is no need for such concern. Su San, upon hearing this, felt a surge of emotion. Surprised that Lu Yun would willingly acknowledge the matter. One must bear the consequences of their own actions. Lu Wushuang has fabricated such a detestable rumor. Only by silencing her can the fury within my heart find peace. Lu Yun spoke loudly, and upon his sudden admission, the surroundings erupted in astonishment. The revelation of Su Sandao brought forth the truth. Little did they expect Lu Wushuang to be so treacherous and terrifying, conjuring rumors of incest without fear of divine retribution. This individual, having once pursued Lu Yun only to be rejected, must surely be psychologically twisted. I have long asserted that there are no virtuous individuals within the Lu family. Lu Wushuang's demise is a consequence of her own actions. The crowd buzzed with discussions, their disdain for the Lu family intensifying. You killed my daughter. Prepare to pay with your life. Lu Yang's face contorted with rage as he finally charged forth. The formidable aura of a late-stage spirit aperture practitioner surged through the air, plunging the venue into silence. Lu Yang's prowess was undoubtedly among the elite in Muyu City. The head of the Lu family must be at least at the pinnacle of the 8th level of spirit aperture, rendering Lu Yun, as a junior, utterly incapable of matching him. Unless the Lu family were to intervene, Lu Yun's demise was inevitable. The onlookers regarded Lu Yang's assault with trepidation. Power of the god of burial manifest. Anticipating the sudden strike, Lu Yun was prepared. The divine form of the god of burial erupted behind him, radiating blinding golden light. The golden glow spiraled around Lu Yun's body with remarkable speed. Bang! Lu Yang's powerful fist struck, yet it was entirely thwarted by the golden light. Bang! 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 Lu Yang's eyes widened in disbelief as he unleashed a flurry of punches, only to be met with a mere few steps of retreat from Lu Yun. Unable to breach his defenses. How could this be? The spectators were utterly astonished. Was it possible that even a late-stage spirit aperture expert could not contend with Lu Yun? The disciples of the shocking heaven sect, including Han Yiru, gazed at Lu Yun with incredulous eyes. His strength had become increasingly unfathomable. Old fool, do you truly believe you can kill me? Lu Yun's expression was cold as he raised his right hand, palm facing outward, with 3 seals accumulating energy before his chest. A formidable sword intent emanated from the seals, exuding a fierce power. Lu Yang's strength paled in comparison to that of the previous elder, and thus Lu Yun felt no trepidation. Seizing the moment when Lu Yang's attack faltered, Lu Yun's right palm struck out with great force. In an instant, the 3 seals transformed into a brilliant stream of sword light, all directed towards Lu Yang. Though the current manifestation of the spirit light sword still consisted of only 3 seals, its potency had increased exponentially. Lu Yun not only transcended to the spirit aperture realm, but also acquired a sword-type spirit body, rendering the spirit light sword exceedingly formidable. With a sudden thrust, 3 beams of sword light pierced through Lu Yang's protective spiritual energy, astonishing all present. Although Lu Yang attempted to evade by sidestepping at the first moment, the sword light nonetheless penetrated both of his shoulders and his waist. 3 gaping wounds erupted from Lu Yang's body, and blood gushed forth. The onlookers gasped in horror at the sight. Lu Yun's radiant sword struck decisively against a formidable opponent at the late stage of the spirit aperture realm, showcasing an unparalleled dominance. As his father gazed upon the half-kneeling Lu Yang, who struggled to rise, Lu Ming lunged forward, his eyes brimming with a mixture of sorrow and fury. How could this be possible? The head of the Lu family had actually been defeated. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted once more. Qin Changming and others stood in stunned disbelief, while Li Lingo's delicate face was etched with astonishment as a sudden realization dawned upon her. To so effortlessly vanquish Lu Yang made it conceivable that Lu Yun could indeed survive. This Lu Yun was terrifying. He was the true genius of Muyu City. To label him merely as a genius was an understatement. He was nothing short of a prodigy. Gasps of amazement filled the air as the crowd's gaze toward Lu Yun seemed to rekindle fervor reminiscent of 3 years prior, even more intense than before. You, monstrous rogue, seek to disrupt Muyu City. We shall not allow you to succeed. At that moment, Lu Qiushan and Li Yun exchanged a glance before simultaneously roaring in unison. As they spoke, they leaped forward, positioning themselves before Lu Yun. Since today they had resolved to eliminate the aberration threatening Muyu City, they declared themselves participants in this endeavor. A middle-aged man spoke calmly, stepping forward immediately thereafter. He was none other than Wang Lang, the head of the Wang family. In an instant, the 3 family heads surrounded Lu Yun, emanating a terrifying aura that sealed off any chance of retreat for him. You are all quite remarkable. Lu Yun cast a glance at the 3 individuals, a smile tinged with fury emerging as he resolved to fight with all his might. Witnessing this scene, not only the onlookers from the periphery but even disciples of the shocking heaven sect, such as Han Yuru, found it difficult to bear. It was undeniably an act of bullying for 3 elders to gang up on a single junior. Faced with the formidable prowess of 3 experts at the late stage of the spiritual aperture realm, Han Yuru herself felt uncertain of victory, let alone Lu Yun, who had only just stepped into the spiritual aperture realm. Chapter 69. The Envoy Lord Han. This is ultimately a private matter concerning our Muyu City. I kindly ask you to refrain from intervening. Qin Changming approached Han Yuru, directly interrupting her as she was about to speak. Han Yuru fell silent upon hearing this. She truly had no authority to impede Qin Changming's decision unless that individual were to appear. Lu Yun, no matter how talented you may be, you can never hope to match us. At this moment, Lu Qiaoshan stood directly before Lu Yun, his expression contorted with resentment. Today, he had been thoroughly overshadowed by Lu Yun, to the extent that even the quota belonging to Lu Feng was snatched away by Deng Pu, whom Lu Yun had orchestrated. Lu Qiaoshan's hatred for Lu Yun had reached its zenith. Lu Qiaoshan, I once vowed to my grandfather not to harm anyone from the Lu family, but alas, you seek to take my life, leaving me no choice but to forsake my promise. Lu Yun let out a slow sigh, his words imbued with profound helplessness. The first to confront him was none other than Lu Qiaoshan. Lu Yun, you have harmed your cousin and assisted outsiders in securing their positions. How can you still speak of family? Upon mentioning this, Lu Qiaoshan was filled with indignation. Without further ado, meet your demise. Li Yun, with a sharp reprimand, was the first to launch an attack on Lu Yun. The other 2 family heads swiftly followed suit, leaving Lu Yun no room to evade. Bang, bang, bang. Relying on the power of the god of burial, Lu Yun barely managed to fend off the trio's assaults, yet the situation remained exceedingly precarious. He had envisioned numerous scenarios, but never did he anticipate such shamelessness from Lu Qiaoshan and the others, joining forces against him. witnessing Lu Yun being relentlessly suppressed. Lu Shui was on the verge of tears. Shuer, do not act impulsively. Even if we rush in, it would be of no avail. Deng Pu restrained the eager Lu Shui, offering words of comfort. Simultaneously, he constantly gestured towards Deng He, for at that moment, only Deng He could intervene in this battle. Young friend Lu Yun, I shall assist you. Deng He gritted his teeth and charged forth. Deng He, you truly do not know the meaning of self-preservation. Upon realizing the situation, Lu Qiaoshan swiftly turned and struck at Deng He. Bang! Deng He was no match for Lu Qiaoshan, and he was sent flying, spewing blood. Lu Qiaoshan, Lu Yun is the true pride of the Lu family, and for you to so ruthlessly harm your kin, the old patriarch will never forgive you. Deng He coughed up blood, his voice filled with indignation. Deng He, you have overstepped your bounds. Once I deal with Lu Yun, I shall eradicate the Deng family. After the cold remark from Lu Qiaoshan, he rejoined the battle against Lu Yun. Under the relentless bombardment from the three clan heads, Lu Yun's power of the god of burial was nearly depleted, rendering him increasingly vulnerable. Cease at once. Just as the three clan leaders sought to subdue Lu Yun decisively, a voice suddenly resonated from the entrance of the central plaza. Moments later, a middle-aged man appeared, suspended in mid-air above the battle platform, and then descended with a forceful stomp. Boom! A formidable surge of spiritual energy erupted from beneath his feet, radiating in cascading waves. The three combatants engaged in fierce battle were instantly propelled away by this strike, crashing onto the ground below the platform. As they lay there, their expressions were one of stupefied awe directed at the middle-aged man. This power undoubtedly transcended the spirit aperture realm. The man gradually descended, landing precisely beside Lu Yun. Who is this individual? He is terrifying. With a single kick, he sent the three clan heads flying. Could he possibly be an eminent figure from the Celestial Gate? The onlookers were struck with profound astonishment. We have encountered Lord Ge. Amidst the crowd's curious and shocked gaze, Han Yuru, accompanied by several disciples of the Celestial Gate, knelt on the ground in unison, offering their respects. Lord Ge. Upon hearing this title, Qin Changming's expression shifted dramatically as he stepped forward with a smile, bowing deeply. I am Qin Changming, the Lord of Muyu City, and I pay my respects to the envoy Ge. Ge Fong initially gestured for the crowd to remain calm, then turned his attention to Lu Yun, smiling as he said, Young friend Lu Yun, it is a pleasure to see you again. Are you unharmed? Thank you, senior. For your timely rescue, I am fine. Lu Yun shook his head in gratitude. Upon hearing the familiar conversation between Ge Fong and Lu Yun, the expressions of Qin Changming and the others shifted noticeably. Ge Fong, as a special envoy of the Heavenly Gate, was surprisingly aware of Lu Yun's name. The identity of a special envoy is extraordinarily unique. Not only does it hold great prestige within the Heavenly Gate, but it is also highly esteemed throughout the entire Qingzhou. As a mediator between the sect and the city, the special envoy serves as the organizer and overseer of the special recruitment tests, wielding significant authority on both sides. Is it you, Qin Changming? What is the meaning of this? Ge Fong inquired directly, his face marked by indignation. The three clan heads had just been reprimanding Lu Yun. There must be some misunderstanding involved. Qin Changming stuttered, his demeanor shifting dramatically. Misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding warrants three clan heads to take action against a junior? Do you leaders of Muyu City have no shame left? Ge Fong's words dripped with fury as he confronted them directly. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiaoshan and the others lowered their heads, rendered speechless. Even Qin Changming was now so humble that they dared not offend Ge Fong. Han Yuru, you too. Why did you not intervene to save him earlier? Ge Fong scolded, suddenly turning his gaze towards Han Yuru, showing her no mercy either. Han Yuru, her face filled with grievance, indeed harbored a thought of rescue, but Qin Changming had not afforded her any respect. Lord Ge, may I inquire about Lu Yun's connection to you? Qin Changming asked, his tone noticeably tense. During my perilous encounter in the Muyu Mountains, it was Lu Yun who saved me. He is my benefactor, Ge Fong proclaimed loudly. Benefactor. This declaration sent a tremor through Qin Changming and the others, with Lu Qiaoshan nearly brought to tears. No one had anticipated that Lu Yun possessed such a connection, intertwined with the special envoy Ge Fong. Lord Special Envoy, I had no idea this young man was your benefactor. It is indeed a great honor for us in Muyu City. Qin Changming quickly recanted his previous remarks. Did you not just label me as a monstrous scoundrel of Muyu City, claiming I would wreak havoc upon it? Upon hearing this, Lu Yun inquired innocently. This is precisely what Qin has succumbed to, believing the words of the petty. As for the Lu family, Lu Wushuang brought this upon themselves. Your act of vengeance is indeed gratifying. Qin Changming, filled with righteous indignation, altered his stance. Witnessing Qin Changming's hypocritical demeanor, many in attendance could not help but feel disdain. The affairs of the Lu family? Pray, enlighten us. If Lu Yun has indeed transgressed, I, Gofeng, shall not offer protection. Gofeng, intrigued, promptly pressed for details. Qin Changming stammered, unsure of how to elucidate the situation. Due to certain circumstances at the Xinhe fabric store, he had clearly shown favoritism towards the Lu family, thus engaging in an act of tyranny. Esteemed elder, allow me to articulate this matter, he suggested. Lu Yun observed that Gofeng was capable of restraining Qin Changming, and promptly began to recount the events. So, you avenged yourself by killing Lu Wushuang, and as a result, Qin Changming assisted the Lu family in retaliating against you, even going so far as to revoke your eligibility for the special recruitment test? Upon hearing the conclusion, Gofeng's face was ablaze with indignation. He directed a fierce gaze towards Qin Changming, flames of wrath igniting within him. Chapter 70. Severe Punishment Special Envoy. Allow me to explain. I was deceived by the Lu family's machinations. Qin Changming, visibly anxious, hastened to defend himself. As the city lord, it is one thing to neglect the management of your own Xinhe cloth shop, but to collude with esteemed families to oppress the common folk is an unforgivable offense. At that moment, Gofeng was indeed furious, bellowing in a commanding tone. Please have mercy, special envoy. I recognize my mistakes. Qin Changming implored as he fell to his knees with a thud. You must engage in serious self-reflection. I will report your conduct to the governor, recommending the revocation of your salary for 3 years and a demotion in rank. Henceforth, you shall serve as the deputy city lord of Muyu City, taking charge of its administration until I confer with the governor to appoint a new city lord. As Gofeng rebuked him, he issued a decisive proclamation. All present were taken aback by the gravity of the consequences stemming from Qin Changming's selfish actions. As commanded, Qin Changming's voice trembled, steeped in despair. While the title of deputy city lord bestowed a semblance of authority, it bore little real power, and he was destined for obsolescence. Dear friend Lu Yun, the injustices you have endured shall be rectified by me, and you shall regain your eligibility for the special recruitment test. You may participate in it forthwith. After addressing Qin Changming, Gofeng turned to Lu Yun, expressing his support. Thank you, Senior Go, for standing up for me. As for the eligibility, I shall let it go. Missing the opportunity is simply fate, and there is no need for you to grant me such a privilege. Lu Yun expressed his gratitude once more, gently shaking his head. Upon hearing Lu Yun's response, those present were taken aback, and Dang Pu anxiously interjected, Brother Yun, have you forgotten our efforts 3 years ago to investigate the special recruitment test? Participating in that test was your greatest dream 3 years ago. Now that Master Gu is advocating for you, why would you choose to relinquish this opportunity? Following suit, Han Yuru offered her consolation. Lu Yun, based on your previous performance, you need not partake in the test. You may directly join the Skyward Sect. We welcome you. This prompted envy among the onlookers, as an invitation from the disciples of the Skyward Sect was a rare honor not yet witnessed in the special recruitment test. However, in the face of their persuasion, Lu Yun remained unresponsive, merely surveying his surroundings, with particular focus on the 4 prominent families. Observing Lu Yun's demeanor, Lu Shui whispered to herself, for she alone understood his true intentions. I appreciate Miss Han's goodwill, but I, Lu Yun, do not desire nor require privilege. Lu Yun ultimately turned to Han Yuru, offering an apologetic smile. If you miss this opportunity, the next time you enter the Heavenly Gate, you will contend against the entire array of geniuses from Qizhou, and the difficulty will increase dramatically. You must ponder this carefully. Gofeng shook his head with a sigh and finally advised, isn't that what makes it exhilarating, Senior Gu? Upon hearing this, Lu Yun not only displayed no concern, but rather revealed a hint of a smile. Ha ha ha, my young friend, your thinking is indeed extraordinary, Gofeng exclaimed, bursting into laughter and ceasing further persuasion. Han Yuru, witnessing this, felt a twinge of disappointment. Inexplicably, she harbored a deep desire for Lu Yun to join the Jingtian sect. Yuru, please continue. You have already delayed too long. Gofeng disregarded the members of the 4 great families and, following the punishment of Qin Changming, proceeded to the main topic. The matter concerning Lu Shui was merely a rumor. The previously announced rankings remained unchanged, with Lu Shui securing the first position, thereby gaining direct admission to the Jingtian sect as a key disciple of the inner sect. Li Linger and Deng Pu followed in 2nd and 3rd place, respectively, also earning the right to join the Jingtian sect as outer sect disciples. The remaining individuals would receive rewards based on their rankings. Han Yuru, holding a bamboo slip, proclaimed aloud, "Thank you, Lord Han and Envoy Gil." Upon hearing this, everyone bowed in reverence. Among them, the members of the Deng and Li families were particularly elated. Although they had only become outer sect disciples, they had nonetheless joined the Jingtian sect. "Brother, I have succeeded." Lu Shui joyfully approached Lu Yun, exuding a vivacious charm akin to a child who has just solved a difficult problem. "Swear, you shall achieve even greater success." Lu Yun gently patted Lu Shui's small head, filled with affection, and remarked, "I never expected that the one who secured first place would be the younger sister of a dear friend. This treasure is the reward for the top position, and as her elder, you may accept it on her behalf." Gu Feng, with a broad smile illuminating his face, slowly produced a demon core the size of an adult's fist. As the core emerged, a surge of overwhelming demonic energy erupted forth, causing many present to display expressions of sheer terror. This is the aura of a beast king. It is indeed a beast king's demon core, an invaluable treasure, rare and sought after. Witnessing the legendary beast king's demon core, the crowd was filled with extraordinary excitement. So it is this. Lu Yun, however, did not accept the demon core, but instead became lost in memories. "This treasure, in truth, is also a part of you." Gafong chuckled and directly placed the beast king's demon core into Lu Yun's hand. "In that case, I shall accept it." Lu Yun nodded, finally accepting the beast king's demon core. "The heavenly gate boasts numerous alchemists. Surely, your sister could utilize this demon core to concoct an exceptional elixir. And I have no doubt those alchemists would be eager to assist." Gu Feng smiled, revealing the core purpose of the beast king's demon core. "Thank you." Lu Yun nodded, his gaze directed towards Deng Pu. At this moment, Deng He and the representative of the Deng family were receiving accolades from the Jingtian sect. As the third-place winner, Deng Pu was awarded a remarkable spiritual weapon, a specialty of the Jingtian sect. Deng He promptly handed it over to Deng Pu for his protection. After a flurry of activity, the participants were all satisfied with their deserved rewards. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving the central square. Soon, only the members of the Jingtian sect remained, along with the 3 participants who were about to join their ranks. The relatives of the participants were also retained at this time. "The special recruitment test has concluded. We will soon return to the Jingtian sect. Take a moment to bid farewell to your loved ones," Han Yuru gently reminded. "So soon?" Deng He responded, somewhat taken aback. "Once you enter the Jingtian sect and obtain your identity, you can easily return to visit your family, so there is no need for concern." Han Yuru reassured him. "Deng Pu, you must cherish this opportunity and dedicate yourself to your training. The future of the Deng family relies on you." "Deng," he earnestly advised. Even now, he had not fully returned to reality. Everything that transpired today felt surreal. Meanwhile, Li Yun was similarly advising Li Linger, occasionally glancing towards Lu Yun, as if engaged in a silent discussion. "Brother, once I arrive at the Jingtian sect, I will assist you in dealing with Li Linger. I will ensure she has a difficult time." Lu Shui stood before Lu Yun, gently biting her lip, and said, "No need. Just focus on your cultivation. Her status is beneath yours. She would not dare to act against you." Lu Yun shook his head and gently advised. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui obediently nodded. "Follow me." Lu Yun took Lu Shui and walked towards Gufang. Chapter 71. The Shattered Spirit Pillar. "Young friend Lu Yun, are you hoping that I, will take care of your sister? Rest assured, I shall do my utmost," Gufang said directly upon seeing the two approach. "Thank you, Senior Gu. It's not so much about care. I merely wish for Shuer to be safe and sound." Lu Yun expressed his gratitude sincerely. "Han Yuru, did you hear that? You should also thank Lu Yun. In the future, you will be responsible for Lu Shui." Gafong chuckled as he nodded, simultaneously calling over Han Yuru, who stood nearby. Upon hearing this, Han Yuru approached the group, glanced at Lu Yun, and said, "I can take care of your sister, but you must agree to one condition." "What condition?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yun immediately pressed on with his inquiry. "I am quite curious about your capabilities. That you have chosen to forego the special recruitment test. I still wish to witness your talent or strength," Han Yuru remarked, a hint of mischief glinting in her beautiful eyes. "Did I not engage in combat with your disciples during our previous strength assessment? Surely, you must have discerned something from that encounter." Upon hearing this, Lu Yun rolled his eyes and responded with exasperation, "That does not count. I wish to witness your true prowess. The ordinary disciples of the Heavenly Shock sect should not be your match." Han Yuru shook her head, undeterred, and retorted, "Since you are aware of this, how then shall we proceed with the assessment?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yun was rendered speechless. Those testing disciples possessed only mid to late stage spirit aperture realm strength. And indeed, Lu Yun regarded them with disdain. You can challenge me to a duel. Han Yiru suddenly chuckled. Surely, you jest. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun paused, a hint of astonishment crossing his features. Han Yiru, do not act recklessly. At that moment, Gufang also expressed his surprise and promptly issued a warning. Rest assured, Lord Gu, I shall not harm him. I am merely curious. Han Yiru replied, an unusual playfulness evident in her demeanor. I do not wish to engage in a confrontation with you. I choose that. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yun pointed directly at the spirit communication pillar. A talent test. You say? Very well, for I am indeed quite curious about your spiritual entity. Han Yiru nodded in agreement. As she spoke, Lu Yun, feeling somewhat resigned, approached the spirit communication pillar. For the sake of Lu Shui's safety, he endured. Gufang, observing this, followed suit, harboring his own curiosity about Lu Yun's strength. Despite having only recently entered the spirit aperture realm, he had managed to single-handedly contend against 3 formidable late-stage practitioners of the same realm. It was difficult to find such an extraordinary young talent within the ranks of the Rising Sky sect. His cultivation level was already established. The only plausible explanation lay within his spiritual entity. I cannot ascertain the rank of my spiritual entity. Should anything unforeseen occur, do not hold it against me. Lu Yun declared as he stood before the spirit communication pillar. Rest assured, this pillar is a treasure. It cannot possibly lead to any mishaps. Even if your spiritual entity surpasses the 9th rank it can reveal, there will be signs. Han Yiru responded with a smile, dismissing Lu Yun's words entirely. As Lu Yun prepared for the test, the disciples of the Rising Sky sect gathered around him. Meanwhile, the Dang and Li families, recognizing the situation, discreetly departed after settling their matters. Li Linga stood in the back among the many disciples, quietly observing. Having been defeated by Lu Yun, her pride had suffered significantly. However, joining the Rising Sky sect had reignited her ambitions. She had already vowed to surpass Lu Yun by leveraging the resources of the sect. In this moment, discerning the rank of Lu Yun's spiritual entity would undoubtedly be most advantageous. Han Yiru, since you have made such a statement, I shall take comfort in your assurance. Do remember your promise. Lu Yun nodded slowly and then extended his palm towards the spirit communication pillar. Witnessing this moment, the atmosphere among the disciples grew palpably tense. Whispers began to circulate among them. Do you think his talent surpasses that of his sister? I find that unlikely. Above the 9th rank lies the yellow tier spirit body, a rarity even within the ranks of the heavenly gate. Such extraordinary entities do not manifest easily. Indeed, should he exhibit signs of a yellow tier, he might very well be whisked away by senior sister Han to the heavenly gate. Amidst the banter and speculation, Lu Yun's hand finally made contact with the spirit communication pillar. As per usual, both the test subject's body and the pillar quivered slightly, as if resonating with one another. Following this resonance, the pillar was expected to emit a glow, revealing its rank. However, after a brief pause, there was no visible change in the spirit communication pillar. Even a worthless spirit body would produce a faint glow. What could this mean? Was it possible that he did not possess a spirit body at all? The disciples began to murmur, expressing their confusion at the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, Han Yiru stared wide-eyed, momentarily taken aback. It seemed that the test would yield no results. Perhaps it was best to abandon this endeavor. Lu Yun was equally perplexed by the situation and reluctantly withdrew his hands. The divine body of the burial spirit was extraordinary, and it was not surprising that the ordinary spirit communication pillar could not detect it. The existence of a spirit entity undetectable even by the spirit communication pillar was indeed astonishing. Gufang furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of incredulity. However, shortly after Lu Yun retracted his palms, the spirit communication pillar suddenly trembled, emitting an overwhelming burst of light as if it intended to pierce through heaven and earth. Here it comes. The crowd stirred with excitement, their tense gazes fixated on the 9 runes inscribed upon the pillar. Yet, the brilliance flickered momentarily, and the 9 runes failed to radiate their own luminescence in response to the light. Rather, it was the surface of the spirit communication pillar that began to exhibit peculiar changes. As the light swiftly dissipated, the pillar visibly cracked at an alarming rate. And within mere seconds, it collapsed with a resounding crash, reducing itself to a pile of debris. This spectacle left all present utterly dumbfounded, including Lu Yun himself. He had merely anticipated that the burial spirit's divine body might elicit some unusual phenomena, but he had never expected it to completely obliterate the spirit communication pillar. You must compensate me. Han Yuro, after a prolonged moment of stunned silence, finally regained her composure and cast an exasperated and anxious glance at Lu Yun. The destruction of the spirit communication pillar rendered her unable to explain to her sect, and she was on the verge of tears. Miss Han, we had an agreement. You cannot hold me accountable. Perhaps the quality of this spirit communication pillar was simply subpar, especially considering how many people have previously used it. Lu Yun spread his hands, feeling utterly innocent in that moment. Nevertheless, I shall explain this loss to the Jing Tian sect. You two need not worry. Gufang managed a wry smile and ultimately took it upon himself. Thank you, Lord Gu. Han Yuru expressed her gratitude immediately. Lu Yun, it seems that your spiritual essence is quite extraordinary. I hope we shall meet again in the future. Gufang gazed deeply at Lu Yun, filled with anticipation. I will undoubtedly visit the Jing Tian sect in the future. Lu Yun nodded slowly and said, let us depart. Gufang waved his hand grandly, officially summoning everyone to set forth. Lu Yun, next time shall be your demise. I will personally ensure your defeat. As they were about to leave, Li Linger suddenly whispered a phrase into Lu Yun's ear. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun merely cast a faint glance at Li Linger's retreating figure, a hint of amusement stirring within him. This self-assured woman had never truly captured Lu Yun's regard. Chapter 72. The Grand Elder's Invitation. After bidding farewell to the departing crowd, Lu Yun felt quite content and decided to leave the central square. With Lu Shui now at the Jing Tian sect, he could proceed with his plans without worry. Young friend Lu Yun, please wait. At that moment, a figure hurriedly approached, calling out to Lu Yun. Lu Yun turned his head and beheld Qin Changming. Might I inquire what business Master Qin has? Seeing this, Lu Yun inquired mildly, young friend Lu, the previous matters were merely misunderstandings. I hope you can find an opportunity to speak once more with the esteemed envoy on my behalf. I shall surely reward you handsomely. Qin Changming implored with a face full of contrition. Lord Qin, in truth, my acquaintance with Elder Gu is not as profound as you might imagine. His decisions are beyond my influence. Lu Yun shook his head, resolutely rejecting the plea. Lu Yun, I was merely momentarily swayed by the Lu family's persuasion. I harbor no animosity towards you. Must you truly sever my path to survival? If you would only persuade the envoy to rescind his orders, the entirety of Muyu City could be yours to command. Qin Changming implored, employing both gentle persuasion and firm insistence. If Lu Yun were to pursue now, it would not be too late. Lord Qin, the path you have chosen is your own. There is no need for further words. Furthermore, I have no interest in Renxing's Muyu City. Lu Yun cast a sorrowful glance at Qin Changming before striding towards the exit of the central square. Qin Changming, standing rooted to the spot, trembled with rage as he watched Lu Yun's retreating figure. Lord, should we inform the young master of this matter? Perhaps he may devise a strategy to secure your position with the governor, suggested a servant, approaching Qin Changming with a bowed head. This time, I have truly been ensnared by that wretched Lu family. First, I must inform Xing'er of the situation, Qin Changming replied, clenching his fist in frustration. As you command. The servant acknowledged before swiftly departing the square. Meanwhile, Lu Yun had exited the central square and found himself on the main thoroughfare, contemplating his next course of action. His decision to remain in Muyu City was primarily to unravel the events of 3 years prior, particularly concerning the elder who had sought to eliminate him. Such a latent threat must be addressed. Lu Yun, return with this old man. A gentle voice called from behind him just as he stepped onto the main road. Lu Yun turned his head and glanced over, a hint of surprise crossing his features. There, by the outer wall of the central square, stood an elderly man with a benevolent demeanor, gazing at Lu Yun with a face full of satisfaction. This man was none other than the Grand Elder of the Lu family. Have you been waiting for me all this time? Lu Yun inquired subconsciously. Indeed. I had anticipated your appearance in the special recruitment test, yet I did not expect you to shine so brilliantly and have an association with Lord Gufang. The Grand Elder's gaze towards Lu Yun was filled with brilliance. I am no longer a member of the Lu family. If you wish to persuade me on behalf of Lu Qiushan, I would advise against it. Lu Yun shook his head and turned to leave. Lu Yun, you must understand that I never assist Lu Qiushan. I only heed your grandfather's commands. The Grand Elder shouted, gazing at Lu Yun's retreating figure. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yun paused in his steps. If there remained but a sliver of sentiment for the Lu family, it would be for Lu Shi. Has grandfather emerged from seclusion? Lu Yun turned his head and inquired once more. It won't be long. Come back with this old man. Nowadays, only you can revitalize the Lu family. The elder nodded slowly, continuing to persuade him. Very well, then I shall consider it a visit to that enigmatic old man. Lu Yun pondered for a moment before ultimately acquiescing. Since the conversation in the ancestral hall, Lu Shi has vanished, and this retreat is indeed peculiar. Lu Yun senses that there lies a secret within him. Please, second young master. The Grand Elder chuckled, personally leading the way ahead. Lu Yun followed closely behind, his mind racing with myriad thoughts. Initially, he intended to settle accounts with the 4 great families, but now, visiting the Lu family first seemed a prudent course of action. Throughout their journey, the elder said nothing, merely focused on the road ahead. After 2 hours, the gates of the Lu family once again loomed before Lu Yun. Gazing at the familiar entrance, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Since returning from Lingyang Mountain, he had spent little time at the Lu family, having been expelled by the elder during his absence. Yet now, he was summoned back by the elder himself. Upon entering the Lu family's gates, many servants displayed expressions of trepidation at the sight of Lu Yun. "Where is Lu Qiaoshan?" the elder inquired of a trusted aide. Reporting to the elder, "Both father and son are currently in the main hall," the aide replied. Hearing this, the elder promptly led Lu Yun to the grand hall. What brings you here?" Upon seeing Lu Yun, Lu Qiaoshan and the other high-ranking members of the Lu family rose in astonishment. Their gazes towards Lu Yun were filled with fear and apprehension, including that of Lu Qiaoshan himself. "It is I who brought him here. After all, Lu Yun is of Lu blood, and he has returned to the family," the elder proclaimed with conviction. "Elder, I believe you have lost your senses. This man is a demon. Should we welcome him back into the family? The other 3 great families will surely trample our Lu family into the dust." Lu Feng concealed himself behind the mountains of Lu Qiao, his eyes burning with intensity. In that moment, even Qin Changming dared not to provoke Lu Yun, for they lacked the audacity to do so. The Grand Elder chuckled softly, remarking that it was because Gu Feng had not yet departed. Once the members of the heavenly shocking sect left the confines of Muyu City, this young man would undoubtedly face relentless pursuit. Lu Qiaoshan gritted his teeth and spoke. Lu Shui had already joined the Jingtian sect and had become an inner disciple. They would have to be prepared to face death if they dared to kill Lu Yun. The Grand Elder scoffed, still unconvinced. If they remained inactive, how could this young man possibly let them off the hook? Lu Qiaoshan suddenly posed a counter-question, leaving the Grand Elder momentarily speechless. The current situation appeared to be one of life and death. Uncle, you seem to have a profound understanding of the intentions of the 3 great families. Do you aspire to join their ranks?" As the Grand Elder remained silent, Lu Yun unexpectedly burst into laughter, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Lu Qiaoshan. "Even if you're heartless, you would not go so far as to annihilate the Lu family." Lu Qiaoshan's expression shifted slightly as he coldly replied. "What you say is indeed correct. I will not bring an end to the Lu family." Lu Yun chuckled softly, causing many present to breathe a sigh of relief. "However, as long as they are my adversaries, I shall not hesitate to strike them down." Yet, Lu Yun's subsequent remark once again left the crowd's hearts in their throats. "Young man, do you wish to slay me?" Lu Qiaoshan's expression shifted dramatically, adopting a stance ready for battle. "No, let us also include your son." Lu Yun's laughter was utterly terrifying, and then his body began to move. A surge of divine power erupted, causing the entire hall to tremble. Numerous fissures emerged from the walls of the hall, revealing the astonishing strength he wielded, now at its zenith. Chapter 73, Interrogation. "Scoundrel!" Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Qiaoshan bellowed fiercely and charged forward. With a resounding boom, the power of the god of burial clashed directly with Lu Qiaoshan's spiritual energy in the grand hall. The violent shockwave sent numerous onlookers flying in all directions. "Father, eliminate him. You must kill him." Behind Lujiao Mountain, Lu Feng was shouting frantically. If his previous duel with Lu Yun had left him severely frustrated, then having his spot in the special recruitment test snatched away by Deng Pu had plunged him into utter despair. Lu Feng naturally understood who the instigator was. At this moment, he only wished to perish alongside Lu Yun. "Rest assured, my child, I shall surely avenge you by slaying this wretch." Lu Qiaoshan responded with a remark and then engaged in a fierce battle with Lu Yun. His strength surpassed that of Lu Yang, thus he possessed a modicum of confidence. Moreover, this was the Lu family territory, where many of his subordinates could join the fray to collectively bring down Lu Yun. "Have you all lost your minds? Cease this at once." The Grand Elder shouted in a fit of hysteria, completely unprepared for the chaos that Lu Yun's presence had incited. Unfortunately, Lu Yun was engrossed in his fierce combat with Lu Qiaoshan, paying no heed to the Grand Elder. "Grand Elder, behold what you have brought back. This is nothing short of a demon. If he returns to the Lu family, we can forget about living in peace. You ought to assist father in vanquishing Lu Yun. Only then can you truly honor the Lu family." Lu Feng gazed at the Grand Elder and reproached him, stating, Lu Xuanai is a disciple of the inner sect of the Shocking Heaven sect. The future of our Lu family rests upon her shoulders. Even if you eradicate Lu Yun, she will seek retribution. How will you and your son contend with her then? The Grand Elder maintained his composure and admonished Lu Qiushan and his son, saying, How absurd. We shall attribute Lu Yun's demise to the three great families and subsequently assist Lu Xuanai in avenging him. That girl will undoubtedly be grateful to us. And we shall rise to prominence, dominating the city of Twilight Reign. As Lu Feng laughed heartily, he revealed his inner thoughts. You do not apologize to Lu Yun, yet you still dare to plot against him. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder felt both astonished and deeply enraged. The father and son of Lu Jiao Mountain are nothing short of devils, devoid of any moral boundaries. An apology? He allowed Dang Pu to usurp the opportunity that rightfully belonged to me, permitting a mere servant to trample upon my dignity. My father and I now harbor a singular desire, to rend him to pieces. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng was filled with fury yet laughed maniacally, revealing a moment of madness. You wish to tear me to shreds? It seems you currently lack the power to do so. At that moment, Lu Yun's voice unexpectedly emerged, laced with a hint of amusement. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng turned his gaze, only to be taken aback. There stood Lu Yun, surrounded by the fallen elite members of the Lu family. In front of him, Lu Qiushan was struggling to maintain his stance, completely overwhelmed. Suddenly, three mystical seals began to materialize around Lu Yun, instilling a sense of despair in Lu Qiushan. No, no. As Lu Qiushan's anguished cries echoed, the three seals transformed into three radiant beams of sword light that surged toward him. In an instant, the sword light shattered Lu Qiushan's final defenses, piercing through his very being. Bang! Lu Qiushan lay on his back in a pool of blood, gravely injured and devoid of the strength to rise. How could this be possible? Upon witnessing the situation, Lu Feng immediately retreated several steps, colliding with the wall behind him. While he boasted to the Grand Elder about his future plans, Lu Yun unexpectedly seized the upper hand completely. Lu Qiushan, alongside numerous skilled practitioners from the Lu family, suffered a devastating defeat. Father, Lu Feng gazed at Lu Qiushan, drenched in blood, overwhelmed with grief. My dear Feng, it is my inadequacy as a father that pains me. I should have eliminated that wretch long ago. Looking towards Lu Feng, Lu Qiushan lamented deeply. You father and son are truly beyond redemption. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun let out a heartfelt sigh, lifting his right leg and bringing it down forcefully upon Lu Qiushan's thigh. In the next moment, a harrowing cry of agony erupted as Lu Qiushan's body jolted upright, his legs shattered beneath Lu Yun's weight. Lu Yun, do not harm my father. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Feng roared with frenzied intensity. However, his desperate attempts were swiftly quelled by a single glance from Lu Yun. Let us speak calmly. After all, we are family. The Grand Elder interjected hastily, seeking to mediate the escalating tension between Lu Yun and Lu Qiushan, unaware that matters had deteriorated to this extent. I yearn to regard them as family, but do they reciprocate this sentiment? They have schemed relentlessly to bring about my demise. How could I ever allow them to escape unscathed? Lu Yun raised his gaze towards the Grand Elder, inundating him with a series of questions. Upon hearing these words, the Grand Elder found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unable to provide a response to any of the inquiries posed. Lu Yun, your uncle is currently the sole heir of the old family head. If you were to take his life, the Lu family would have no one left to inherit. An elder of the Lu family solemnly remarked at that moment. They could not stand idly by while Lu Yun acted recklessly. Am I not human? The Lu family has numerous younger generations, who says that only those of the main lineage can govern the family. Whoever can elevate the Lu family may rightfully assume the role of its steward. Lu Yun found the situation somewhat amusing and retorted once more. Upon hearing his words, the surroundings fell utterly silent. Many individuals even felt a surge of excitement, envisioning how everything might transform if Lu Yun were to ascend as the head of the Lu family. Lu Yun, do as you wish, whether to kill or to torture. I implore you to spare Fenger. All these schemes were conceived by me, with no one else pleading for mercy. Lu Qiushan, fully aware that he could not escape death today, took it upon himself to shoulder all the blame. Ah, you truly share a profound father-son bond. Was that incident 3 years ago solely your idea as well? Lu Yun let out a cold laugh and inquired with a sense of mockery. Upon hearing this, both Lu Qiushan and Lu Feng's expression shifted, and they fell into a profound silence. What? Even at death's door, they still refused to speak? Upon witnessing this, Lu Yun found it intriguing. The more Lu Qiushan and others behaved in this manner, the greater his intrigue towards the matter became. The events of 3 years ago were purely accidental. If you seek vengeance, let it fall upon me. Lu Chaoshan pondered for a moment before responding. An unexpected turn of events? Yet, how could Lu Feng, clearly lacking in strength, secure a spot? Could it also be deemed a mere coincidence? Upon hearing this, Lu Yun found it somewhat amusing and continued to inquire further. Lu Yun, what exactly do you know? Stop spouting nonsense. I rely solely on my abilities. At this moment, Lu Feng was filled with urgency. Your spot, which was reserved 3 years ago at my behest, is it not? I am already well aware of the details surrounding that incident. I merely wish to ascertain who exactly intends to bring me harm. Lu Yun fixed his gaze upon Lu Feng, speaking with piercing clarity. If we were to reveal this, the Lu family would face ruin. If you wish for the Lu family to endure, refrain from inquiring further. Lu Xiaoshan sighed, filled with helplessness. Is that so? The more it is so, the more I must ascertain that I, Lu Yun, fear nothing as much as threats. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun gritted his teeth, his resolve intensifying. Lu Yun, if I divulge the truth, would you consider sparing Fenger? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoshan's eyes glimmered with a hint of light, and he suddenly proposed. Chapter 74. The Truth from 3 years ago. You currently lack the standing to negotiate terms with me. Now, tell me, what truly transpired 3 years ago? Lu Yun glared fiercely, speaking in a tone of intimidation. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoshan let out a sigh, as if resigned to his fate, and slowly began to speak. The entire Lu family believes that it was Feng who poisoned you, yet that is far from the truth. 3 years ago, you were endowed with extraordinary talent, a shining star for the Lu family and indeed for the entire Miyu city. Though Feng and I felt envious, we harbored no intentions of harming you, until we received a piece of news from the Li family. Recalling the memories of Lujiao Mountain, his face was suffused with regret. What news? Lu Yun's expression turned grave as he immediately pressed on. As long as we eliminate you, our city of Evening Rain will secure an opportunity for a special sect examination in 3 years. And both the Lu and Li families shall undoubtedly possess a spot within the sect. Lu Xiaoshan continued to elucidate. Indeed, it is so. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun nodded slowly, finding that everything aligned perfectly with his thoughts. Lu Xiaoshan, surely you jest. This special recruitment test is a result of many from the Lu family being astonished by your words. Initially, both Li Yun and I found it hard to believe. Yet the reality has proven that individual did not deceive us. Originally, Feng was indeed the chosen one of the Lu family, but alas, a mishap occurred. Lujiao Mountain sighed deeply, pondering the astonishing capabilities of an individual who could arrange a special recruitment test for Miyu City, even going so far as to privately promise positions within your sect. The Grand Elder, taken aback, instinctively inquired further. This matter had already piqued the curiosity of everyone present. I am not entirely certain either that individual had direct dealings with the Li family. To fulfill this scheme, the Li family dispatched Li Lingo to draw closer to you, while Fenger and I merely provided them with your information and assisted in your placement within Lingyong Mountain. Lu Xiaoshan shook his head and recounted the intricate details. Lu Yun, in truth, we were not beyond redemption from the very beginning. I implore you to spare my father. At this moment, Lu Feng unexpectedly knelt before Lu Yun as he spoke. Lu Yun completely disregarded Lu Feng, frowning as she spoke. Why did that person seek to eliminate me without directly killing me, instead opting to have you send me to Lingyong Mountain? We are also uncertain. Perhaps he harbored other intentions. In any case, all of this is orchestrated by that individual, and we are merely following the directives of the Li family. Lu Xiaoshan shook his head, his demeanor betraying no deceit. Do you too possess no conscience? For the sake of your own selfish interests, you would harm your own kin. Had this matter not occurred 3 years ago, the Lu family would undoubtedly have risen to prominence in Miyu City by now. The elder's finger pointed accusingly at Lu Qiushan and his companion, his anger palpable. Elder, one of them replied, that individual possesses a remarkable background. If he intends to harm Lu Yun, we are powerless to stop him. We must acquiesce to his desires in order to survive. Had we not acted in such a manner, perhaps the Lu family would have already faced annihilation. Lu Qiaoshan argued with great conviction. If he truly possessed immense powers, why would he not take matters into his own hands, instead of enlisting your collaboration? Lu Yun furrowed her brows and suddenly inquired. Her words rendered Lu Qiaoshan, who had been so resolute, instantly silent. Continuing, she declared, I demand to know everything. Lu Yun's expression was frigid as he urged forth. You are already aware of the subsequent events. With our collaboration, your spiritual veins were utterly severed, and you were sent to Lingyong Mountain to squander your days. Until the moment of your sister's marriage. The Lujiao mountain gently recounted its tale before bowing its head in silence. The humiliation I endured on Lingong Mountain. Was it also orchestrated by that individual when my sister wed into the Lu family? Lu Yun, with a keen eye for detail, suddenly inquired. Is it not that those feelings stem from Feng's jealousy? Since your decline into uselessness, the Lu family has faltered, and with Feng's lack of ambition, we are left with no choice but to temporarily ally with the Lu family to balance the power among the four great clans. Lujiao Mountain expressed his frustration, saying, What a joke. Are you not in collusion with the Li family? Why not collaborate with them? Upon hearing this, Lu Yun let out a scornful snort, expressing his confusion. The Li family's insatiable ambition, after inflicting harm upon you, has allowed Li Lingo to ascend as the foremost prodigy of Muyu City. Seizing this opportunity, the Li family is allied with the second most powerful Wang family, relentlessly suppressing the Lu family in a bid to usurp their rightful position. A flicker of resentment emerged in Lu Qiaoshan's eyes, and he gritted his teeth as he spoke. Lu Qiaoshan, you have truly brought this upon yourselves. I have long been perplexed as to why the Lu family has been suppressed over these past 3 years. It turns out to be due to this. Were it not for the lingering intimidation of the old patriarch, the Lu family would have already perished at your hands. The Grand Elder wore an expression of sudden realization, glaring at Lu Qiaoshan and his son. One final question. Does grandfather know of this matter? Lu Yun's expression was grave as he articulated each word with deliberate clarity. Perhaps aware, perhaps unaware, due to the pact we made, we dared not disclose this matter to anyone, including our father. Lujiao Mountain glanced up at Lu Yun with a hint of lamentation. What a perfect example of betrayal, consorting with a tiger, nearly becoming its prey. You two truly deserve your fate. Lu Yun glanced at the father and son of the Lu family once more, finding their demeanor utterly laughable. Lu Yun, spare us, please. We have said all that we needed to say. If you seek further knowledge, you must inquire with the Li family, for they are the true masterminds behind this. Lu Feng pleaded once more. Lu Feng, I shall tentatively place my trust in the notion that you initially lacked the courage to harm me. However, ever since my spiritual vein was shattered, you have insulted me for 3 years and even ordered your servants to bury me alive. How do you suppose I could ever grant you forgiveness? Lu Yun gazed at Lu Feng with keen interest and inquired. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's body trembled violently, momentarily rendered speechless by Lu Yun's piercing gaze. Lu Yun, this was my decision. The reason we acted so ruthlessly is that Lu Shui demanded the celestial spirit herb as a betrothal gift from the Lu family. We cannot allow you to recover. At this moment, Lu Qiao interjected, Lu Yun, that was an impulsive act. Grant us another chance. Lu Feng came to his senses and once again pleaded for mercy. An impulsive act? Previously, at the Deng family, you sought my life, and it was the great elder who saved me. During the registration for the special recruitment test, you, along with Lu Ming and Li Linger, hid within the city lord's mansion, waiting for me to take the bait. At the special recruitment test, Lu Qiaoshan took the lead, accompanied by 2 family heads, to eliminate me. Just moments ago, you even conspired with the 3 family heads to kill me. Tell me, are these merely impulsive actions? Lu Yun pointed at Lu Feng and spoke sternly. Upon hearing these words, both Lu Qiaoshan and his son lowered their heads, momentarily at a loss for words. Many members of the Lu family wore expressions of sympathy, feeling pity for Lu Yun. In a mere month, Lu Qiaoshan had attempted to eliminate Lu Yun on several occasions. It would be difficult for anyone to endure such deep-seated enmity. Lu Yun, while I can understand your desire to eliminate them, could you perhaps wait until the old patriarch emerges from seclusion to determine their fates? The Grand Elder suggested at that moment. I, Lu Yun, require no one else's judgment on those I wish to slay. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun slowly shook his head, and a faint glimmer of sword intent began to coalesce in the palm of his hand. Chapter 75, Mastering the Lu Family. Lu Yun, as long as you spare Fenger, I am willing to take my own life as an apology. Lu Qiaoshan suddenly rushed forward, positioning himself in front of Lu Feng and exclaimed, You worthless son. Devoid of strength and lacking in resolve, do you truly believe you are worthy of such pleading? Upon hearing this, Lu Yun felt no sympathy, only amusement. In a moment of despair, Lu Feng suddenly recalled something and fixed his gaze upon Lu Yun, saying, Lu Yun, you promised grandfather that you would not engage in actions that would harm the Lu family, nor would you act against the members of the Lu clan. We have recognized our errors. Will you truly betray that vow? Do you believe you are worthy of being called a member of the Lu family? Upon hearing this, Lu Yun found it somewhat amusing. He then waved his sleeve, and a flicker of sword intent shot forth, slicing directly past Lu Feng's head. Lu Feng wished to argue further, yet his head was severed and rolled to the wall's edge. At that moment, his mouth remained in the posture of wanting to speak. Fenger, I shall fight you to the end. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Qiaoshan was overwhelmed with despair, charging towards Lu Yun like a rabid dog. Did you not wish to take your own life? It seems I must assist you after all. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Yun maintained an expression of calm determination and pointed a finger. In an instant, a flicker of sword intent pierced through the remnants of Lu Qiaoshan's spiritual energy, embedding itself into his brow. The full force of Lu Qiaoshan's attack left him frozen in place for a moment, before he suddenly collapsed to the ground. In that fleeting moment, he had already lost all vitality. As Lu Yun effortlessly dispatched both Lu Qiaoshan and his son, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The pungent scent of blood permeated the hall, causing many members of the Lu family to turn pale, with some trembling in fear, too terrified to raise their heads. I have accomplished what I set out to do, Elder. The remaining matters are now in your hands. Without a glance at the lifeless body on the ground, Lu Yun resolutely made his way towards the door. Lu Yun, where are you headed? The Grand Elder's facial muscles trembled as he suddenly called out to Lu Yun at that moment. To the Li family, Lu Yun spoke softly. The Li family possesses profound heritage. If you seek vengeance, why not include us? The Grand Elder pondered for a moment, then suddenly replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun paused momentarily, then shook his head and replied, I shall not implicate the Lu family. In the future, I will ensure that Schwerer takes care of the Lu family. Rest assured, Grand Elder. Lu Yun, you have always been the pride of the Lu family. Previously, we were deceived by the treachery of Lu Qiaoshan and his son, and our opposition to you was born out of necessity. It is now clear that the Lu family should be led by you. Indeed, we are willing to heed your command and regard you as the young master of the family. We implore you, second young master, to lead the Lu family. Eradicate the Li family and avenge our clan. As the Grand Elder spoke, many members of the Lu family voiced their pleas for retention. Among them, some bore expressions of resignation, while others exhibited fervor, truly venerating Lu Yun. Their sentiments towards him were intricate, a blend of fear and admiration. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yun gradually turned around, feeling a stirring within his heart. Are you not afraid that this unknown formidable being might annihilate the Lu family? Lu Yun surveyed his surroundings and spoke up, inquiring. Since Lu Qiaoshan has already revealed the secret, we might as well take a chance with you, at the very least. We shall not be seen as cowardly. Someone bellowed. Indeed, we implore the second young master to lead the Lu family. The crowd echoed in agreement. In truth, everyone understood that with the demise of Lu Qiaoshan and his son, the Lu family would inevitably fall prey to the other three prominent families if Lu Yun were not present. Only by rallying behind Lu Yun could they hope for survival. Even aspiring towards greater glory, Lu Shui has already become an inner disciple of the Heavenly Gate. No matter how formidable your adversaries may be, they will surely exercise caution. The elder reassured at that moment. This sentiment was intended not only for Lu Yun, but for all members of the Lu family. Very well. I shall remain with the Lu family, thus fulfilling my promise to grandfather. Lu Yun pondered for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement. Although he had already learned the truth from the mouths of the two members of the Lu Qiaoshan family 3 years ago, he still wished to have a conversation with Lu Shi. This enigmatic grandfather might possess knowledge that even Lu Qiaoshan and the others are unaware of. Pay your respects to the young master of the Shan family. Upon hearing this, everyone bowed in deference. Now, disperse and prepare. Lu Qiaoshan has allied with the 3 family heads to conspire against me, and now the Lu family will become the target of their ambitions. Lu Yun waved his hand and immediately commanded. Upon hearing his words, everyone departed from the hall. Someone, go and inform Deng He to regroup the forces of the Deng family. Lu Yun summoned a diminutive figure and spoke with composure. Lu Yun, the son of Deng He, Deng Pu, has already joined the formidable Jing Tian men. It seems he shall no longer be part of our affiliated family, remarked the Grand Elder, a hint of skepticism in his tone. Rest assured, he will. Lu Yun replied with a confident smile, then turned to the Grand Elder and inquired, Grandfather, when shall you emerge from your seclusion? In no more than 3 days. The Grand Elder replied succinctly, curiosity piqued. Lu Yun, what is your plan? Quite simple. We shall extinguish the 3 great families, one by one. Lu Yun spoke astonishingly. However, at present, our Lu family is the weakest. And Lu Shui has only just arrived at the Heavenly Gate, so her influence may not be substantial. The Grand Elder hesitated. But what if we are weak? First, we shall absorb the Lu family, and then eradicate the Wang and Li families. Lu Yun chuckled softly, revealing the schemes that resided in her heart. Could this possibly be too audacious? The Grand Elder found it challenging to fathom the outcomes of these matters, his aged visage displaying a profound astonishment. He further suggested, perhaps it would be prudent to wait for the patriarch to emerge from his seclusion before deliberating on this. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun smiled silently and turned to leave the hall. After wandering around the Lu residence, he returned to the humble dwelling where Lu Shui once lived. Gazing at the modest cabin that had once sheltered the inseparable siblings, Lu Yun felt a profound sense of nostalgia. Having been reborn into this life, he did not anticipate such a tragic beginning. However, he resolved that the conclusion would rest firmly in his own hands. No matter who you are, I shall find you and crush you. Lu Yun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the gradually dimming sky, softly murmuring to himself. In this moment, he exuded an immense aura, a perfection that belied his youthful years. Lu Yun, what brings you here? How shall we deal with the descendants of Lu Qiaoshan? The Grand Elder suddenly appeared, inquiring with evident concern. Expel them all from the Lu family. Those with treacherous intentions shall be slain. Lu Yun responded calmly. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder sighed and departed. He brought Lu Yun back to the Lu family, inadvertently initiating a significant reshuffling within the clan. The following morning, the protective forces of the Lu family surged threefold, resembling a fortified military encampment. On the main avenue before the Lu residence, a procession approached with an imposing air. Leading the group of three was a figure exuding a formidable presence, their demeanor fierce and menacing. This bodes ill. Members of the three prominent families have arrived. Soon, loud shouts echoed at the entrance of the Lu family. Following that, the sounds of a fierce altercation erupted, startling everyone within the Lu household. They arrived with remarkable swiftness. Lu Yun stood in the hall, somewhat taken aback upon learning the situation. Chapter 76, The Battle of the Three Clans. Lu Yun had not anticipated that the news would spread so swiftly. Now, what should he do? The elder paced back and forth in the hall, appearing rather anxious. Rest assured, I shall safeguard the Lu family. Lu Yun maintained a calm demeanor as he spoke, making his way towards the entrance of the hall. Outside, the sounds of conflict within the Lu family intensified, as numerous disciples of the Lu clan engaged fiercely with their adversaries in a brutal battle. Cease at once. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yun bellowed, prompting both factions to momentarily cease their hostilities. Lu Yun, indeed you are within the Lu family. This time, there is no escape for you, exclaimed a middle-aged man, stepping forth from the crowd to confront Lu Yun. Accompanying him were two others, both glaring furiously at Lu Yun. Lu Yong, Li Yun, Wang Lang. Your movements are impressively swift. Was the location agreed upon with Lu Qiaoshan also within the Lu family? Surrounded by the heads of the three prominent families, Lu Yun remained remarkably composed and inquired calmly. Although he anticipated their eventual arrival, he did not expect it to occur so swiftly. Lu Yun, your treachery knows no bounds. Murdering your own uncle makes you nothing short of a fiend. The city of Mu will not tolerate your presence. Ignoring Lu Yun's question, the heads of the three families proclaimed their condemnation through Lu Yong's voice. Indeed, I did kill Lu Qiaoshan, but what business is it of yours? The affairs of the Lu family are not for you to meddle in. Lu Yun let out a disdainful snort, amused as he spoke. Indeed, you are beyond redemption. Today, we shall surely capture this fiend. The three leaders exchanged glances, each discerning a hint of astonishment and determination in the other's eyes. Lu Yun's ability to harm even his own kin signaled a grim fate for the next victim, who would undoubtedly be them. Who dares to challenge this? At that moment, a commanding voice echoed through the air as a middle-aged man, accompanied by a group, entered the Lu residence with an imposing presence. Deng He, when did you presume to speak to us in such a manner? Upon recognizing the newcomer, Lu Yong and his companions exchanged derisive smiles. Lu Yun is the young master of the Lu family. Opposing him is tantamount to opposing the Deng family. Deng He's voice resonated with righteousness. Deng He, do not think that your son's affiliation with the Jingtian sect instills fear in us. If you know what is good for you, leave at once. Lu Yong scoffed dismissively. Such an attitude was, in fact, a considerable concession to Deng He. Had Deng Pu not gone to the Jingtian sect, they would have ignored him entirely. Lu Yun is a benefactor of the Deng family. Today, we shall stand with him through thick and thin. Deng He, undeterred by threats, resolutely positioned himself beside Lu Yun. Young master, the tasks you entrusted to me last night have all been accomplished. Deng He whispered once he reached Lu Yun's side. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun nodded slowly, his expression imbued with newfound confidence. Three family heads, Since you seek to uphold justice, then let us proceed. It seems I have been eager to confront you as well. After receiving news from Deng He, Lu Yun took the initiative to provoke them. Prepare to meet your end. Exchanging glances, Lu Yang and the others lunged towards Lu Yun simultaneously. Previously, Lu Yun had narrowly escaped harm at the hands of the three family heads led by Lu Chaoshan, thus they held firm confidence in their ability to subdue him. With a resounding boom, as the three made their move, the first manifestation of the god of burial surged forth behind Lu Yun. The power of the god of burial rippling like waves, exuding formidable might. The Grand Elder, witnessing this scene from the outside world, was taken aback. Following the conclusion of the special recruitment test yesterday, Lu Yun had swiftly vanquished Lu Chaoshan, and without rest, had engaged in crucial discussions with Deng He. Now, he was preparing for yet another battle, growing ever more fierce, displaying no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Lu Yun, I shall assist you. The Grand Elder proclaimed with a booming voice, eager to join the fray. No need, Grand Elder, your sole responsibility is to protect the members of the Deng family. Lu Yun responded, presenting a rather peculiar request. Lu Yun, facing death, do you still concern yourself with others? Lu Yang found this somewhat amusing. Being the first to engage with Lu Yun, bang! The formidable power of the god of burial clashed violently with Lu Yang's abundant spiritual energy, causing both to be momentarily staggered. Without granting Lu Yun a moment of respite, Li Yun and Wang Lang immediately charged in, their momentum undeniably fierce. Observing Lu Yun being overwhelmed in layers, many of the Lu family's disciples were filled with trepidation and fear. If Lu Yun loses, the Lu family shall surely perish today. The elder watched anxiously, his heart heavy with concern. However, even if he were to intervene, it would be exceedingly difficult to thwart the three main masters. There was no need for the elder to be troubled. These brash individuals could never hope to contend with the young master. Unbeknownst to him, Deng He had silently approached the elder's side, offering words of comfort. What did the young master instruct you to do last night? The elder inquired immediately upon hearing this. Merely some preparations, which you shall understand shortly. Deng He replied with a mysterious smile. At that moment, the battlefield between Lu Yun and the three masters had already shifted to the expansive square before the main hall. This area was vast, allowing all four to unleash their prowess. Yield, boy. You could never hope to match the three of us. Seeing Lu Yun persist in his disadvantaged state, Lu Yang and the others felt a surge of confidence. Together, they believed themselves to be invincible in the city of Muyu. Three of you, I, Lu Yun, will not fall for the same trick twice. A subtle smile appeared on Lu Yun's face as he heard Lu Yang's taunt. Diching, go. With Lu Yun's command, the body of the god of burial opened both palms wide, summoning a tempest of burial power that surged wildly. The burial power transformed into a whirlwind, striking towards Lu Yang and his companions. Be careful. The trio felt a tightening in their chests, responding with caution as they united to counter the formidable force unleashed by Diching. Is this your trump card, boy? It is nothing extraordinary. The three quickly regrouped. And Lu Yang's voice dripped with disdain. Heh, the three of you blocking my attack together, does that truly count as skill? Upon hearing this, Lu Yun could not help but feel a sense of amusement and irony. Lu Yang and the other two remained silent, their actions betraying the anger simmering within them. The three esteemed heads of families joining forces against a mere younger generation and still failing to subdue him was indeed not a display of prowess, but rather a humiliation. Deng He, you may proceed. As the three family heads seethed with rage, Lu Yun suddenly turned to Deng He and called out sharply, Deng family disciples, advance. Upon hearing this command, Deng He immediately issued his orders. In an instant, a dozen of Deng's disciples emerged in an orderly fashion, taking their positions at the edge of the square. What are you trying to pull, brat? Witnessing this scene, everyone was filled with confusion, especially Lu Yang and the others who were utterly baffled. In the midst of the astonished gazes, the Deng disciples drew forth sharp stone swords and thrust them forcefully into the ground, causing debris to scatter across the square. These stone swords, though seemingly ordinary in design, were engraved with a unique rune on their surfaces. Unbeknownst to the three family heads, they were now positioned at the very center of these stone swords. What? The three family heads felt a growing sense of foreboding. However, before they could brace themselves, the Deng disciples sprang into action. They chanted in unison, with my blood. I nourish the profound darkness, let the sword descend from the heavens and sever. As they chanted, each disciple infused their internal energy into the stone swords before them. In an instant, 12 swords blazed to life, their runes radiating blinding light. These beams shot forth, intertwining with the swords opposite them, creating a tapestry of luminous lines that nearly enveloped the entire square. Viewed from above, Lu family square transformed into a magnificent array of light. The three family heads, their faces etched with shock, stood bewildered at the center of this formation. This is a formation. They collectively gasped. How could the Lu family possess such an array? Such techniques are beyond the capabilities of mere sects. It was not only the three heads who were taken aback. Everyone present was rendered speechless. The sudden display of such a dazzling formation by the Deng disciples was entirely beyond what anyone had anticipated. Is this what the young master discussed with you last night? The elder asked, his face a mask of astonishment, turning to Deng He. Deng He, equally astonished, instinctively replied, last night. The young master instructed me to prepare 12 stone swords and select 12 exceptional disciples to wield them. He conveyed the commands and taught them their positions. But I never imagined it would culminate in a formation. This array, so resplendent, with the swords intertwined, could it be that it was imparted by Lord Gufang? The Grand Elder began to speculate aloud. Upon hearing this, Deng slowly shook his head, though his eyes sparkled with excitement. Array formations are indeed rare treasures across the continent, and even more so in the barren lands of Qizhou. Not even a formidable force like the Stunning Sky sect can claim mastery over many such formations. Yet today, at the Lu family, a dazzling array has emerged. You three have arrived remarkably swiftly. Fortunately, I have taken precautions and prepared this magnificent gift for you in advance. Lu Yun stood amidst the radiance, uttering a light laugh. Youngster, do not try to deceive us. If the Lu family possessed any formations, we would not have fallen to such a state. At this moment, Lu Yang and his companions were united like never before, unwilling to accept the reality before them. It is not that the Lu family possesses it, but rather that I do. The truth will reveal itself through trial. Lu Yun spoke up to correct a statement, and then a subtle glimmer of sword intent began to emanate from his palm. As this sword intent surged forth, it stirred immense waves within the formation. 12 stone swords trembled in unison, as if resonating with the emerging sword intent. The light emitted by the runes instantly transformed into layers of sword radiance, converging in Lu Yun's palm. What? The three masters watched this scene, their hearts racing to their throats. A towering longsword, several meters high, materialized in Lu Yun's hand. A force far beyond his control. Lu Yun wasted no words and directly struck at the three masters. Be careful, Lu Yang shouted with urgency, exerting all his strength to defend himself, while the other two joined him in their desperate resistance. The long sword, enveloped in a dazzling sword aura, moved with such astonishing speed that evasion was utterly futile. Bang! Their combined defense lasted but a fleeting moment before they were simultaneously sent flying by the blade, crashing to the ground not far away. Each of them bore sword marks on their bodies, blood seeping from their wounds. Now, it was time to accept the reality of the situation, wasn't it? Lu Yun smiled as he expressed his satisfaction with the power of the formation. Hurry! Let us vacate this area. The three patriarchs, caught off guard, simultaneously sought to escape the square. However, as they reached the edge of the square, a wall of swords materialized within the formation, completely obstructing their path. No matter which direction they attempted to flee, the sword wall manifested, as impenetrable as a fortress. This is impossible. In that instant, despair washed over the three patriarchs. Perish. At this moment, Lu Yun let out a cold shout, once again summoning forth the subtle radiance of his sword intent. This sword intent resonated with the stone sword, but instead of manifesting a colossal blade, it transformed into numerous small swords, densely shooting towards the three family heads. The three family heads were instantly thrown into disarray, struggling to defend themselves while frantically dodging. Yet unable to escape the confines of the formation, forced to circle within it. The onlookers were gripped by terror at this scene. For the formation truly possessed the legendary power to overturn the tide of battle. Quickly, eliminate those disciples of the Deng family. Find a way to break the formation, Lu Yun shouted, defending himself as he commanded. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the three families outside the square sprang into action, charging madly towards the disciples of the Deng family at the edge of the square. Among them, Wang Wushu and Lu Ming took the lead, rushing to the forefront. If the formation were not broken today, given the current situation, the three family heads would surely perish within it, and they too would meet their doom. Disciples of the Lu family, heed the command. Protect the disciples of the Deng family at all costs. The Grand Elder bellowed, finally grasping Lu Yun's intentions. Within the formation, sharp swords flew through the air, continuously leaving trails of blood upon the three family heads. In just a few minutes, the three family heads were drenched in blood. With over 100 sword wounds adorning their bodies, desperately clinging to their last vestiges of strength. Meanwhile, outside the formation, the disciples of the three families fought with reckless abandon, engulfed in a fierce battle. Disciples of the Lu family also fell in their ranks, valiantly guarding the 12 disciples of the Deng family. If they could merely hold the formation today, the Lu family would rise to dominance in the city of Twilight Reign. Free from the looming threats of the three great families. Elder, do not overreach. At this moment, standing before the elder were Lu Ming, Wang Wushu, and several adept practitioners from the three great families. They were all held at bay by the elder, unable to breach the perimeter. Lu Ming, you have gone too far. The Lu family has already paid the price. Now it is your turn. The elder spoke coldly, evidently prepared to risk everything. Then let us perish together. Lu Ming and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions turning maniacal. Just as the heads of the three families were about to falter, a unique power descended upon the Lu family. An elder appeared, soaring through the air, and with a single punch, sent the elder flying. It's you. The elder's face registered immense shock upon recognizing the figure. The elder remained silent, then stepped onto the edge of the square, forcefully striking down a Deng family disciple responsible for the stone sword. Boom. In an instant, the myriad stone swords lost their radiance, and the entire formation began to dissipate. The sword lights that had been pursuing the heads of the three families vanished as well. Upon witnessing this scene, the heads of the three families breathed a sigh of relief, hastily scrambling out of the square. Who dares to disrupt my formation? With a thunderous shout, Lu Yun turned his gaze towards the suddenly appearing elder. Chapter 78, the ancestor of the Lu family. In that moment, the elder also looked at Lu Yun, his cold visage betraying a flicker of anger. Father, your arrival is most timely. This boy is insidious and malevolent, having set a trap to deceive us. Upon seeing the elder, Lu Yang was instantly filled with ecstatic joy. I pay my respects to the ancestor. Numerous disciples of the Lu family promptly knelt in reverence, displaying utmost respect. The elder who had appeared so unexpectedly was none other than Lu Yang's father, the mightiest of the Lu family, Lu Xiaoyuan. Thank you, Elder Lu, for coming to our aid. Li Yun and Wang Lang exchanged glances before bowing in respect. Useless wretches. Lu Xiaoyuan disregarded the crowd, nearly turning to Lu Yang with an expression of disappointment. Father, it is this boy who is cunning. Lu Yang's face was a mask of innocence. Grandfather, this man has slain Shuanger. You must avenge her. Lu Ming leapt forward, pointing at Lu Yun. With the strongest member of the Lu family now present, he felt emboldened. You are Lu Yun. Lu Xiaoyuan's gaze once again fell upon Lu Yun, inquiring with a hoarse voice. Indeed, you have breached my formation and intruded upon the Lu residence. You must bear the consequences. Lu Yun had already discerned the identity of his opponent, yet he displayed not an ounce of trepidation. Ha ha, you foolish child. Your absurdity is beyond measure. Even Lu Shi would not dare to accuse this old man. Upon hearing Lu Yun's grave and earnest words, Lu Xiaoyuan could not help but erupt into laughter. Lu Yun, you have invaded the Lu family, slain my granddaughter, and opposed our clan on multiple occasions. Today, you shall surely pay the price. After the laughter subsided, Lu Xiaoyun's demeanor abruptly transformed into one of stern severity as he pointed at Lu Yun and exclaimed, Then let it come. Lu Yun was undeterred. Instead, a fierce battle spirit surged within his eyes. In the present day, within the city of Muyu, he feared no one. Even if he were no match for this old man, he possessed sufficient means to extricate himself. After all, the enmity of the Lu family rested squarely upon his shoulders. You insolent wretch, prepare to meet your demise. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyuan bellowed, and a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted from his being. The overwhelming force swept through the surroundings, instantly sending numerous disciples flying. He had reached the pinnacle of the spirit aperture realm. Upon perceiving the situation, Lu Yun's expression darkened. The aura exuded by Lu Xiaoyuan was even more formidable than that of the elder who had previously pursued him. As Lu Yun contemplated, Lu Xiaoyuan had already made his move, gathering a substantial amount of spiritual energy in his hand, which transformed into a brilliant beam of light directed at Lu Yun. Only those with an exceptionally dense reservoir of spiritual energy could manifest it into a beam of light. As the beam surged forth, the air itself grew searingly hot, rippling with waves of heat. The shattered stones scattered across the square were even evaporated by Lu Xiaoyuan's might. The elder is immensely powerful. He must have transcended the spiritual aperture realm. Even if he has not broken through, he has surely reached the pinnacle of his abilities. Lu Yun stands no chance against him. Witnessing this display, the onlookers instinctively retreated several paces, murmuring in awe and trepidation. Confronted with the beam, Lu Yun's demeanor turned grave. As if facing a dire adversary, concentrating all his spiritual energy into the palm of his hand. Meanwhile, the god-burying power behind him had already transformed into a resplendent white longsword. 3 seals materialized around the sword, swirling rapidly in a protected dance. Spirit light sword, go. With a pointed finger, Lu Yun directed a beam of light. Accompanied by a soft reprimand, 3 mystical seals were seamlessly integrated into the longsword. Launching forth with great precision, utilizing the spiritual entity as a vessel, he infused the seals to unleash the utmost power of the spiritual light sword. In an explosive clash, the spiritual light sword, radiant with the brilliance capable of annihilating all, collided with the beam, resulting in an immediate eruption of formidable energy that radiated outward, causing the square to be marred by a web of intricate fissures. Under the immense impact, Lu Yun was propelled backward to the edge of the square. With a resounding thud, the spiritual entity, now transformed into the spiritual light sword, hurtled back to Lu Yun's side, successfully countering Lu Xiaoyuan's ferocious assault. Lu Yun perceived the spiritual entity and discovered that his own spirit remained entirely unharmed, a testament to the remarkable resilience of the burial deity's essence. Astonishingly, it had withstood the onslaught. What could possibly be this lad's limits? Could it be that he truly possesses the capability to contend with the ancestor? As the crowd beheld this spectacle, they were filled with utter astonishment. It was indeed more surprising than a confrontation among the 3 great masters. Lu Yun and Lu Xiaoyuan are separated by an entire realm, a disparity that transcends mere level challenges. Young man, you actually managed to withstand this strike. Lu Xiaoyuan, taken aback, felt an overwhelming sense of lament within. If Lu Ming possessed even half the strength of Lu Yun, the Lu family would not have been subjected to such indignities, nor would he, as the ancestral figure, have to step forth to reclaim their dignity. Old fool, you cannot take my life. One day, I shall ensure your demise. As Lu Yun fell silent after uttering a single phrase, he intended to depart. Given his current prowess, he was no match for Lu Xiaoyuan. Since he could not prevail in a confrontation, retreat seemed the wisest course. However, the intention to flee was not so easily realized. Lu Xiaoyuan, observing this, bellowed with authority, his speed astonishing as he swiftly positioned himself before Lu Yun. Concurrently, with a mere flick of his sleeve, layers of verdant light cascaded from behind him, sinking into the depths of the square. Boom! Under the bemused gaze of the onlookers, numerous tendrils erupted from the ground of the square, ensnaring Lu Yun firmly at the edges. The essence of the wood element. As Lu Yun became aware of his surroundings, a thought immediately sprang to his mind, and he cast his gaze behind Lu Xiaoyuan. It was at that moment that a verdant plant materialized behind Lu Xiaoyuan. This was his spiritual body, the spirit vine. The spirit vine could ensnare individuals and assist in combat, and now it was aptly positioned to thwart Lu Yun's escape. It was unexpected for the patriarch of the Lu family to employ a spiritual entity. It seemed he was determined to eliminate this young man today. Should this individual perish, it would be for the best, for who could possibly contend with such a prodigy in the future of Muyu City? Observing the scene, the onlookers concluded the outcome for Lu Yun was sealed. Lu Xiaoyuan, do not overstep your bounds. This is the Lu family, should you slay the young master, the elder patriarch will not let you off lightly. The grand elder, with an anxious countenance, rushed onto the plaza, positioning himself protectively in front of the trapped Lu Yun. Step aside. As long as this boy dies today, the grievances between the Lu and Lu family shall be resolved once and for all. Lu Xiaoyuan retorted with a fierce shout. The younger sister of Lu Yun is an inner disciple of the Jingtian sect. She has even saved the life of the Jingtian envoy, Gufang. Do you truly dare to kill him? The grand elder, in desperation, invoked the names of Lu Shui and Gufang, hoping to intimidate Lu Xiaoyuan. What does Gufang matter to me? I do not know this person. He has slain Wu Shuang and seeks to destroy the Lu family. I will never allow such an act to go unpunished. If you do not step aside, you shall share his fate. Lu Xiaoyuan sneered coldly as the green tendrils advanced toward the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder found himself unable to resist, becoming ensnared as well. Boy, prepare to die. After subduing the Grand Elder, Lu Xiaoyuan summoned a concentrated beam of light and aimed it at Lu Yun. In that moment, Lu Yun found himself entirely immobilized, unable to defend against the impending attack. He had intended to utilize his agility to escape. Yet he had encountered Lu Xiaoyuan's specialized spirit that ensnared. Just as Lu Yun was preparing to unleash the full might of his burial spirit, a sudden force enveloped him, cascading over the numerous vines. With a crackling sound, the tendrils reacted as if ignited by fierce flames, emitting a cacophony. The oppressive weight of the vines binding Lu Yun was rapidly diminishing. Chapter 79. protecting one's own boom. With the assistance of this newfound power, Lu Yun successfully broke free from the vines, narrowly evading the beam of light. What? Upon witnessing Lu Yun's sudden liberation, Lu Xiaoyuan's expression shifted dramatically, and he pursued him without hesitation. Boom! That force surged once more, now directed at Lu Xiaoyuan. Sensing the threat, Lu Xiaoyuan braced himself for a full-scale defense. Lu Shi, is that you? Show yourself. After fending off the force, Lu Xiaoyuan bellowed into the surrounding area. Lu Xiaoyuan, I am surprised you still remember this old man. As the words fell, a white-clad elder emerged slowly from the rear of the Lu family hall, with a graceful wave of his sleeve. The vines ensnaring the Grand Elder shattered promptly. Greetings, Elder Patriarch. The Grand Elder spun around to pay his respects, his expression brimming with excitement. It was indeed the ancestral patriarch of the Lu family. Upon catching sight of Lu Shi, the expressions of the crowd subtly shifted. The appearance of Lu Shi has rendered this matter increasingly intricate. Lu Shi, I urge you not to impede my course. The actions of your grandson are utterly unforgivable. Even your own flesh and blood has fallen victim to his hands. Lu Xiaoyuan seemed to harbor a degree of apprehension towards Lu Shi, and at this moment spoke in a chilling tone. Lu Xiaoyuan, this place belongs to the Lu family. How Lu Yun conducts himself is not for a member of the Lu family to meddle in. Lu Shi replied in a calm yet authoritative tone, clearly protective of his own. This child, Lu Shi, has taken the life of my beloved granddaughter. How shall this be reckoned? Lu Xiaoyuan pressed further. Then let your grandson take his life. At your advanced age, are you not afraid of losing face by resorting to such measures? Lu Shi responded with remarkable composure. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Shi, it is said that your temperament is peculiar, and today we have indeed witnessed it. I never anticipated that as an elder, you would be so biased, unable to discern right from wrong. If this continues, the Lu family is destined for ruin. At this moment, Lu Yun could no longer restrain himself and interjected, it is not that I am unable to discern right from wrong, but rather that you lack the capability. Depart from the Lu family with your people. Should anyone dare to act again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Lu Shi glared at Lu Yun, his tone gradually intensifying, simultaneously revealing a formidable presence that starkly contrasted with that of the spirit aperture realm. You have broken through. Lu Xiaoyuan exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically, overwhelmed with astonishment. You are somewhat more formidable than before. Lu Shi responded lightly, a hint of pride lacing his tone. Lu Shi, you shall regret your decision today. The entire Lu family will pay the price for it. Lu Xiaoyuan left with a harsh remark, gradually exiting the square. Father, is this really? Lu Yang observed the scene, a sense of unwillingness washing over him. After all, Lu Xiaoyuan and Lu Shi had not truly engaged in combat. That man has already broken through. He should return immediately and avoid further disgrace. Lu Xiaoyuan admonished before being the first to depart from the location. Lu Yang and Lu Yun exchanged glances upon hearing this, and decisively left the Lu family estate. If Lu Xiaoyuan held such apprehension towards Lu Shi, their chances of victory were even slimmer. Moreover, all three of them were severely injured. Even without Lu Shi present, they were certainly no match for Lu Yun. Rest assured, today's events will not be forgotten. I, Lu Yun, shall pay you a visit in the future. As the trio departed, Lu Yun's voice echoed with a menacing undertone, dripping with intent for vengeance. Upon hearing this, the three trembled, offering no response as they swiftly vanished from sight. Any future attempts on Lu Yun's life would require a different opportunity. Lu Yun, come to the ancestral hall and meet me. After Lu Shi repelled numerous intruders, his gaze finally turned towards Lu Yun, and he spoke in a calm tone. Having said this, Lu Shi swiftly vanished into the back of the hall, refraining from engaging with anyone. The old patriarch has become increasingly eccentric. Fortunately, he appeared today. Otherwise, we would all be in peril. That Lu Xiaoyuan is utterly shameless. Daring to personally invade the Lu family, the ancestor should undoubtedly impose a severe punishment upon him. Had it not been for his timely intervention, the young master would have already annihilated Lu Yang and his cohorts. As Lu Shi departed hastily, many members of the Lu family engaged in animated discussions, expressing their regret over the day's events. Young master, are you all right? Deng He and the Grand Elder promptly approached Lu Yun, inquiring with concern. I'm fine. Merely sustained a minor injury. Have a few individuals from the Lu family apprehend them. Do not let them escape. Lu Yun shook his head, simultaneously gesturing towards a particular location. Upon hearing this, Deng He promptly led his men over, and soon apprehended several individuals. What are you doing here? Were you not instructed to vacate the Lu residence? The Grand Elder exclaimed in astonishment. The individuals captured by Ding He were none other than Lu Hong and several direct disciples from the Lu Qiaoshan lineage. Lu Yun, I never anticipated you would evade yet another calamity, but your days are numbered. Soon, you shall find no place for your remains. Lu Hong, disregarding the Grand Elder, cast a venomous glare at Lu Yun and uttered a curse. It appears my mercy was misplaced. I spared your lives. Yet you hastily rushed to inform Li Yun and his companions. Lu Yun, lost in thought, wore a countenance that was chilling and ominous. Upon noticing that Lu Hong and the others were surreptitiously observing the battle, he comprehended the reason behind the swift arrival of the three prominent families. Had it not been for Lu Hong's timely alert, the appearance of the three families would have been far from immediate. Receiving the news and coordinating a response would have required at least an entire day. During that day, Lu Yun had originally intended to exert his utmost effort to break through and utilize the formation to confront the three families. Even if a formidable adversary like Lu Xiaoyuan were to appear, Lu Yun would have been confident in securing his escape, thus avoiding a state of such vulnerability. His mercy nearly jeopardized all of Lu Yun's meticulously laid plans. Elder, I demand to see grandfather. I wish for him to punish this fiend. Lu Hong suddenly turned to the Grand Elder and demanded, Deng He, eliminate them all, chop them into pieces, and feed them to the dogs. Lu Yun completely disregarded Lu Hong's words and spoke calmly. Young master, after all, the Grand Elder hesitated, feeling a sense of reluctance. The opportunity has already been given. We have shown utmost benevolence. Lu Yun interrupted the elder's words, speaking with a calm demeanor. Lu Yun, what authority do you possess to take my life? Lu Hong suddenly became hysterical. Deng He, take him away. Lu Yun, weary of further engagement with Lu Hong, gestured dismissively. Indeed, responded Deng He, who promptly seized Lu Hong and her companions, dragging them away. Young master, spare our lives. We acknowledge our wrongdoing. It was all Lu Hong's idea. Pleaded several voices, but alas, it was too late. Amidst a chorus of lamentations, they gradually vanished from Lu Yun's sight. Lu Yun, do you not fear incurring the wrath of the old master with your actions? The Grand Elder gazed at Lu Yun with a complex expression, a hint of bewilderment evident in his eyes. When facing Lu Qiaoshan, he was still able to exert some restraint. However, in the presence of Lu Yun, he discovered that he was utterly unable to maintain control over this young man. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun remained silent, gradually making his way towards the ancestral hall of the Lu family at the rear of the main hall. Chapter 80, The Secret of Lu Shi. Once again arriving at the Lu family ancestral hall, Lu Yun discovered Lu Shi standing before a pair of memorial tablets, lost in silence. These tablets belonged to Lu Yun's parents. You have arrived. Lu Shi did not turn around, but spoke nonetheless. My grandfather summoned me here. He must have something of importance to discuss with me. Lu Yun nodded, gazing at Lu Shi's retreating figure, and inquired, has Lu Hong been killed? Lu Shi slowly turned his head, casting a profound gaze upon Lu Yun. Indeed, this individual was treacherous. Had it not been for the timely intervention of grandfather today, the Lu family would have met its demise at her hands. Lu Yun nodded slightly, expressing a hint of gratitude as he sighed. Upon hearing these words, Lu Shi let out a deep sigh and turned once more to gaze upon the ancestral tablets of Lu Yun's parents. Lamenting, I have come to know all that has transpired within this month. Lu Qiaoshan and his son have received their just deserts. Grandfather truly holds no resentment towards me. Lu Yun, taken aback by this response, felt a sense of astonishment. Within the Lu family, there existed an abundance of helpless circumstances. 3 years prior, Lu Qiaoshan and his ilk should have anticipated such an outcome. However, the old man had not foreseen that they would subsequently attempt to take your life on multiple occasions, thereby sealing their own fates. Lu Shi sighed slowly, his words imbued with a sense of helplessness. Were it not for this, you might have granted them a chance for survival, wouldn't you? Lu Shi turned his gaze once more, fixating intently on the contemplative Lu Yun. Perhaps so. Lu Yun initially nodded, then with a serious expression declared, 3 years ago, grandfather truly knew. At that time, you were the future of the Lu family. Your suffering was not something the old man could remain oblivious to. Lu Shi sighed deeply, a hint of regret in his tone. Why did grandfather not intervene? Upon hearing this, Lu Yun immediately pressed for an answer. It is not that I chose not to act. I intended to thwart this matter. However, I was severely injured by the elder of the Li family and an unknown master, which has left me with lingering ailments. Every 3 months, I must retreat to recuperate. The aura you witnessed earlier was merely a means to deter Lu Xiaoyuan's tactics. Lu Shi expressed his profound sense of helplessness. Even you have been embroiled in this. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun was taken aback. At that time, after the old man emerged from seclusion, you had already suffered misfortune and were reassigned by Lu Feng to Lingyang Mountain. Lu Shi continued to speak, reminiscing about the past. Why not impose sanctions on Lu Qiaoshan and his associates? Lu Yun continued to press for answers. Indeed, such was the intention. However, the elderly patriarch of the Li family approached me, asserting that your life would not be in jeopardy as long as you remained obediently on Lingyang Mountain. He warned that should you stray, not only would you meet your demise, but the Lu family might also face annihilation. To safeguard the Lu family, I, an old man, could only turn a blind eye to the affairs of Lu Qiaoshan, yet I am acutely aware that there will inevitably be a price to pay. Lu Shi replied with a sense of helplessness. Then do you know who exactly seeks to confront me? Lu Yun continued to inquire, and at that moment, he came to comprehend Lu Shi's helplessness. For the time being, it is uncertain how that individual could bring special recruitment tests to Muyu City, undoubtedly. He must be a person of significant influence, with the Li family merely serving as his pawns. Lu Shi slowly shook his head, a hint of apprehension lacing his words. Do you still recall the elder who acted alongside you? Lu Yun continued to inquire. The old man's strength was formidable. Without him, it would have been impossible for the elder of the Li family to subdue me solely on his own. Lu Shi nodded. Could this individual perhaps wield the innate vital energy? Lu Yun's expression turned grave. Upon hearing this, Lu Shi's body trembled, and he gazed at Lu Yun in astonishment, exclaiming, You have encountered this person. You have faced him in battle, yet regrettably, he managed to escape. Lu Yun nodded, expressing a hint of regret. Who would have thought that in just a month, your prowess would have grown so formidable, nearly matching that of us seasoned veterans? Lu Shi was somewhat astonished, while his gaze towards Lu Yun was filled with immense pride. If only I had more time to prepare, I would fear Lu Xiaoyuan not at all. Lu Yun spoke with great confidence. Xiaoyun, what on earth has transpired with you? Lu Shi, astonished, could not help but inquire further. The notion that within merely a month's time, one could attain a prowess comparable to that of the ancestral figure was beyond comprehension. Grandfather, my experiences are complex and cannot be articulated succinctly. Let us instead revisit events from 3 years ago. I have largely unraveled the conspiracy involving Li Linger and Lu Qiaoshan. As you mentioned, the only one privy to the true mastermind behind this is the elder of the Li family. Lu Yun deftly redirected the conversation back to the past. Perhaps he was unaware of the clarity of his thoughts. If he were to encounter that old man once more, he could certainly subject him to a rigorous interrogation. Lu Shi gradually analyzed, pondering whether, during my childhood, I had made enemies or experienced any extraordinary events that would lead to such individuals targeting me. Strangely, they do not seek my demise. Rather, they wish for me to squander the remainder of my life. Lu Yun inquired meticulously. Such matters were exceedingly peculiar, leaving even one who had witnessed the myriad of human experiences utterly perplexed. The old man had pondered this conundrum as well. The Lu family had remained in Muyu City, refraining from any dealings with the outside world, and their adversaries were all within the city. The sole possibility lay with them. Lu Shi spoke up, ultimately pointing towards the memorial tablets of Lu Yun's parents. Did they not pass away when I was still very young? Lu Yun gazed at the memorial tablet, perplexed. In truth, they still existed. At least the old man was certain that your father was undoubtedly alive. Lu Shi slowly shook his head, uttering a startling declaration, to be alive. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yun was taken aback. In his previous life, he was an orphan, and in this life, he had already come to terms with his identity as one without parents. To his astonishment, his progenitors suddenly resurfaced. During his last visit to this place, he noticed that there were no offerings or incense before the tablets of his parents. He had assumed it was the doing of Lu Qiaoshan, but in truth, it was a deliberate request from the old man. How could the living be honored? Lu Shi continued to elucidate, causing Lu Yun to be completely convinced by his words. Grandfather, why did you not speak of this last time? Lu Yun exclaimed, filled with emotion. With both parents still alive, his heart surged with feelings, an instinctive response that even a celestial emperor would find difficult to resist. You are unaware of the truth, and I, being old and frail, could not bring myself to speak of it. Now that you have reached this juncture, these revelations can only be shared with you. Lu Shi sighed slowly, pondering deeply. How can you be so certain that your father still lives? Lu Yun eagerly inquired, is it because of this object? Lu Shi extended his hand to his waist and retrieved a padlock the size of his thumb. While certain areas of the lock had succumbed to rust, its interior still shimmered with a subtle essence. This was the life-binding lock, a pair consisting of two identical locks that could bind two individuals together. Should one of them meet their demise, both locks would be rendered utterly void. Lu Shi then elucidated. Are you implying that you have bound this pair of locks with your father? Upon hearing this, Lu Yun expressed his astonishment. Indeed, this item is exceedingly precious. Bestowed upon me by your mother, serving as a form of assurance for this old man. Lu Shi continued to speak. Mother. Upon hearing this term, Lu Yun felt an increasing sense of bewilderment. In his recollections, he possessed almost no memories of this mother. Chapter 81. Treating Hidden Ailments. Why should I explain this to you? What transpired in the past, and why did they depart? Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, Lu Yun inquired incessantly. His intuition suggested that everything likely stemmed from this enigmatic pair of parents. Your mother is not of Mu City, and her true origins remain a mystery to all. Your father rescued her many years ago, which is why she married into the Lu family. Unfortunately, just a few years after your birth, your parents abruptly decided to leave the Lu household and were unwilling to disclose any reasons for their departure. Lu Shi recounted slowly, meticulously recalling the past. Thus, their departure was not a mere accident, but a conscious choice to leave. Lu Yun responded, Indeed, in my old age, I had intended to groom your father as my successor. Alas, he was taken away by your mother. To alleviate my concerns for your father's safety, your mother entrusted me with the eternal life lock and promised that should I no longer be around one day, your father would surely return. Little did I expect that this departure would stretch into a full decade. Lu Shi nodded, while a trace of longing flickered in his eyes. Why did they not take me and Shuer along before they departed? Upon hearing this, Lu Yun felt a surge of displeasure within. They had seemingly vanished into thin air overnight. Perhaps there were unspoken reasons for their departure. Yet, shortly after they left, you swiftly revealed an extraordinary aptitude for cultivation, becoming the foremost genius of Mu City. If they were to know of your accomplishments, they would undoubtedly feel a swell of pride for you. Lu Shi sighed with emotion and spoke words of comfort. The departure of his mother, along with his father, may have been connected to her family, yet after a decade. If they were indeed alive, surely they would have returned at least once. Lu Yun pondered, feeling a sense of perplexity. This longevity lock, rather than being a source of reassurance for the aged, is more aptly described as an object that holds value only after the old man's demise. During this interim, it is unlikely that your parents will return. Lu Shi gazed at the longevity lock in his hand, having come to a profound understanding of many matters. If the calamity that befell 3 years ago was indeed wrought by them, then they owe me an explanation. A glimmer of fierce determination suddenly sparkled in Lu Yun's eyes. Shayun, go seek them out. This city of Twilight Rain is too small for you. You do not belong here. At this moment, Lu Shi gazed at Lu Yun and sighed softly. I will uncover the truth of what transpired in the past. However, before that, I must ascertain who sought to take my life. Lu Yunzhong nodded emphatically, while a surge of hatred surfaced on his face. What Lu Shi conveyed to him brought forth a wealth of significant revelations. His parents were alive, and thus the source of this enmity could be traced. If the events from 3 years ago were indeed orchestrated by your mother's kin, how would you respond? Lu Shi tentatively inquired. For 3 years, he had refrained from contemplating this matter deeply. If it were indeed true, it would be exceedingly cruel. No matter who it is, I shall not show mercy. Not even to them. Lu Yun spoke directly, his eyes filled with a fierce intensity. As he concluded, his gaze shifted to the 2 ancestral tablets. Lu Qinrui and Tan Yun's names appeared before Lu Yun's eyes. Little Yun, they do harbor regrets towards you, yet they are, after all, your parents. At that moment, Lu Shi gently patted Lu Yun's shoulder as a gesture of comfort. Grandfather, may I inquire about the condition of your physique? Lu Yun suddenly inquired. Why? Lu Shi was puzzled. Perhaps there is a remedy for your hidden ailment. Lu Yun replied slowly. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Lu Shi was somewhat taken aback and tentatively extended his right hand. Without indulging in unnecessary words, Lu Yun directly placed his hand upon Lu Shi's wrist. A surge of spiritual energy swiftly coursed through Lu Shi's meridians and into his body. Lu Shi offered no resistance, allowing Lu Yun's examination to proceed seamlessly. After a brief moment, Lu Yun withdrew his hands. Grandfather, your dantian has suffered damage, leaving behind hidden perils, which has resulted in frequent disturbances in your spiritual energy, necessitating periods of adjustment and cultivation. Lu Yun spoke softly. Can you still practice medicine? At that moment, Lu Shi gazed at Lu Yun with an expression of profound astonishment. This is a trivial matter, easily resolved. I can commence your treatment immediately. Lu Yun said with great ease indeed. Upon hearing this, Lu Shi was both astonished and delighted. "Grandfather, you will know for certain once you try." Lu Yun smiled, brimming with confidence. "Very well then, let us proceed. I have been plagued by this hidden ailment for 3 long years, and my cultivation has stagnated, causing me great distress," Lu Shi eagerly exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun guided Lu Shi to sit cross-legged, while he himself settled down behind Lu Shi in a similar posture. With clenched fists, he rhythmically struck the acupuncture points along Lu Shi's back. Each strike unleashed waves of spiritual energy, causing Lu Shi's entire body to flush red, as if all his meridians were suddenly unblocked. Through Lu Shi's back, one could observe strands of spiritual power coursing through his meridians, alongside the faint flow of blood. Under Lu Yun's deft guidance, these streams of blood and spiritual energy converged towards Lu Shi's dantian. After several minutes, Lu Yun withdrew his hands, signaling the conclusion of the treatment. "Is it done?" Lu Shi exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. "Grandfather, you must carefully examine my dantian." Lu Yun nodded and smiled. Lu Shi, in a state of exhilaration, engaged in self-reflection and discovered that his previously concealed ailments had entirely vanished. Furthermore, his spiritual veins appeared to have thickened slightly, as if by some miraculous phenomenon. "How did you achieve this?" Lu Shi, upon realizing that everything had returned to its original state, inquired with great excitement. Every individual harbors immense potential within their body, including the capacity for self-healing. Your injuries are merely minor, by employing certain methods to awaken your self-healing abilities. Restoration is entirely achievable. Lu Yun replied softly. "How remarkable it is that you possess an understanding of the path to unlocking one's potential." Lu Shi had never heard of these matters at all, and could only exclaim aloud, "If my grandfather has any issues with his cultivation in the future, he can always seek my assistance." Lu Yun suddenly smiled faintly and said, "All right, my dear grandfather believes in you. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, Lu Shi was momentarily stunned. But then he erupted into laughter, as if he had grown accustomed to Lu Yun's formidable abilities. "Xiao Yun, the Li family and that old man will undoubtedly come after you. It would be wise for you to leave Miyu City for now and return only when you are strong enough to exact your revenge. The Lu family will be protected under my old age. Nothing will go awry." After his laughter subsided, Lu Shi became serious and offered this counsel. "Rest assured, in just a few days, I shall ensure that they pay the price." Lu Yun shook his head, his gaze unwavering and resolute. "If you seek a final confrontation, then this old man shall stand with you." Upon hearing this, Lu Shi immediately pledged with a resonant voice. Lu Yun felt a profound sense of care from Lu Shi, and at that moment, he was deeply touched. He earnestly declared, "Grandfather, I intend to enter seclusion for cultivation. The day I emerge will mark the demise of the 3 clans." "Very well," the old man replied. "I shall await your return and ensure that no one disturbs your cultivation." Lu Shi nodded and immediately made a promise. "Thank you, grandfather." Lu Yun expressed his gratitude and subsequently took his leave from the ancestral hall. At present, his Supreme Emperor Xuanxiong's secret tome had amassed an extraordinary amount of power through numerous battles, instilling in Lu Yun the confidence to achieve a frenzied breakthrough, resulting in a significant enhancement of his cultivation. Chapter 82, A Surge in Strength. In the former room of Lu Feng, Lu Yun was presently seated gracefully upon his bed. After the demise of the father and son of the Lu Qiao family, this place became the residence of Lu Yun. Having instructed the elder not to disturb him, Lu Yun officially commenced his seclusion and cultivation. Ever since the commencement of the special recruitment test, he has engaged in numerous fierce battles, including 2 instances where he was besieged by the 3 prominent family heads, culminating in a confrontation with a master such as Lu Xiaoyuan. Along the way, he faced various other skirmishes as well. For Lu Yun, these battles were not merely opportunities to enhance his combat experience. The greater benefit lay in the elevation of his cultivation. Without the unique ability afforded by the Taiwan Shinkong secret canon, Lu Yun would not have been able to break through to the spirit aperture realm in a mere month. At this moment, seated upon his bed, Lu Yun once again began to channel the Taiwan Shinkong secret canon. In an instant, the long-accumulated power within the canon surged forth, filling his entire being. 9 spirit veins were instantaneously brimming with spiritual energy. Lu Yun took a deep breath, commencing the swift absorption of power through his dantian, channeling these energies into the nascent form of the God-burying heart. After assimilating the power, the embryonic God-burying heart began to ripple with strands of spiritual essence, flowing into Lu Yun's internal organs and throughout his entire being, thereby continuously enhancing his aura. By leveraging the purification of energy, strengthening his physique, he engaged in the method of elevating his cultivation within the spirit aperture realm. Once the most challenging heart aperture was comprehended, transforming the body would become profoundly comprehensive, facilitating a smoother transition into the subsequent realm in the future. With the power accumulated from the Supreme Emperor's mysterious canon, Lu Yun's aura surged dramatically, and the god-burying heart's nascent form operated almost incessantly. As it pulsated, it exuded a rich spiritual essence, distinct from ordinary heart apertures. The embryonic god-burying heart infused its spiritual essence with a faint golden glow. This golden radiance represented the formidable power of the god-burying force. Like many forms of spiritual essence, the god-burying force was absorbed by Lu Yun's body. Unbeknownst to him, his physique was undergoing a transformation towards the god-bearing spiritual body. This alteration was fundamental, not easily discernible from the outside, and even Lu Yun himself found it challenging to perceive accurately. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, during which the room resonated with 2 instances of spiritual turbulence. Each turbulence heralded Lu Yun's breakthroughs, astonishing the members of the Yi family who stood guard outside. After all, breakthroughs within the spirit aperture realm were notoriously arduous. Achieving 2 within a mere 3 days was nothing short of astounding. What baffled them further was that, following his breakthroughs, Lu Yun had not emerged, remaining secluded in his chamber. Could there be another breakthrough? That seemed implausible, as the spiritual energy from the outside had ceased to converge. The young master's cultivation should have come to a halt. One of the guards voiced his confusion. Enough chatter. The great elder commanded us to remain here. So we shall do just that. The young master is beyond our conjecture, another guard retorted, hushing him. Inside the room, Lu Yun had indeed ceased his cultivation, which was why the surrounding spiritual energy had returned to tranquility. The battles of the preceding days had endowed him with sufficient spiritual power, allowing him to directly break through to the initial stage of the 3rd level of the spirit aperture realm. Lu Yun was quite satisfied with this pace of cultivation, while also understanding the importance of moderation. Each significant surge in cultivation necessitated a period for stabilization, otherwise, it would adversely affect his future practices. Lu Yun remained seated cross-legged on the bed, his consciousness entering the embryonic form of the god of burial's heart, arriving within the purgatory of the god of burial. Gazing at the seemingly insurmountable staircase of the god of burial, Lu Yun felt a sense of melancholy. Having ascended merely 10 steps, he had already reaped numerous benefits, and the higher steps filled him with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yun stepped onto the 10th step. A sudden wave of pressure enveloped him, as if a small mountain had collapsed upon him. With a fierce shout, Lu Yun lifted his other foot onto the 11th step. After a brief pause, he steadied himself. This level of the staircase proved to be far simpler than he had anticipated. After absorbing the power bestowed by the god of burial's staircase, Lu Yun continued to ascend, finding the subsequent steps equally manageable. Fueled by this momentum, he unexpectedly climbed 3 more steps in one breath, reaching the 14th level. With the 15th level now within arm's reach, Lu Yun refused to relent. For reasons unknown, his current cultivation in the spirit aperture realm instilled him with tremendous confidence. As his cultivation strengthened, he believed that each subsequent ascent would not be as arduous. After all, if every level of the god of burial's staircase were exceedingly challenging, Lu Yun would fear he might never reach the summit, let alone traverse half of this towering staircase. The 15th level surely promised abundant rewards. Lu Yun whispered to himself before charging forward. A tremendous sensation akin to the earth shaking resonated within his heart as he grappled with the overwhelming pressure. After half an hour, Lu Yun finally found his footing on the 15th level. The surroundings of the god of burial's purgatory began to stir, as a rich golden light surged forth, swiftly merging into the divine body of the god of burial. Indeed, upon sensing this, a look of delight spread across Lu Yun's face. Earlier, on the 5th level, he had received a reward of god of burial's power that far exceeded the ordinary. Thud. 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 In addition, the 15th level bestowed upon Lu Yun further surprises. He observed that the nascent form of his god of burial's heart began to pulsate rapidly, enveloped by the surrounding golden light. This anomaly persisted for several minutes before finally coming to a halt. Lu Yun hurriedly departed from the god burial purgatory to observe closely. He discerned that the embryonic form of the heart of god burial had undergone numerous transformations, its aura seemingly intensified. In just a matter of minutes of this surge, the spiritual essence generated by the embryonic form of the heart of god burial caused Lu Yun's corporeal strength to experience a remarkable increase. His cultivation in the spirit aperture realm ascended significantly, reaching the mid-stage of the 3rd level. Astonishingly, this 15th layer of God Burial's power has even influenced my cultivation realm. Lu Yun was taken aback, as if a revelation had dawned upon him. Previously, the power of the burial goddess Purgatory could only bestow strength upon the spirit of the burial god. However, it was now evidently affecting his physical form in the real world as well. The crucial link in this transformation was the nascent form of the burial goddess heart. Under these circumstances, Lu Yun's advancement would accelerate, allowing him to ascend even greater heights, which in turn would facilitate further enhancement. This was nothing short of a perfect virtuous cycle. The burial goddess Purgatory indeed never ceased to astonish me. Lu Yun felt a surge of joy within. Sensing the influx of power coursing through his body, he gritted his teeth and once again entered the god burial inferno. With his body having been enhanced, it signified that he could strive for further ascension. His ultimate goal this time was not merely the 15th level, but rather the 20th. Surely, the 20th level would hold some extraordinary and peculiar treasures. Lu Yun murmured to himself, gritting his teeth as he charged forward. Chapter 83, The Golden Armored Divine Pearl. The 16th level, as Lu Yun anticipated, proved to be only slightly more challenging than the 15th. With his cultivation level elevated, Lu Yun effortlessly found his footing. After 2 hours, he stood upon the steps of the 19th level. The subsequent ascent, rather than being a mere leap, transformed into a test of endurance. As long as Lu Yun possessed sufficient tenacity, he would undoubtedly prevail, for these few levels did not pose a lethal threat to him. Gazing at the nearby steps of the 20th level, Lu Yun finally felt a surge of anxiety. Based on his experiences from the previous 10 levels, the god-burying steps would present considerable challenges at intervals of 5 and 10, particularly at the 10th, which might offer substantial rewards. The Sword Warrior spirit was a prime example. He wondered if this time, he would be granted a new spirit once more. Lu Yun pondered quietly to himself, ultimately deciding to give it a try. As he officially stepped onto the 20th level, he felt not the slightest hint of pressure. The more he experienced this, the greater his unease grew. Reminiscent of his earlier ascent to the 10th level, was there yet another unique trial awaiting him? Lu Yun cast a cautious glance around him, exercising utmost vigilance. After a brief silence, a glimmer of golden light appeared before him, swiftly coalescing into the form of a golden guardian. The golden warrior was entirely encased in golden armor, wielding a colossal golden sword in its right hand. Upon its emergence, it charged towards Lu Yun with a fierce swing. With extraordinary agility, Lu Yun deftly sidestepped and unleashed a tremendous surge of god-burying power from his palm, striking the side of the golden warrior. A dull thud reverberated as the golden warrior was sent flying by Lu Yun's force. However, he swiftly regained his footing and resumed his assault. To my astonishment, I am able to harness the power of god-burying. Lu Yun glanced at his palm, feeling a sense of astonishment. This latest trial on the 10th level was fundamentally different from the previous ones. In the 10th level, he was limited to using only his inherent powers, significantly increasing the difficulty of the challenge. However, now, relying on the power of the god of death, vanquishing this golden warrior seemed far from arduous. Boom, boom, boom. With this thought, Lu Yun felt a sense of relaxation as he engaged in a fierce battle with the golden warrior. The golden warrior lacked the formidable combat experience that Lu Yun possessed, despite also wielding the power of the god of death. It was being relentlessly pushed back by Lu Yun's relentless assault. As the attacks continued to rain down, the warrior's armor gradually began to dissolve, revealing numerous areas of devastation. Seizing a unique opportunity, Lu Yun unleashed the cleansing force, summoning a whirlwind of the god of death's power that enveloped the golden warrior entirely. Thunderous roars echoed within the vortex as the armor surrounding the golden warrior shattered violently, gradually unveiling its true form. Lu Yun fixed his gaze and was taken aback. Within the golden warrior's armor lay a lingering soul. The soul floated in the air, its eyes vacant, devoid of the armor's embrace, as if all consciousness had been lost. At the center of the soul's chest resided a golden orb. The shattered golden armor now transformed into radiant golden light, converging upon this orb. This was Lu Yun, upon witnessing this spectacle, was filled with astonishment and cautiously approached. As the purifying energy dissipated, the remnants of the soul vanished with the wind. However, the golden orb remained, radiating a brilliant and resplendent light. This is the golden armored divine pearl, which can be employed for the burial of divine beings. It is the reward for this trial. An ancient voice echoed, accompanied by a shadow. Esteemed elder, what purpose does this golden armored divine pearl serve? Lu Yun gazed at the shadow and inquired with a sense of urgency. In times of crisis, one must be aware of the significance of this object. The shadow did not elaborate but merely stated succinctly, "This trial is indeed different from the previous ones." Lu Yun put away the golden armor divine pearl and couldn't help but speak. This reward was somewhat different from what he had imagined. As you ascend to greater heights, you will come to understand that while this item may not compare to a spiritual entity, it is nonetheless extraordinary. The shadow stated with a gentle tone, "All right, thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder." Lu Yun nodded in acknowledgement before bidding farewell and departing from the god burial inferno. In truth, upon realizing that he need not exert his corporeal strength, he had already mentally prepared himself. It was only the trial that constrained the power of the god burial that posed the greatest challenge, and it would offer the most extraordinary reward. The golden-armored warrior he encountered was merely a minor indulgence. The true nature of the golden armor divine pearl remained a mystery to him. Within the confines of his room, Lu Yun scrutinized the golden armor divine pearl with keen curiosity. However, as the shadow had advised its use only in times of peril, he decided to set it aside for the moment. With the completion of the 20th level, Lu Yun resolved to take a brief respite. Having absorbed the power of the god burial from the 20 levels, the true strength of the god burial spirit body had already surpassed that of Lu Yun's own corporeal form. His genuine power was now sufficient to contend with Lu Xiaoyuan. Lu Xiaoyuan and the Lu family. "It seems, the time has come for you to face the consequences of your actions," Lu Yun murmured to himself, a trace of sternness flickering in his eyes. He was in no hurry to head to the Li family, for there remained an unknown elder there, and unforeseen events could arise. This time, Lu Yun resolved to first eradicate the Lu family. Lu Xiaoyuan had previously disrupted Lu Yun's plans to eliminate the 3 family heads, causing him significant losses. This vendetta must be avenged. Creak. The door to the room was finally pushed open by Lu Yun, and at that moment, it was already the evening of the 3rd day. "Young master, you have finally emerged," exclaimed 2 guards, hastening to greet him. "Where is grandfather?" Lu Yun straightforwardly inquired. A guard responded, stating that he was currently in the study discussing matters with the grand elder. Lu Yun nodded and then walked directly toward the study. "Xiaoyun, you have emerged from your seclusion?" Upon seeing Lu Yun's arrival, Lu Xier expressed a hint of surprise. The young master had advanced 2 levels in just 3 days. His aura significantly more robust. Indeed, he was a prodigy. The elder, having discerned Lu Yun's cultivation, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Lu Yun smiled lightly and shook his head at the grand elder in a gesture of humility. He then turned to Lu Xier and inquired, "Grandfather, has there been any significant occurrence in Muyu City over the past 3 days? Just as you arrived, we received news that Lingong Mountain was unexpectedly attacked by the Lu family yesterday, resulting in the capture of its inhabitants. While the majority were members of subordinate families, there were also some from the Lu family among them." Lu Xier responded immediately, filled with indignation. "What? Has the Lu family truly abandoned their principles and dared to encroach upon Lingong Mountain?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yun was taken aback, a fleeting glimmer of sternness flashing in his eyes. Lingong Mountain was not merely one of the primary sources of income for the Lu family. It was also a crucial stronghold guarding against the beasts of the Muyu mountain range. Should any mishap occur, it could potentially incite the beasts to wreak havoc, with consequences too dire to contemplate. "They are acting with ulterior motives," the grand elder interjected at this moment. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun immediately realized the implication. Indeed, capturing Lingong Mountain was not only an effort to sever our economic lifeline, but also aimed at seizing the relatives residing there as leverage. The grand elder nodded in agreement and promptly replied, "Speak your mind. For whatever demands you have, I shall acquiesce." Lu Yun maintained his composure and spoke calmly. Chapter 84. The Assault on the Lu Family. Their demands were quite straightforward. They insisted that you go to the Lu family alone, and in return, they would release the hostages. The elder replied, "Indeed, it was as such. They feared my grandfather's prowess and intended to employ such despicable tactics against me." Lu Yun let out a cold laugh, having long harbored suspicions. "Xiaoyun, the elder and I are in discussion. I shall proceed to the Lu family. Even if it means suffering some losses, I must rescue those individuals. Otherwise, in the future, no one in Muyu City will dare to assist our Lu family. You and the elder must diligently safeguard the Lu family, lest they employ a 2-pronged approach against us." At this moment, Lu Xier slowly spoke, "Grandfather, since this matter requires me to go alone, it would be most prudent for you to remain and safeguard the Lu family." Lu Yun shook his head, declining Lu Xier's suggestion. The reason the Li family and the Wang family have refrained from taking rash actions over the past 3 days is likely due to their apprehension regarding the strength of Lu Shi, who has just emerged from seclusion. Lu Xiaoyuan's retreat must have had a significant impact on them as well. Furthermore, the Lu family's actions are also a desperate attempt to regain their lost dignity. If Lu Shiru's true abilities are swiftly revealed, the Lu family shall soon face an impending catastrophe. Shaoan, the Lu family now lies in wait like a treacherous mountain of blades and a sea of flames. Should you truly venture there, the likelihood of your return may be grim. Furthermore, Lu Xiaoyuan is not an adversary you can contend with. Lu Shi slowly shook his head. At this moment, his heart was filled solely with the comfort of Lu Yun. The Lu Qiao father and son have perished. Should anything happen to Lu Yun, he would truly be at a loss to explain himself to the venerable clan leader. Grandfather, rest assured, I have every intention of avenging that old scoundrel. I am now confident in my ability to triumph over him. Lu Yun smiled and reassured. Really? Then gather Deng He and those individuals from before. If you can employ that formation, we need not fear Lu Xiaoyuan. Lu Shi gradually felt persuaded and, at the same time, cautioned. That formation has already been exposed and is no longer suitable for use. Since I have been specifically summoned to go alone, I shall proceed on my own. Lu Yun spoke softly. You must be exceedingly cautious. Should you encounter any peril, prioritize your safety above all else. The Lu family cannot afford to lose you. Lu Shi felt a lingering unease and continued to remind, Grandfather, I shall return swiftly, and when I do, I will bring Lu Xiaoyuan's head to present before you. Lu Yun smiled lightly, and then departed from the study with remarkable grace. Lu Shi and the elder stood in the study, both momentarily stunned. Such grandiose declarations were beyond Lu Shi's courage to utter. After lengthy discussions on how to tackle the situation, they found themselves taken aback by Lu Yun's straightforward approach. Presently, it required immense bravery for one to venture to the Lu family. Take several skilled experts with you to accompany Xiaoyun, should any unforeseen events arise. Notify me at once. After a brief pause, Lu Shi wearily took a seat and commanded the elder. Rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I will certainly bring the young master back. The elder nodded solemnly before hastily departing the study. Meanwhile, within an opulent mansion in Muyu City, a middle-aged man paced anxiously in the grand hall. Seated at the forefront was an elderly gentleman whose countenance remained serene, devoid of any visible emotion. Father, why haven't we taken action against that boy? The Lu family has already seized Lingyang Mountain. This is our prime opportunity to strike. The middle-aged man, Li Yun, could no longer contain his frustration as he cast a vexed glance at the elder. The elder, known as Li Chengmen, was one of the strongest figures in Muyu City. Do you truly believe Lu Yun is so easily dealt with? Li Chengmen replied, his expression unchanged, speaking calmly. It is said that Lu Xiaoyuan nearly killed him. Had it not been for that old rascal Lu Shi's intervention, he would have been eliminated. If you were to take action, you could surely dispose of him. Li Yun, increasingly agitated, felt a growing sense of dread since becoming an adversary to Lu Yun. The source of his anxiety was the earlier intimidation by Gu Feng, compounded by Lu Yun's rapid ascendance. If left unchecked, the Li family could face grave peril. If this boy were truly so simple to handle, why would Elder Chu have been injured? Before his seclusion, he personally advised us not to act hastily and to wait until he emerged to confront Lu Yun together. Moreover, if Lu Shi has indeed surpassed the spirit aperture realm, then I alone am certainly no match for him. Li Chengmen remained composed, delivering two significant pieces of information. Yet we cannot simply sit idly by. Li Yun, overwhelmed with urgency, failed to grasp the implications of such statements. What do you mean by sitting idle? The Lu family has already made their move. Look at the outcome. Given that boy's character, he will undoubtedly rush to the Lu family to rescue his own. If he falls to Lu Xiaoyuan, it would spare us the need to intervene. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Li Chengmen's eyes, though he remained unfazed. Very well, I shall consult with the Wang family. Should the Lu family annihilate the Lu family, we shall unite with the Wang family to take advantage of the situation and eliminate them. In the future, Muyu City will be dominated by only two families. A fierce ambition gleamed in Li Yun's eyes as he coldly declared, Go forth. When the clam and the snipe contend, it is the fisherman who benefits. We must learn to wait. Li Chengmen nodded, finally managing a faint smile at his impetuous son. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the Lu residence, Lu Yun arrived. Gazing at the ornate facade before him, Li Yun strode inside without hesitation. As he ascended the steps, he did not lift his feet but rather kicked the steps, which were a mere calf's height, into a flurry of wood splinters. The soft crack echoed, startling the guards of the Lu family on either side, who immediately rushed out. Who dares to cause a disturbance here? The guards glared with fury, numbering in the dozens, blocking Lu Yun's path. Did you not invite me here? Lu Yun let out a cold sneer, casting a disdainful glance at the group before him. You are Lu Yun. One of the guards seemed to recognize his identity, and his expression immediately shifted to one of alarm. You too, keep an eye on him while I report this, the guard declared, swiftly vanishing into the depths of the Lu residence. To summon me and then deny me entry, what kind of reasoning is this? A furious expression emerged on Lu Yun's face as he raised his hand, a surge of spiritual energy manifesting forth. In that moment, his power was palpably intense, every gesture imbued with formidable strength. Lu Yun, renowned as a prodigy of unparalleled talent, today I wish to confront you, declared one of the more formidable guards, stepping forward with the intent to obstruct Lu Yun, eager to prove his worth. You are unworthy. Lu Yun cast a glance at him, and in the next moment, he casually waved his sleeve. With a sudden flash, a wisp of sword intent surged forth, sending the guard, who was at the first level of the spirit aperture realm, hurtling through the air. The guard crashed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Stand aside. Lu Yun cast a glance at the remaining individuals and then bellowed with great authority. Startled, they exchanged glances and instinctively parted to create a passage. Lu Yun paid no heed to those individuals and proceeded inward. Chapter 85. I am here to kill. Moments later, Lu Yun encountered a throng of people, at the forefront of whom stood Lu Yong, the head of the Lu family. Beside him was the arrogant Lu Ming, flanked by a multitude of skilled fighters from the Lu clan. Among them, some were escorting captives whose hands and feet were bound. Upon spotting Lu Yun, one of the captives cried out desperately, Young Master Lu Yun, it is I, Shui Jinqiu. Please, save us. Lu Yun cast a fleeting glance at the man, choosing to remain silent. This individual had once been affiliated with Lu Qiu Shan, bringing Lu Yun considerable humiliation. Subsequently, they had even clashed on Lingong Mountain. And out of respect for past contributions, Lu Yun had spared his life. If these captives were merely members of the Shui family's subordinate clans, Lu Yun would never have risked himself for their sake. Indeed, Lu Yun, you possess remarkable courage to venture here alone, Lu Yong remarked with a triumphant smile, savoring the moment. And what of Lu Shaiyuan? Wasn't he intent on ending my life? Lu Yun surveyed his surroundings and inquired. Your grandfather is not someone whom a petty person like you can meet at will. Since you have come to the Lu family today, do not expect to leave. At that moment, Lu Ming interjected, adults are speaking. Children should not interrupt. Lu Yun cast a disdainful glance at Lu Ming. A faint sense of foreboding stirred within him. The old rascal Lu Shaiyuan was lurking nearby, perhaps poised to emerge unexpectedly and strike Lu Yun. Thus, Lu Yun found it imperative to exercise greater caution, facing imminent peril. How dare you still provoke me? Lu Ming seethed with rage. Were it not for Lu Yang's restraint, he would have charged forward. What? Do you wish to meet the same fate as Lu Wushuang at my hands? Such despicable behavior could only be executed by your Lu family. Seeing this, Lu Yun couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Yun, do not be so arrogant. Are you not fond of coming to my Lu family to seize others? This time, we are merely fulfilling your desires. Lu Yong spoke coldly, his expression dark. Indeed, if that is the case, then I shall take one as I did last time. Lu Yun suddenly burst into laughter before slowly advancing towards Lu Yong and the others. Just as Lu Yong and his companions felt an overwhelming tension, Lu Yun made a swift move, dashing towards the location of several captives. Stop him! Lu Yong bellowed in fury upon witnessing the scene. As the skilled guards overseeing the captives prepared to act, Lu Yun unexpectedly shifted again, weaving through the crowd until he stood directly before Lu Yong and Lu Ming. This startling development caught the Lu family members completely off guard, particularly Lu Ming, whose eyes widened in horror. It is you. Lu Yun cast a scornful glance at Lu Ming, directly seizing his arm. With a sharp crack, the sound of a bone fracturing echoed, causing Lu Ming to wail like a madman. Dare to harm my son. Lu Yong, steadfastly standing beside Lu Ming to prevent any surprise attack from Lu Yun, immediately launched a powerful punch aimed at Lu Yun's face. This blow, infused with all his strength, caused the air to whistle around them. Is that all you've got? Yet. This punch failed to repel Lu Yun. Instead, it elicited a mocking laughter. In the next moment, Lu Yun leaped into the air, delivering a swift kick that collided with Lu Yang's fist. A surge of spiritual energy erupted, scattering Lu Yong and many of the Lu family disciples nearby. Lu Yang's body was violently propelled backward. Lu Yun, harnessing the momentum, deftly landed back in his original position, his right hand firmly gripping Lu Ming's wrist. At this moment, Lu Ming was rendered utterly dazed. He had been yanked from midair with such swiftness that he could hardly comprehend the situation, only acutely aware of the intensifying pain in his hand. "You returned my son," Lu Yong exclaimed, his fury erupting at this instant. He had never anticipated that his full-force strike could be so effortlessly neutralized by Lu Yun, who had moreover utilized that very blow to seize Lu Ming. "Lu Yong, you are no longer my rival. Now, to take your life is as simple as crushing him." Lu Yun scoffed, and with a firm grip, seized Lu Ming by the neck, lifting him off the ground. Lu Ming struggled wildly and coughed violently in Lu Yun's grasp, yet images of his sister, Lu Wushuang, suddenly flooded his mind. In that moment, he finally comprehended the depth of her feelings, though he found it hard to believe that he, under the direct protection of Lu Yong, could still fall prey to Lu Yun. Lu Yun's current strength has far surpassed theirs by a considerable margin. How familiar this scene is. The Lu family, once again, falls prey to the same mistake. Lu Yun gazed at Lu Ming at that moment, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Release Ming." A voice emanated from behind, and not far away, from behind a garden, emerged an elderly man with a pallid complexion. It was Lu Xiaoyuan. "You old rascal. So this is where you've been hiding." Upon the appearance of Lu Xiaoyuan, Lu Yun felt a significant sense of relief. Under such circumstances, he no longer feared a sudden ambush. "Father, please save Minger." At that moment, Lu Yong was somewhat on the brink of despair, unable to comprehend why the same error had occurred twice. All of this stemmed from his excessive confidence in his own abilities, which led him to underestimate Lu Yun. "Useless fool," Lu Xiaoyuan scolded, while simultaneously feeling quite vexed. Had Lu Yun directly revealed his intentions and charged towards the Lu family, he would have been able to rush out and save them. However, Lu Yun's feigned maneuver had cost him the opportunity to rescue. Lu Xiaoyuan did not wish to reveal himself immediately merely to rescue a captive. He sought a more advantageous moment. "You old fool, are you surprised? Sometimes, when you wish to deceive others, you must be prepared to be deceived yourself." Lu Yun cast a sardonic glance at Lu Xiaoyuan. His deliberate act of saving others was not born from fear of Lu Yang, but rather a precaution against Lu Xiaoyuan. Had Lu Xiaoyuan been standing beside Lu Ming, Lu Yun would have had no such opportunity. "Humph, clever boy, I concede today. As long as you release Minger, we shall liberate these captives." Lu Xiaoyuan scoffed, expressing his resignation. "It was always the same. It grew wearisome. I, Lu Yun, possess but one sister, and these individuals seem to hold little value in comparison to your grandson." Just when everyone anticipated Lu Yun would acquiesce without hesitation, he unexpectedly shook his head. "What do you mean? What are your intentions?" Upon hearing this, many from the Lu family felt a surge of anxiety, sensing an ominous shift. "Young master, you cannot abandon us." Shui Jinxiu and others shared in the tension, yet they could not shake off a sense of guilt. Reflecting on the past, both the Shui family members and the disciples of the Lu family had subjected Lu Yun to relentless humiliation for a full 3 years. If Lu Yun truly chooses not to rescue them, it is not entirely unjustifiable. I am merely contemplating that if you wish to indulge in such games, I might as well accompany you for a while longer. Lu Yun chuckled, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. "Lu Yun, weren't you here to save someone? The opportunity lies before you, yet you do not cherish it." Lu Yong was thoroughly panicked, for Lu Ming's life rested entirely in Lu Yun's hands. Lu Ming was the future of the Lu family, bearing significance entirely distinct from that of Lu Wushuang. Did I ever claim to be here to save anyone? In truth, I have come to take a life. Lu Yun's smile grew wider, yet beneath it flickered a glint of murderous intent. "No, I do not wish to perish." As soon as Lu Yun's words fell, the figure of Lu Ming in his grasp began to struggle violently, his mouth uttering desperate cries. With a sharp crack, Lu Ming's body slumped down, utterly devoid of life. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was rendered speechless. Chapter 86. The battle resumes against Lu Xiaoyuan brother. Gazing at Lu Ming's lifeless form, both Lu Xiaoyuan and Lu Yong's eyes widened in agony, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Today was meant to be the day they avenged themselves against Lu Yun, yet they found Lu Ming perishing before their very eyes. "Lu Yun, I vow to tear you apart." Lu Xiaoyuan bellowed in rage, charging directly at Lu Yun. In that moment, he seemed to have lost all semblance of reason. "You old fool, you should have acted long ago." Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Yun merely let out a cold laugh, simultaneously summoning his divine burial spirit. In an instant, the overwhelming power of the burial god enveloped his entire being, instilling within him immense confidence. "Die." Lu Xiaoyuan gritted his teeth, unleashing a powerful palm strike. His hand radiating an extraordinarily blinding light due to the surging spiritual energy. The members of the Lu family, upon seeing this spectacle, instinctively recoiled. Such a fierce battle was beyond their capacity to interfere. Come at me. In the face of this formidable threat, Lu Yun did not retreat. Instead, he bellowed defiantly and charged forward. The surging power of the burial god swirled around him, violently whirling like a tempest. Boom! Lu Xiaoyuan's terrifying strike collided with the burial god's power, producing a deafening roar that echoed through the air. The sheer force of the clash caused the very ground of the Lu family estate to tremble violently. Waves of impact radiated rapidly from the point of collision. Yet neither Lu Yun nor Lu Xiaoyuan was shaken. You shall perish. Noticing that his attack had failed to harm Lu Yun, Lu Xiaoyuan's eyes reddened, and he struck again. This time, his spiritual entity manifested behind him, strands of green light penetrating the ground, then emerging beneath Lu Yun's feet to entwine him in vines, significantly restricting Lu Yun's ability to mobilize his strength and movement. As Lu Yun was bound, Lu Xiaoyuan unleashed both palms, intensifying his assault with greater spiritual force. The onlookers from the Lu family could only gaze upwards, witnessing a radiant display of light from the battleground, rendering the figures of Lu Yun and Lu Xiaoyuan indistinguishable. The old patriarch is truly enraged this time. That boy Lu Yun will likely be reduced to nothing but ash. To dare kill young Master Lu Ming, not just he, but even the entire Lu family shall pay the price. Two Lu family guards spoke in hushed tones, their eyes filled with awe. Still wish to bind me? Faced with the vines, Lu Yun felt no tension. Instead, he smiled disdainfully. Burial of the Nine Turns, cleansing the dust revealed. At this moment, Lu Yun had long since prepared his burial god's spirit body, having amassed sufficient power. As he roared, the burial god's spirit body stirred to life, swiftly casting several incantations. With a dazzling golden radiance, the incantations shot forth in layers, ultimately transforming into three formidable tornadoes that erupted outward from the center of the burial god's spirit body. Lu Yun's physical form was precisely at the epicenter of this tempest. Lu Xiaoyuan's vines were immediately torn asunder by the cleansing force, and even the ground was uprooted in the process. What? A tornado surged towards Lu Xiaoyuan's front, and upon sensing the might of the cleansing force, his eyes reddened in alarm, and his expression shifted drastically. He quickly summoned all his offensive spiritual energy to shield himself in a desperate attempt to withstand the onslaught. Boom! The cleansing force obliterated the majority of Lu Xiaoyuan's defenses in an instant, nearly engulfing him entirely. However, even as he managed to fend off the cleansing force, Lu Xiaoyuan remained in peril. As the force upheaved the ground, the roots of his vines suffered immense damage, intrinsically linked to his spirit body, which naturally bore the brunt of the injury. Ultimately, Lu Xiaoyuan's spirit body dimmed slightly, and concurrently, his physical form was violently thrust backward, his complexion paling. What? The old patriarch has been repelled. Witnessing this scene, the entire assembly erupted in astonishment. Many members of the Lu family were left utterly dumbfounded. Father, are you all right? Lu Yong, anxiously observing from the sidelines, rushed forward to steady the swaying Lu Xiaoyuan, his surprise palpable. I'm fine. Lu Xiaoyuan brushed off Lu Yang's hand, taking several deep breaths before glaring furiously at Lu Yun, exclaiming, You dare to ambush me, boy. Old man. You rely on your spirit body to contend with me yet have forgotten its shortcomings. This is a consequence of your own making. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun responded with a cold smile. Lu Xiaoyuan, upon receiving these words, felt a surge of madness within as the sudden manifestation of dust stirred a fleeting confusion, causing him to momentarily forget to retract his spiritual power. Little did he anticipate that the might of the dust would be so formidable, lifting the ground by nearly half a meter. Nevertheless, even if his spiritual body were injured, the old man was resolute in his intent to slay his opponent. Gritting his teeth, Lu Xiaoyuan completely withdrew his spiritual essence and summoned a fresh surge of power. His hand began to move in a deliberate manner, as if he were preparing to invoke a specific martial technique. The old patriarch had indeed underestimated his adversary. This time, he was determined to eliminate this youth. The lad's methods were astoundingly proficient and terrifying, to the point that even the old patriarch had suffered a significant loss. If he were to be spared, the Lu family would inevitably face calamity. Increasingly, members of the Lu family began to murmur among themselves, their anxiety palpable. Should Lu Xiaoyuan be defeated, the Lu family would be left vulnerable to ruthless exploitation. As Lu Xiaoyuan gathered his strength, Lu Yun commenced forming his seals, condensing his spiritual light into a sword. The god burial spiritual body had now transformed into a spiritual sword, gracefully revolving around Lu Yun's form. Following its enhancement, the God-burial spiritual body absorbed an immense amount of God-burial power, elevating the potency of the dust to unprecedented heights, perfectly countering Lu Xiaoyuan's spiritual essence. Moreover, Lu Yun's intrinsic power was formidable in its own right. The spiritual light sword, when combined with the spiritual sword body, would not fall short of the dust's might. Most importantly, the spiritual light sword was not a wide-ranging technique, but rather focused on single targets, making it supremely suited to confront Lu Xiaoyuan at this moment. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh. 3 grand seals swiftly manifested and merged into the spiritual sword body. In an instant, the spiritual sword body quivered slightly, emanating a sound akin to a sword song, imbued with a sense of lethality. At that moment, the spiritual sword body stood poised before Lu Yun, ready to unleash its power. Mountain-splitting palm. Simultaneously, Lu Xiaoyuan completed his accumulation of energy. A colossal palm imprint emerged before him, entirely composed of dense spiritual power. The surface of the palm bore layers of rippling patterns, reminiscent of undulating ocean waves. Upon closer inspection, these ripples resembled a series of majestic mountains, infused with a tremendous sense of strength. This was the Lu family's ultimate technique. The mountain-splitting palm. The greater the number of ripples, the more profound the intent, and the old patriarch's mastery had reached an ethereal level. Many Lu family members, witnessing the mountain-splitting palm, were overcome with fervor. Youngster, this palm is capable of gravely injuring your grandfather. You should feel honored to be its target now. Influenced by the overwhelming might of the mountain-splitting palm, Lu Xiaoyuan's hair became disheveled, and his garments tattered, revealing a hint of madness. First, try to block this sword. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun let out a disdainful smile. Then with a flick of his right hand, the spirit sword body was finally unleashed. Chapter 87. The fall of the Lu family. With the formidable might of the spirit light sword infused within it, the spirit sword body surged forth with astonishing speed, transforming into a radiant beam that approached Lu Xiaoyuan. Ha! Lu Xiaoyuan bellowed, forcefully thrusting his hands forward to unleash the mountain-pushing palm. Boom! As the mountain-pushing palm was executed, an overwhelming force erupted, creating a seismic presence. A confident smile emerged on Lu Xiaoyuan's face, for this was his most powerful technique, honed through a lifetime of understanding. He was certain of victory. Even in the presence of Lu Shi, he felt assured in his ability to contend. Crash! In an instant, the spirit sword body collided with the mountain-pushing palm, resulting in a thunderous explosion. This was a fierce contest between piercing might and profound strength, a confrontation of martial prowess. The two forces momentarily locked in a stalemate, with neither the mountain-pushing palm nor the spirit sword body able to advance. Witnessing this scene, the smile on Lu Xiaoyuan's face faded, and a sense of unease began to take root in his heart. He sought to harness the tension of spiritual energy to simulate the might of mountains.